Shen Ming, money is a damn thing. I Su Yuqing am not a materialistic woman. What I like is a man with ambition. All you know is spending money on me. Why don't you put some effort into cultivating? If you possessed even half of Li Hongtao's strength, I would never have broken up with you. So don't blame me, and don't even think about trying to keep me. The situation you're in today is entirely your own doing. Yinchuan First Martial Academy, Senior Year Class 1. At the back of the classroom by the window, Shen Ming opened his eyes in a daze, sweeping his gaze over the unfamiliar surroundings and the woman in a cyan dress standing before him. Did I transmigrate? A sharp pain stabbed through his mind as a torrent of memories surged into his consciousness. A high martial world where aberrant beasts rampaged, merging with steel torrents in a monstrous beast tides that devoured and drowned entire cities. Humanity awakened supernatural abilities, and through cultivation became martial artists to resist the beasts. The original host's mother had died in a beast tide, while his father had left their hometown for Shangjing to go into business, rumored to be doing rather well. The original host remained in Yunchuan to attend school with no clear idea how large the family fortune was. He only knew that before entering the martial academy, his monthly allowance had been 300,000, and over the years he had accumulated a considerable amount. Perhaps because the ability he awakened was 2 weeks shortly after enrolling in the martial academy, his living expenses were drastically cut. His father began giving him only 30,000 per month. Abilities were ranked from E to SSS 9 tiers from weak to strong, and the original host had inconveniently awakened the weakest level ability, electric shock. From then on he completely gave up on himself, and his money was squandered in all the wrong places. Eating, drinking, and entertainment, coaxing his girlfriend, buying her cosmetics, handbags, and cultivation resources. Over 3 years he squandered nearly all the savings he had amassed. A substantial portion went to his girlfriend, and not a single coin was invested into his own cultivation. He was in every sense a complete and utter bootlicker. Only yesterday his girlfriend Su Yuqing, likely because of his weak strength, had decided to break up with him and seamlessly transitioned to a new boyfriend. And now Su Yuqing had come over to say all these things to him, and he had no idea what she truly wanted. Seeing that Shen Ming remained silent, Su Yuqing lightly cleared her throat. Shen Ming, I didn't come for anything major. First of all, I'm here to comfort you a little. Shen Ming rubbed his temples. The stabbing pain had yet to fade. Yet when had this woman ever thought of comforting the original host? She surely harbored no good intentions in coming here today. As Shen Ming remained silent, Su Yuqing's expression grew somewhat annoyed. I came here out of kindness to comfort you, and this is the attitude you show me. Fine. I originally planned to ask for a little less from you, but now you can forget it. I've stayed by your side for over 2 years. That's the most precious period of my life. You must come up with 500,000 as a breakup fee, or else. You stupid idiot. As the pain in Shen Ming's mind finally dissipated, those 3 words slipped unconsciously. In the 2 years they had been together, the original host had spent well over $1 million on her. Whenever she needed cultivation resources, he bought them. Whenever she was even slightly unhappy, he coaxed her. He practically worshipped her, as if she were an idol on a shrine. Yet Su Yuqing had paraded that sour face around all day long. Anyone unaware of the situation would have thought he owed her a fortune. He could not help feeling indignant on the original host's behalf. Now that they had broken up, this woman still had the gall to come here and demand a breakup fee. His horizons had truly been broadened. In this high martial world, there was no shortage of absurd creatures. The original host had spoiled her and treated her like a treasure, but Shen Ming had no intention of doing the same. You? What did you just say? Shock surfaced on Su Yuqing's face. For years Shen Ming had obeyed her every word. If she told him to go east, he would not even glance west. What on earth had happened today that he actually dared to curse at her? Shen Ming, has your brain short-circuited? You actually dared to insult me. I'm warning you, if you don't pay up during this afternoon's assessment, I'll have my boyfriend thoroughly teach you a lesson. Shen Ming lifted his hand and slapped her across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the entire classroom. I was talking about you, you brainless idiot. Let that boyfriend of yours come over. I'll be sure to treat his eyes properly, since he can actually fall for trash like you. Shen Ming's voice did not stop. And that pitiful excuse for a brain of yours. If it still works, then use it. If it doesn't, donate it instead of disgusting everyone here. Hearing the commotion, the classmates in the room all turned to look. What's going on? Young Master Shen is actually hitting and cursing Su Yuqing. Wasn't young Master Shen Su Yuqing's obedient bootlicker? Shen Ming really is something. With that much money, even with an A-level ability, he could have piled on resources to reach late stage 1, but instead he spent it all on Su Yuqing. Speaking of which, Su Yuqing is truly shameless. Shen Ming treated her so well. Breaking up is one thing, but coming over just to disgust him. That slap was well deserved. Hearing the voices around her, Su Yuqing covered her face with one hand, eyes filled with disbelief, her chest heaving up. Fine. Shen Ming, you A-level waste. Your courage has really grown, daring to slap me. I will never speak to you again for the rest of my life. Just wait for your regret. When the afternoon assessment comes, I'll have my boyfriend beat you into the hospital. Since you refuse to hand over your money, you can save it. With that, Su Yuqing turned and ran out of the classroom. Shen Ming did not chase after her because a panel had suddenly appeared. Congratulations, host. You faced an unpleasant situation without the slightest tolerance, striking and cursing as you wished. You possess the potential to become a true wastrel. The strongest wastrel system has awakened. As the young master of a great clan, you must have more money than you can possibly spend. This system can rapidly enhance your strength by consuming currency, providing a safe destination for all those funds you cannot exhaust. Fair trade, honest dealings for all. The strongest wastrel system. Shen Ming was momentarily stunned. What did it mean to have more money than he could spend? Wasn't it perfectly fine to go for more foot massages instead? Yet if the system could truly convert money into strength, its cost-effectiveness would far surpass that of foot massages. After all, this was a high martial world, though national laws and the like still existed. In the end, it was a realm where the strong reigned supreme. In this world, the law was merely a means of restraining the weak. Becoming stronger was the only true path. The only question was what the exchange rate would be. With that thought, Shen Ming immediately opened the system. Host Shen Ming. Ability Electric Shock level. Realm Stage 1 Segment 1. Martial Skills None. Currency Hanxia Coins 2/0 Small change not displayed on the panel. Consume currency to enhance panel attributes. Seeing his own status panel, Shen Ming could not help but sigh softly. What a barebones panel. Over the years, the original host had utterly slacked off. His realm had not improved at all, and he had learned no martial skills whatsoever. Yet in the afternoon's assessment duel, he would have to face Su Yuqing's boyfriend Li Hongtao. Li Hongtao possessed a clever ability and was a Stage 1 Segment 5 martial artist, and Shen Ming had no idea what martial skills the other might have mastered. Martial realms were divided from Stage 1 to Stage 9, with each stage further separated into segments 1 through 9. By that comparison, Shen Ming had not the slightest chance of victory. But the assessment's duel roster had already been set, and he refused to step onto the stage only to surrender without a fight. Then there's nothing left to hesitate about. Behind me there is no path of retreat. Before me the heavens still hold boundless possibilities. Add points to ability. System, go all in for me. In the next instant, the currency value within the system began to flicker and jump rapidly. Currency 0. 1 ability rank raised from E to D. Currency 1 ability rank raised from D to C. Currency 100 ability rank raised from C to B. Currency 10,000 ability rank raised from B to A. To advance the ability from a rank to S rank requires 1 million in currency, remaining currency insufficient. Enhancement complete. Currency consumed 10,101. Electrocution E rank, thunder roar of 10,000 bolts A rank. Remaining currency 10,000. Staring at the prompts on the panel, Shen Ming could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This exchange rate was utterly against the heavens. Spending just over 10,000 to obtain an ranked ability. Ranked abilities were not common in this world. If they could truly be bought, countless people would willingly pay over 10 million for one. Yet he had spent barely over 10,000. The delight this brought him was immense. What thrilled him even more was that after elevating his rank, his actual money had not vanished at all. So that means after I earn money, the system generates new currency, and what it consumes to raise my rank is only that new currency, while the money in my hands remains unchanged. If that was truly the case, then elevating his strength would cost him absolutely nothing. This system is simply invincible. Shen Ming could not help but sigh in admiration. At present in all of Yinchuan No. One high school, there was only one person who had awakened an ranked ability. Rumor had it that this student was in the school team and had received at least several million in subsidies over the past few years. I have to find a chance to let the school know about this. I should be able to receive quite a bit in subsidies and then raise my level again. This afternoon's match is the perfect opportunity. Shen Ming raised his hand and clenched his fist to feel it. A vast surging power of lightning danced within his palm. If he were to unleash it now, he estimated it could obliterate the entire classroom. Perfect. His ability problem was now resolved, and resolved in the most flawless way, exceeding his opponent's rank by a full 2 levels. What remained was his cultivation realm, which had yet to be addressed, and the money left on hand was no longer enough to continue allocating points. To rise from first stage first segment to first stage second segment actually required 20,000. The cost was far from trivial. Yet he understood well the saying that an inch of time is worth an inch of gold. Spending money to buy time was by any measure an excellent bargain. He lowered his head and glanced at the branded watch on his wrist and his limited edition sneakers. These vulgar trinkets. Once school was over, he would sell them all. But that was a matter for later and could not quench the immediate thirst. Thinking it over and over, Shen Ming realized that only one method remained to obtain a large sum of money in a short time. I can only reach out to my dad. Once I become stronger, I'll take back everything Su Yuqing owes me. His father was doing business in Shangjing, so the money in his hands should be considerable. With that thought, Shen Ming took out his phone and opened the chat window labeled Dad. How much should I ask for? Shen Ming rubbed his chin. He guessed that his father had cut back his allowance because his ability was too mediocre, making his future seem unpromising. If that was the case, then if he asked for too much at once and angered his father, his future allowance might shrink even further. He would ask for more after his strength improved, though for now it was better to keep the amount modest. His monthly allowance was 30,000. Asking for another 30,000 now should not be excessive, should it? Shen Ming pressed his lips together and lowered his head to start typing. Shen Ming, dear father far away in Shangjing, your pitiful son is a bit short on cash lately. Could you transfer 30,000 for spending money? The message was sent. Moments later, a reply came through on his phone. Dad's 60-second voice message. You little rascal, you still have the nerve, you. Shen Ming tapped the voice message. Before he could finish listening, his father recalled it. He could not help but cover his ruined. With such a heated tone, it seemed he really had asked for too much. Would his father dock next month's allowance? Forget it. What was done was done. It was best not to overthink it. Just as he was about to put his phone away, another message arrived. Dad, transfer 200,000 yuan. Dad, I'm sending you next month's allowance along with it. Remember to spend it sparingly. Shen Ming's movements halted and he blinked in astonishment. He accepted the transfer at once and sent back a sticker expressing, "Love you, Dad." Goodness, 200,000. An unexpected windfall. Seems my dad truly does love me. Shen Ming's brows arched with joy, practically dancing. After the initial excitement ebbed, he fell into thought. It seems Dad is not short of money at all. If he can give me this much, then it's not because he despises my weakness. So why did he cut my allowance? Shen Ming could not quite figure it out. No matter. I'll first allocate points and deal with this afternoon's sparring match before anything else. He opened the system panel and continued allocating points. Remaining currency 210,000. This time he shifted his allocation target to his cultivation realm. Realm points. Max them out for me. In the next instant the panel began to flicker. Currency 20,000 realm breaks through to first stage second segment. Currency 30,000 realm breaks through to first stage third segment. Currency 40,000. Currency 50,000. Currency 60,000 realm breaks through to first stage sixth segment. In the next moment a majestic surge of power flooded through every part of his body. Shen Ming took a moment to sense it, and not only had his skin become tougher, his strength had increased significantly. Now he could truly relax. His ability outclassed Li Hongtao's by 2 full ranks, and his realm surpassed Li Hongtao's by 1 entire level. Moreover, his realm breakthroughs had been accumulated step by step through the system, incomparably solid. Li Hongtao's realm, forged by his own training, was bound to be hollow and unstable. Between the two, the difference was obvious at a glance. 5 minor realm segments in a second. Money truly is a marvelous thing, Shen Ming could not help but remark. Tang Long didn't answer, just gazed deeply towards the depths of the canyon, murmuring, as if to himself, originally nothing would happen. If you hadn't teamed up. Why did you have to force me? The team members exchanged glances, sensing a chilling, yet upgrading through the system was cheaper, more solid, and saved enormous time, while real-world money remained untouched. It was simply sublime. Reaching the pinnacle of life was now only a matter of time. That afternoon on the athletic field of Yinchuan No. 1 High School, the spectator stands around were already packed with students, and the sparring matches had clearly begun. These sparring assessments were held once a month, and every student had to participate much like a monthly exam. The machines drew lots for unknown battles, and after each fight several teachers would grade the results. Under the scorching sun, Shen Ming stretched lazily and strolled unhurriedly to the front row. He swept a glance over the athletic field, then went to his class's section and sat down. Soon a sharply defined palm landed on his shoulder. "Minga, you alright?" Shen Ming turned his head and saw a male classmate so thin he was almost a bamboo pole with a white headband tied around his forehead sitting down beside him. This was Wang Dong, the only close brother in his class. The two had been classmates since primary school, and their relationship had always been good. However, Wang Dong's strength far exceeded his own, and he had long since joined the school team for training. "I heard, Minga, that you slapped Su Yuqing this morning." Shen Ming nodded lightly. Hearing this, Wang Dong grew even more excited than Shen Ming himself, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. "Refreshing. Minga, you finally came to your senses. What's so good about that woman? Her looks are average, her figure is average, her family background is average, and she never shows a pleasant face." In every onlooker's pupils only one thing burned, a sudden blinding afterimage, so swift it shattered the limits of human sight. Within that blur, "Wait, I heard she's gotten involved with that Li Hongtao from the neighboring class. Isn't Li Hongtao your opponent in the sparring match?" "That's right," Shen Ming replied with a helpless sigh. "This morning Su Yuqing demanded a breakup fee from me, and said if I didn't give it, she would have Li Hongtao make a move against me." Wang Dong shot to his feet, at once his face filled with fury. "Damn, that foolish woman did this on purpose. This one has personally come to kill, and you still need to say, 'I know everything.' But the key is who would dare to refuse what she wants." Shen Ming shook his head. "Of course not. Good. Don't give her a thing. Minga, once you get up there, just surrender directly. Don't risk getting hurt. Don't worry, if anyone dares laugh at you on the field, I'll go up and blast his teeth out with a lightning strike. Tonight I'll call the brothers and have those 2 idiots beaten into the hospital for a few days." Shen Ming smiled faintly. He had great faith in Wang Dong's strength. As a member of the school team, Wang Dong's strength far surpassed that of ordinary students. His only flaw was his reckless temperament. Shen Ming reached out and patted Wang Dong's shoulder. "There's no need for you to make a move. I'll personally send them to the hospital. I'm going to win this match without a doubt." Wang Dong was momentarily at a loss. Ever since high school began, Ming Ge had always been tight-lipped whenever fighting or sparring was mentioned, never uttering words of certainty about winning. What on earth is wrong with Ming Ge today? Did he eat some moldy mushrooms? Shen Ming was oblivious to Wang Dong's thoughts. He turned his head to glance at Su Yuqing and Li Hongtao. The two were also watching him. Li Hongtao smirked, a teasing smile gracing his lips, and made a gesture of cutting his throat. Just then the principal's deep voice echoed through the PA system. "Next match, Senior Class 1's Shen Ming versus Senior Class 2's Li Hongtao. Please prepare to enter the arena." Go Ming Ge. Wang Dong knew Shen Ming couldn't possibly defeat Li Hongtao, but he mustn't lose face in terms of momentum. Ming Ge beat them up. Shen Ming nodded slightly, then pulled out the battle gear and stepped into the arena. Opposite him, the burly Li Hongtao was already in position, holding a steel rod. Upon seeing the two enter, the audience erupted in cheers. "Isn't that Shen Ming, the rich kid from Class 3? I heard he spends thousands just to treat his friends to a meal. Wow, how wealthy. Why don't I have such a powerful rich kid by my side? This guy must be really strong, right? Forget it, I heard his parents aren't around, and he's just a playboy who knows nothing but indulgence. His overall strength is at the bottom of the school. That Li guy will definitely win. Damn, I really hate these rich kids. holding on to heaps of money yet refusing to train properly. They are complete fools, and it's only right they lose. Su Yuqing in the audience also snorted coldly, her face proud and certain that Shen Ming would lose. Shen Ming, don't blame me for being ruthless. Since you refuse to pay, be prepared for serious injuries. In the arena, Shen Ming and Li Hongtao faced off. So you're the rich second-generation Yuqing spoke of? You don't look like much, not even carrying a weapon. Li Hongtao scrutinized Shen Ming from head to toe, his eyes filled with provocation. Are you planning to block my steel rod with? Yuqing made it clear, if you don't come up with 500,000, don't even think about leaving this match upright. Losing an arm or a leg is the least of your worries. Yuqing made it clear, if you don't come up with 500,000, don't even think about leaving this match upright. Losing an arm or a leg is the least of your worries. And don't think I won't do it. This is the arena. As long as you don't die, the school won't hold me responsible. He'll ask you again for Yuqing, will you pay or not? Shen Ming rubbed his stomach to aid digestion, then raised his hand, pointing to a little dog being held by a female student outside the arena. Do you see that little white dog? Li Hongtao looked puzzled. What do you mean? Can't you figure that out? Your brain must be donated along with that silly woman's brain. My money. I'd rather buy 10 tons of dog food than give it to you. Shen Ming smirked, glancing at Li Hongtao. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. Understanding Shen Ming's lip movements, Li Hongtao gritted his teeth, gripping the long rod tighter. So Shen Ming, I had planned to go easy on you, but since your mouth is so foul, I'll let you see the consequences of your words. You can't even come up with 500,000. What are you pretending to be a rich kid for? I hate people like you who pretend to be wealthy without money. Just then the loudspeaker announced something. Match 33, begin now. As the words fell, Li Hongtao instantly unleashed his full strength, leaping from the ground and raising the rod to strike. Ability: Gravity Amplification. With the ability activated, Li Hongtao's speed as he descended from the sky increased significantly, and the power was naturally amplified. The steel rod, as thick as a wrist, sliced through the air, heading straight for Shen Ming. Shen Ming, be prepared to spend the rest of your life in the hospital. Li Hongtao's face contorted with rage. Stronger than abilities, huh? Shen Ming remained unfazed, knowing that although the original host hadn't bought any weapons with his abilities and realm, he was definitely not someone Li Hongtao could resist. Clenching his right fist, Shen Ming began to channel the lightning power within him. As the wild lightning energy surged through his body, ultimately flowing into his right hand. Arcs of electricity danced across his skin's surface, seemingly eager for the punch about to be thrown. But at the moment the rod was about to fall, Shen Ming focused, unleashing a tremendous amount of lightning as he punched out. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the surging lightning exploded from Shen Ming's fist, instantly coursing along the steel rod and striking Li Hongtao. The steel rod that Li Hongtao took pride in became one of the major reasons for his swift defeat. Ugh! Li Hongtao twitched violently, flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into the edge of the arena and kicking up dust. Everyone stared at the cloud of dust in the arena. The steel rod rolled out from the dust, which slowly settled, revealing Li Hongtao lying on the ground, barely alive. His clothes were tattered, skin blackened, exuding a smell of burnt flesh, hair transformed into a wild mess, and he was still releasing black smoke from his mouth. At this rate, he probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least 10 days to half a month. Seeing this, Shen Ming had no intention of letting him off. He strode in front of Li Hongtao, staring coldly. How is this possible? Li Hongtao's face was filled with unwillingness. According to Su Yuqing, Shen Ming was just a playboy who never focused on training. How could he possibly have such strength? What are you going to do? Li Hongtao trembled all over, speaking in a hoarse voice. What do you think? Shen Ming chuckled. Of course I'm going to ensure you spend the rest of your life in the hospital. No, you can't do this. This is school. You can't touch me. Li Hongtao's pupils constricted sharply, his vocal cords trembling. You said it yourself. This is the arena. As long as you don't die, the school won't hold me responsible. Shen Ming's voice was cold as he harnessed his fist power, suddenly striking Li Hongtao's left leg. Crack! The sound of shattered bones echoed, eliciting a pained howl from Li Hongtao, his body convulsing even more severely, ultimately foaming at the mouth and fainting. Shen Ming slowly rose, wiping the blood splattered on his hands with Li Hongtao's clothing, then looked up at the judging panel. Teachers, can you announce the results now? His tone was flat, as if he had just engaged in an unremarkable battle. The teachers finally snapped out of their daze and hurriedly began grading and announcing the results. I declare the match over. Shen Ming from Class 3 wins. Li Hongtao, your score for this assessment is D, failing. Shen Ming, your score for this assessment is SSS, the highest. The teacher's jubilant voice echoed across the entire playground, yet it did not elicit a single cheer. The entire venue stood in stunned silence. In the next moment, the entire arena erupted with an unprecedented roar. What the hell? Did this rich kid actually win? Didn't they say his strength was at the bottom of the school? He knocked out his opponent with one punch. How can you call that being at the bottom? What bottom of the school? If he's at the bottom, I'm even worse than the big guy at the school gate. Other students were certainly excited, but the most ecstatic was Wang Dong. He won. Minggu won. Ahahaha, look, Minggu won. Wang Dong instantly jumped up, transforming into an excited ape, taking off his headband and pointing at the arena for those around him to see. The people around thought he looked like a fool, but seeing the school team uniform on him, they dared not say anything more. The school team consisted of monsters, each capable of taking on 10 opponents. Who would dare offend them? Not far from Wang Dong, Su Yuqing suddenly sat up straight, her brow furrowed tightly. Li Hongtao actually lost. In these past few years, she hadn't seen Shen Ming practice. Where did he get such strength? This is impossible, there must be a problem. Su Yuqing gritted her teeth secretly and walked out of her seat to leave the arena. At the judges' table, several teachers finished grading and turned to look at Principal Yu sitting behind. Principal Yu's expression was excited as he crushed the cup on the table. The young master actually has this kind of strength. The cultivation plan set by the old master can commence. Principal Yu trembled quietly, saying, "Good, good, good." Repeating the words several times, his expression suddenly changed. The young. The student Shen is using an ability that is at least a level. If I hadn't discovered it during this competition, it would have been buried. Is it a second awakening of the ability, or was there something wrong in between? Who was the teacher who conducted the ability test back then? Bring him here immediately. I need to talk to him. During the cultivation process for martial artists, there are opportunities for abilities to awaken a second time, crossing several levels in a higher quality, but the chances are incredibly slim. It might take hundreds of thousands of people to get even one. Thus Principal Yu was even more suspicious that there was a problem with the testing teacher back then. He turned to his secretary beside him. "Xiaoli, with Shen's current strength, is it enough to enter the school team?" The secretary was taken aback and explained, "Principal Yu, although those little monsters in the school team are not all second-tier martial artists, when it comes to actual combat, they all have levels close to second tier. This student Shen might still be lacking a bit." Principal Yu nodded thoughtfully. "Is that so? Then bring out the first-grade breaking realm pill from my office to help Shen Ming improve his strength. I want to see Shen Ming officially enter the school team tomorrow, enjoying all the benefits and cultivation resources of the team." The secretary trembled, all over, his mind buzzing. The principal's office hid a pile of peculiar items that others could not see. He never brought them out. Why suddenly give one to us? Not to mention that this pill is only useful for first-tier martial artists. How could a sixth-tier martial artist like the principal have? Moreover, this pill was personally refined by Yunchuan's top alchemist of exceptional quality, worth 300,000, enough to cover a family's living expenses for 6 or 7 years. It was not cheap, and he just gave it away. Did this young man have something unique about him? She couldn't figure it out. Principal Yu, even with the pill, this student Shen cannot become too strong in a short time. It might be a stretch for him to enter the school team. What if he is rejected by the other team members? Principal Yu paused. It doesn't matter. Young people need to experience challenges. Well, what do you all think, teachers? Principal Yu's gaze swept over the several senior teachers in front of him. The senior teachers dared not disagree. The principal's intention was already very clear. This student Shen must enter the school team today. No objections, I think it's very reasonable. After all, it's an A-level ability. Having some privileges is normal. Principal Yu's decision is truly wise. Do I think it should be done this way? Alright, it's settled then. Shall you personally handle it tomorrow? Principal Yu looked at the young man in black on the arena, his eyes filled with satisfaction, and quickly took out his phone to send a message. The entire arena buzzed non-stop as Shen Ming turned around and returned to the preparation area. Just as he got back, he bumped into Wang Dong's face, which was bursting with excitement. "What the hell, Mingge, have you taken drugs? What's your strength now, eh? What level was the ability you just used, eh?" Faced with Wang Dong's barrage of questions, Shen Ming could only shake his head helplessly. "It's just first-year 6 segments a level ability." Shen Ming didn't hide his realm. Since Wang Dong wanted to know, it was fine to tell him. Once he sold off the luxury items on him, he wouldn't be at this realm tomorrow. A level ability. Wang Dong's mouth dropped wide open, his face full of shock. He only had a level ability in Yunchuan No, one high school that was already considered top tier. He heard the teacher say that Yunchuan No, one had been established for a short time, and in these years only one A-level ability student had been born. Just because of this one A-level ability student, Yunchuan No, one, a relatively new school, managed to stabilize its foundation and attracted many martial artist students to join. Now their leader is also an A-level ability. Doesn't that mean they're taking off? The school is taking off, the leader is taking off, and he and the other dozen brothers can also soar. Wang Dong was ecstatic. "By the way, Wang Dong, I plan to sell these to make some money. You have a wide network, do you have any good idea?" Shen Ming pointed at the watch and sneakers on him. Most of these luxury items were gifts from others. He would need to put in some effort. In contrast, Wang Dong was different. Whatever happened to the original owner over the years, Wang Dong always helped him. He had a wide network. Wang Dong paused, thought for a moment, and said, "I do have a way, but Minggu, are you really short on money? It's just that I'm planning to train seriously lately, and I don't have much money on me, so I was thinking of selling these to buy some training resources." Wang Dong suddenly understood. "Got it, Minggu, just leave this to me. I'll transfer the money to your account tomorrow. I'll go take care of it now. Minggu, please help me take a leave from the competition. I won't participate anymore." "Wait a minute." Shen Ming suddenly called out to Wang Dong. "Besides these, I also need to sell all the clothes, pants, and shoes at home, and sell the house as well. From now on, I'll live at school with you guys." Wang Dong halted his actions. "Brother, you're not seriously ill, are you?" "No, you don't have to worry. I'm doing just fine." Wang Dong sighed lightly. "Alright, but let's forget about the house. In recent years, with the invasion of alien beasts, the population has decreased significantly, and housing prices have dropped sharply. Selling now wouldn't be worth it. Okay, I'll leave it to you. You know this aspect better than I do. The sooner the better. I need it urgently. Alright, brother, I'll send you a message as soon as I finish selling." With that, Wang Dong turned and walked out of the arena. Shen Ming leaned lazily against his seat. With such a capable and willing brother to help him, he saved himself a lot of trouble and time. The issue of selling things was resolved. Now, he just needed to wait for the money to arrive, and then boost his strength significantly. Alright, he should quickly tell his father. Maybe he could earn some more. Shen Ming took out his phone. Before he could even open the chat box, he received a message from his father. Father transferring 2,000 yuan. Huh, what's going on? He told me yesterday morning to spend carefully, so why is he sending another 200,000 today? Shen Ming raised an eyebrow as he gazed at the message on his phone. 200,000 was the transaction limit per transfer on the messaging app. In his previous life that sum would have sustained him, an orphan surviving on frugal meals, for 8 or 9 years. His past life had been unbearably harsh, even adding a sausage to instant noodles demanded careful deliberation. Now in this life his father casually dispensed 200,000, leaving Shen Ming flustered and overwhelmed. As Shen Ming tapped to accept the payment, he pondered why his father had sent the money again, until his father's next message, that I've already heard. Never imagined you'd score SSS on the assessment. Consider this 200,000 your reward. Treat yourself to something good. Dad, spend it where it matters most. Shen Ming's brow lifted slightly. Hadn't he just finished the competition? How could his father know so swiftly? Was his father secretly monitoring him? Had he planted a spy nearby? Shen Ming's brow lifted slightly. Hadn't he just finished the competition? How could his father know so swiftly? Was his father secretly monitoring him? Had he... Whatever. Let's add it first. He stepped out of the arena and slipped into a secluded corner, immediately opening his system interface. Currency 2,000. Level up. Push forward with all force. Currency 7,000 breakthrough to Tier 1 7th stage. Currency 8,000 breakthrough to Tier 1 8th stage. Remaining currency 5,000. Instantly his entire body surged with renewed power, electric currents danced exultantly within him, bearing witness to their master's ascension. ZZT. As the crackling faded, Shen Ming's expression brightened. He estimated that even without formal martial techniques, his overall combat capability now ranked among the elite among ordinary students. Yet the money vanished astonishingly fast, already dwindling to this meager remainder. He pulled out his phone once more. Shen Ming, Dad, got any more? If his father could dispatch such a sum so readily, he surely still held reserves. This was all for cultivation. Surely asking again wasn't unreasonable. The next second his father sent a voice note. Get lost. You little brat. Do you think I'm an ATM? No more money. And due to poor business performance your allowance is suspended entirely for the next 3 months. Shen Ming sighed and rubbed his forehead. He should have kept his mouth shut. Indeed, greed always exacts its price. I wonder whether the school has noticed that assessment. An rank ability should certainly catch their attention. If they've taken notice, they'll seek me out within these 2 days, and that means more funds flowing in. Enough speculation, it only gave him headaches. Tilting his head upward, he watched the sun sink slowly and exhaled. In his past life, he'd been utterly alone, an orphan without parents' connections or true friends, and most critically, without wealth, surviving solely through part-time labor until graduation. After graduation, he worked as a programmer, only to succumb to severe illness before completing his probationary period. He'd spent his entire life as a drudge, never even receiving his first official salary. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Fortunately, heaven granted him a second chance. Reincarnated into this resplendent high martial world, blessed with a modestly affluent father, genuine friends, and a cultivation system at his side. Yet one matter demanded caution. After graduation, his feeble strength would leave him no choice but to serve powerful figures, as a mere cog in their machinery. His lightning-based ability would likely land him a job at the local power station. Respectable, yes, but was he truly meant to exhaust his body as a drudge even in this high martial world? Absolutely not. He must seize wealth, swiftly strengthen himself relentlessly, and strive to excel in the upcoming martial examination, 1 month hence. Success would secure admission to a prestigious martial academy, granting him true agency over his destiny. First thing tomorrow, I'll collect what Su Yuqing owes me. Refuse drudgery, starting with me. He strode out of the school gate, bathed in the setting sun's golden glow. The sun descended, gilding the streets in amber. Maple leaves drifted slowly from the school entrance. Yet his journey toward true freedom had only just begun. The following morning, Shen Ming strolled leisurely onto campus. En route, he deliberately tested his system once more. He discovered the system credited currency only when funds were earned directly or acquired through legitimate exchange. Exploiting loopholes, such as swapping change with the convenience store owner or borrowing unsecured funds from acquaintances, yielded no currency increase. In essence, the greater his accumulated wealth, the stronger he became. Having grasped the system's mechanics, Shen Ming headed toward his classroom. Before reaching his classroom, a woman in a sharp business suit and stiletto heels approached him. Student Shen Ming, I am the principal's secretary. You may call me Secretary Li. Your outstanding performance in yesterday's assessment caught the leadership's attention, and we've decided to invite you to join the school's elite martial team. Secretary Li adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and waited calmly for his response. Oh, Shen Ming replied, tone flat and indifferent. He felt little surprise at the school's invitation, though he hadn't expected it so swiftly. Standard procedure involved faculty voting, formal approval paperwork, and finally announcement to peers. That process usually took at least 2 or 3 days. Yet here it was accomplished in just 1. Remarkably efficient. Moreover, shouldn't a subject teacher have delivered this news, not the principal's secretary? Perhaps school regulations had changed. Seeing Shen Ming's utter lack of reaction, Secretary Li's expression turned on. This bore no resemblance to her expectations. She'd anticipated elation. Joining the elite team conferred generous stipends invaluable to ordinary martial artists. Even if astonishment proved absent, surely his eyes would have gleamed, at the very least. Yet he remained impassive, a composure far beyond the norm for students. Could principal you have recognized this extraordinary temperament? Upon joining the team you'll receive a monthly stipend of 30,000 plus premium cultivation resources. Given your rank ability, the school will allocate additional cultivation materials each month. You'll also gain access to a private training chamber and unrestricted browsing privileges for advanced martial techniques on the second floor of the library. And this, Secretary Lee produced a crimson box roughly the size of a diamond ring case. This is from the principal. Inside lies a grade 1 boundary-breaking pill refined by Yunchuan City's foremost alchemist. It accelerates breakthroughs and commands a market value of 300,000. Having spoken, Secretary Lee's expression grew even more bewildered. Shen Ming's face had remained utterly unchanged until she mentioned the pill's 30,000 value, at which point his brow arched faintly. Secretary Lee, could you convert all these resources into Hanxia currency? Secretary Lee paused, startled. Convert them into Hanxia currency. She'd never encountered such a request before. The cultivation resources provided by the school are exceptionally rare. Several are nearly impossible to procure in Yunchuan City. Are you certain you wish to exchange them? Yes, Shen Ming nodded. These resources held no use for him. Selling them would entail intermediaries and delays, unnecessary complications. Direct conversion into Hanxia currency suited him perfectly. Now Secretary Lee grew even more intrigued. Why reject premium resources outright in favor of mere currency? Yesterday, having observed the principal's extraordinary interest in Shen Ming, she discreetly investigated his campus life. According to her findings, he clearly lacked no financial need. Still, she refrained from further comment. Very well, if that is your wish. However, the boundary-breaking pill is exceptional and cannot be converted. By the way, I must mention Su Yuqing of the martial team holds some resentment toward you. She's reportedly been speaking ill of you since learning of your appointment. Your current strength remains insufficient. When you report to the team later, endure, if possible. Shen Ming murmured non-committally, already resolved in his heart. Preposterous, endure. When he'd first awakened in this frail body, he'd dared strike Su Yuqing outright. Now armed with both his system and vastly enhanced strength, would he yield? If so, he might as well ascend to the rooftop and savor the night breeze. Should Su Yuqing dare provoke him later, he'd shatter her. Coincidentally, he had unfinished business with Su Yuqing himself. That's all for now. Report daily to the elite team training building each morning. You may proceed there immediately to collect your training uniform, and visit the library to acquire weapons and martial techniques. With that, Secretary Lee handed him the boundary-breaking pill and departed gracefully. Watching her lithe, yet substantial figure recede, Shen Ming clicked his tongue thoughtfully. He turned the box over in his hands, a delightful surprise. He'd heard nothing of such benefits accompanying elite team membership, yet he had no intention of consuming the pill. Though refined by Yunchuan City's preeminent alchemist, its efficacy paled beside his system's capabilities, and ingesting it would compromise his foundation. I wonder whether anyone would buy it for cash. A grade 1 boundary-breaking pill intended for tier 1 cultivators. Excellent quality, yet priced at 300,000. Only scions of wealthy clans could afford such luxury, yet those families commissioned bespoke alchemical products. Who would purchase his? Thus arose a dilemma. Potential buyers were scarce, and discounting the price would incur significant loss. Should he sell it outright, he doubted he'd fetch even 200,000. For now, I'll keep it. Tucking away the boundary-breaking pill, Shen Ming walked toward the elite team training building. Soon he arrived at the entrance of the training building for the school team. Shen Ming looked up at the well-decorated 6-story building, then turned to glance at the 3-story small building where classes were held. He deeply understood what it meant for 20% of the people to hold 80% of the resources. Luckily, he had now become one of that 20%. In the past, the original owner often came here to pick up Su Yuqing after school, and sometimes looked for Wang Dong, so he was relatively familiar with the environment of the training building. He didn't even need to ask for directions, and walked in on his own. Just as he was about to enter the training building, his phone buzzed with a note. Shen Ming glanced at his phone. This must be the resource money he had just discussed with Secretary Lee. Adding the remaining 50,000, he had his current balance was 310,000. Breaking through to the second tier was sufficient. Shen Ming opened the system and began allocating points directly. Currency 900 realm breakthrough to first tier 9th segment. Currency 100 realm breakthrough to second tier 1st segment. Currency needed for breakthrough to second tier 2nd segment 200. Remaining currency insufficient. Remaining currency 100. The moment the prompt appeared, a faint ripple surrounded Shen Ming's body, and lightning involuntarily danced across his skin. The crackling electricity seemed to refine the surface of his flesh, making every inch of his skin feel tougher, while also Shen Ming gritted his teeth. This pain was unexpected. The teacher hadn't mentioned this during class, and he hadn't felt such a stinging sensation during previous small realm breakthroughs. Fortunately, the pain dissipated in less than 3 minutes. Shen Ming let out a sigh of relief, moving his slightly numb body. Not only did he feel no discomfort, but he also felt invigorated, his gaze noticeably brighter. Is this a breakthrough? Shen Ming asked himself. The speed of this breakthrough felt reminiscent of Zhu Beiji eating a ginseng fruit. For an ordinary person to advance from the first tier 1st segment to the second tier, it would take at least 6 or 7 years, and even those with better talent would need 2 to 3 years. Yet he had done it in less than 2 days. Who would have thought? This felt faster than riding a rocket. It was utterly outrageous. When a martial artist breaks through to the second tier, their physical strength increases significantly, and the efficiency of their abilities also improves greatly. If the efficiency of abilities at the first tier was 1, then at the second tier, it would be 10. In comparison, first-tier martial artists were practically nothing. Of course, this was also because Shen Ming's abilities were strong enough. If it were an ordinary grade ability, the efficiency could only increase from 1 to around 5. As for C and D grades, they would be even lower. Shen Ming clenched his fist and threw a casual punch. Buzz. His fist sliced through the air, creating a sound of breaking through. This was just a casual punch. In the past, as a first-tier 8th segment, he couldn't have done this. He was already curious about what it would be like after reaching the 3rd tier. If he remembered correctly, Wang Dong and Su Yuqing were only at the first-tier 9th segment, while he was already at the 2nd tier far ahead. With his current strength, he could rank among the school team. However, that wasn't enough. He needed more money. Although the system upgraded quickly, the speed at which it consumed money was even faster than gaining popularity. His father said he wouldn't give him money unless there was something special. With 10 days left until next month, it seemed he had to rely on his own efforts. Wang Dong had already sent him a message saying that the items hadn't sold out yet, and it was estimated that they wouldn't be sold out until noon today. For this reason, Wang Dong specifically took the morning off. As for working to earn money, he hadn't even considered it. That would be a joke. If he had to work after crossing over, it would be a waste of his time. Besides, the little money earned from a job wouldn't even fill the gaps in the system. It seemed he could only wait for now. From this breakthrough, it appeared that major realm breakthroughs would be accompanied by the refining of the body with lightning, which would take some time. At least that's how it was for him. Next time he had a major realm breakthrough, he should find a secluded place, preferably with 2 completely trustworthy people to protect him, or something like a puppet beast. Shen Ming strode into the training building. The spot where he had just stood left behind 2 pitch-black shoe prints still emitting wisps of black smoke. Before long, a middle-aged man with a scruffy face approached. Seeing the 2 shoe prints, he bent down to touch them. Is this residual energy from a realm breakthrough? Did someone in the team break through? It seems like there's no one in the team with lightning abilities. The man raised his head to look at the school team training building and quickly walked inside. Inside the training building, Shen Ming walked up to the 3rd floor, the training room for the school team members. There were 300-kilogram dumbbells, 800-kilogram barbells, and a series of training facilities like force meters. Shen Ming scanned the room. He had heard that there were 8 members in the school team before he arrived, but now there were only 6 people in the room. Excluding Wang Dong, who was on leave, there should be 1 more. The 6 people turned their heads upon hearing Shen Ming's voice. Shen Ming. Su Yuqing was the first to recognize him and quickly walked up to him. Shen Ming, how dare you show your face here? Upon hearing Shen Ming's name, the other 5 members of the school team also gathered around, scrutinizing him. Not only did you slap me, but you also used banned drugs during the assessment, maliciously injuring other students. What qualifications do you have to enter the school team? Su Yuqing's face turned red as she scolded Shen Ming right in front of him. Don't even say you didn't use banned drugs. I know your strength all too well. Your ability is grade realm 1st tier 1st segment with no martial skills or weapons. Without using banned drugs, how could you possibly compete with Li Hongtao? Poor character, you bring shame to the school's reputation. The school should expel you on the spot. You mentioned 50,000 right away, and you still have the face to say others have poor character. Shen Ming snorted lightly, looking at Su Yuqing as if she were a clown. As soon as he said this, the other team members were stunned and looked at Su Yuqing in unison. What 50,000? Su Yuqing, you didn't mention anything about 50,000 just now. Su Yuqing's cheeks turned red, instantly panicking as she pointed at Shen Ming. You stop slandering me. What 50,000? Who's asking you for 50,000? I'm not short of that 50,000. Seeing Su Yuqing so anxious, the other 5 exchanged glances, and combining it with Su Yuqing's usual behavior, they roughly guessed the truth and hurriedly apologized to Shen Ming. Sorry Shen brother, we won't get involved in this matter. Yeah, we won't be used as pawns by this woman. They all returned to their positions, not forgetting to throw a fierce glare at Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing was immediately anxious. You all don't go? That's all Shen Ming's nonsense. What 50,000? I didn't have it, there was no such thing. He loves to make up stories. Su Yuqing was so anxious that she stamped her feet, her entire face twisted in distress. However, the others showed no intention of helping her. You? Su Yuqing could only raise her hand to point at Shen Ming, her eyes burning with fury. Coach sure will be here soon. I don't want to argue with you. I have plenty of ways to deal with you in the team. Oh, just wait and see. Just as Su Yuqing was about to turn to leave, Shen Ming grabbed her shoulder. I already have no intention of arguing with you. What more do you want? Su Yuqing turned her head to glare at him. Shen Ming chuckled lightly, his voice turning cold and deep. Do you really think I would let you spend the money I earned over the years for free? It's time to settle the accounts. Su Yuqing was about to go mad. Clearly it was Shen Ming's own problem. Why was she being blamed? I spent over 2 years accompanying you. Do you know how precious 2 years are for a girl? And what did you? Smack. Shen Ming raised his hand and slapped her. Shut your filthy mouth. If you keep babbling, I'll slap you again. Look at this yourself. He pulled out a thick stack of papers from his clothes and slammed it down on the nearby table. It was filled with items that Su Yuqing had bought with Shen Ming's money over the years. From weapons and pills to shoes and bracelets. Although the original owner was infatuated, he remembered every single item he bought for Su Yuqing with great clarity. Last night, he stayed up all night organizing the items that the original owner had purchased for Su Yuqing, filling over 40 pages demanding compensation from her. Not only did he want to give this woman a good beating, but he also wanted her to cough up all the money. To him, making money was akin to cultivating, so he was very focused on this matter. The other 5 members of the school team stepped forward, picking up the papers and reading them in low voices. The designer Igo bag cost 50,000. That's right, 3 months ago, she was flaunting it to me. A medium-quality breaking realm pill cost 100,000. No wonder she suddenly had the strength to join the school team. Turns out she was on drugs. The crate quality Songyun sword cost 500,000. I wondered where she got such good equipment. It turns out it was bought for her. As they read on, a strange look began to appear in the eyes of a few as they looked at Su Yuqing. These expenses added up to at least 1 million, even 2 million. Su Yuqing's strength was entirely built upon this pile of money. However, this also gave the others a new understanding of Shen Ming's strength. To spend so much on someone unpredictable for 2 years, who could possibly do that? Perhaps their families had 1 or 2 million, but who would be willing to spend so much on themselves, let alone on a stranger? This rich guy was simply too powerful. Their voices grew louder, as if they were angry and reprimanding. These voices were like sharp needles piercing deeply into Su Yuqing's ears until she nearly bit down on her back teeth and could no longer hold back. Covering her face with one hand, she swept the papers aside with the other. Enough, stop reading. Do you really not remember any of the good I've done for you? What exactly do you want, Shen Ming? Shen Ming's mouth twitched. How could this woman still have the face to say such things? Over the years, she had only demanded money from the original owner-provided company, or used the original owner as a punching bag whenever she was in a bad mood. If it weren't for needing to clarify the money issue, he would have wanted to stomp on Su Yuqing's face with his size 43 shoes right then and there. I don't want to say much to you. The items listed above, including compensation for emotional distress and value provided for emotional support. Overall, if you don't come up with 3 million today, don't even think about leaving upright. 3. Su Yuqing was How could a child from an ordinary family possibly come up with 3 million? Shen Ming was deliberately making things difficult for her. 3 million, why don't you go rob a bank? I have no money. Su Yuqing's face was filled with anger. Upon hearing this, Shen Ming's expression darkened instantly. His right fist clenched, and arcs of electricity slowly appeared on the back of his hand. No money is easy to handle. Let's see if you can withstand my fist. You actually want to lay a hand on me? Su Yuqing exclaimed in shock, then a hint of disdain crept onto her lips. Relying on banned drugs to defeat Li Hongtao, do you really think you can defeat me? I'm not some waste like Li Hongtao. She drew her sword and lunged at Shen Ming. The sword light sliced through the air, yet Shen Ming remained unfazed. With a casual lift of his hand, the surging power of lightning flowed through his body into his right arm. The momentum of his clenched fist seemed to possess immense force. The lightning illuminated the entire training room and blue arcs flickered in everyone's pupils. Su Yuqing trembled all over, feeling a sense of unease in her heart. But the thunderous sound of lightning had already reached her. There was no time to think further. She instinctively raised her sword to block in front of her. Boom! The lightning collided with the sword, exploding in an instant. The arcs of electricity scattered everywhere, showering the entire training room. Fortunately, the other 5 team members were not weak. These scattered arcs of electricity did not inflict much harm on them. However, Su Yuqing, who bore the brunt of the attack, was not so lucky. Her realm was built purely on pills, leaving her incredibly unstable, and Shen Ming's attack was far beyond her expectations. This strike sent Su Yuqing flying, embedding her into the wall, causing cracks to form in the wall behind her. Second stage. Su Yuqing gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words, nearly exhausting her remaining strength to detach herself from the wall, her eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? When did you break through to the second stage? How come I didn't know? And this ability, what exactly are you? In her eyes, Shen Ming had always been a first-stage waste. Even if he relied on banned drugs, he shouldn't possess the strength of the second stage. But now it seemed that reality was completely different from what she had imagined. Did Shen Ming really not take banned drugs? How could he suddenly possess such strength? Could it be that he had always been hiding his strength? Aside from hiding his strength, Su Yuqing couldn't think of any other explanation. It had to be this way, otherwise even a genius couldn't possibly break through a major realm in just 2 days. That was not genius, that was a monster. Su Yuqing panted heavily and slowly stood up. There were still faint arcs of electricity flowing over her body, her mouth twitching uncontrollably, and even saliva was dripping from her lips. What era is it still playing the hidden strength act? How childish. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Shen Ming had already flashed to Su Yuqing's side, kicking her in the face and stepping on her. Pay up. Shen Ming's expression was icy. The latter wanted to say something, but when met with Shen Ming's murderous gaze, it felt like facing a lion with its mouth wide open, and she wilted. I really have no money. Shen Ming's pressure underfoot increased, his voice devoid of any emotion. There are plenty of ways to get money: sell cars, sell houses, take out loans, sell your skills at a martial arts school. In any case, this 3 million cannot be less. Feeling the pressure from Shen Ming's foot grow heavier, the pressure on her head increased dramatically, and Su Yuqing trembled all over on the verge of tears. She was now extremely afraid that Shen Ming might kill her in a fit of rage. After all, it was just a matter of one kick. Don't step on me anymore, I'll pay you back, I'll pay you back. Su Yuqing had no choice but to lower her head in defeat. But I really don't have so much money right now, I need time to gather it. Wait for me a few days, let me. Before Su Yuqing could finish her sentence, Shen Ming lifted his foot and stomped on her left leg. Crack! The sound of bones shattering accompanied Su Yuqing's agonizing screams, echoing throughout the entire training building. I already said I'd pay you back, why are you still laying hands on me? Su Yuqing clutched her left leg tightly, nearly squeezing out these words through her gritted teeth. Who says you can avoid being beaten just because you promised to pay back? Money must be returned and you won't escape the beating. This leg will count as interest, they'll give you 3 days. And don't think about running, I have all your information at my fingertips. Also, I'll have Wang Dong follow you. If you can't pay back the money within 3 days, don't blame me for going to your home to reminisce. With that, Shen Ming kicked Su Yuqing away and turned to look at the other 5 members of the school team. The 5 scanned the disarrayed training room, and then at Su Yuqing, who was slumped in the corner, clutching her left leg drenched in sweat. They swallowed hard. Although their strengths were not far behind Shen Ming's, his ruthless approach put immense pressure on them, making them afraid to even breathe deeply. Although Su Yuqing was not much, there was no need to be so brutal. Shen Ming's methods were indeed a bit frightening, not at all like a student martial artist. Sometimes in a fight it really came down to who was more ruthless. They couldn't help but feel fortunate that they hadn't confronted Shen Ming just now. Otherwise the ones lying in the corner would probably be a pile of bodies. Shin bro. No Shinji, we didn't help her, you have no need to lay hands on us. Right, we will be teammates in the upcoming university beast hunting competition in a few days. It wouldn't be good to harm each other now. Shen Ming did not respond, merely shifting his gaze away softly, saying, by the way, aside from Wang Dong, who is on leave, is there someone else missing from your group? Hearing Shen Ming's voice, several people felt a shiver run down their spines. The leader quickly replied, Brother Shin, you must be talking about Captain Chen Xingtong, right? She has awakened an 11 ability and has never trained with us. Recently she has been in solitary retreat. If I calculate the time, her retreat should end in the next couple of days. As for being the captain of the school team, Shen Ming stroked his chin. Is there any money in being the team captain? Huh. The others exchanged glances, somewhat confused about why Shen Ming asked this, but they still answered obediently. There is indeed, the school gives the captain 1 million Huanxia coins, and there are additional bonuses for leading the team in competitions, but Brother Shen, why are you asking this? Even if he could defeat Su Yuqing, instantly competing for the position of captain against Chen Xingtong was still a distant hope. Not only has Chen Xingtong awakened an 11 ability, but she also has a superior family background, being backed by the Chun family, the foremost martial arts clan in Yinchuan. Whether in terms of martial techniques or weapons used, they are all quite advanced. With access to both family and school resources, Chun Xingtong's rate of advancement is remarkably fast, and they are unaware of her current level. However, one thing they are certain of is that Chun Xingtong's overall strength is definitely not low. She can easily eliminate. As for Shen Ming, to put it bluntly, if he had the strength to compete with Chen Xingtong, he would have joined the school team long ago. How could he only be entering now? Satisfied with the answers he received, Shen Ming nodded, formulating his next plan in his mind. Just then hurried footsteps approached from outside the training room. Shen Ming turned his head to look as a man with a scruffy beard walked in. Coach Shi. The 5 quickly greeted him. Coach Shi gave a light grunt, scanning the messy training room and the corner where Su Yuqing was curled up in fear, his voice slightly angry. What happened? Upon hearing this, all 5 turned their attention to Shen Ming. Shen Ming nodded at Coach Shi. Hello Coach Shi, my name is Shen Ming. I came to collect a debt from Su Yuqing, and I apologize for damaging your training room. Coach Shi furrowed his brow. Although he could tell that Shen Ming had broken through to the 2nd tier, he was still displeased. Secretary Li had mentioned that a newcomer named Shen Ming was joining the school team whose strength might be slightly inferior, and asked him to take care of him. He was quite averse to students who evidently got in through connections. He wanted to refuse, citing the upcoming city college beast hunting competition and how adding a temporary member would disrupt team dynamics. But Secretary Li said it was an order from the principal. He still needed to give some regard to the principal's authority. Thus he decided to first observe Shen Ming's character. However, he did not expect that on his first day of reporting, Shen Ming would severely injure a school team member. This behavior and attitude clearly indicated that he was a troublemaker. Even if he had a bit of strength, he was still a mouse dropping that spoiled the pot of porridge. Unless he could be strong enough to dominate the entire competition. But how could that be possible? With the hunting competition approaching, having such a person join the school team was bound to cause problems, and it might jeopardize his position as the coach of a championship team for 5 consecutive years. This matter must be reported to the principal. No matter what, Shen Ming must be expelled from the school team. After all, he had been the coach who led the championship team for 5 consecutive years, and a few months ago the school had paid a hefty sum to invite him. The principal would surely give him some face. If he were to resign, it would be a loss for the school. Shi Yunfan was very certain of this. As for now, it would be futile to haggle with a student. He would just talk to the principal in the afternoon. There is no collective training today, you can all engage in free activities. After casually stating this, Shi Yunfan turned and left the training room. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. The way the instructor looked at him seemed a bit off. Was he planning something? Regardless, he would face whatever came his way. With the registration done, it was time to collect weapons and learn martial techniques. However, Wang Dong had not finished selling his items and could not come right now. To prevent Su Yuqing from escaping early, Shen Ming struck her at the back of her neck with a palm. Shen Ming, what are you doing? Don't come over you. After knocking her out, he tied her with steel wire to the barbell in the training room and dusted off his hands. Done, she shouldn't be able to escape now. After finishing this, Shen Ming took a photo and sent a message to Wang Dong. Lastly, he picked up his school team training uniform and the equipped spatial ring, then headed towards the library. By the way, remember to inform me when your captain finishes her retreat, or you can tell Wang Dong as well. In the Yinchuan one high school library, although it is called a library, it not only contains regular books, but also quite a few martial techniques. It is said that the school was built hastily, and the surrounding civilian districts could not come to an agreement on land, resulting in a small school area. To save space, the school even placed weapons in the library. Shen Ming walked into the library where the densely packed bookshelves were neatly arranged and many students were browsing and cultivating. All the advanced martial techniques and weapons were stored on the 2nd floor, accessible only to school team members. Fortunately, he was considered a member of the school team. Shen Ming glanced down at his black combat uniform and the school badge adorned with several elegant clouds. Wait a minute. Shen Ming paused, looking closely at the clouds on the badge. The patterns of these clouds were of varying shades with a strong sense of layering. At first glance, they seemed to form the character Shun. But upon closer inspection, it seemed like it was not Shun, just resembling it. Hey, this is interesting, Shen Ming exclaimed in surprise, raising his hand to polish the badge before quickly heading up to the second floor. In the weapon area on the second floor, there were about 20 different weapons, including swords, spears, and halberds. They were all common weapons, but their quality was not high. They were either a grade or grade weapons with no grade weapons at all. Weapons like martial techniques and abilities are classified into 9 levels from F to SSS based on the rarity and hardness of the materials used. According to market prices, a grade weapon is valued at around 5 to 600,000, while higher quality ones can reach 7 to 800,000. Grade weapons, on the other hand, shrink significantly, costing only about 100,000. As for grade weapons, they are not much stronger than ordinary metal-made cold weapons, generally valued at no more than 20,000. Shen Ming scanned the weapons and finally chose a grade spear. Using a spear was something he had thought about since early on. The spear is the king of all weapons, emphasizing the ability to obliterate enemies with extreme force. It is adept at explosive power, making it more suitable for his lightning-based abilities than other weapons. After selecting his weapon, Shen Ming headed to the martial technique area. Compared to the densely packed bookshelves on the first floor, the martial techniques on the second floor were noticeably fewer. It appeared that there were fewer than 30 volumes. Martial techniques are categorized into various types: leg techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, body techniques. Finding a martial technique that suits his abilities is quite challenging, and he also needs to consider whether it is offensive, defensive. Thus his goal for this trip is simple. Since the school has few advanced martial techniques, it would be sufficient to find just one lightning-based offensive martial technique, regardless of whether it is a fist technique, palm technique, or something else. With this in mind, Shen Ming quickly walked toward the martial technique area. At that moment, a young female teacher dressed in black and red sportswear with her hair down walked up to him with a bright smile. "Student, you must be the new member of the school team. I am the management teacher here. You can call me Teacher Qinlan. If you need to select a martial technique, I can recommend some for you. Teacher Qinlan, am looking for an offensive lightning-based martial technique, such as fist or palm techniques. Do you have any here?" Shen Ming turned to the female teacher and asked. Since she was the management teacher, her understanding of these martial techniques was naturally more comprehensive than his. Unexpectedly, Teacher Qinlan seemed momentarily startled, revealing a strange expression. We do have some, and quite a few. Follow me. On the second floor of the library, there are a total of 28 martial arts techniques, of which 20 are thunder-type techniques. Almost all types can be found, and their levels are not low. Seeing Shen Ming's puzzled expression, Qinlan continued to explain. However, there haven't been any members with thunder-type abilities in the school team for the past few years, so these martial arts techniques have yet to be learned by anyone. You should be the first student to learn these thunder-type martial arts. Shen Ming felt strange, but a hint of joy appeared on his face. He had originally just wanted a thunder-type martial art of the attack type, but unexpectedly he received such a pleasant surprise. However, out of the 28 books, if 20 are thunder-type, could that be a bit too many? The school team doesn't even have a single thunder-type martial artist, but what have they been training with all these years? Whatever it's a good. Shen Ming immediately began to select. Teacher Qinlan introduced, I recommend you choose this clever martial art Thunderstorm Fist, which can condense the power of lightning in your hands and adjust it to a violent state, wielding immense power. The only downside is that it causes minor damage to the user. Shen Ming glanced at the martial art and found it almost identical to what Teacher Qinlan described. The power is indeed great, but it does cause some damage to oneself. Qinlan glanced at Shen Ming's physique. This clever thunder-type defensive martial art is also quite good. Thunder Net Shield, which allows the power of lightning to form a protective net on the boda's surface, combining both offense and defense. Shen Ming looked at the martial arts in his hand and nodded. It is indeed very suitable, but teacher, are there any higher quality thunder-type martial arts? At first he thought it would be hard to find thunder-type martial arts, but he didn't expect to find so many, so he must choose the best to cultivate. Teacher Qinlan pondered for a moment and said the school does have an A-level thunder-type gun technique. However, due to the incomplete martial arts, there are too many missing parts to fully cultivate. Would you like to take a look? Of course. A good martial art can significantly enhance a martial artist's strength. For a first-tier 9-stage martial artist like Wang Dong, if paired with an A-level martial art, it is even possible to kill a second-tier martial artist. Therefore, this A-level martial art must be seen. Alright, wait for me. Teacher Qinlan finished speaking and turned to walk towards the bookshelf in the corner of the library. Shen Ming continued to browse through the remaining thunder-type martial arts. Especially the Thunderstorm Fist recommended by Qinlan. Although it seems very violent to use, it appears quite profound on paper. Although he couldn't understand what was profound about it, it just seemed very profound. After a moment, a few words appeared on the system panel. Martial art Thunderstorm Fist. Unlearned Shen Ming reacted, meaning that as long as he had seen these martial arts, they would appear on the panel, enabling currency points. It should be like that. Shen Ming picked up the remaining basic martial arts cards to browse. First, record more as for whether to be discussed later. At this time, Qinlan walked over with a martial art in hand and handed it to Shen Ming. Receiving the martial arts book, Shen Ming wiped off the dust on its surface and looked at the torn marks on the back before flipping open the pages. Moonlight Thunder Gun, A-level gun technique. Gathering the power of lightning into the gun body and absorbing the Yin energy from the world, it allows the lightning attack to unleash the corrosive Yin energy on the enemy. If used at night, its power greatly increases, comparable to that of its level martial art. After Shen Ming flipped through it, the name of the Ming Thunder Gun technique slowly appeared on the panel. Moonlight Thunder Gun Incomplete detected that the martial art is incomplete, but the host currency is insufficient to complete it. Please collect currency as soon as possible. Shen Ming's eyes lit up. Although he currently didn't have enough money, the appearance of this prompt indicated that the system could spend money to complete the martial arts, which was sufficient. I've finished looking, Teacher Qinlan. Shen Ming returned the gun technique. The panel had already recorded it, and keeping it wouldn't be of any use to him. I really can't understand why such a powerful martial art had to be torn apart. It's a great waste of such a good martial art. A hint of regret flashed in Qinlan's eyes. Alright teacher, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After Shen Ming finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the library. Aren't you going to take 2 thunder-type martial arts? Qinlan looked at Shen Ming's empty hands, her voice filled with confusion. No need, I've recorded them all. You recorded them all? Qinlan glanced at the martial arts that were at least 100 pages thick beside her, falling. Anyone who came would need 3 or 4 days to memorize this book, right? How could he have memorized it in such a short time? Absolutely impossible. Exiting the library, Shen Ming hurried to the school team's training building. Just in the library, Wang Dong had already messaged him saying he was back after selling things, and was now in the training building. Arriving at the training building, Su Yuqing had surprisingly regained some vitality, but was still tied up on the barbell and couldn't break free. Wang Dong sat at one end of the barbell holding a dumbbell to exercise, but the white headband on his head was missing. He had long been unable to stand Su Yuqing. If it weren't for Shen Ming's constant concern for her, he would have taken action against her a long time ago. Now that his boss finally had an epiphany, he certainly wanted to have some fun torturing this woman. Brother Ming, you're here. Seeing Shen Ming arrive, Wang Dong's eyes brightened as he hurriedly approached him, pulling out 2 bank cards from his pocket. Brother Ming, this card is from selling things, a total of 218,000. Shen Ming took the bank card and nodded. The system then displayed a prompt. Currency 218000. And this card is 30,000 that I saved over the years. I originally planned to buy a good weapon, but since Brother Ming has always been so good to me, I definitely can't stand by if you need money. This 30,000 is a loan to you. Pay me back whenever you have money. Shen Ming took the bank card and looked up at Wang Dong's missing headband. He heard that it was a birthday gift from his mother that she had given him before she died in the Beast Tide. It was a type of auxiliary treasure that helped clear the mind and focus attention. Sensing Shen Ming's gaze, Wang Dong touched his forehead and smiled a little awkwardly. Oh, I sold the headband as well. It's been really hot lately, so I won't wear a headband anymore. Looking at Wang Dong's silly smile and scratching his head, Shen Ming could only shake his head helplessly. Although the other party said it was a loan, he clearly didn't intend for him to pay it back. What's even more frustrating is that the borrowed money doesn't count in the system. Here, catch. Shen Ming raised his hand and threw a small box over. Wang Dong hurriedly caught it and opened it to reveal a premium Breaking Realm pill inside. This is Breaking Realm pill. Wang Dong's face showed shock. This quality, I'm afraid only that alchemist in Yunchuan can refine it right. Brother Ming, where did you get this? Wang Dong's breathing became a bit rapid. He had been stuck at the first tier 9th stage for a long time, unable to break through to the 2nd tier. He wanted to buy a Breaking Realm pill, but the ones on the market were of such poor quality that taking them would severely affect his foundation. He wanted a pill of this quality, but couldn't obtain it at all. This pill is worth around 30,000. Just consider it as you buying it from me. But this is too precious. Shen Ming immediately interrupted Wang Dong. I urgently need money. This thing can't be sold in the short term. I'm selling it to you because I see you need it. If you think you don't need it, you can sell it for money. How you handle it is up to you. Alright. Wang Dong immediately agreed. Since his big brother said so, if he didn't agree, it would be disrespectful. Leave the matter with Su Yuqing to you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Shen Ming patted Wang Dong's shoulder and turned to, don't worry. Wang Dong watched Shen Ming's back, his expression inevitably a bit downcast. Others had already told him about Shen Ming's displayed strength. By his judgment, Shen Ming's overall strength had long surpassed his. Moreover, with the assistance of a level abilities, the gap between them would only grow larger, drifting further apart. What if Brother Ming no longer needed him in the future? Would so many years of friendship just dissipate? Wang Dong looked at the Breaking Realm pill in his hand and gritted his teeth in secret. Money will come sooner or later. He must redeem his mother's headband, but for now he just wanted to accompany Brother Ming for a while longer. At the very least, he couldn't hold Brother Ming back. This Breaking Realm pill was his opportunity. Without hesitation, he put the Breaking Realm pill into his mouth and swallowed it whole. In the principal's office. Bang! Shi Yunfan slammed both hands on the table, his anger already etched across his stubbled face. Principal Yu, this Shen Ming is deliberately causing trouble. On his very first day, he injured a member of the school team. Over time, won't it be a disaster? If Shen Ming stays in the team, he will disrupt the unity among us. We definitely won't achieve any rankings in the beast hunting competition 3 days from now. Compared to Shi Yunfan's rage, Principal Yu sat leisurely at his desk, gently blowing on his teacup. So, Principal Yu replied softly. Shi Yunfan, in a state of panic, said, so Shen Ming must be expelled. If he isn't expelled, I can't proceed with my work. Either expel him or expel me. Shi Yunfan stared at Principal Yu, his tone and demeanor incredibly firm, as if he was already convinced of what decision Principal Yu would make. The office fell silent for a moment. Principal Yu took a sip of tea, his gaze at Shi Yunfan tinged with regret, but he finally responded with a light Alright. Shi Yunfan's lips curled slightly upwards. Okay, Principal, I will let Shen Ming leave the team right away. As Shi Yunfan was about to leave the office, Principal Yu called him back. What I mean is, Principal Yu hesitated, elongating his words with a tone of regret. You are expelled. Shi Yunfan's expression froze, the smile on his lips instantly vanishing. Well, what? Didn't you hear? You are expelled. Principal Yu reiterated each word carefully. Shi Yunfan's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. You want to expel me? Old you, just 3 months ago, you paid a hefty sum to bring me here, and now you say you want to expel me. Just for a newly joined, poorly behaved student. Bang! Principal Yu's eyes flared with anger as he slammed his hands on the table, glaring at Shi Yunfan. Shi Yunfan, watch your tongue. A young master like him is not someone you can insult. Young master? What young master? Shi Yunfan frowned, increasingly confused. Principal Yu took a few deep breaths to calm himself before sitting back down. What I mean is, all my students are fine seedlings, you have no right to insult them. As a coach, insulting players without distinguishing right from wrong, disrespecting leadership, and disregarding school rules and discipline, you are expelled. What school rules have I violated? Shi Yunfan wanted to argue, but Principal Yu quickly pulled out a piece of paper and wrote down a line of text, slapping it on the table. School rules, read it yourself. Latest school rule: coaches are not allowed to touch the principal's desk, otherwise they will be expelled on the spot. Seeing the text, Shi Yunfan was furious. This old man is blatantly targeting him, but why is he targeting him for no reason? Is it just because of Shen Ming? If Shen Ming had any special background, how could he possibly study in such a place with such weak abilities? If he had any backing, his strength should have long surpassed his peers. Could it be that Principal Yu found out about the conversation he had with the big brother a few days ago? It's very possible. Looking at it this way, Shen Ming is just a convenient excuse for his expulsion. Shi Yunfan's gaze grew increasingly heavy, even an unusual force emanated from him, causing the tea in the cup to ripple intensely. Alright, old you, this is your choice. Do you think I want to stay in this broken school? With this bunch of misfits, I could never win a champion. If you don't want the rankings, the school does. I sure will not accompany you. And the money for hiring me, you won't get a single penny back. With that, Shi Yunfan slammed the door and left. Principal Yu remained seated in his chair, his emotions showing no fluctuation, and took another sip of tea. I thought this Shi Yunfan could be of great use, but unexpectedly, I wonder if the young master is working hard to cultivate. Old master really is something. He insists on throwing the young master into this desolate place to hone his character. The young master truly has a tough life. On the other side, Shen Ming sat in a corner of the playground. After receiving the bank card from Wang Dong, he naturally came to upgrade his abilities immediately. He opened the system panel. Currency 2. 6 million ability: Thunderous Might, grade A, realm, 2nd level, stage 1, martial arts, Thunder Palm, not yet mastered, Thunderstorm Fist, not yet mastered, Thunder Shield, not yet mastered, Moonlight Thunder Spear, fragmented. Detected martial arts that can be completed. Would you like to complete it immediately? He was not in a hurry regarding martial arts, but shifted his focus to abilities. The currency needed to upgrade his ability to grade S is 1 million, and he currently has ample currency. Of course, he should upgrade his ability first. Ability: give me an upgrade. As soon as he finished speaking, the currency on the panel began to fluctuate wildly. Currency: 1 million, Thunderous Might, grade A, Cataclysmic Thunder Domain, grade S. Next upgrade requires 100 million currency. Remaining currency insufficient. Cannot continue to advance. Remaining currency 1. 6 million. Cataclysmic Thunder Domain. The thunder power within the body spreads outwards, forming a domain of thunder capable of using the thunder to probe information within the domain, and can control lightning to attack enemies within the domain at any time. As the realm increases, the range of the thunder domain will continue to expand. A prompt appeared, and a large amount of lightning flowed from Shen Ming's legs into the ground, forming an area filled with electricity. Looking at the size, it was enough to cover most of the playground. However, before he could fully experience it, thick clouds suddenly floated across the previously sunny sky. The dark clouds swirled in the sky, attracting many classmates to look up and watch. Whoa, why did it suddenly become overcast? The shape of those clouds is odd. Is it some kind of celestial phenomenon? No way. Celestial phenomenon. Doesn't that only occur when high-level martial artists break through to a higher realm? Could it be that the principal has broken through? It seems that awakening an ability above grade S would also cause this. It's possible that someone in our school has awakened an ability above grade S. Forget it, how could there be a grade S ability in our school? I think it must be Principal Yu who has broken through. The surrounding discussions continued, and Shen Ming remained quietly seated. Phenomenon. Interesting. Shen Ming looked up at the sky. It was his first time witnessing such a phenomenon. The phenomenon caused by a grade S ability would not cause any substantial harm and would dissipate on its own shortly. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to this phenomenon, but concentrated on his abilities. With a thought, the general layout of the playground within half the area gradually emerged in his mind. Flowers and grass, the running track, and a couple sitting in the middle of the lawn, kissing intimately. Even when eating, one should choose a proper place. Shen Ming frowned slightly. He raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Snap! A faint electric current instantly spread from beneath the couple's feet. Baby, did you eat spicy food for lunch? Why does my mouth feel so numb? Shen Ming opened his eyes, continuing to gaze at the system panel. His ability had been fully upgraded, and he now had 160,000 currency left. He now needed to choose one between realm and martial arts to upgrade. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to first elevate his realm by 3 stages, then test how much currency was needed to cultivate martial skills. The further one progressed in realms, the more currency was consumed. Martial skills are the methods to enhance one's techniques with weapons and fist techniques. Even if he later learned stronger martial skills, those he had previously mastered would still strengthen his control over weapons and his body, providing certain benefits. If the currency required for cultivating martial skills is not much, then martial skills would enhance him significantly at this stage, making it worthwhile to spend money on learning them. Increase realm points. As soon as the words were spoken, the panel began to flicker rapidly. Currency 200 realm upgraded to second stage, second layer. Currency 300 realm upgraded to second stage, third layer. Currency 400 realm upgraded to second stage, fourth layer. Remaining currency 700. A heavy sense of power surged from within, and after reaching the second stage, even a minor breakthrough would yield growth equivalent to 3 or 4 minor realms. The increase in strength made Shen Ming feel extremely comfortable, as if he had taken a powerful tonic. If he had his current strength back, then he would not have needed to use any abilities to defeat Su Yuqing. A single punch would suffice regardless of what fancy martial skills the opponent used. Clenching his fists, Shen Ming nodded in satisfaction and continued to allocate points to martial skills. Martial skills are fundamental for a martial artist. Even low-level skills once perfected would bring certain enhancements. First, let's complete this a-level martial skill. Completing Moonlight Thunder Spear. Currency 300. A level martial skill, Moonlight Thunder Spear, completed. Would you like to spend currency to cultivate? Cultivate. In the next moment, currency began to decrease. Currency 200 martial skill, Moonlight Thunder Spear, cultivated to beginner level. Currency 400 martial skill, Moonlight Thunder Spear, cultivated to minor achievement. Currency 800 martial skill, Moonlight Thunder Spear, cultivated to major achievement. Currency 1600 martial skill, Moonlight Thunder Spear, cultivated to perfection. This time-consuming 300 currency Moonlight Thunder Spear, not started Moonlight Thunder Spear perfection. Remaining currency, Shen Ming was slightly taken aback. In a level martial skill, it only cost 0 to go from not starting to perfection. The realms of martial skill cultivation are divided into beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. For an ordinary person to cultivate any martial skill to perfection would take at least 3 to 4 months. The difficulty of cultivating a-level martial skills is much greater compared to ordinary martial skills. Even a slightly talented martial artist would likely need 1 or 2 years. To achieve such rapid improvement in a short time, one would need to consume a large number of pills, receive guidance from famous masters, take medicinal baths, and get massages from martial arts schools. But such consumption would be extremely high, probably exceeding $1 million. In comparison, this small expenditure of his is but a drop in the bucket. The feeling of having a cheat is just delightful. Shen Ming casually used the remaining 100 to max out several other practical martial skills. Generally, martial artists only need to choose 1 or 2 martial skills to build a foundation before breaking through to the third stage, requiring little time and significantly enhancing their strength. Very few would choose to cultivate a-level martial skills right from the start. Although the enhancement is large, the time wasted is considerable. However, he is different. With a cheat, cultivating a level martial skill to perfection costs only 300, which is simply negligible. Similar to abilities, the currency consumed for cultivating martial skills is on a 100-fold scale. He simply learned all the martial skills applicable to footwork and body techniques, treating it as reinforcing his foundation. After allocating points to all the usable martial skills, Shen Ming finally put away the panel, picked up the spear, and as he swung, the spear tip began to shimmer with faint purple lightning, gradually enveloping the entire spear body, slicing through the air and creating a crackling sound. ZZ. Shen Ming could feel that his spear technique had progressed from a novice to a master, and even his synchronous fist techniques had received immense improvement. As he became more proficient in wielding the spear, his speed also increased, causing the surrounding air to emit a fierce buzzing. Until Shen Ming thrust the spear one last time, a purple current fanned out in front of him like a wave. Only then did he notice a chubby male classmate standing in front, holding a bag of chips. The boy sniffled, staring at the glinting spear tip, involuntarily stepping back 2 paces. Wow, who is he? His spear technique is so beautiful. He seems to be the only one who scored SSS in yesterday's assessment. Called Shen Ming. Ooh, I heard he was specially recruited into the school team. Is it possible to have such strong spear techniques just after joining the school team? I feel like the strength of those guys on the team is not even close to his. Is it just my imagination? God, if I had half his strength, my father could even grant me a family tree. Hearing the discussions around him, Shen Ming glanced around at the classmates watching before putting away the spear. He was just trying out his spear technique, but he didn't expect to attract so many onlookers. However, showing off appropriately is beneficial for mental health. It would be a lie to say he wasn't pleased. He didn't intend to hide his strength at all. There was no need for that. He was eager for more people to know about his strength. If he could get signed by some beast hunting team and receive investments of hundreds of thousands or millions, that would be even better. At that moment, a voice echoed from the school broadcast. All school team members immediately gather at the training building. I repeat, all school team members immediately gather at the team training building. Upon hearing this, Shen Ming squeezed through the crowd and quickly walked toward the training building. After learning the footwork, he felt much lighter in his movements and soon arrived at the training building. Principal Yu stood at the front of the training room, his gaze scanning the 6 assembled individuals. When his eyes fell on Shen Ming, there was a slight tremor, and he muttered to himself. Has the young master broken through to the second stage? Even when talking to himself, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Noticing the gazes of the surrounding classmates on him, Principal Yu finally came back to his senses and cleared his throat twice. Is everyone here? Report Principal Captain Shan is in closed-door training. Su Yuqing was unexpectedly injured, and Wang Dong went to take care of her. A school team member reported. Principal Yu nodded slightly. Well, since everyone is here, we'll begin. I believe you all understand the importance of the beast hunting competition. If you achieve a good ranking, not only will you gain a guaranteed spot at a prestigious martial arts university, but you will also receive a substantial prize in currency and cultivation resources. To achieve results, having a coach is crucial, but your coach sure has been dismissed for serious violations of school rules, so I have found a well-qualified teacher from within the school to be your coach. Several of them exchanged glances, their faces showing confusion. Coach Sure was doing well. How could he suddenly violate? Moreover, Coach Sure had been hired at a high cost by the school. He must have made a significant mistake to be dismissed outright. They couldn't figure it out, but since the principal had spoken, they didn't dare say anything. Shen Ming stood at the front, his heart racing. Just this morning he had felt that Coach Sure was somewhat unfriendly towards him, and by the afternoon Coach Sure had been dismissed. He was already prepared for a confrontation with this coach, but unexpectedly Coach Sure was dismissed. Was it just a coincidence? This was actually a good thing. If he had to look at that coach's stubbly face all day, it would dampen his mood. Thinking this, he gladly accepted the change of coach. Principal Yu nodded and raised his hand, pointing towards the door of the training room. Everyone followed the direction of Principal Yu's hand. A female teacher dressed in black and red sportswear, with long black hair, flowing down, walked in from outside the training room. This is the new school team coach I found for you, Qin Lan. Coach Qin. Teacher Qin Lan. Shen Ming blinked, murmuring softly to himself. This female instructor was none other than Teacher Qin Lan, whom he had encountered earlier in the library, never expecting that their new school team coach would be her. Compared to Coach Sure, she appeared far more refined, and crucially bore him no hostility whatsoever. Upon spotting Shen Ming, Qin Lan offered a gentle, courteous nod. She held a distinct fondness for this teammate they had just met that morning, young, strikingly handsome, bold in speech and action, exuding an effortless, unbound charisma. In her view, such temperament embodied precisely what a young martial cultivator ought to possess. Hello everyone, I am your new coach Qin Lan. Please call me Coach Qin. Coach Qin. They chorused in unison, voices tinged with palpable excitement. Though changing coaches before the competition was hardly ideal, having a youthful, elegant woman guide them was infinitely preferable to being instructed by a grizzled, middle-aged man with a heavy beard. After briefly introducing Coach Qin Lan to the training facility, Principal Yu turned and departed. Just before leaving, he placed a hand firmly on Shen Ming's shoulder and whispered, so quietly only the two of them could hear. By the way, I heard you've sold quite a few personal items lately. You're short on funds, aren't you? Shen Ming hesitated, uncertain what lay behind the principal's inquiry. He barely knew Principal Yu. Receiving a breakthrough pill from him during their last encounter had already been astonishing. Now this sudden question about his finances left him deeply perplexed. What exactly was unfolding? Are you short on money? Could you even give me any if I were? Not too bad. Just that recent cultivation has been rather costly, Shen Ming replied politely. Hearing this, Principal Yu withdrew his hand, nodded thoughtfully, and asked no further questions before exiting the training hall. Meanwhile, Coach Qin Lan began conversing with the team members present, carefully assessing each student's cultivation level, strengths, and specialized abilities. After all, the beast hunting competition loomed near, and she needed to devise tailored strategies for the squad. Yet when she turned to Shen Ming, she was instantly stunned. What's your cultivation realm? Second tier, fourth segment. She had never seen Shen Ming in the library before today. Their first meeting had occurred only that morning. That meant he must have joined the school team very recently. How then could he possibly have attained such an extraordinary level? To reach second tier, fourth segment without access to the team's resources implied one of three possibilities. He hailed from a prestigious clan, and his awakened ability ranked at least S-class, or he was a celestial prodigy blessed with unparalleled fortune. Take Chen Xingtong, the current team captain, backed by the Chen clan, the foremost aristocratic house in Yinchuan, and endowed with an A-class awakening. She had taken years to ascend to second tier, fourth segment. It remained unclear which category Shen Ming belonged to, but for now Chen Xingtong was the sole team member capable of matching him in combat. A youth of his age possessing such strength unequivocally marked him as a rising genius. As Coach Qin Lan mentally compared Shen Ming to Chen Xingtong, the other 5 team members stared in awestruck silence. Second tier, fourth segment. So this morning's bout with Su Yuqing wasn't even his full power. No, if he truly possessed such strength, why did he casually obliterate Su Yuqing with his ability? Was he deliberately flaunting his A-class talent before us? How utterly infuriating. Why don't we have A-class abilities? The 5 exchanged envious glances toward Shen Ming. Oh, by the way, Coach Qin, let me update my profile. My ability is an A-class. It's S-class. Shen Ming snapped his fingers. ZZZT. Instantly, torrents of lightning surged upward from the floor, engulfing the other 5 team members. What the A? Frantically channeling their energy to resist, they were nonetheless paralyzed on the spot. Muscles locked, limbs immobile, utterly incapable of counteraction. Brother, please stop shocking us. We admit our mistake. We shouldn't have envied you. If we ever glare at you again, we'll be dogs. Cross our hearts. We're drooling, bro. Please withdraw your power. Only then did Shen Ming wave his hand, dissipating the lightning. The five collapsed onto the floor, legs buckling, jaws twitching involuntarily. Coach Qin Lan's expression cycled rapidly through disbelief, awe, and quiet exhilaration. Based on the sheer scale and control he demonstrated, there could be no doubt this was unquestionably an S-class ability. Abilities below S-class simply could not manifest a localized domain, not even half a meter in radius. S-class abilities were exceedingly rare across all of Yinchuan City. Should word spread, rival schools would dispatch delegations within days, and even professors from elite martial universities might send emissaries. Shen Ming, you must deliver an outstanding performance in this competition. Ensure those venerable martial university elders take notice. Given your innate talent and potential, you may well secure a guaranteed admission offer from a top-tier institution. Coach Qin Lan's gaze shimmered with anticipation as she looked upon Shen Ming. An S-class ability. What seismic ripples might it unleash? Guaranteed university admission. Does it come with a cash prize? Shen Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. In his previous life, elite university admissions had included substantial monetary awards. Admission offers carry no stipend, but winning the competition does. Coach Qin Lan answered, her eyes flickering with mild astonishment. Why did he ask that first? Was a guaranteed place at a prestigious university truly less enticing than mere prize money? The resources granted merely by enrollment at such institutions were immense. Many things were simply irreplaceable by currency, let alone the invaluable opportunity to meet influential figures. Receiving confirmation, Shen Ming's resolve crystallized. Compete when claim the prize. As for guaranteed admission, negotiable pending remuneration. First, however, he needed to persuade Chun Xingtong to step down as team captain, thereby unlocking an additional competition bonus from the school. Truth be told, he'd already broken through 3 realms, yet she still hadn't emerged from seclusion. He was growing impatient. That same night, deep within the Chun residence, a dim, secluded cultivation chamber, a tall, high ponytailed woman, as she rose slowly, the surrounding air resonated with a low, resonant hum. Second tier, 5th segment, I've broken through. Chun Xingtong gazed at her hands, a satisfied smile blooming across her lips. With this newfound strength, she now possessed genuine confidence for the approaching beast hunting competition. Securing a ranking there would finally allow her to broach that matter with her clan elders. Time to emerge. Before she could move, a hoary, ancient voice echoed beside her ear. Xingtong, your school team harbors an S-class ability awakener. If possible, recruit him into the Qin clan. Chun Xingtong's elegant brows lifted slightly, her heart skipped a beat. S-class. Her first instinct was profound skepticism. Across all of Yinchuan City, perhaps only the Chun clan's hidden ancestral elder qualified as S-class. How could such a rarity awaken within their school? S-class cultivators are notoriously proud. If he refuses... Before she finished voicing her concern, the aged voice interjected once more. Use any means necessary, even self-sacrifice if required. Remember, spare no cost. The voice faded. Chun Xingtong's eyes trembled faintly. She bit her lower lip hard. Self-sacrifice. So it ends like this after all. Fists clenched tight, her nails pierced deep into her palms until crimson welled. Only then did she slowly release her grip. It's fine. There's still time, as long as I can bring him into the family. She paused mid-sentence. An S-class cultivator would receive preferential treatment even among the great powers of Shanjing. What leverage truly did she hold to entice him into her clan? Gazing silently at the blood still tracing faint paths along her palm, she stepped out of the cultivation chamber. Expression unreadable, resolve unshaken. The next morning, as Shen Ming arrived at school, he was about to grab some breakfast when he overheard a classmate mention that Chun Xingtong had come out from her retreat. His heart soared with joy, and without a second thought for food, he immediately headed towards the training building. Upon reaching the training building, Wang Dong was still taking care of Su Yuqing and had taken a leave of absence. The remaining 5 members of the school team were practicing individually, but he did not see Chun Xingtong. Not here. Shen Ming scratched his head. School team members were typically very diligent, arriving early for training, and hasn't this woman finished her retreat? Why isn't she at training with the school team? He was eager to challenge her and seize the position of team captain to claim that 1 million reward. At that moment, the 5 school team members noticed Shen Ming's arrival and turned to look back. Brother Shen, what are you doing here? Is it not all right for me to be here? Shen Ming found a seat nearby and sat down. Of course it is, but... The student speaking fell silent. Captain Chun Xingtong was just here and said she wanted to talk to you. She seemed a bit angry. Did you offend her, Brother Shen? Shen Ming was somewhat bewildered. By the heavens, he had only seen this woman in the photo on the school team wall. She was beautiful, but he hadn't done anything wrong. He just wanted to leverage her position as team captain to make some money. How had he managed to offend her? So where is she? Shen Ming turned to ask. It seems she went out to look for you. I don't know exactly where she went. Got it, you all continue practicing. If she returns, remember to wait. Shen Ming then found a comfortable spot to lie down. Since she had come, she would surely return to the training building. It would be easy to go looking for her blindly and end up lost. Having not slept well that morning, he decided to catch a bit more sleep. He closed his eyes and drifted off, feeling drowsy. After an unknown period, he dreamt that he was riding a roller coaster, his body swaying intensely, and he felt a wave of nausea. He opened his eyes to find a school team member shaking him by his shoulders. Brother Shen, wake up. Captain Chun has come looking for you. Shen Ming immediately pushed the person away, feeling the nausea fade, rubbed his eyes, and looked up at the woman, standing not. The woman wore a pair of white sneakers over white stockings. She had on a black short skirt and the upper half of her body was dressed in a short white shirt topped with a white sports jacket, her hair styled in a high ponytail. Compared to her photo, she appeared even more strikingly beautiful. Wait, why was she wrapping her hand with a bandage? One might mistakenly think she had harmed herself. At that moment the woman stared at him expressionlessly, her voice icy. Shen Ming, I hear you were looking for me. Coincidentally, I have something to discuss with you as well. Follow me. Saying this, Chen Xingtong turned and walked towards the rooftop of the training building. Although he did not know why she was looking for him, the rooftop was indeed a good place for a conversation, so he quickly got up and followed her. The other school team members exchanged glances, then controlled their pace to follow behind the two, hiding in the gaps of the stairwell, secretly watching them. What do you need me for? Chen Xingtong stood straight at the edge of the rooftop, leaning against the railing, looking somewhat lonely as she gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Shen Ming leaned against the railing, glancing at her profile. I want to borrow your position as team captain. Oh, please step aside. Chen Xingtong's expression remained unchanged, her hair fluttering in the wind. Why should I give you the captain's position? Because I am stronger than you. Shen Ming stated casually, then took out a piece of chocolate and began to chew. Thus he was merely stating a fact. However, when these words fell into Chen Xingtong's ears, she clenched the railing tightly, her expression darkening, as if she were filled with extreme reluctance. Thus he was merely stating a fact. However, when these words fell into Chen Xingtong's ears, she clenched the railing tightly, her expression darkening, as if she were filled with extreme reluctance. Why do you think I'm not your opponent? Just because of your strength ability. Chen Xingtong turned her head, her expression looking at Shen Ming, as if he were a lowly person who had suddenly risen to power. I started diligently practicing at the age of 12, staying up late and rising early every day, and I have never slacked off until now. Even if my family doesn't provide me with resources for cultivation, I earn money myself to buy cultivation resources. What makes you think you who awakened your strength ability by sheer luck would be stronger than me? Although Chen Xingtong's tone was calm, Shen Ming could still sense a hint of resentment in her voice. Wang Dong had told him that Chen Xingtong was generally cold towards most people and rarely spoke this much. Chen Xingtong also noticed that her emotions were off and quickly took a deep breath to adjust. Since she could remember, her family had treated her as a tool to win over other geniuses and solidify their family status because of her beauty. Even when she awakened her rare rank ability, she merely became a slightly more advanced tool. Now her family wanted to sacrifice her to win over Shen Ming, then use resources to cultivate him, after which she would be reduced to a mere toy that Shen Ming could command. Thinking of this, it was hard for her emotions not to fluctuate. Clearly her talent was not weak, she was unwilling to have her fate dictated in such a manner. All these years of hard work and cultivation were to ensure that when she encountered that so-called genius, she would have the strength to fight against them and be able to control her own destiny. She wanted to prove that her efforts were enough to keep pace with those so-called geniuses, and the Chen family did not need the help of those geniuses. Nor did she need to win over those so-called geniuses. I cannot give you the captain's position. Chen Xingtong's voice still held some agitation. Shen Ming had not expected that a casual remark would provoke such a strong reaction from Chen Xingtong. So there's nothing to discuss? Let's fight it out as strength speaks for itself. He was determined to secure the position of team captain. Whoever stood in his way would either give way or be forced to. A fight is fine, but I have a condition. Chen Xingtong stared into Shen Ming's eyes. If you can defeat me, I willingly relinquish the position of team captain, but if you lose to me, you must accept the Chen family's invitation and join the Chen family. You want to win me over? Sounds like a good deal. Shen Ming moved his wrist. But sorry, I like the power of Lu Bu, but I don't have the habit of recognizing an adoptive father. Joining another faction certainly has benefits, but various actions would be restricted. In crucial moments the faction might use him as a shield, which is even more absurd than being a laborer. Thus he did not intend to join any faction. Moreover, his father had a bit of money, once he gained strength it would be more reasonable to build a faction together with his father. If I win, give me the position of team captain. If I lose, do you really think you can win? Shen Ming clenched his right fist, a faint electric arc surging from the back of his hand, exuding a terrifying aura. Chen Xingtong wanted to say something, but seeing Shen Ming's arrogance, the words she intended to say were swallowed back, her expression becoming even more disdainful. I guarantee you will regret your arrogance in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Shen Ming shook his head. Then he raised his index finger. No need to, I don't have that much time to wait for you. At most I will knock you down in a minute. I'm going to be sick. The captain and brother Shen are about to clash. The few people peeking from the staircase couldn't help but gasp. I haven't seen the captain make a move in a long time. I wonder what level she has broken through to. I remember the captain was at the second tier 4th stage before her closed-door training combined with her A-level ability and her 2 fully mastered martial arts. She should be able to fight to a standstill against an ordinary warrior at the second tier 5th stage. If she has broken through during this closed-door training, she might be able to challenge a second tier 6th stage warrior. Last time I checked, Brother Shen was only at the second tier 4th stage. Even if he has an S-level ability backing him, he might not necessarily be a match for the captain, right? Don't talk, watch closely. The few of them huddled at the staircase and discussed quietly for a while. The conclusion they reached was that Shen Ming would most likely be beaten badly by Chen Xingtong. No way. Xiao Peng, go find Coach Xin. If Brother Shen really gets beaten up badly, our team won't even have enough players for the One slightly chubby boy nodded and hurriedly left while the remaining 4 stayed behind to watch. On the rooftop, Chen Xingtong quickly distanced herself from Shen Ming, drawing her waist knife. With a flick of her hand, a faint chill emanating from the blade. Even from a distance, Shen Ming could feel the wave of coldness. He summoned his spear, gripping it tightly, as lightning crackled from his palm to the tip of the spear. He had heard about Chen Xingtong's ability, which was Ice-type. The power of Ice-type abilities was inherently inferior to Lightning-type, and since his ability was level, while hers was only a level, he had a clear advantage in terms of abilities. Watch the blade. Chen Xingtong held her long knife to her side, swiftly closing in on Shen Ming and slashing at him. Shen Ming swung his spear to block, exchanging a few simple strikes with her. With this level of strength, your level ability is truly a waste. Chen Xingtong's voice was cold as she activated her ability, enhancing its power, while simultaneously using martial arts in an attempt to take down Shen Ming in one strike. Mystic Ice Blade Technique. The technique was unleashed, and the chill that had been swirling around the blade suddenly froze, turning into frost that covered the surface of the blade. Feeling the increase in chill from her blade, Shen Ming also activated his martial arts to meet it. Thunderstorm Fist. Thunder Shield Barrier. Lightning Breakthrough Leg. Shen Ming unleashed a series of martial arts techniques in an instant, and before Chen Xingtong's long knife could descend, the lightning surrounding him surged, illuminating the entire rooftop. What the hell? What's going on? Did Brother Shen just become a million volts? The onlookers at the staircase all raised their hands to shield their eyes. So blinding. I feel like my eyes are about to be blinded. What kind of martial arts is this? How can it make such a huge noise? It must have reached perfection, right? No, wait, look closely. The lightning generated from every part of Brother Shen's body is different. It seems like several different— No way, bro, does that mean all these martial arts have reached perfection? I practiced 2 martial arts, and I have barely reached the minor completion stage. Does that mean he's even better than the captain? See. The discussion among the few was quite loud, but the sound of the lightning surrounding Shen Ming was even louder, completely drowning out their conversation. Chen Xingtong, standing opposite, couldn't help but take a few steps back, raising her hand to shield her eyes. How is this possible? How many martial arts have you learned? Where did all this come from? Before she could finish, she suddenly remembered that the high-level martial arts in the school library were all lightning-type martial arts. Did you learn all the martial arts from the library? Chen Xingtong's tone was filled with disbelief. And they are all perfected. For a moment, Chen Xingtong didn't know. At a glance, Shen Ming had at least cultivated 5 or 6 types of martial arts, or even more, and to achieve such an effect, he must have fully mastered them all. In contrast, she had only 3 martial arts that were fully mastered, and although one of them was a level, it was still far from— If this level ability was merely due to Shen Ming's good luck, then cultivating so many martial arts to perfection could not have been achieved without hard work. Even spending money wouldn't allow martial arts to improve so quickly. It could only rely on daily practice and repeated usage. Does this mean she had misjudged Shen Ming? He wasn't a lucky person who relied on chance, but a true powerhouse who had reached this point step by step through effort and sweat. Chen Xingtong clutched the handle of her knife, her heart still unwilling. My efforts are no less than yours. Chen Xingtong gritted her teeth and charged towards Shen Ming. She absolutely cannot lose this battle. The light of the blade cut through the air, flashing across the rooftop. Shen Ming merely raised his left hand lightly, and several arcs of lightning formed a barrier around him, effortlessly blocking Chen Xingtong's strike. The power is quite average. Now it's my turn. Shen Ming's pupils reflected deep blue arcs of electricity. He swung his spear, and the Moondraw Thunder Spear was instantly activated with large amounts of deep blue lightning imbued with corrosive power wrapping around the spear tip. Shen Ming looked like a lion covered in lightning as he charged towards Chen Xingtong with his spear raised. The spear tore through the air, smashing towards Chen Xingtong's position. She attempted to dodge, but Shen Ming's footwork was extremely fast. Before she could fully evade, the spear was already half a meter from her head. Get ready to smash. With no time to react further, Chen Xingtong swiftly summoned all her strength to raise her knife above her head. Clang. The spear came crashing down heavily, the sound of metal clashing echoing throughout half the school. Many students looked up in surprise. The moment the lightning collided with the chill, a wave of air surged across the rooftop. If it weren't for the special materials used in the training building, it would likely have collapsed by now. The ceiling beneath Chen Xingtong cracked inch by inch, sinking down. A large amount of lightning poured down towards her. She tried to control the chill around her to resist, but within less than a second the lightning shattered her icy defense. She struggled to resist, sweat continuously dripping from her forehead, running down her cheek, and falling to the ground. The power of Shen Ming's strike was incredibly heavy. Even with her full strength, she could barely withstand it. However, after this exchange, she also realized that Shen Ming merely had an advantage in terms of abilities and martial arts. His realm should not be higher than hers. Moreover, while lightning-type abilities were fierce, they consumed a significant amount of stamina. If she could withstand this wave of attacks, Shen Ming's onslaught would weaken progressively, giving her a chance to wear him down. With that in mind, Chen Xingtong felt hope rekindling in her heart. She concentrated all her power on this strike against Shen Ming, and as for the surrounding lightning, she could only endure it. Shen Ming slightly raised the corner of his mouth, clearly seeing what she was thinking. He looked up at the large clock on the distant teaching building. Your idea is quite good, but unfortunately a minute is almost up. They'll finish you within a minute, just as I said. He raised his left hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Destruction Thunder Domain Maximum Power. Go! As Shen Ming uttered a word, thunder and lightning erupted around Chen Xingtong, striking every inch of her skin. A sharp pain spread throughout her body. Ugh! Chen Xingtong gritted her teeth, trying to endure, but the electric shock was too overwhelming. Within just 2 seconds, she could no longer bear it, and knelt on one knee, her pupils becoming unfocused. You have decent strength and indeed work hard. Shen Ming leaped into the air, raising his spear once more. But if effort alone sufficed, what need would there be for geniuses? Bang! The spear struck down. Chen Xingtong's calves went numb. She couldn't dodge this blow at all. After the tremendous noise, the ground beneath her feet was hit a second time, collapsing with a crack. Chen Xingtong's entire body crashed into the training building, fainting on the pile of rubble. A few onlookers nearby were completely stunned. Shen Ming actually defeated the captain. Am I seeing things? What is his true strength? He wasn't this fierce when he fought Su Yuqing yesterday. Could he have been hiding his abilities? Of course. Otherwise, who can improve so drastically in just a day? If Brother Shen has defeated Chen Xingtong, does that mean he will be our school team captain from now on? Meanwhile, Qin Lan and Xiao Pang were still on their way. Coach Qin looked quickly. There's blue light on the rooftop. Xiao Pang gasped for breath as he ran, squinting up at the rooftop. The blue light surged with numerous electric arcs entwined, occasionally releasing a hint of white cold air. They've already started fighting. Qin Lan also looked up towards the rooftop, her brow furrowed. Qin Lan was aware of Chen Xingtong's strength, 2nd tier 4th stage. After this closed-door training, she should have reached 2nd tier 5th stage and mastered 2 major martial arts, one of which was a great. In contrast, Shen Ming was only at 2nd tier 4th stage, had not learned any martial arts, and with less practical experience than Chen Xingtong, even with the support of his great ability, he couldn't possibly be her match. Has Shen Ming already been severely injured? Can our school still compete? Xiao Pang turned to Qin Lan. According to the competition rules, each school needed 5 main members and 3 substitutes. Su Yuqing was already seriously injured, and if Shen Ming were to be injured as well, the number of competitors from the school would fall short. We need to stop them quickly. You take your time, I'll go ahead. Qin Lan was equally worried. Her speed suddenly increased, transforming into a barely visible shadow, disappearing from Xiao Pang's sight. In less than a minute, Qin Lan appeared on the rooftop of the training building. Looking at the chaos and the dissipating currents around Shen Ming, her face was completely bewildered. Before she became a coach, she had been overseeing the martial arts in the library. How could she not recognize that these martial arts were all advanced lightning techniques from the library? Wasn't it only yesterday that Shen Ming went to the library to select martial arts? How could he learn them so quickly? No, he had only glanced at them. How could he possibly have mastered them? She even saw the shadow of that incomplete a grade martial art. Most importantly, judging by the power these martial arts displayed, they seemed to have all reached perfection. How could this be possible? In less than a day, at least 6 or 7 martial arts had all reached perfection, and one even relied solely on incomplete texts. A genius. An absolute genius. An unprecedented genius. While incredulous, Qin Lan's gaze swept across the rooftop. Aside from Shen Ming and a few teammates peeking from the stairway, there was no sign of Chen Xingtong. Where is Chen Xingtong? As Qin Lan asked this, a bad premonition rose in her heart. Seeing Qin Lan arrive, Shen Ming slowly withdrew the lightning enveloping him, stowing the spear back into his spatial ring and pointing downward with his index finger towards the large hole he had just created. Down there. Following the direction Shen Ming pointed, Qin Lan looked down and saw a large hole about a meter in diameter. Qin Lan's heart skipped a beat as she hurried forward and looked down. There lay Chen Xingtong, covered in dirt amidst the rubble, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, no longer the dignified and poised figure she used to be, gasping for breath in a weakened state. Quick, hurry, take her to the hospital. Qin Lan's eyelids twitched as she thought to herself. Having only been in office for 2 days, encountering such an incident meant trouble. If Chen Xingtong was severely injured, she was the young lady of the Chen family, which would lead to significant repercussions from the family. Having caused such a mess, how was she to resolve it? She couldn't just let Shen Ming go out and apologize. After all, they were both her students. Shen Ming's ability to defeat Chen Xingtong also indicated his exceptional talent, which could surely be nurtured. With both sides being equally important, Qin Lan felt a bit at a loss for what to do. No matter what, she needed to treat Chen Xingtong's injuries first. She immediately instructed several team members to carry Chen Xingtong out on a stretcher. The other 4 did not dare to hesitate, and quickly got to work. When the stretcher was carried out of the training building, many onlookers gathered around. Outside the crowd, Xiao Pang, who had just rushed back, stood on tiptoe, trying to catch a glimpse. He saw 2 teammates hastily carrying the stretcher, but from a distance he couldn't make out their faces. However, he didn't need to see clearly to know it was definitely Shen Ming. Xiao Pang sighed helplessly. Captain Chen really ended up injuring Shen Ming. And Shen Ming, why did he insist on being the school team captain? Without the capability, he shouldn't take on such a burdensome role. Now look, he's severely injured, and will probably be in the hospital for several days. Xiao Pang muttered to himself. A tall figure approached him, blocking the light in his line of sight. Xiao Pang, what are you mumbling about? Shen Ming placed a hand on Xiao Pang's shoulder. This guy's real name was Xia Wenqing, one of the few martial artists with a chubby physique, naturally prone to gaining weight. Thus others usually referred to him by his nickname Xiao Pang. Xiao Pang looked up and saw Shen Ming's face, which was slightly dusty, but still radiant. You. Xiao Pang pointed at Shen Ming, stepping back in surprise and nearly stumbling to the ground. Seeing Xiao Pang's ghostly expression, Shen Ming shook his head helplessly and leisurely walked away from the scene. Watching Shen Ming's retreating figure, Xiao Pang blinked. Wasn't he just carried away? Wait a minute, he wasn't carried away, the one who was just carried away was. You seriously injured Captain Chen? How did you do that? Xiao Pang's mouth twitched and his expression changed. He couldn't believe that Shen Ming could defeat Chen Xingtong, not even believing that Shen Ming could withstand 3 moves from her. But now the evidence lay before him. Shen Ming stood there completely intact with only a bit of dirt on his clothes and not a single wound in sight. And the one lying on the stretcher. Who else could it be but Chen Xingtong? So it was like this. After a few moves, she ended up seriously injured. What an utter failure. Chen Xingtong's strength wasn't weak. If he had used 30% less strength, he wouldn't have been able to defeat her in under a minute. But adhering to the principle of underestimating the enemy, strategically valuing them tactically, and overpowering them in battle, there was nothing wrong with saying it like that. After speaking, Shen Ming walked away from the scene. Xiao Pang stood there, his mind in a whirl. Captain Chen. An utter failure. Now he was even more curious. Who can tell him how Shen Ming managed to injure Chen Xingtong? What exactly did he just miss? The next morning, Shen Ming arrived at the training building. The roof that had leaked yesterday was repaired as good as new. One couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the high martial world. For instance, some construction-related abilities can produce quick-drying cement, and when combined with warm light abilities they can repair a large hole in a day, rendering the architectural major unemployed on the spot. Just as he admired the art created by these abilities, Coach Qin Lan walked in. Shen Ming, I need to speak with you. Shen Ming turned around and nodded at Qin Lan. Coach Qin, go ahead. Due to Chen Xingtong's serious injuries which may affect her strength, the school has decided to appoint you as the captain of the school team. While speaking, Qin Lan's expression was somewhat complex. After leaving yesterday, she had inquired about Chen Xingtong. Chen Xingtong said that the duel with Shen Ming was voluntary and agreed to hand over the captaincy to him. Of course, all of this was within Qin Lan's understanding. After all, the captaincy of the school team has always been held by the capable, and Shen Ming had the strength, so no one would dispute his position as captain. However, what she couldn't comprehend was the principal's attitude towards the matter. She had expected the principal to be furious and scold her for injuring Chen Xingtong. She was even prepared to resign. Yet to her surprise, the principal not only did not get angry after learning of the incident, but was rather excited, crushing the teapot in his hands. He exclaimed that he knew this day would come. He instructed her to ensure that Shen Ming's appointment as captain was properly implemented, assuring her that the bonus could not be lessened, and even raised the bonus from 1 million to 1,200,000. As for the Chun family's affairs, she need not worry. The principal said that there were ways to resolve it. She was completely bewildered. A principal of a martial arts college with little experience, facing a family force entrenched in Yunchuan for years. With just one word from the head of the Chun family, this school could lose all its future students. The gap between them as vast as that between a hunting dog and a mouse. She couldn't fathom how the principal would calm the Chun family's anger. However, since the principal had assured her to proceed without worry, she would just focus on her responsibilities. When the sky falls, there would be someone tall to support it. Additionally, the bonus for your captaincy will be deposited into your account within an hour. Remember to check. Coach Qin continued, as for the city beast hunting competition, let's see how Chen Xingtong recovers tomorrow. If she can't, and we don't have enough people, we'll have to forfeit. Shen Ming replied calmly, don't worry, Coach Qin. Chen Xingtong will be fine, as she will definitely recover before the competition. He had also learned about the beast hunting competition over the past couple of days. Registration closes 3 days before the competition, with 8 team members from each school, and the top 3 can receive cash prizes of 1 million, with the first place rumored to win 5 million, along with plenty of cultivation resources. This was no small sum. If Chen Xingtong was severely injured, she wouldn't be able to participate, so he had held back a bit during their last exchange. Chen Xingtong had been left motionless primarily due to the overwhelming electric current that had paralyzed her. Moreover, many medical personnel in this world possess healing abilities rather than relying on steel blades for surgery, allowing for rapid recovery. After a day's rest, she would likely be able to walk again. I hope so. Qin Lan sighed, lightly rising to call the other team members. 5 people, including the chubby one, quickly stood up straight, correcting their usual slouched posture, as if their backs were as straight as boards. The reason for this was Shen Ming's new position as captain. The training model for the school team involves the coach formulating training plans and tactics, which are then led by the captain. Previously, when Chen Xingtong was captain, she focused most of her time on her own cultivation, rarely paying attention to them. But now that the captaincy had shifted to Shen Ming, it was a completely different story. They had fully experienced Shen Ming's ruthlessness over the past couple of days. Su Yuqing and Chen Xingtong were both considered standout beauties among the girls at Yinchuan No. 1 high school. Generally, anyone who saw them wouldn't just turn into a pure love warrior, but would at least show some tenderness. It was said that the young master from the Wang family sent gifts to the school every few days to pursue Chen Xingtong, with each gift worth tens of thousands, and by now it was estimated he had already spent several million, all to pursue Chen Xingtong. But what about Shen Ming? He had crushed Su Yuqing's left leg and shattered Chen Xingtong's dreams of becoming stronger without holding back at all. Is this something a normal person would do? Perhaps he has some psychological issues, particularly enjoying crushing beautiful flowers. Moreover, the school's attitude towards Shen Ming was quite peculiar. Normally, injuring a fellow student should lead to expulsion or at least leave the student under observation, especially since it was Chen Xingtong who was injured. Even immediate expulsion wouldn't be excessive. Yet not only did Shen Ming face no punishment, but he even became the captain of their team. This clearly indicated something. All 5 of them thought this way, so until they figured out Shen Ming's attitude towards their training, they could not afford to slack off. In case Shen Ming decided to give them a hard time, who would they turn to for justice? Today's group training content is all on this sheet of paper. Shen Ming, take them and get practicing. Qin Lan handed the training plan to Shen Ming and then walked out of the training room. Once Qin Lan's figure completely disappeared, the chubby one finally spoke up in a low voice. Brother Shen, what are we practicing today? Shen Ming glanced at the training plan. Ability skill training, physical fitness training. Shen Ming scanned the group and ultimately focused on the chubby one, raising his hand to place the training plan in the chubby one's hands. Here, you all practice on your own, and I'll check your training results tonight. With that, Shen Ming turned and walked out of the training room. The chubby one, filled with apprehension, took the training plan and watched Shen Ming leave, feeling somewhat uncertain. Brother Shen, aren't you practicing? Not practicing. Shen Ming waved his hand, casually popping a piece of chocolate into his mouth as he exited the training room. Most of these training plans were aimed at newly promoted second-tier martial artists, and they wouldn't have much effect on him. Moreover, he didn't need to train to improve his realm. These trainings were excessively tiring, unnecessary hardship. He would rather see if there were any ways to make money during this time. Although his current realm was sufficient, it was only temporary. He would eventually face stronger martial artists and must prepare in advance. To make further advancements, he needed a lot of money. Ding, your account has been credited with 1.2 million yuan. Oh, the money has arrived. It truly is, as they say, talking about someone brings them right to you. Shen Ming quickly walked upstairs to his private cultivation room. Before long, he sat cross-legged in the center of the private cultivation room, chewing chocolate, while opening the system panel. Currency 1.2 million realm, second tier, fourth stage. The money is in place, so next let's allocate points. System, allocate points to my realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the numbers on the currency quickly began to jump. Currency 5.0 realm breakthrough to second tier, 5th stage. Currency 6.0 realm upgrade to second tier, 6th stage. Feeling the abilities within him strengthening and his physical fitness rapidly climbing, Shen Ming let out a long breath. Okay, he had originally been at a slight disadvantage compared to Qin Xingtong. Now he was even at a higher realm than Qin Xingtong. Previously, he was able to defeat Qin Xingtong mainly because she had given up her defense. He relied on his abilities to paralyze her, causing her to lose her mobility. To some extent, it could be considered luck. But now if they were to fight again, he was confident he could defeat Qin Xingtong in one strike, requiring no second shot, and he wouldn't even need to use his abilities. This strength should be enough for the beast hunting competition, right? It seems still not stable enough. Shen Ming stroked. The school was relatively new, so there were fewer talents and the overall strength was weaker. He heard that several other participating schools were quite strong, certainly stronger than theirs. Beep. A phone rang, followed by Wang Dong's voice on the line, interspersed with Su Yuqing's muffled sobs. Hey brother Ming, you can rest easy. I'll make sure Su Yuqing raises the 3 million credits before the beast hunting tournament. Not a single credit short. Right, I'll go pressure her right now. Then came a series of sharp rapping sounds from the other end. Stop blubbering like a spoiled brat. It's not as if you're being asked to sell anything but jewelry, weapons, and spirit pills, all of which were originally purchased for you by Brother Ming. Hurry up, no dawdling. Listening to the voice on the line, Shen Ming could almost picture Su Yuqing's tear-streaked face etched with grievance and sorrow. Yet he couldn't be bothered to care about her expression. Her arrogant demeanor just 2 days prior was seared into his memory, indelible and unforgiving. Fine, I'll wait for your call tomorrow. Shen Ming ended the call, only for Coach Qinlan's message to flash onto his screen. Coach Qin, report to the principal's office. The principal wishes to speak with you. Wants to speak with me? Shen Ming arched a brow. Was the principal summoning him for a reprimand? After all, he'd gravely injured 2 members of the school's elite team in rapid succession. News that had exploded across campus, sparking whispers in every corridor. But if the intent was chastisement, why appoint him team captain, and even award him a bonus? Was this merely the classic tactic: strike first, then offer a sweet reward? Though the strike arrived rather belatedly, and the sweet reward, a staggering 1.2 million credits, had long since vanished. Shen Ming sighed, faintly rose from his seat, and strode out of the training building toward the principal's office. Principal Yu, it's been quite some time. Inside the principal's office, a dignified man sat calmly behind the principal's desk, his gaze steady and composed as he regarded Principal Yu. Master Chun, it has been a while. Last time we met was well. Principal Yu paused, searching his memory. Actually, Master Chin chuckles softly. Your memory, Principal Yu. Last time you sought my aid was 4 years ago when we co-founded this academy. Incidentally, let me remind you. We agreed then that graduates would be given priority placement within the Chin family. That agreement still stands correct. Principal Yu poured 2 cups of tea, lifted his own, and gently blew across its surface. Of course it stands. Master Chin nodded approvingly. Excellent. I won't beat around the bush. I've heard rumors of Enshrank Esper emerging at your academy. I came specifically to discuss the matter of this young man named Shen Ming, and where his allegiance ultimately lies. Principal Yu's brows subtly furrowed, his hand froze mid-lift toward the teacup, then lowered it gently. I'm sorry, Master Chun, but students are not commodities. I will gladly recommend top talent to your family first, but their choice to accept or decline rests solely with them. Moreover, while you may court anyone else in this academy, Shen Ming is off-limits to the Qin family. His voice resonated with unshakable authority, as though sealing the decree with finality. Master Qin's expression hardened. He had helped establish the academy in Yunchuan, not only for generous compensation, but also because he believed it might nurture prodigies. Now finally one had emerged, only for Principal Yu to declare him untouchable. He refused to accept it. What precisely do you mean by that? Master Qin leaned forward, resting his forearms on the desk, fingers steepled in quiet contemplation as he fixed his gaze upon Principal Yu. Exactly as stated, the student is beyond your reach. Or rather, your family lacks the standing to lay a finger upon him. At those words, Master Qin stiffened, his face twisting momentarily into something between fury and bitter amusement, before settling into icy severity. In Yinchuan there is nothing the Chun family cannot touch. Not even a single student, let alone your entire academy. One word from me, and your doors close forever. Hearing the veiled threat, Principal, you remained utterly unruffled. He lifted his teacup, once more sipping calmly. True, the academy could close. But Shen Ming remains untouchable. Do you even know who Shen Ming is? Curiosity flickered across Master Chen's face. He genuinely wished to know who this individual was, someone even he dared not approach. He crossed his legs leisurely and spoke with quiet confidence. Oh, who is he? Before Principal, you could take a sip. He set the cup down with a soft sigh and extended his right hand, placing a crimson seal deliberately upon the desk. Master Chen barely glanced at it. After all, in Yunchuan the Chun family's influence eclipsed all others. He doubted any force could surpass theirs. But the moment his eyes registered the seal's design, he shot upright, his gaze sharpening with sudden profound intrigue. This is the commander's seal. His pupils trembled faintly. How did you obtain the commander's seal? As scion of a martial clan, few things inspired true fear in him, yet the military stood supreme among them. Martial clans wielded immense power and deep-rooted legacies, indispensable bulwarks against rampaging beasts in this age of chaos. Yet compared to the military, clans played a secondary role in beast suppression, rendering them inherently weaker in both strength and political sway. Moreover, the Chun family was merely one provincial clan in Yinchuan City, whereas the bearer of this seal commanded the entire Ning province's armed forces. With a single order, half the Chen family could be conscripted to frontline trenches, forced into brutal suicidal combat against beasts, effectively dismantling their dynasty in one stroke. The gulf between them was no greater than that between a cannon and a mosquito. Where did you acquire this seal? Could it be Shen Ming is the commander's son? Principal, you reclined calmly in his chair, expression serene. That is none of your... Master Chen's heart lurched. Though the principal offered no confirmation, the implication hung heavy in the air. Even if Shen Ming weren't the commander's son, his backing must dwarf even the commander's authority. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess the commander's seal? Realization struck like lightning. Master Chen instinctively retreated several paces, his voice trembling with suppressed awe. In that case, I shall take my leave. Hold on. Just as Master Chen turned to depart, Principal Yu's voice halted him. Master Chen's pulse spiked, fearing further confrontation, only to find the principal offering a mild reminder instead. Master Chen, the agreement stands. You may recruit any student, except Shen Ming. For instance, the elite team members, they're all exceptionally promising. Master Chen dared utter no refusal, only forced a strained smile and murmured assent. Once the door clicked shut behind him, Principal Yu exhaled deeply. The thrill of borrowing another's authority, it's intoxicating. A mere commander's seal reduced him to this state. Pity the general's seal wasn't borrowed. If it were, Master Chen might have prostrated himself on the spot. The three grand generals of Daxiao ranked second only to the supreme marshal, the highest military post beneath the marshal himself, surpassing commanders in rank and prestige. Principal Yu lifted his teacup again, just as a firm knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. He lowered the cup. Enter. Shen Ming pushed open the door and stepped inside, standing before the principal. Principal Yu, you summoned me. Seeing Shen Ming, the principal, who moments earlier had relished his theatrical authority, suddenly felt a flutter of unease. He masked it swiftly. Shen Ming, Student Shen, how are you finding life on the elite team? It's fine. Shen Ming gave a brief. What brings you to see me today? Principal Yu retrieved a contract from his drawer and placed it on the desk. You mentioned needing funds. Please sit and review it. Shen Ming seated himself, picked up the document, and scanned its contents. What is this? A 20 million credit loan application, filed under my name. In the First Warrior Hospital of Yinchuan City, on a hospital bed, Chen Xingtong slowly opened her eyes, scanning the pristine white room, before glancing at her father Chun Hao, whose stern expression was at her bedside, and quickly sat up. I'm sorry, father, for the task entrusted to me by the family. Just rest for now. Chen Hao sat on the stool beside the bed, gesturing for Chen Xingtong to lie back down. Chen Xingtong's expression froze slightly, but she obediently lay back down. Xingtong, how is your recovery? It's okay, mine is not too serious. Chen Xingtong felt a bit anxious. She had never seen her father speak to her in such a gentle tone. However, being cared for by her father suddenly warmed her heart. Chen Hao nodded, taking an apple and a small knife from the bedside table, and began to peel the apple. By the way, that fool from the Wang family came looking for you this morning. EY chased him away. You should avoid such people, but don't offend them either. As for Shen Ming, his background is not simple. We cannot touch him. It's impossible to forcibly take him away, but if he voluntarily joins our Chun family, no one would say anything, and we would gain the protection of the powerful figures. Chen Hao slightly curved his lips, handing the peeled apple to Chen Xingtong. The martial arts exam is approaching, so Xingtong, your time is running out. Your two sisters have already chosen their partners, and the family has prepared your dowry. Don't let the elders of the family down. Chen Xingtong's smile stiffened, her hand reaching for the apple suddenly paused. So in the end, the family still views her as a tool to be used for selling her body, including her father as well. Chen Xingtong's voice fell low and her hand retracted. I understand, father. Only then did Chen Hao nod in satisfaction, placing the apple on the bedside before turning to leave. Chen Xingtong gazed blankly in the direction her father had disappeared, her hands tightly clenched. From birth until now, the family had hardly given her any cultivation resources or care, including her father. Her father remembering to send her a doll on her birthday each year was a rare occurrence. Because from start to finish the family merely treated her as a tool, nothing more. But clearly her abilities were not weak. Oh, why? If possible, she would prefer to be born into an ordinary family, even if it meant being poor, even if she could not become a powerful person. At least she could feel the genuine concern of family members. Not knowing how long she had been in a daze, she got up from the hospital bed, changed out of her hospital gown into her own clothes, and glanced back at the oxidized yellowing apple on the bedside before walking out of the ward without looking back. Resignation? No, absolutely not. In this beast hunting competition, as long as she performed excellently and caught the attention of the teachers from those warrior universities, she might be able to break free from the family's control and take charge of her own life. On the other side, in the principal's office, the principal's teacup was still full, but the steam rising from it had noticeably decreased. What does it mean to take out a loan at the slightest disagreement? Shen Ming looked at the loan contract in his hand, feeling a bit uneasy. 2 million is not a small sum. After taking out the loan, he would have to pay it back. If he couldn't repay it, he would need to mortgage his current house and pay interest. When calculated, this is indeed a losing deal. The principal sighed inwardly. The old master had instructed him to help the young master within reasonable limits, but he must not privately offer benefits to the young master or reveal his identity. After all, this age is a crucial stage for mental maturity, and Shen Ming should develop a spirit of hard work, and he personally couldn't bear to see the young master suffer and wanted to take some money out of his own pocket, but all his money was managed by his wife. The only amount available now was 2 million. Since the young master said he needed money, he had no choice but to send him this money under the guise of a loan. Although 2 million is not a small amount, it should be enough to help the young master in an emergency, better than nothing. Shen Ming hesitated for a moment at the contract, but decisively signed it when he saw that the loan term was 5 years. In 5 years he might reach a certain realm, by then 2 million would be nothing. In fact, he didn't need this 2 million now. Previously Su Yuqing had already given him 3 million. The currency from the previous borrowing system hadn't increased, but he could try to see if taking out a loan would work. Alright. Shen Ming elegantly wrote his name, then handed the contract over. Principal, when will the loan arrive? The principal took the contract, treating it like a treasure while answering Shen Ming's question. Various processes will take about a week to transfer the funds to your account. He'll urge them to speed it up. Since the money was given to the young master under the pretense of a loan, it couldn't be taken out on the spot. According to the bank's procedures, it would take about a week. With the loan issue resolved, the principal continued to ask Shen Ming about the beast hunting competition. How is your preparation for the beast hunting competition going? Do you feel confident? The principal's tone was friendly, as if chatting casually with his own child. Shen Ming nodded. Not bad. Although he sounded casual, Shen Ming already felt steady in his heart. If this loan was effective, along with the 3 million Su Yuqing had to repay, a total of 5 million would be enough to break through to the 3rd level. No matter what, he had to secure a solid victory in the beast hunting competition. If he could take first place, he might also gain several million, skyrocketing his future. Thinking of this, Shen Ming couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He just didn't know exactly when this loan would be credited to his account. By the way, principal, can I ask you something? You may. Shen Ming stroked his chin. I feel like things have been a bit too smooth lately, so smooth that it seems like everything is arranged for me by others. Everything in the school seems to be very friendly towards me. The principal's index finger suddenly retracted. He couldn't directly tell Shen Ming that the old master was actually very wealthy, and that this school was built to train and protect him right. If the old master found out, he would definitely want to strip him alive. If this matter leaked out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Being smooth is a good thing, but shows that our school is very suitable for you. The principal forced a calm demeanor, smiling as he looked at Shen Ming. Alright, don't overthink it. Focus on your training to prepare for the upcoming university beast hunting competition. The principal stood up, patting Shen Ming on the shoulder. I have other matters, so I won't disturb you any longer. Although the principal's voice was calm, his steps were surprisingly quick. Turning back, Shen Ming glanced at the now cold tea in the cup, feeling a bit confused. Disturb me with what? Isn't this the principal's office? Just as Shen Ming was puzzled, his phone suddenly rang. It was a strange number. Shen Ming pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? I am Chen Xingtong. Shen Ming, I want to discuss the beast hunting competition with you. Can I treat you to a meal? Shen Ming fell silent for a moment. Is the first thing after healing to treat the opponent to a meal? This is interesting. Where? At the largest restaurant in Yunchuan, Fujiang Restaurant. They'll wait for you. In the Fujiang Restaurant Room 606, the lighting is dim. Inside the exquisite private room, a long rectangular table is covered with a white tablecloth. On one side of the table, a silver candlestick holds a white candle, casting a bright glow on the red roses, making them particularly vibrant. The table is filled with dishes and red wine, and with the dim lighting, Chen Xingtong feels somewhat uncomfortable sitting there. She glanced at the labels on the dishes. Names like wings flying together, heart-to-heart pills, and red bean soup of longing caught her eye. Chen Xingtong hadn't expected that the Fujiang restaurant was part of her family's business. When she told the hotel manager to prepare for her dinner with Shen Ming, she expected a better setup. Now that it was arranged like this, she regretted not just taking Shen Ming to a small eatery instead. She hurriedly stood up and discarded the labels next to the dishes. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the private room. Master Wang, you really can't go in. There's a valued guest inside, and there's no Miss Jin you are looking for. Get out of the way. I can find her myself. With a loud bang, the door swung open. A young man in a black suit adorned with gold and silver jewelry strode in. Miss Jin, you are indeed here. Wang Chung looked towards Chun Xingtong's position, and the anger on his face vanished instantly, as he bowed courteously. If it weren't for the crystal necklace hanging around his neck, he would resemble a true gentleman. Wang Chung, what are you doing here? Chun Xingtong frowned. Wang Chung, the son of the Wang family, was a student from the nearby Shenzhou school. Since the year before last, he had been sending her gifts almost every 3 days, making his intentions known throughout Yinchuan City. Although the Wang family was not as powerful as the Chun family, she could not afford to offend them easily. She had been thoroughly annoyed by him over the years. Wang Chung glanced around the intimate setting of the private room, and naturally closed the door, sitting down across from Chun Xingtong. Miss Chen, don't be so heartless. Look at this beautiful suit I'm wearing. I specially ordered it at great expense to meet you. Besides, Miss Chen, you have decorated the room so beautifully. Aren't you waiting for me? Wang Chung picked up a fork ready to dig into the steak in front of him. In the next moment, an intense chill spread throughout the room. The fork in Wang Cheng's hand was instantly covered with a thin layer of ice. Put it down. Chun Xingtong's voice was cold and sharp, her fists clenched tightly. Instead of retreating, Wang Chung arrogantly propped his legs up and leaned closer to Chun Xingtong. Oh, Miss Chen, are you playing hard to get with me? I'm quite fond of this game. With that, Wang Chung made a move towards Chun Xingtong. Chun Xingtong's fist tightened, conflicted about whether to confront Wang Chung. If she did, her father would never allow friction with the Wang family over her, the third daughter. Just then the door to the private room swung open again, and a tall figure walked in. Shen Ming approached the table and glanced at Chun Xingtong and Wang Chung. Did you call me here without a seat for me? Chun Xingtong displayed an apologetic expression, pointing towards Wang Chung. Shen Ming, I'm sorry. I didn't expect him to. Shen Ming shifted his gaze to Wang Chung. Find the seat is warm now, you can leave. Wang Chung snorted. Who do you think you are to interrupt my good fortune? Do you know who I am? You're asking for trouble. Before Wang Chung could finish, Shen Ming raised his hand and pressed his head down onto the table. Bang! A loud crash reverberated, causing the plates on the table to shake violently, and a deep crack appeared on the table. What does it matter who you are to me? Get out of here before you regret it. Why so much nonsense? Wang Chung gritted his teeth. Damn it. I'm the only son of the Wang family. You want to die? Wang Chung clenched his fist, his skin beginning to writhe. In less than a second, rows of thorns the length of a thumb burst forth from his skin. Class ability, Thorn Armor. Shen Ming quickly raised his hand. This ability looked quite impressive, but its power was and now you know fear, right? Wang Chung stood up, glaring fiercely at Shen Ming. It's too late. You dare to offend me today? What are you going to do? Too many thorns, let me help you tidy up. Shen Ming activated his ability into his palm, grasping one of the thorns and pulling it sharply. Crack. One thorn snapped instantly. Wang Chung let out a piercing scream. Though these thorns were his ability, they originated from his body and were no different from bones. As Shen Ming broke one thorn, he felt the pain was no different from a fracture. This ability is somewhat interesting. Too bad your level is too low. These thorns are as brittle as paper. Shen Ming discarded the thorn in his hand and was about to pull out another. Wang Cheng's muscular body trembled. You don't come over. Don't come over. As Shen Ming approached him, Wang Chung kept retreating until his back hit the corner of the wall. With no escape route, his complexion turned paler than when crying. In a moment of desperation, Wang Chung knelt down and begged for mercy. Brother, I didn't mean to take your seat. I truly had no idea it was yours. Look at how strong you are and how handsome. Just let me go this once. Ooh, I won't dare again. Shen Ming looked Wang Chung up and down. The flattery did please him a little, but he was here to negotiate and didn't want to engage in a hero saving the damsel scenario. However, since Wang Chung had taken his seat, he would not let it pass easily. I can let you go, but since you occupied my seat plus the time you wasted in the hotel's losses. However, since Wang Chung had taken his seat, he would not let it pass easily. I can let you go, but since you occupied my seat plus... Wang Chung paused a bit, unsure if he had heard correctly. What? Don't you understand what I'm saying? I understand. As Shen Ming's voice reached Wang Cheng's ears again, the latter dared not hesitate, hurriedly stripping off his suit and the necklace around his neck. With a reluctant glance back, he scrambled out of the private room. Compared to these external possessions, his life was more important. Just before leaving, Wang Cheng's body bumped into the light switch by the door, and the pink lights above suddenly brightened, accompanied by soft music. Shen Ming waved his hand, collecting the suit. It was clear that the suit was quite valuable. He had been eyeing it since entering, planning to have Wang Dong sell it later for at least several $100,000. Shen Ming turned to Chun Xingtong, who was still seated. At this moment, Chun Xingtong turned her head to cover her eyes, looking. Why are you covering your face? Chun Xingtong opened a small gap between her fingers, and seeing that Wang Cheng's half-naked body had disappeared outside the private room, she finally let out a breath. Why did you suddenly make him take off his pants? Chun Xingtong's tone was anxious, but she felt some gratitude toward Shen Ming, otherwise she wouldn't have known how to deal with the shameless Wang Chung. Shen Ming shrugged. Him short on cash lately, and his suit looked quite valuable, so I thought I could make some money. Not everyone is like you, not short on money. A luxurious private room, just for a meal. Shen Ming's sentence was cut off as he glanced around the atmosphere in the private room, his expression strange. He had been so focused on the seating that he hadn't observed the room closely. Now looking at the ambience within, combined with the pink lights above and the gentle background music. Why is this private room so strange? He turned to Chun Xingtong. You didn't book a couple suite, did you? Chun Xingtong's expression revealed a hint of shyness. No, it's all a misunderstanding. Previously, when sparring with Shen Ming, her eyes were filled with a desire for victory, completely oblivious to Shen Ming's demeanor. Now upon closer observation, she discovered that Shen Ming had a clean appearance with well-defined features that stood out sharply under the pink lighting. Moreover, after Shen Ming had effortlessly helped her out earlier, her fondness for him had increased. She now thought that this guy was quite a decent person. However, recalling her unreasonable behavior on the rooftop, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. She had even said things like, "You will regret your arrogance, and my efforts are not less than yours." I'm sorry. Thank you." Chun Xingtong closed her eyes and slightly bowed to Shen Ming as if summoning her courage. Her short white inner garment hung slightly, appearing as if it was stuffed with two oversized buns paired with the intimate atmosphere in the room, making Shen Ming unable to resist swallowing hard. "Alright, what do you need? Just tell me." Shen Ming turned towards the door, turning off the lights and music, no longer looking in Chun Xingtong's direction. Chun Xingtong was indeed beautiful and rather strong-willed, but the power behind her was significant. Getting too deeply involved with her could easily entangle him with the Chen family and lead him down a path of no return. It wasn't worth it for a woman. Chun Xingtong slowly stood up, tidied up the messy table, and invited Shen Ming to sit back. "Shen Ming, thank you for driving Wang Chung away, but Wang Chung is a vengeful person. The forces behind him are substantial, and he might come looking for trouble later." Shen Ming leisurely poured himself a small glass of red wine and took a sip. To be honest, he found it somewhat unpalatable, feeling it was not as good as orange juice. He took another bite of the foie gras on the table, and it was just average. Indeed, he still couldn't get used to the food of the well. Subsequently, he stopped touching the dishes on the table, reaching into his spatial ring to pull out a piece of chocolate and popped it into his mouth, while responding to Chun Xingtong. "It doesn't matter, we've already fought, so why dwell on it? When soldiers come, ill defend, oh, when water comes, ill block. If he's really that formidable, let him come and try to kill me." Chun Xingtong blinked her beautiful eyes, clearly not expecting Shen Ming to have this attitude. "Actually, I can have my father help you as long as you can join us." "No need," Shen Ming immediately refused. "If you invited me just to join your Chen family, then I'll leave right now." "Wait." Chun Xingtong sighed lightly. "If you don't want to join, then let's talk about the beast hunting competition's opponents." Shen Ming sat back down. His understanding of the beast hunting competition was limited to its format and the prize money. He hadn't yet had the chance to focus on the opponents, so it was just right to listen to her. "Go ahead." Chun Xingtong pulled out a file and handed it to Shen Ming. "In this competition, we only need to pay attention to two teams of opponents. The first team is from Yunchuan No 3 High School, which is where Wang Cheng's school is. Their captain is 2 small realms higher than me, but if we join forces, we should be able to defeat him. The second team is from Yunchuan No 1 High School, which has always been a favorite to win, and is the best martial arts school in Yunchuan City, with abundant resources and deep roots. I heard that this year their school has also produced an class ability user who has been secretly cultivated. Their exact strength is still unclear, and the other team members are also not far behind me in strength." "Wait a second," Shen Ming raised his hand. "Yunchuan No 1 High School, aren't we from Yunchuan No 1 High School?" Chun Xingtong paused for a moment and explained, "Actually, our school's full name is Yunchuan Shenyang No 1 High School, informally referred to as Yunchuan No 1 High School." Shen Ming's face showed a look of sudden realization. No wonder the cloud symbol on the school team emblem vaguely had a Shun character. It turns out the school's name included Shun. Shenyang, that name is really nice, at least it gives him a strong sense of belonging. Shen Ming couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The principal treated him so well, and the school shared his surname. With prize money at stake, he had every reason to give it his all. This file also has the participating members from several other schools, including their abilities, realms, and martial skills. You can take a closer look at it when you go back. Additionally, if you encounter any troubles recently, you can find me, and I will do my best to help you." When she said this, Chun Xingtong slightly lowered her head. Her strength was not as good as Shen Ming's, and although the power behind her was significant, her status within her family was not high, so it seemed her ability to help Shen Ming was limited. A wave of shame washed over her heart. "So what do you want?" Shen Ming turned his head to look at Chun Xingtong. The school would help him because of his talent, but Chun Xingtong had just been beaten into the hospital by him, so she must have some ulterior motive for helping him. "I want to win." A determined glint flashed in Chun Xingtong's eyes. "Is that all?" Chun Xingtong nodded firmly. Shen Ming pondered for a moment. "How about we make a deal? You provide the money, and it'll help you win the beast hunting competition. With a common goal, at least for now, they could become friends and make some money along the way. So, how much do you want?" Chun Xingtong weakly asked, not expecting Shen Ming to directly target her small treasury. The family didn't give her much money, and even after years of saving, her small treasury wasn't very rich, as she didn't know how much Shen Ming intended to ask for. Shen Ming held up 2 fingers. 20,000. Chun Xingtong's face showed a hint of gratitude. 20,000 was still quite easy for her. But Shen Ming shook his head. Then, 200,000. Chun Xingtong couldn't help but feel a bit pain, but she could still accept 200,000. Shen Ming shook his head again and said flatly 2 million. Upon hearing this number, Chun Xingtong froze in place. Even if she emptied her small treasury, she couldn't come up with that 2 million. Shen Ming was clearly asking for an exorbitant price. "Lower the price." Chun Xingtong bit her red lips lightly, cautiously asking, as if it was the first time in her life she was bargaining with someone. "Lower the price." Chun Xingtong bit her red lips lightly, cautiously asking, as if it was the first time in her life she was bargaining with someone. "This isn't a market, you can't just bargain like that." Shen Ming decisively refused. The main reason was that he detected from Chun Xingtong's tone that she was very eager for victory, although he didn't know why he was certain that Chun Xingtong would accept this price. Chun Xingtong blinked her eyes, occasionally clenching her fists as if she were contemplating struggling. As expected, after a moment, Shen Xingtong gritted her teeth and managed to say a fine. But I can only pay you after winning the championship. Tisk tisk tisk, if payment is made after winning I won't feel at ease. Shen Ming shook his head. You have to give some deposit or collateral of equal value, right? Upon hearing this, Shen Xingtong hesitated for a moment, then took out a book the size of a textbook thick as a dictionary from her spatial ring. This is a fragment of our Chun family's secret breathing technique, kept as collateral with you. Breathing technique. Upon hearing these 3 words, Shen Ming's ears instantly perked up. Martial artists need breathing techniques to absorb the spiritual energy from their surroundings into their bodies after breaking through to the 3rd stage, forging their qi, otherwise they cannot continue their training. Moreover, breathing techniques provide additional strength to martial artists, such as defensive capabilities to withstand immense force, vision that can see for miles, and the ability to escape with the wind. However, the number of breathing techniques in this world is quite limited. They are usually family heirlooms, secrets not passed down. Even a fragment is worth a considerable amount. Using it as collateral isn't a problem. Are you sure you want to use this for collateral? Aren't you afraid that I might learn this breathing technique? It doesn't matter. If you can learn it, it's your fortune. Shen Xingtong said this, but in her heart, she had already calculated it. This was just a fragment, wanting to rely on it to master the breathing technique was virtually impossible. Moreover, if she truly won the championship, she could get the breathing technique back in just 2 or 3 days. Expecting to learn it in such a short time was simply a pipe dream. You said it yourself. Shen Ming calmly put away the breathing technique, his heart already blooming with joy. He had a rough idea of Chun Xingtong's little scheme. If it were someone else, it would indeed be impossible to learn from a fragment in such a short time, but he was different. He had a system. As long as the money was in place, he could complete the incomplete breathing technique. It was just a matter of how much money. Alright, then, it's settled. The deal is done. It truly was a fruitful meal, and now all that was left was to wait for the beast hunting competition to begin. The day of the beast hunting competition quickly arrived in the outskirts of Yinchuan City. Qin Lan brought all the team members early in the morning, boarding a bus to the competition venue. Teacher Qin was the first to step off the bus, followed by Shen Ming. Shen Ming yawned, still somewhat unaccustomed to waking up, so to be honest, he hadn't completely shed the habit of sleeping in from his previous world, and it might be a bit difficult to change that in this lifetime. He took out his phone and glanced down. 3 million yuan has been credited to the account. This morning Wang Dong brought the limping Su Yuqing to the school and paid off the 3 million. Naturally, Wang Dong came along to participate in the competition. As for Su Yuqing, she was already in a daze. As soon as Su Yuqing returned to school, she learned that Shen Ming had defeated Chen Xingtong to become the new captain of the school team. Initially, Su Yuqing didn't believe it, but upon seeing Chen Xingtong's respectful demeanor towards Shen Ming, her expression was quite astonishing. Wang Dong mentioned that later Su Yuqing ran to the bathroom and cried secretly. When she was caught by an early rising cleaning ant, she had already fainted from crying. However, Su Yuqing's state was no longer his concern. His primary task now was to quickly find a quiet place to meditate and secure victory in the competition. He took a few steps forward and surveyed the surrounding environment. In the direction the bus came from, he could see a city area, while ahead lay an endless forest. This is the outskirts of Yinchuan City, Shen Ming muttered to himself. In this world of the Great Xia, there is an isolation zone between each province which serves as the activity range for beasts. The outskirts are adjacent to the isolation zone, but the beasts within are mostly low-tier ones. Besides the forest, they could see there was also a building resembling a gym surrounded by many fully armed soldiers on guard. Low-tier beasts cannot fully withstand the attacks of thermal weapons. Moreover, human firearms have been modified to target these beasts, specifically causing considerable damage. Thus, humans retained thermal weapons and equipped them to those with poor or no awakened abilities, forming an army to resist. This is the beast observation station of Yinchuan City, as well as our competition preparation hall. Judges, coaches, and spectators will watch your battles here. Qin Lan pointed at the gym-like building and then turned towards the forest. This forest in the outskirts is the competition venue for the beast hunting competition. The beasts inside are all low-tier ones specifically reserved by the city for your competition. Although they are students, those who can participate in the beast hunting competition are all somewhat capable warriors destined to battle beasts on the battlefield sooner or later. It's essential for them to interact with beasts earlier. This is also the significance of holding the beast hunting competition. Alright, let's go in and prepare. As she spoke, Qin Lan led Shen Ming and the others towards the observation station. At that moment, another bus stopped on the road. A team disembarked from the bus. Chen Xingtong immediately recognized their identity and leaned closer to Shen Ming, whispering, they are the team from the Yinchuan First Martial Arts High School. They have been champions in past beast hunting competitions. A few members from the Yizhong team disdainfully glanced at them. How I thought who it was. Turns out it's Shenyang Yizhong, who is just flaunting our name. One of the members from the opposing team, with a sneaky demeanor, mocked. When mentioning the words Shenyang, his tone deliberately. What do you mean by that? Wang Dong stepped forward, somewhat irritated by their words. Of course it means what it says, but is it hard to understand? The sneaky guy continued to mock. Right, all the schools are fake and you students are so weak that it's normal not to understand. You bastard. Wang Dong rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight them. His realm had just broken through, and he was in a fiery mood. How could he endure this grievance? At the critical moment, Qin Lan grabbed Wang Dong. If you attack other contestants before the competition, you will be disqualified. Let's wait until the competition starts to see. Hearing this, Wang Dong let out 2 heavy breaths and finally lowered his fists. Shen Ming also frowned. This group of guys is somewhat arrogant. Just then the last person got off the opposing bus, who was surprisingly the coach of the Yizhong team. Shi Yunfan Coach Shi. Coach Shi had just been expelled from their school 2 days ago and ran straight to Yizhong. Wang Dong and the others exchanged glances stunned. This is bad. Shen Xingtong frowned. Coach Shi knows all of our abilities, realms, and combat methods. Moreover, the overall strength of the opposing team is slightly stronger than ours, making it easy for them to formulate a plan against us. The only variable might be. Shen Xingtong shifted his gaze to Shen Ming. Don't worry, if they dare to act arrogant, it'll make them all fly during the competition. Shen Ming deliberately raised his voice. Victory is essential, but the momentum must not be weak. Ha, boasting. The sneaky guy from the opposing team snorted. Coach Shi has already shown us your data, Shen Ming, right? In the last test, you were just a first-level waste. You think you're something because of your luck with your abilities, Second Awakening. As the opposing team was speaking, Shen Ming discreetly snapped his fingers behind his back. Invisible currents crawled up under the sneaky guy's feet, causing him to twitch all over, unable to speak clearly. Seeing this, Shi Yunfan gently stomped his right foot. Spiritual energy instantly spread to the sneaky guy, neutralizing Shen Ming's current. Stop playing these little tricks. Shi Yunfan's gaze fixed on Shen Ming. Moments later, a look of shock flashed in his pupils, quickly buried beneath seriousness. Your strength has increased quite a bit. But to take our championship, you are still too naive. Shen Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Well, see the true skill on the field. Let's go, we will enter the arena first. Shen Ming took the lead, squeezing past the opposing team and heading towards the preparation area. Wang Dong and the others quickly followed. Don't worry, coach, we will definitely teach this arrogant guy a good lesson during the competition. The sneaky-eyed youth gritted his teeth secretly. As the vice-captain of the team, his words carried weight. That's right. Other teammates echoed. Only one tall and thin youth with a blank expression remained silent, quietly observing Shen Ming's direction. Liu, do you have any discoveries? Coach Shi asked as he approached the tall and thin youth. Liu lowered his eyelids, slowly shook his head, looking quite dismal. This Shen Ming is not simple. His voice was hoarse and devoid of any emotion, as if a bone was stuck in his throat. Shi Yunfan patted Liu's shoulder, comfortingly. Relax, you are the only level ability warrior from this batch in Yinchuan City, and the school has trained you for 3 years. No matter how strong he is, he won't be your opponent. You will definitely get what you want in this competition. Other teammates also spoke to comfort him. Yeah, brother, why are you afraid of him? With your current strength, you can easily crush them as soon as you make a move. That's right, there's no need for brother you to act. Just sitting in the preparation area will be enough for us to deal with them. You're over. The venue is arranged similarly to a sports arena. The central open space and the surrounding seats are filled with spectators. On one side of the high platform, several sponsors of the competition, the so-called financial backers, are discussing matters related. In the central open area, the host of the competition is conducting the opening ceremony and introducing the information of each sponsor, broadcasting it through the recording equipment overhead. The large screen in the preparation area also displays the host's appearance. All participating contestants are idly watching the screen except for Shen Ming, who sits alone in a corner. Finally, in a moment of quiet, he seizes the opportunity to allocate some points. He opens the system panel. Previously, he had 100,000 points remaining, and with the 3 million he was supposed to receive back from Su Yuqing, he has a total of 3,100,000. Realm second stage 6th layer. Breathing technique S-class Holy Fire breathing technique incomplete. Martial skills basic Thunder series set complete. Moon calling Thunder spear complete. Remaining currency 1 million. Since Chun Xingtong handed him the family heirloom breathing technique, he has been studying it diligently. After he has read through the fragments, the panel changes, adding an attribute. This is the attribute of the breathing technique. The fire breathing technique, though not the thunder breathing technique, serves a similar purpose to his thunder abilities. Both thunder and fire types are characterized by strong attack power and explosive force. To some extent, the two are complementary. However, Shen Ming does not intend to cultivate the breathing technique first. Although it provides a significant boost, it will only be useful after he becomes a third-stage martial artist. Even if he completes it now, the improvement would be minimal, so directly allocating points to his realm is the optimal choice. Allocate points to realm. Charge ahead. With a thought, the currency on the panel begins to rapidly decrease. Currency 7000 realm breakthrough to second stage 7th layer. Currency 8000 realm breakthrough to second stage 8th layer. Currency 9000 realm breakthrough to second stage 9th layer. Remaining currency 700000. In the next moment, Shen Ming feels a tremendous surge of power. A faint mournful sound emanates from deep within his bones, reminiscent of an old wooden beam cracking under pressure. As the noise grows louder, Shen Ming is struck by a wave of pain, feeling as if his body might explode from the force. Fortunately, this sensation eventually stabilizes at a critical point and does not actually explode. Shen Ming releases a breath, remaining calm. He understands the reason. Reaching second stage 9th layer is the threshold to third stage, which offers a substantial enhancement to martial artists. A transformation akin to rebirth. The faint sounds just heard are a precursor to the breakthrough. If his bones truly exploded, it would signify he had ascended to third stage, with his original bones and muscles undergoing evolution and reconstruction. In a sense, he would no longer be considered an ordinary human. He understands the reason. Reaching second stage 9th layer is the threshold to third stage. Shen Ming lightly clenches his fist, his entire arm tensing. Though he may not appear as muscular as those fitness trainers, it is unlikely anyone would want to take a hit from him. If combined with his abilities and martial skills, his combat power would reach a terrifying level, making him invincible among those below 3rd stage. Shen Ming nods with satisfaction, putting away the panel. He does not spend the remaining 700,000 currency, as reaching 3rd stage requires 1 million currency, leaving him a little short. Moreover, completing the breathing technique is of no use to him before breaking through to 3rd stage, so he decides to keep the money for now. Alright, now I announce the rules for this beast hunting competition. The host's voice rings out. Shen Ming also puts away the panel and looks up at the large screen. This time the Yunchuan City Interschool Beast Hunting Competition will adopt a scoring system. As everyone knows, beasts are categorized into 9 stages, just like martial artists. Most of the beasts in the competition area are of the 1st and 2nd stage with a few 3rd stage present, but they are rare. Contestants will earn 11 points for killing a 1st stage 1st layer beast, 12 points for killing a 1st stage 2nd layer beast, and so on, earning 19 points for killing a 1st stage 9th layer beast. For killing a 2nd stage 1st layer beast, 110 points will be awarded, 120 points for a 2nd stage 2nd layer, all the way to 190 points for a 2nd stage 9th layer beast. If any contestant encounters a 3rd stage beast and has the strength to kill it, they will earn 1,100 points. The referee's voice grows a bit excited at this number. Given that the physical qualities of beasts are far superior to those of humans, even martial artists of the same realm may not be able to defeat them, let alone these students without combat experience. Over the years, no one has been able to kill a 3rd stage beast in the Yunchuan Beast Hunting Competition, as such beasts have always been the unchallengeable bosses in the area. The competition will last for 1 day. After the competition, teams will be ranked based on the total score of those who are not severely injured. The team with the highest total score will be the champion of this event. However, during the competition, defeating others can allow you to steal their points, so everyone should be cautious. This event will be broadcasted through various channels to the public. Though there are dangers, there are also many opportunities. Young people, fight for your future, for the future of humanity. Now please have the starting players from each school's representative teams enter the arena. As the host finishes speaking, a sound of footsteps comes from outside the preparation area. Shen Ming turns to see a fully armed soldier approaching from outside the preparation area. The starting players from Yunchuan know. 1 high school, follow us. Several people from Yunchuan know. 1's team step forward, but to Shen Ming, surprisingly, you from the crowd does not move. Chun Xingtong's information on him mentions this person who awakened an S-class ability at Yunchuan No. 1 high school. Do you want to conserve your strength for a later surge? Being a substitute for the strongest in the team has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is avoiding participation in the initial wave of fierce competition, conserving stamina, and directly hunting other participants to seize points. However, the disadvantage is the lack of time to hunt beasts. The competition area is vast, and if unable to find other contestants, they will return empty-handed. This approach is akin to gambling. As Shen Ming contemplates, another soldier comes to usher them from outside the preparation area. Shen Ming and the others walk out according to the previously established team list. Shen Ming, Chun Xingtong, Wang Dong, and Xiao Peng, along with another tall, slender teammate similar in build to Wang Dong. Shen Ming leads the way behind the soldier. Under the guidance of the armed soldier, they arrive at the rooftop in front of a helicopter. In a moment, the helicopter will take you to a random area of the competition zone, and you will jump down at that time. Shen Ming and the others nod slightly, understood. Only Wang Dong looks momentarily stunned before also nodding. The soldier opens the helicopter's cabin door and stands to the side, reminding them, "Your gear is on the helicopter, make sure to wear it properly." Shen Ming and the other 4 board the helicopter, and each corresponding seat has a wristwatch. The wristwatch features a 24-hour countdown timer, allows viewing of the leaderboard, and has an intra-team communication. To prevent cheating, all communication devices were collected before entering the preparation area, including spatial rings, which cannot be brought into the competition. Therefore, after the competition begins, contestants will need to use the wristwatch to communicate with each other. The 5 of them fasten their wristwatches and buckle their seatbelts. Vroom vroom. The helicopter's rotor blades hum above, and a slight sensation of weightlessness washes over them as the aircraft slowly ascends. Several helicopters sliced through the air, finally hovering over various corners of the suburbs. On the helicopter where Shen Ming was the pilot raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up to the back seat. The soldier leaning against the cabin door understood the signal, unbuckled his seatbelt, and forcefully pulled open the hatch. Splash. You can jump now. The soldier directed 5 individuals to jump one by one. First was Chun Xingtong, followed by the chubby one. Soon it was Wang Dong's turn. Wang Dong swallowed hard, unfastened his seatbelt, and slowly stepped toward the door, glancing down quickly before stepping back. Damn, why is it so high? He turned to Shen Ming and said, "Brother Ming, I don't think I can handle this height." Seeing the beads of sweat forming on Wang Dong's forehead, Shen Ming couldn't help but cover his face with his hand. Unexpectedly, this guy who appeared fearless was actually afraid of heights. The helicopter was only about 5 stories high. Even a first-stage martial artist would not be injured jumping from such a height. Wang Dong was a second-stage martial artist. Even if he landed headfirst, he would be fine. Shen Ming patted Wang Dong on the shoulder from behind and said, "How can a man say he can't do it? Don't worry, I'll help you, I guarantee you can do it." Off. Wang Dong was slightly taken aback. "How can you help?" Before Wang Dong could finish his sentence, Shen Ming kicked him in the butt, sending him flying out of the cabin. "Oh, no. Easy peasy." Shen Ming placed his foot down, scanned the landing spots of several helicopters within sight, and then leaped from the cabin. Whoosh! Shen Ming landed on one knee on the ground, supporting himself with his right hand. Chen Xingtong and the others were already ready while Wang Dong seemed still shaken. The chubby one even found the location of a beast. He pointed to the right and said, "Brother Shen, I just saw a beast over there, let's go that way." There weren't too many beasts in this area, and spotting one right after landing was quite lucky. Killing a beast, even a first stage one, could give them an edge over everyone else. The others agreed with the chubby one and looked expectantly at Shen Ming. After all, Shen Ming was the captain, and they could only offer opinions, not make the final decision. After pondering for a moment, Shen Ming made a decision that none of them had anticipated. "No, we'll first take out the other teams." The four of them displayed puzzled expressions. "Huh? Why do we have to take out the other teams first? Shouldn't we kill the beasts to gain points first?" The four of them displayed puzzled expressions. "Huh? Why do we have to take out the other teams first? Shouldn't we kill the beasts? If other teams hid and couldn't be found, that would be the end." It was just like a looting game. Resources were limited, and it was crucial to gather them as soon as you entered. In this competition, the beasts were the resources. Killing the beasts first before considering anything else was the usual person's first reaction. But Shen Ming thought differently. As long as they eliminated most of the teams before they finished killing the beasts, all the resources in that vast area would. This approach could prevent other teams from ambushing them while hunting beasts, significantly increasing their safety during hunts. Moreover, their school had placed last in the previous two competitions. Just now in the preparation area, he sensed that all the team's attitudes toward them could only be described in two words: contempt. Therefore, they needed a special memory point to re-establish their image. Changing their approach and annihilating all opponents was a good way to do it. Shen Ming stroked his chin, increasingly feeling that this idea was excellent. If they had enough strength, they could carry this out in future competitions. Let's crush them first, then enjoy ourselves. Just like that. Resolute, Shen Ming walked towards the nearest helicopter he had just seen, presumably the landing point for Yinchuan No. Free High School. The other four exchanged glances, but since Shen Ming had made up his mind, their persuasion would probably be futile. They could only reluctantly follow in Shen Ming's footsteps. After all, he was the captain. On the other side, inside the observation station. After the contestants entered the arena, the large screen began displaying independent footage of all teams along with a big map showing their movements. Yinchuan No. 7 High School seems to be in trouble. They were attacked by a third-stage beast right after landing, with 2 fainted and 1 severely injured. Their helicopter nearly crashed, and they are now fleeing. The position of Yinchuan No. 2 High School is not far from No. 7. I wonder if they will become the next target of the third-stage beast. Let's take a look at the favorites to win Yinchuan No. 1 High School. Oh my, they're actually splitting into 3 teams to search for beasts. I never expected them to have such audacity. They truly deserve their status as favorites. The host and commentator Peng Peng continuously introduced the landing situations of various teams. The large screen also accurately switched to the team's perspective under the control of the background staff, drawing cheers from the audience. Yinchuan No. 1 High School. Go for it. My child is in Yinchuan No. 1 High School. They will definitely win the championship. No. 3 High School has good strength too. Let's go. Amid the cheers, the screen quickly cut to the figures of Shen Ming and his group. Peng Peng glanced at the data beads of sweat forming on his forehead and quickly said, "The team on screen is Yinchuan Xinyang No. 1 High School. Their rankings in the last 2 competitions were 11th and 9th. Although their rankings are not great, their courage to pursue victory has not waned despite 2 setbacks. That is already quite commendable." After speaking, Peng Peng glanced around with his peripheral vision. Seeing that the audience had no unusual reactions, he let out a sigh of relief. Xinyang High School's first competition was 11th place because there were only 11 participating teams. Their subsequent 9th place was due to 2 teams being completely eliminated by Yinchuan No. 1 High School, allowing them to. However, as the host, he could not directly say something negative about a school. Otherwise, tomorrow's news would feature headlines like, "A certain host openly disdains participating teams. Does such a person deserve to be a host?" If that happened, not only would I lose my job, but whether I could continue in the hosting field would also be in question. Fortunately, the audience had no special reactions. Peng Peng wiped his sweat and continued to look at the large screen. He soon saw a shadow flashing in front of Shen Ming's team. Oh, Xinyang High School is quite lucky. There's a beast near their starting point. If they kill this beast, they can gain a temporary lead and have an advantageous start. I wonder if they can break the records of the last 2 competitions and achieve a new high. Wait, they aren't chasing after the beast, they're heading in the opposite direction. In the arena, the team from Yinchuan No. 7 was present. Just after landing, they were attacked by a third-tier beast, forcing several members of No. 7 to flee in all directions while waiting for their substitutes to enter. Damn it, we just landed and encountered a third-tier beast. What terrible luck. The team leader Huang Ming gritted his teeth and exclaimed angrily. The remaining team member felt somewhat despondent. It's over, Captain. It looks like we will be at the bottom this time. Huang Ming also wore a reluctant expression. Being attacked by a third-tier beast immediately after landing left them with no options. It's all the helicopter pilot's fault. They nearly fed them straight into the jaws of a third-tier beast. The ranking in this competition will indeed be poor, but we shouldn't come in last. Yinchuan No. 1 has already stated that they will wipe out Xinyang No. 1 completely in the competition. So all we need to do is kill a couple of beasts and then hide. With that thought, Huang Ming instinctively adjusted his green hair and quickly led his team in a single direction. They fled in such a hurry that they had lost track of their approximate position, so they could only keep moving in one direction, hoping to reach the edge of the arena and perhaps encounter some beasts along the way. At that moment, a sudden fierce sound of fighting erupted not far away. Are there beasts? Huang Ming quickly signaled his teammates to crouch down and cautiously move towards the direction of the battle. Don't make a sound, let's sneak closer and see if we can take advantage of the situation. The two of them gradually approached, and the sounds of fighting grew louder. Until they reached the back of a large tree, they saw 5 people entangled with a purple giant scorpion that was over a person's, a second-tier beast, the demon tail scorpion. It's the team from No. 3 attacking it. Looks like there's no chance to take advantage of this. Huang Ming shook his head secretly as he saw the demon tail scorpion struggling to withstand the 5-person assault. The overall strength of Team No. 3 was only second to No. 1, and they were hardly a match for it, especially since only 2 of them were left now. Just as Huang Ming was contemplating retreating, a sound of something slicing through the air echoed from a distance. Whoosh! A spear flew in at high speed from afar, slicing through the air and plunging straight into the wounded demon tail scorpion's head. Sizzle! The sound of it piercing flesh rang out, and after struggling for a moment, the demon tail scorpion lay lifeless on the ground. Who is it? The 5 warriors from Team No. 3 all turned to look in the direction the spear had come from. They saw Shen Ming striding confidently towards the demon tail scorpion, with Chun Xingtong and 4 others following behind. It's you. Wang Cheng from the team recognized Shen Ming at a glance, the same guy who had spoiled his plans yesterday. We haven't found you yet, and you've come to our door yourself. Wang Cheng was resentful, but could not act on his anger due to the lingering pain from his injuries sustained yesterday. Confronting Shen Ming would be akin to courting death. Instead, a burly youth in front of him snorted disdainfully, his expression arrogant. A bunch of frauds from a fake school dare to steal our beasts. You must be tired of living. The youth clenched his right hand, activating his ability, causing his entire right arm to transform into diamond, and leaping towards Shen Ming to strike. Shen Ming showed no fear on his face. The power of a second-tier 9-stage fighter surged through him, and a violent thunder wrapped around his right arm as he also threw a punch. Boom! Crack! As their fists collided, a deafening sound accompanied by the crunching of bones echoed between them. The 4 remaining members of Team No. 3 displayed scornful glances. Comparing hardness to diamond, the members of the fake school are indeed amusing. Evidently, they had great confidence in their team, but the next moment a continuous sound of cracking crystal filled the air. Crack, crack, crack. The diamond encasing the right arm of the No. 3 warriors shattered like a spider web until it completely crumbled. A chilling scream echoed in everyone's ears, and the one who screamed was not Shen Ming, but the young warrior. Seeing the fear on the opponent's face as he tried to run back, Shen Ming naturally would not let him escape. You think you can act tough and then run away? What kind of reasoning is that? With a swift kick, Shen Ming knocked him to the ground, then lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the opponent's left leg. Crack! In the blink of an eye, another sound of bones fracturing echoed, and with his left leg crushed, one member of the opposing team completely lost his fighting ability. The remaining 4 members of the opposing team were now bewildered. Oh, where did this powerhouse come from? With a single punch and 2 kicks, he had taken out one of their main fighters. That was a second-tier 5-stage warrior, and his ability significantly enhanced his physical hardness with diamond. What kind of strength does this guy possess? 4 of them exchanged glances, their expressions growing serious, completely devoid of their previous disdain. Behind Shen Ming, Wang Don's pupils trembled. The scene before him shattered his expectations. For the past few days he had been busy getting Su Yuqing to gather money, without paying attention to matters at school. While he could imagine Shen Ming would become stronger, this was simply too strong. It seemed impossible for him to keep up with Ming Guest's pace. Chun Xingtong's beautiful eyes also sparkled. She never expected Shen Ming to have such strength. If that punch landed on her, even if she didn't lose directly, she would definitely be heavily injured and vomit blood. Xiao Pang and another teammate were equally astonished. Why did Shen Ming's strength always seem to increase every time they witnessed him in action? Shen Ming's gaze was sharp as he clenched his fist, the thunder in his hand transforming into arcs of electricity that scattered across the ground. This one is too weak. Next. Shen Ming's gaze was sharp as he clenched his fist, the thunder in his hand transforming into arcs of electricity that scattered across the ground. This one is too weak. If they continued fighting, they were likely to lose. As a team with overall strength only second to No. 1, they carried high expectations and could not afford to take such risks. The captain of Team No. 3 quickly stepped forward, smiling at Shen Ming. You must be Shen Ming. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are all fighters of the same age group, and we may work together in the future. There's no need to hold such a grudge. How about we each take a step back? You can have this second-tier demon tail scorpion, and I won't pursue the matter of injuring our team members. You can leave peacefully. What do you think? Shen Ming's strength was formidable. They had no need to confront him heated. If Shen Ming and Yun Xuan No. 1 ended up in a conflict, they might take advantage and seize the championship. Team No. 3 was also strong. While Shen Ming had some power, he surely wouldn't want to offend them completely. After all, having more friends opens more paths, but having more enemies might lead to various forms of death. No one wanted to make too many enemies on the path of a warrior. As long as his attitude was a bit more conciliatory, Shen Ming would agree. Humph. Shen Ming snorted lightly. That sounds nice. Just now you called us a fake school, and now you want to negotiate after realizing you might get beaten up? Fine, if you can withstand a minute in my hands, I will agree to your truce. But if you can't hold on, then get lost, and don't embarrass yourself. Having said that, without waiting for the other party to agree, Shen Ming charged forward, dragging the spear from the ground, and swung. The spear tip scraped against the gravel, making a screeching sound. The restless lightning enveloped the surrounding forest, igniting sparks in many trees. From a distance, it looked as if this area had just been struck by lightning from the sky. Arrogant. I just wanted to conserve some energy. Do you really think we are afraid? Seeing Shen Ming's arrogance, the remaining 4 warriors from Team 3 immediately activated their abilities to confront him. They are not made of clay. They won't back down at a whim. Even if Shen Ming has some strength, he may not necessarily be their match. We'll join in too. Shen Xingtong called out, then drew his waist knife and charged out with Wang Dong and the others. The battle was about to erupt, and the entire area was thrown into chaos. The sounds of clashing weapons and shouts intertwined. Though there were only 10 people in total, the various abilities crisscrossed, creating a chaotic scene. Shen Ming wielded a lightning spear, striking first at the top of Team 3's captain's head. Clang! The terrifying force instantly pressed down on the dual halberds held by the captain. Looking at Shen Ming's fierce expression, the captain's heart sank. Before the real showdown began, his momentum had already weakened by a third. Moreover, given that the opposing team's strength was inherently inferior to Shen Ming's, it wouldn't be long before they were defeated. Once Shen Ming was free to act, eliminating the remaining 3 would be as easy as chopping vegetables. The outcome of this battle was already determined. It was merely a matter of time before Team 3 fell. In the midst of the chaos, Huang Ming, hiding not far away, had his mouth agape. Ever since Shen Ming knocked out one of the opponents with a punch and a kick, he had been stunned. If he were to ask himself, that guy with diamond-encrusted arms would take a considerable effort to defeat. If he were careless, he might. Yet, Shen Ming accomplished it in less than 3 seconds. He relied solely on brute force to shatter the opponent's ability. When did Xinyang Middle School produce such a fierce character? Did the intelligence not say that Shen Ming only had the strength of a second-level stage? How could he be this strong? What a joke. The intelligence also stated that only Chen Xingtong posed a threat in this year's team. All lies. Clearly Shen Ming was their greatest threat. Huang Ming secretly resolved that when their team substitutes arrived, he would stealthily hunt a couple of alien beasts, and then hide to avoid encountering Shen Ming, lest he end up with a broken bone and spend half a month in the hospital. Compared to rankings, physical safety was more important. As Huang Ming pondered, the battle had already approached its conclusion. The result was apparent. All 5 of Shen Ming's team stood there, though some were injured. Most of the injuries were minor scratches. Even the seemingly weakest chubby guy only had a scraped arm. In contrast, all 5 members of Team 3, including the captain, were already lying on the ground. Wait, one of them hadn't fallen yet. It seemed to be Wang Cheng. Isn't he the young master of the Wang family? Why is he kneeling on the ground? On the battlefield? Brother Shen Ming, please spare me this once. After all, I'm also a member of the school team. It would be unreasonable not to fight. Otherwise, how would I dare to make a move against you? In my heart, you are more sacred and great than Jesus. It's all out of necessity, out of necessity. Wang Cheng knelt with tears streaming down his face, looking at Shen Ming with an expression of utmost sincerity, almost ready to bow 3 times. In reality, he had wanted to use the captain's strength to teach Shen Ming a lesson. He had even fantasized about the scene where Shen Ming would kneel and beg him for mercy. But who would have thought Shen Ming would be so fierce? Just moments ago, he was enthusiastically battling the tall, skinny guy with the headband, and was about to defeat him when suddenly a loud noise echoed, and the captain flew back to his feet unconscious. What he had relied on with full confidence was gone before he even finished his fight. Who could understand the change in his heart at that moment? Despair could not even begin to describe it. Out of necessity. Shen Ming shook his head. What does that have to do with me? If you attack me, I must seek some interest in return. Even if you kneel and beg me, I won't let you off. Don't, brother Shen. Shen Ming clenched his fingers tightly, completely ignoring the pleas, and punched Wang Cheng in the abdomen. Bang. After a muffled sound, Wang Cheng's eyes bulged, his upper body leaned forward, and he was sent flying until he crashed into 2 thick trees before hitting the ground. Puff. Spitting out a mouthful of old blood, Wang Cheng lay on the ground in agony, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and tried to prop himself up, but upon seeing Shen Ming still watching him, he turned his head and fainted. Thus all 5 contestants from Team 3 had collapsed. The battle was over and Shen Ming's team had completely won. Shen Ming shook his right hand, and the electricity around him faded away. Then he bent down to connect his wristwatch with Team 3's wristwatch, taking the points from them. Unfortunately, since the match had just started, the points they had acquired were not many, only around 20 plus. The recent magic-tailed scorpion, his total score, was now 164, placing him 3rd on the leaderboard. Next, they could prepare to hunt the second team. The seriously injured would be handled by the event organizers, so they didn't have to worry. There are still 9 teams left. Continue. Shen Ming's voice was calm as he picked up the spear and quickly walked in the observation room outside the arena. Witnessing Shen Ming and his team utterly dominate Team 3, the audience was filled with excitement. Team 3 was rated 2nd in overall strength. How did Shen Ming resolve them so easily? Didn't they say they were the weakest team? How could they possess such strength? Impressive. Oh my, Shen Ming's aura is so cool, so manly. I feel like I'm falling in love. What is happening? The host Peng Peng adjusted his glasses, equally incredulous. He had not expected that Shen Ming and his team's first move was not to hunt alien beasts, but to engage Team 3 in a fight. Most importantly, they actually won, and in such an overwhelming manner. It was simply unbelievable. I didn't expect the students from Shenyang Middle School could bring us such a surprise. It seems that the martial sage was right. Often those who are overlooked are the most important. I wonder if they can continue to bring us surprises. Oh, let's wait and see. For a moment, many discussions in the audience focused on Shen Ming and his team. Their team transformed from an originally unnoticed entity into the biggest dark horse of this competition. In a corner, Shi Yunfan frowned at the big screen, gripping the armrest tightly, a surge of unwilling anger rising within him. From the video, Shen Ming's displayed strength was significantly greater than what he had felt during their last meeting. But their last meeting was just this morning. It had been less than an hour. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Ever since he saw Shen Ming, he felt that everything around him had turned strange, as if everything was working against him. He turned to Li Yu, who was sitting behind him, pointing at Shen Ming's figure on the screen. Li Yu, are you confident you can take him down? Li Yu, still in meditation, slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the screen. Not a problem. Li Yu's voice revealed no emotion, almost as if he had become dull from training. By the way, coach, sure, please don't disturb me during my training. Next time it feels really uncomfortable. After saying that, Li Yu paid no mind to Shi Yunfan's reaction and closed his eyes to meditate again. Coach Shi furrowed his brow at Li Yu's apparent dissatisfaction, but did not reprimand him too harshly. Over the years, Li Yu had devoted all his energy to training, indeed lacking in social skills and communication. But that was fine. All he needed was for Li Yu to help him secure the championship in this competition. In the principal's office of Shenyang First Middle School, Principal Yu leisurely sat at his desk sipping tea. The mobile phone on the desk displayed the live broadcast of Shen Ming's competition. To be honest, Principal Yu was quite surprised that the young master had grown to such a level in such a short time. It seems that it won't be long before the young master can meet with the old master. Principal Yu couldn't help but sigh. Shen Ming's father ran a large business, and the number of competitors with vested interests as the son of the old master Shen Ming was still quite weak, and rashly exposing his identity would only invite disaster. Although they could lock Shen Ming in a room for protection, he would lose out on a complete childhood. In the end, the old master thought of a compromise. That was to let him establish a school here. On one hand, it was to protect Shen Ming, and in case Shen Ming did something extraordinary, they would have to clean up after him. Secondly, it would allow Shen Ming to have a complete and normal childhood. Once Shen Ming grew to a certain level, his identity could then be revealed to the public. Fortunately, the young master had exceptional talent and progressed rapidly in strength. At this rate of growth, it wouldn't be long before the young master attained self-defense capabilities, no longer needing their protection, and could meet with the old master. Principal Yu watched the live broadcast on his phone, taking a gentle sip of tea. But with that little brat from Wang City being beaten like this, Wang Qingshuan, that protective old man, probably won't let it go easily. Principal Yu shook his head in resignation and took out his phone to make a call. Old Lu, there's a Wang family in Yinshuan City. They might be looking to cause trouble for our young master. Send someone to give them a warning. The same afternoon at the beast hunting competition venue, Shen Ming had already taken down 8 teams one after another. In 8 battles, Shen Ming acted as if nothing was wrong, while Chen Xingtong and the others were somewhat fatigued. They not only seized all the points from these teams, but also killed several exotic beasts along the way. Currently, their points ranked second, totaling 687. This ranking was the highest point ever for their school. Absolutely incredible. Wang Dong and the others also didn't expect the efficiency of killing and seizing points to be surprisingly high. Second place in the beast hunting competition. They wouldn't have dared to think of it before the competition started. But now they achieved it. As long as they stabilized their position, they could at least secure a spot in the top 3 of this competition, and aiming for second place was not out of the question. Only Chen Xingtong looked somewhat worried. Her goal was first place, as only that would attract the attention of the old professors at the martial arts university, giving her hope to break free from her family's control. Shen Ming's goal was also the championship. He had no thoughts of stabilizing, but was eagerly looking for the next team. After some time, most of the competing teams had shifted significantly, making it possible to find other teams only by. However, aimlessly searching was not a solution. He had to think of a way. Shen Ming rubbed his chin. Since we can't find them, then let's make them come to us. He suddenly had a bright idea. Let's find an exotic beast, preferably one that's larger and louder. Chen Xingtong and the others were somewhat bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be looking for people? Why suddenly look for exotic beasts? However, they had to follow Shen Ming's orders. Although the number of exotic beasts remaining was small, it was much easier to find than looking for other teams. Soon they found a blood-haired lion, an exotic beast taller than a person. Roar! The blood-haired lion, with its full red fur, roared at them. Shen Ming nodded in satisfaction. The sound is quite loud, it's you. Capture it alive. The 5 of them immediately sprang into action. Under Shen Ming's lead, they swiftly broke 3 of the blood-haired lion's legs. With only 1 leg left, the blood-haired lion could not escape, and could only lie on the ground, wailing, its face full of anger as it awaited death. However, Shen Ming did not continue to attack. Instead, he bound it with ropes between 5 large trees. Shen Ming stood on the back of the blood-haired lion, electricity coursing through him into the lion's body. The electric shock made the blood-haired lion continuously roar loudly, its cries echoing across a wide area. Shen Ming nodded in satisfaction. This way, as long as someone hears the blood-haired lion screams, they will come to hunt it down then. There was no need to say more, if everyone understood. They would lie in wait for their prey. Chen Xingtong and the others were slightly taken aback, their fear of Shen Ming deepening. How did Shen Ming come up with such a cruel method? Is he a devil? Shen Ming didn't think so. Exotic beasts actively harm humans, bringing nothing but harm with no benefit. It's like the mosquitoes buzzing by your ear before you sleep in summer. He would love to put all those damn mosquitoes in a sealed water bottle to suffocate them, relieving his resentment. And these exotic beasts were 100 times more wicked than mosquitoes. They not only eat humans, but some semi-intelligent exotic beasts even treat humans as toys. There are often news reports of exotic beasts defeating warriors, eating their legs, and then dragging them to their lairs for entertainment. As warriors, their duty was to slay these exotic beasts. Showing mercy to them was a dereliction of duty for all humanity. For the time that followed, the five of them lay in ambush, quietly waiting. Before long, a rustling sound came from the grass in the distance. Are they coming? The five of them looked up towards the direction. Just as the five tightened their grips on their weapons and focused intently, a black cat, with its fur standing on end, emerged from the nearby bushes. Damn, it turned out to be just a cat. Wang Dong couldn't help but complain. The four of them relaxed. Only Shen Ming, raising his spear, leaped up from the back of the blood-haired lion and pierced the black cat's body with one strike. What are you looking at? This is also an exotic beast. Oh, why aren't you making a move? Points 12. Shen Ming pulled out his spear and glanced at the score increase on his wristwatch. This was a first-stage second-grade exotic beast, which could also be considered an exotic beast cub. Killing the exotic beast in its cradle is also a traditional virtue of warriors. The other four were momentarily stunned, their eyes deceived by the black cat's somewhat cute appearance. If Shen Ming had been a moment later, that black cat would have pounced and attacked them. In this aspect, Shen Ming's alertness was indeed much higher than theirs, and his strikes were also fiercer. Brother Ming, we've been waiting a long time. Will someone really come? Wang Dong scratched his head and asked. In fact, Shen Ming was also unsure if someone would come, but it was much better than searching everywhere. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a series of dense footsteps coming from not far away. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. They're here. This time they truly were coming. Shen Ming stood in place with his spear slightly turning to look towards the direction of the footsteps. With such dense footsteps, there are quite a few people coming. Moments later, around 20 figures emerged from the bushes across the way. Among them, Shen Ming had a vague impression of most, as they were mostly substitute players from various schools. In addition, he spotted the shifty-eyed guy from Yunchuan No. One high school along with 4 other teammates from the same school. Shen Ming felt no goodwill towards these individuals, and had long wanted to teach them a lesson but had not had the chance until now. Now he finally encountered them, but he did not expect such a large group to come, and their expressions were unfriendly. It seemed they were all. The opposing team of over 20 people quickly surrounded them, blocking every possible escape route for Shen Ming and his companions, their demeanor fierce and unyielding. Chun Xingtong's beautiful eyes were serious as she gripped her sword, sheathed tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Wang Dong and the others were equally vigilant, each grasping their weapons, poised to confront multiple opponents. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of the four. This is bad. Oh, we attracted so many enemies. No one expected to draw such a crowd, and they were all from different teams. Forming an illegal team is too much. They had indeed made quite a few enemies during this match. They had fought too many battles today, and being surrounded by so many, even if most were substitutes, the situation was far from good. Outside the crowd, the shifty-eyed youth approached, leisurely, a smug look on his face as he addressed Shen Ming. Shen Ming, did you expect this? Your actions today have drawn the wrath of many, and none of you will escape this time. Including the 3 substitutes who haven't even made a move, we will take them down completely. The surrounding 20 or so competitors seemed to agree with his words, taking a couple of steps forward to tighten the encirclement. The distance between the two sides was merely 3 or 4 meters, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. The opposing team awaited the command of the shifty-eyed youth, while he waited for Shen Ming's reaction. He certainly would not miss the opportunity to taunt his opponent. What now, captain of the counterfeit school? If you kneel and bow to me 3 times, I might consider letting one of you go, so you won't be completely eliminated. Shen Ming's voice was cold. A mouse making so much noise is truly annoying. A mere ant is still an ant, no matter how many come, it changes nothing. Don't you understand such a simple principle? In an instant, Shen Ming unleashed his powers, and his entire body, including the spear, was enveloped in lightning. The 20 or so people around him felt a powerful current surge into their bodies, causing several weaker individuals to convulse and collapse on the spot. While the situation did not immediately turn in their favor, it certainly raised their chances in battle. What? Before the shifty-eyed youth could finish his surprised exclamation, Shen Ming swung his spear and struck. The lightning illuminated a vast area of the forest as the spear, charged with electricity, struck down fiercely, unleashing a barrage of skills, all maximized and concentrated on the spear. Boom. The strike knocked the opponent to the ground, breaking his left leg, and he fainted before he could even let out a scream. This shifty-eyed guy was the vice-captain of Yunchuan No. One high school at the second-tier 7th stage, the strongest among those present, and the temporary backbone of these individuals. No one expected Shen Ming to take him down with just one strike. The previously aggressive crowd lost all fighting spirit in an instant. What the hell? How did he get taken down so quickly? This is absurd. Yeah, we only came here to surround Shen Ming because of his suggestion, and he gets taken down immediately. Should we even continue fighting? What fighting? Run, hurry up, and run. If we don't, it will be too late. Everyone dispersed in a panic like a herd of wild animals fleeing. Chase! Shen Ming's voice boomed, and he focused all his attention on his footwork, rapidly charging toward the strongest. Chen Xingtong and the others also sought their targets to pursue. As both sides began the chase, a few figures lay hidden not far away in the bushes. It was none other than Huang Ming, who had witnessed Shen Ming utterly dominate Team No. 3 earlier along with his 4 teammates. Huang Ming had been leading his teammates in search of exotic beasts when he heard the roar of a blood-haired lion nearby. Though the roar seemed somewhat off, they still approached with the mindset of merely observing without getting involved. When they arrived, they were left dumbfounded. Shen Ming and his group were actually being besieged by so many people, it was simply outrageous. If they were the ones being attacked, their first thought would definitely be to escape. He was still pondering how Shen Ming and his team would escape when he saw Shen Ming swing his spear toward the shifty-eyed youth. The strike nearly took him out. This is ridiculous. He now doubted whether Shen Ming even knew how to be afraid. As the scene descended into chaos, Shen Ming and his companions continued to chase after the fleeing crowd. Huang Ming's heart tightened and his back was drenched in sweat. Let's go quickly. Huang Ming hurriedly urged his 4 teammates to slip away. The 5 of them cautiously stood up just about to retreat when they heard a loud shout from behind. Those 5 better not think about escaping. Wang Dong shouted loudly, pursuing them in their direction. Damn it, run. Run. Huang Ming took the lead in sprinting away. The 5 of them were not incapable of defeating Wang Dong, but they were still shaken by Shen Ming's actions now, like startled birds, and Wang Dong's shout was clearly the bowstring. They had no thought of counterattacking. Besides, even if they managed to defeat Wang Dong, there was still the monster Shen Ming to contend with. What were they thinking? What the heck? We haven't even done anything, so why are we being chased? I should have known better than to get involved in this mess. It's a nightmare. Stop talking and run. How can that bamboo pole run so fast? Old 5, your ability is to temporarily conceal your presence, right? Use it now quickly. If we take any longer, it will be too late. As Huang Ming and his group joined the fleeing crowd, the scene grew even more chaotic. Why does it feel like there are more of them now? While chasing her target, Shen Xingtong muttered to herself. Who cares? Just take them all down, leave none behind. With a firm grip on his spear, Shen Ming rushed past Shen Xingtong, thrusting it into the right shoulder of a fleeing opponent, piercing through the bone, before sprinting toward the next target. With the enhancement of the perfected footwork and his own powers disrupting the opponents, even as they scattered in flight, almost none could escape. As the sun set and the moonlight enveloped the entire forest, the 5 finally managed to hunt down all the remaining targets. They also drained all the points from the wristbands of those individuals before regrouping. So did you take them all down? Yeah. Don't worry, brother Shen, it's all handled. Everyone nodded, but Wang Dong alone wore a gloomy expression. The 5 I chased had abilities to conceal their presence. Oh, I only caught 3, 2 got away. Shen Ming patted Wang Dong. It's fine, but sufficient. Now the teams in the entire competition, including substitutes, had basically been cleared out. Only the 2 who had just escaped, and the 3 substitutes from Yinchuan No. 1 high school remained. Their points ranking had risen to first place. First place, Yinchuan Xinyang First High School 1210 points. Second place, Yinchuan No. 7 high school 69 points. Third place, Yinchuan No. 1 high school 0 points. The score was drastically ahead. Unless something unexpected happened, the championship should be secured. The only variable was the captain of No. 1 high school, Liu. He should be on his way. Inside the observation station, many spectators stood up, sweat dripping from their faces as they shouted loudly. My goodness, Shen Ming has eliminated almost all the participants. It's simply unbelievable. Peng Peng's voice trembled, beads of sweat already dripping onto the microphone in his hand. In his many years of hosting the Yunchuan City beast hunting competition, he had never witnessed something so outrageous. With the strength of a single team, they had pierced through nearly all the other teams, and not even a single substitute had appeared on their side. Such a situation is unheard of even in beast hunting competitions from other cities. At this point in the competition, it should be able to end prematurely without any surprises. However, Peng Peng instinctively looked up towards the preparation area. He heard that this class ability genius from Yunchuan No. 1 high school chose to be a substitute at the end. He wondered who among them was stronger. But Peng Peng estimated that Li Yu was likely stronger. He had an insider friend at Yunchuan No. 1 who told him that Li Yu had just gone into seclusion before the competition, and if all went well he should have broken through to the 3rd tier by now. From the strength Shen Ming displayed today, while he was indeed strong, he had not yet broken through to the 3rd tier. The 3rd tier is a significant threshold for martial artists. In the preparation area, Shi Yunfan's face twisted in anger as he clenched his fists and slammed them onto the nearby table, shattering it into pieces. However, he never expected Shen Ming to improve so rapidly. In less than 4 days he had grown from a newly promoted 2nd tier to this level. However, he never expected Shen Ming to improve so rapidly. In less than 4 days he had grown from a newly promoted 2nd tier to this level, something ordinary people simply could not achieve. After being a coach for so many years, he had misjudged him. If Shen Ming took the championship from him today, it would be a great humiliation for his career. Li Yu, it's your turn to take action. Shi Yunfan's gaze fell on Li Yu. I've prepared what you need. Git will help you locate their position. Li Yu was his student for 3 years. Although he had been poached by Shenyang High School for a few months at a high price, he had still been secretly monitoring Li Yu's training. Later, when the principal expelled him, it was just as he wished. He not only got his money, but could also return to Yunchuan No. 1 high school as a coach. Li Yu would be his last trump card in this competition. He did not believe there would be anyone stronger than Li Yu in Yunchuan City. Even Shen Ming could not be. Li Yu's expression was dim as he walked out of the preparation area, with an emotionless demeanor, following the soldiers onto the plane. The remaining 2 substitute team members followed him. On the battlefield, night fell, the moonlight enveloping the entire forest mixed with the low growls of exotic beasts. Shen Ming and his group found a safe area and sat together. It's so dark, why don't we start a fire? Xiao Pang leaned against the tree, shivering. Wang Dongpeng punched him on the head. Are you crazy? What if a 3rd-tier exotic beast is attracted to the fire? Will you fight it? Xiao Pang held his head in pain. Ouch, my head. While the others were joking and chatting, Shen Ming sat alone on a branch, leaning against the trunk, eating chocolate. Since his space ring had been taken away, the chocolate in his pocket was limited. This was the last piece, and he could only break it into. Fortunately, their score was firmly in 1st place. As long as they quietly waited until tomorrow morning, they could secure the championship and leave the competition zone. He looked up at the full moon in the sky. The moon is bright, and the stars are sparse. Too bad there are no magpies flying south. Shen Ming sighed helplessly. In this dangerous world, without strength one could die at any moment. In this world, if one truly saw a large flying bird, it would probably be a deadly exotic beast rather than a friendly animal. At that moment Chen Xingtong looked up at Shen Ming's position, stood up, and jumped twice to land on the branch next to him. What's wrong? Are you worried? Chen Xingtong blinked her beautiful eyes at Shen Ming's profile. Under the moonlight his face appeared exceptionally handsome, tinged with a hint of melancholy. To summarize in one word, melancholic male god. Before Shen Ming could respond, a faint blush appeared on Chen Xingtong. Fortunately the moonlight was not too bright, and Shen Ming did not notice the blush on her face. He casually said, it's nothing, just that I'm running out of chocolate. Just this. Chen Xingtong lowered her gaze to the small piece of chocolate in Shen Ming's hand. Why do you love chocolate so much, especially this kind of cheap stuff? You should have plenty of money. There are indeed expensive chocolates, but the one in Shen Ming's hand was clearly a cheap one made with. Shen Ming had money, why didn't he eat something better? Hearing this question, Shen Ming paused for a moment. Maybe because. It's sweet, Shen Ming replied with what seemed like a perfunctory answer. Chen Xingtong fell silent, quietly watching Shen Ming's face, appearing very obedient. The group quietly stayed there, feeling the night breeze as they waited for the competition to end. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Pang and Wang Dong fell asleep back to back, while Chen Xingtong and another team member kept watch. Surrounded by silence, even the sound of a leaf falling from a tree could be heard. At that moment a series of crashing trees broke the tranquility of the area. Boom boom boom. Wang Dong and Xiao Pang, still asleep, instantly woke up. What's happening? Is a third-tier exotic beast coming over? See. Chen Xingtong and another team member also placed their hands on their weapons, vigilantly looking around. Shen Ming leaped to the top of a large tree, looking towards the source of the sound. Standing on the tree, he had a wide view, and quickly spotted the source of the noise. He saw 3 figures rapidly approaching, heading straight towards them. Trees along the way were continuously flung away with the sound coming from these uprooted trees. Shen Ming frowned slightly. Although it was dark and he couldn't see the faces of the figures, he realized that there were not many people left in the competition area. He quickly deduced who they were. Li Yu, that seemingly half-dead guy from Yinchuan No. 1 high school. However, he had heard that Li Yu was very powerful. With this thought, a glimmer of battle intent flashed in Shen Ming's eyes. Li Yu, that seemingly half-dead guy from Yinchuan No. 1 high school. However, he had heard that Li Yu was very powerful. With this thought, a glimmer of. As for winning or losing, he was completely unconcerned. The loan had already been deposited, and if he couldn't win, he would just level up. He wanted to see what true genius looked like. However, one thing Shen Ming could not understand was how the opponents had so accurately located their position. They were currently at the edge of the competition area, arguably in the most secluded spot. How did Li Yu come straight towards them as soon as he entered the arena? It was as if he had X-ray vision. It was completely abnormal, as if they were not even trying to conceal themselves. Or was it that one of the 3 had an ability to track them? However, he could not dwell on this. He picked up his spear and leaped forward, landing in front of everyone. Get ready. Engage. In the nearby woods, Huang Ming, covered in dirt and grime, leaned against a large tree, panting alongside the last remaining team member. We're going to die, Captain. Don't run anymore. Even if they catch up, I won't run. The 2 sat down like a pile of mush, leaning against the tree. After the sun had set, although Wang Dong's figure was no longer visible, they continued to run in the forest just to be safe. Although they didn't know where they were, Huang Ming felt that having run this far, they should be far from Shen Ming and the others. Just as they were about to take a short break, a sudden sound of falling trees came from beside them. The large tree beside them was uprooted and thrown away. Before they could figure out what was happening, they saw Li Yu rushing past. They crouched behind the tree, trembling, not daring to breathe too loudly. In their hearts they were praying to Buddha God Jesus. Desperately. Given their current performance, they were confident about being in the top 3 of the beast hunting competition. They weren't greedy for first place, just making it to the top 3 was already a huge blessing. So now they just wanted to survive until the end of the competition. Are they just passing through here? Huang Ming muttered to himself. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Shen Ming and his 5 companions confronting Li Yu under a nearby tree. Damn it, how is it him again? Huang Ming had a look of shock on his face. Why, after running so far, were they encountering Shen Ming and these kill-hungry figures? Compared to Li Yu, their fear of Shen Ming was evidently greater. Quick, conceal your presence and retreat. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Huang Ming urgently whispered to his team. I can't go on, Captain. Even if you beat me, I won't run anymore. I really will collapse if I keep running if we get eliminated. So, seeing his team member still leaning against the tree like a chicken with its bones removed, Huang Ming sighed, rubbed his already weak legs, and sat down. Then let's watch the fight. Captain, who do you think will win? Li Yu seems very strong, but I guess Shen Ming will win. The 2 lay on the ground using the surrounding grass for cover, gazing towards Shen Ming's direction. Huang Ming's green hair blended with the grass, making it almost impossible to see anyone was here. In their line of sight, Li Yu raised his hand and large stones floated from the ground to his side, hovering in midair and forming steps with the largest stone at the top. Li Yu walked up the steps slowly, and with each step, he took a stone fell back to the ground. Until Li Yu stood atop the highest stone looking down at Shen Ming. Under the night sky, Shen Ming stood with his gun. Opposite him, Li Yu stood on the floating stones, hands behind his back, confronting Shen Ming. Their battle would determine the outcome of the competition and was destined to be the final fight of this match. Both sides prepared for battle, and it was clear Shen Ming's side had the numerical advantage. However, Chen Xingtong and the others appeared somewhat nervous, as Li Yu merely standing there exerted great pressure on them. Shouldn't we run? The championship is already secured, there's no need to fight him. Xiao Pang turned to Wang Dong. Wang Dong glared at Xiao Pang. What do you mean run? Minggu told us to go, so we must go. Do you know how important this battle is? Our school has been looked down upon by Yinchuan No. One high school since its establishment. It's not easy this year with Minggu leading us. This is our best chance to defeat Yinchuan No. One high school, so we must give it our all. After speaking, Wang Dong looked toward Shen Ming, waiting for him to give the order, and he would rush forward. Shen Ming, I saw your strength during the last battle. I don't have 100% chance of winning against you, so I don't want to fight. Just hand over the points, and I'll leave now. Li Yu spoke expressionlessly, his tone betraying no emotions, yet his words conveyed his thoughts clearly. Without waiting for Shen Ming's response, Xiao Pang scoffed, and whispered to Wang Dong, is he out of his mind? Coming up and praising his opponent, I've never seen anything like it before. Who would listen to that? After hearing it, they'd just hand over the points. He definitely needs to fight a match. Look at those two on their team. Their faces have turned green. Everyone present felt something was off. The fear and pressure they had felt from Li Yu vanished instantaneously. Even Li Yu's two teammates looked somewhat grim. Saying such things before a battle is like shaking the morale in ancient times, or in modern terms boosting someone else's confidence while diminishing your own. It's just plain foolishness. Xiao Pang's remarks reached Li Yu's ears, and for the first time, there was a slight change in his expressionless face. Clearly he possessed great strength. He was the most talented martial artist of this year's Yinchuan. Why did he feel no respect from these people, but rather ridicule? Coach sure had told him that as long as he trained hard, everyone would recognize him no matter what he said or did. Thus he secluded himself at school for 3 years, rarely going out, even having others bring him meals, all to earn the respect. But why were these people mocking him now? Was it because of what he just said? Shen Ming, don't think I'm afraid of you. I'm a third-year martial artist. Oh, I just don't want to fight you. Li Yu tried to salvage his image, but the more he spoke, the stranger the looks he received from others, leaving him ultimately able to muster only 5 words. I dislike you all. His two teammates could no longer hold back and interrupted Captain. Captain, it's better not to waste words with them. Oh, let's just attack. Li Yu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Fine, let's fight. With that, Li Yu waved his hand, and his supernatural ability activated. Class ability, object manipulation. In an instant, a large number of stones in the surrounding area flew up, shooting towards Shen Ming and the others like a barrage of bullets. Whoosh. Faced with the onslaught of stones, Shen Ming's eyes burned with battle intent, showing no fear. Control objects, huh? Interesting. Shen Ming lightly clenched his right fist. Lightning shield activate. At the moment the stones flew towards him, a dense net of lightning formed around Shen Ming, shattering those stones. However, Chen Xingtong and the others lacked defensive martial skills, relying solely on their own strength to withstand the against Li Yu's casual strike. Besides Shen Ming and Chen Xingtong, the other 3, including Wang Dong, were unable to withstand it and were sent flying. Seeing this, Shen Ming drew his long gun, activated his supernatural martial skill, and charged towards Li Yu, attempting to settle the match in one blow. If you can't communicate clearly, maybe you should go back to your mother's womb and study a bit more. Whoosh, the gun's light flashed. Unexpectedly, as Li Yu waved his hand, the surrounding dirt, stones, and trees floated to his front, forming a protective barrier. Shen Ming pierced through a tree, but there was still a stone ahead. The stone shattered, and there were bricks. He didn't know how many things he pierced through, but until the power of his gun tip was exhausted, he still couldn't break through Li Yu's defenses. He stepped back a few paces, returning to the ground. Seeing this scene, Chen Xingtong and the others showed signs of anxiety on their faces. If Shen Ming couldn't break through the opponent's defenses, they certainly had no chance. You can't even touch me. What will you use to fight against me? Li Yu looked down at Shen Ming from his high position. Shen Ming brushed off the dust from his arm, then looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky, speaking calmly, your shell is indeed. However, it's nighttime now. Shen Ming turned his gaze back to Li Yu, slightly twisting the long gun in his hand. The blue lightning that had covered the entire gun body began to dim. A terrifying aura emanated from the gun tip, causing the 2 substitute team members to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, even while just standing there. A class martial skill, Moonlight Thunder Gun. Come, let's see how the shot fares. Shen Ming exerted force beneath his feet, leaping up, and the long gun sparked with electric light, like a crescent moon flashing in midair. Just like before, Li Yu controlled a large number of objects to shield himself. However, with a loud explosion, the long gun pierced through everything, instantly breaking all defenses and thrusting toward Li Yu's face. The lightning at the tip of the gun closed in on Li Yu's eyes. The long spear shot straight towards Li Yu. However, in the next moment, a chilling aura spread to the feet of the 2, and Chen Xingtong's ability froze them in place, rendering them unable to break free. Li Yu remained expressionless, raising his right hand horizontally at his side. The stones beneath his feet instantly shifted to the right, narrowly avoiding the strike. The tip of the spear brushed past Li Yu, and the electricity crackling from it leaped onto his head, causing his hair to Fortunately, he was unharmed, and the 2 substitutes below felt relieved. Yet in the next second, Chen Xingtong's blade, enveloped in cold air, slashed over, instantly killing the 2. Wang Dong and the others surrounded Li Yu, placing him in the center. You are indeed quite strong, Li Yu said coldly, turning to look in the direction where Shen Ming had landed. Too bad you haven't reached the 3rd tier. You'll never understand the strength a 3rd-tier warrior can wield. Let me show you what kind of power can be unleashed by combining abilities with breathing techniques. As Li Yu spoke, he waved his hands, resembling a conductor standing center stage, controlling the rhythm. The ground beneath him began to crack inch by inch, and soil and stones floated upwards, piecing together as if forming something extraordinary. Clatter, stop him. Shen Ming, unwilling to waste time, tightened his grip on the spear and lunged forward, preparing to interrupt the casting. Chen Xingtong and the others also charged forward. Faced with the assault of 5, Liu merely changed his hand gesture, and the stones beneath his feet began to float high into the air, evading everyone's attacks. Damn, isn't this just cheating? Wang Dong pointed at Liu, looking dissatisfied. If you're capable, come down. If you're capable, come up here. Liu looked down at them, his gaze lowered, his voice devoid of emotion. As a large amount of sand and stone rapidly gathered, Shen Ming immediately switched his grip on the spear, throwing it like a javelin. Clang! The spear embedded itself in the ground, and a giant made of stone and earth towering 4 stories high had formed. Liu stood atop the giant. Clang! The spear embedded itself in the ground, and a giant made of stone and earth towering 4 stories high had formed. Liu stood atop the giant's head, striking his right hand. Consolidating gold technique hardened. In the next instant, the giant was enveloped in a layer of silvery metal from top to bottom. Shen Ming pulled out his spear and tried stabbing it several times, but even with all his strength, he couldn't budge the giant. On the contrary, when the giant's fist came crashing down, had he not dodged quickly, he would have likely been injured. Is there such a large gap between the second and third tiers? Shen Ming frowned slightly. If this continued, he might truly lose the match. Just then a notification suddenly came from, "Congratulations host, you have received currency 200W. Shen Ming was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized it was likely the loan that had been credited. However, logically a loan should fall under borrowing and shouldn't be effective. Shen Ming was puzzled, unaware that this money was actually a result of the principal's reason for the loan. But he couldn't think about that right now, he had to increase his power immediately. Wang Dong, you guys cover me for a moment. Shen Ming immediately retreated a short distance and opened his panel. He couldn't care less about whether there was a risk in breaking through. If he didn't break through, the championship prize would be gone. First raise my realm, then the breathing technique, fill me up. Remaining currency 270W, currency 100W, realm breakthrough to the first stage of the third tier. Currency 60W, the sacred fire breathing technique incomplete. Sacred fire breathing technique entry level, currency 100W. Sacred fire breathing technique entry level. Sacred fire breathing technique beginner, remaining currency 10W. As the system's prompts flashed, Shen Ming felt something unusual within him. The sound of bones cracking echoed within him, followed by a cool sensation wandering inside, ultimately opening up a space in his dantian that connected to his consciousness. His bones were being reshaped. Additionally, he was acquiring the unique aspect of a third-tier warrior, the Qi Si, the place used by warriors to store spiritual energy, allowing their attacks to carry spiritual energy and produce greater power, which would be a devastating blow to warriors without spiritual energy. However, the Qi Si was still forming and needed time to solidify. Compared to the tranquility within, the outside was far. Lightning erupted violently from beneath Shen Ming's feet, spreading within an arm's length, scorching the ground black. The thunderous sound of lightning crackled around him. Seeing this, Liu silently watched Shen Ming refraining from attacking while he was breaking through. The 4 people blocking Shen Ming also sighed in relief. Just as the scene returned to silence, a deep voice rang in Liu's ear. Liu, what are you doing? Why aren't you making a move? It was the voice of Coach Shi Yunfan. Liu lowered his brow and replied honestly, he's breaking through, I should. What are you thinking? He is your opponent. If you defeat him, you will win the championship, gain the prize, and earn everyone's respect. So what if he breaks through? He shouldn't have done it during the competition, to blame his bad luck. But, no buts. Don't you want to win? Either eliminate him, or you can forget about acknowledging me as your master from now on. Liu fell silent for a moment, gazing in Shen Ming's direction, then raised his hand. The giant moved, suddenly swinging it. The once relaxed Chen Xingtong and the others trembled, instantly activating their abilities to defend. Unfortunately, the gap between them and Liu was simply too great. Despite their best efforts to restrain him, they still couldn't hold out for a minute. Under the giant's repeated assaults, the group had already scattered and collapsed on the ground, losing their combat effectiveness. Wang Dong still wanted to resist, despite his serious injuries, but unfortunately, he was grabbed by the giant with one hand and slammed heavily to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. You can't go past. Wang Dong clutched the giant's foot tightly. However, his weight was completely futile, and he was soon flung away by the giant. Shen Ming was fully focused on solidifying his Qi Si, but he could hear everything happening outside. Damn it, why is this taking so long? Hurry up and form. In the next moment, a buzzing sound emanated from the Qi Si, clearly indicating it had taken shape. Qi Si formed. Realm breakthrough, first stage of the third tier. Suddenly Shen Ming's eyes shot open wide, and he looked up to see the giant's steel-like foot several meters long descending towards him. Boom. As the foot landed, it stirred up a wave of air, causing the surrounding trees to topple and thick smoke to billow. Shen Ming. Chen Xingtong propped herself up, but before she could activate her ability, she saw the giant's foot come crashing down. She was in a daze. Even if Shen Ming had broken through to the third tier, he had only just done so, and he hadn't learned the breathing technique, yet his abilities were still unadapted, making it impossible for him to withstand this foot. This match was over. The hearts of the group felt a chill. Everyone in the observation station was glued to the screen, staring at the thick smoke, and no one dared to speak. In the preparation area, Shi Yunfan clapped his hands in delight. A warrior is most vulnerable during a breakthrough. Taking such a heavy hit, even a deity would have a hard time saving him. On the battlefield, Liu looked at the thick smoke beneath the giant's feet, his brows lowered, lost in thought. Beneath the giant's feet, Wang Dong, covered in wounds, had bloodshot eyes. Ignoring his pain, he staggered towards Shen Ming, coughing up blood. After so many years of friendship, Wang Dong had long treated Shen Ming like a biological brother, a part of his life. Brother Ming can't be in danger. Brother Ming, you must be fine. Definitely. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Dong coughed heavily a few times, and his body fell into the dust, due to inertia. His fists clenched tightly, his back teeth grinding together. It's all my fault for being too weak. If I could be a bit stronger, I could have held off Li Yu for a while longer, even if just for a second. His fists slammed heavily into the ground, accompanied by endless tears. Just then a series of approaching footsteps suddenly rang in his ears. When he looked up, the smoke had dissipated, and a pair of brand new black combat boots crackling with electricity appeared in it. A slender figure approached him with heavy steps. A hand revealing faint blue veins and distinct bones reached out to him, and a deep magnetic voice fell into his ears. Brother, get up. They'll fight alongside you. Brother Ming, you're unharmed. Thank the heavens. Wang Dong wiped away tears welling in his eyes and firmly grasped Shen Ming's hand as he rose to his feet. Brother Ming, tell me what you need me to do. Shen Ming glanced at Wang Dong's battered, yet fiercely spirited frame and clapped his shoulder reassuringly. Count the seconds for me. Wang Dong frowned in confusion. Count seconds? For what? Shen Ming drew the long spear from the ground and raised his gaze toward the towering, wrathful behemoth before him. Watch how many seconds it takes me to bring it down. Now go. In the same breath, Shen Ming vanished, leaving only a shimmering trail of lightning across Wang Dong's vision. Incredible speed. Wang Dong gasped. In the blink of an eye, Shen Ming had sprinted up. The giant's colossal form vaulted onto its shoulder, then leapt skyward, his silhouette merging with the silver moonlight. Li Yu watched the spectacle pupils contracting faintly. Then his gaze hardened with resolve. I apologize for interrupting, but I will win this match. The giant swung its right fist forward in a thunderous arc toward Shen Ming. Unfazed, Shen Ming gently closed his eyes. Ha! Sacred flame breathing art, activate. Instantly roaring flames erupted around Shen Ming. From Li Yu's vantage, Shen Ming eclipsed the moon and bathed the forest in radiant golden light. Blazing fire and crackling lightning coiled along the spear's shaft as Shen Ming drove it straight into the giant's fist. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. The instant the tip struck, flesh, fire, and lightning surged up the giant's entire right arm. With a deafening explosion, the arm shattered like fractured glass. Li Yu recoiled violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Shen Ming seized the opening without hesitation, descending like a falling star onto the giant's crown, his gleaming spear point pressed against Li Yu's throat. You've lost. Li Yu stared at Shen Ming, stunned and breathless. That's the sacred flame breathing art. How is that possible? You just ascended to tier 3. He was utterly bewildered. Had Shen Ming truly mastered the breathing art the moment he broke through to tier 3? The breathing art could only be learned after cultivating the Qi Si, a milestone achieved upon tier 3 ascension. Li Yu had witnessed Shen Ming's breakthrough firsthand, yet within moments he'd already mastered the art. To master it in an instant. Then what of his own 3-month seclusion? Grueling, solitary, and barely sufficient to grasp its fundamentals. He was hailed as a prodigy, not only across Yicheng High School, but throughout Yinchuan City. Even he required 3 months, proof enough of the art's staggering difficulty. Yet Shen Ming had done it in an instant. Impossible. Reading Li Yu's disbelief, Shen Ming spoke low and firm. Beyond every person lies another, beyond every heaven a higher one. Nothing in this world is truly impossible. What you call genius is merely the threshold to glimpse me. With a swift thrust, Shen Ming pierced Li Yu's left shoulder, hurling him off the giant's crown like a discarded husk. Li Yu crashed onto the earth with a muffled thud. Unconscious, his combat capacity extinguished. The battle ended. Dawn's slanting light rose above the horizon, spilling through leafy boughs onto the hushed land. Shen Ming breathed deeply, sitting quietly atop the giant's head as he awaited the match's conclusion. Yet the spear in his hand, unable to withstand the ferocity of his assault, snapped at its tip. Sigh, I'll need a superior weapon soon. This one's material is too frail. It won't endure future battles. Let's wait until the match ends. Exhausted after a night of relentless action, he needed rest. Below, Wang Dong stood agape, jaw slack. 5 seconds. Defeating a peer-tier martial artist. In 5 seconds flat. An absolute annihilation. Chen Xingtong stood frozen, staring wordlessly toward Shen Ming. That technique, just now, was it the sacred flame breathing art? Though her innate ability clashed with the art's fiery essence, rendering cultivation impossible, many in her clan had practiced it. Mastery demanded extraordinary discipline, even reaching the foundational stage within 3 months marked one as exceptional. Most took half a year, or longer, to achieve the same. Yet Shen Ming had succeeded using only a fragmented manual, and in mere moments. How could such a thing be? She refused to accept it. Yet reality confronted her without mercy. Was Shen Ming human, or something beyond? Her father had instructed her to draw him in to win his allegiance. But now she wondered, did she even deserve to stand near him? If Shen Ming were the moon suspended in the void, she was but a speck of dust beneath it, gazing upward, a luxury in itself. Nearby in the woods, 2 figures crouched silently in the undergrowth, utterly still, uttering no sound of astonishment. See, I told you Shen Ming would win, Huang Ming remarked, voice calm. It wasn't that the scene lacked awe. It was simply his 3rd time being stunned by Shen Ming today. Numbness had set in. No matter how improbable the odds, Shen Ming never lost, not even once. Elsewhere inside the observation station, Peng Peng's microphone trembled in his hand. Unbelievable. Shen Ming ascended to tier 3 mid-battle. reversing the tide and defeating Liu, who had held Tier 3 for months. This is unprecedented, a landmark duel in martial history. Time's up, the match concludes. Peng Peng's face flushed crimson, voice soaring with exhilaration. The champion is confirmed. Final score 1290 points. It's Shenyang High School. This match's MVP, Shen Ming. From this day forward, Shen Ming's name shall echo across all of Yinchuan City as a rising prodigy. Let us roar our acclaim for this brilliant new star. For the first time in years of hosting city-level events, Peng Peng felt his long-dormant blood ignite, especially when Shen Ming uttered those words, "Genius is merely the threshold to glimpse me." Had he been a martial prodigy himself, would he have chosen commentary over the battlefield? Had he not dreamed of conquering peaks, surpassing all elites, standing sovereign beneath heaven's gaze, commanding universal reverence? Shen Ming was that dream incarnate. So fierce was his grip on the microphone that his fingernails pierced his palm, unnoticed in his fervor. Whoosh! Thunderous applause erupted, swelling with cheers from every corner. Even spectators who'd rooted for rival schools now regarded Shen Ming with newfound awe. Regardless of allegiances, they acknowledged his strength unequivocally. Without Shen Ming, Shenyang High would barely have ranked among them. Yet through his overwhelming assault, he single-handedly elevated them to first place and eliminated every other team save one trembling rodent squad. Past tournaments featured teams competing for rare beasts. Occasional friction, yes, but actual martial duels were exceedingly rare. Never before had so many teams been eradicated in a single match. Today was different. Shen Ming delivered a war spectacle, raw, visceral, electrifying. Even the white-haired elder in the stands leaning on his cane declared the sensation akin to sweet dew reviving withered forests, and shouted he'd charge into battle against the beast himself. Qin Lan and the 3 reserve teammates joined the crowd in jubilant celebration. Truthfully, Qin Lan admitted the victory owed nothing to her coaching. Shen Ming carried the match alone. She'd ridden his triumph like a fortunate passenger. The reserves shared the same sentiment. But none of that mattered now. Champions triumphant, elated. Qin Lan and the 3 reserve teammates joined the crowd in jubilant celebration. Truthfully, Qin Lan admitted the victory owed nothing to her coaching. Shen Ming carried the match alone. Ecstasy swept the arena, except in the preparation zone where Shi Yunfan exploded with fury, smashing furniture. How could you lose? What incompetence is this? Shi Yunfan roared, shattering another table with a sweep of his arm. Why didn't Liu strike sooner? What was there to hesitate about? Useless. All of you are useless. He glared at the screen, watching Qin Lan stand atop the podium, and rage surged anew. If that old fool you hadn't expelled me, I would be standing there now. That podium is mine. Mine. I am the champion's coach. He bellowed like a man possessed. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the preparation zone and placed a hand on Shi Yunfan's shoulder. Friend, temper your anger. Shi Yunfan turned sharply. Who are you? The man settled onto a relatively intact table and replied, voice measured. Wang Qingxian, patriarch of the Wang clan. Shi Yunfan instantly subdued his fury, bowing deeply. Forgive my rudeness, Patriarch Wang. I did not recognize you. The Wang clan ranked second only to the city's most powerful family. He dared not offend them. May I ask, what brings you here, Patriarch Wang? Wang Qingshuan's expression darkened. Shen Ming gravely injured my son Wang Cheng and treated the Wang clan with contempt. He will pay. And how do you intend to proceed, Patriarch? Wang Qingxian smiled coldly. When you enter the arena next, follow my instructions precisely. In the principal's office of Yinchuan Shenyang No. 1 high school, the principal leaned back in his chair, watching the live broadcast of the beast hunting competition. He had not slept all night, remaining in the office to watch Shen Ming's match without leaving. For an ordinary person at his age, staying up late would be quite a luxury. Fortunately, he was a martial artist with a solid foundation and strong physical fitness, so pulling an all-nighter had little effect on him. Even going several days without sleep was no issue. Young master truly is a prodigy, the principal thought to himself, wiping away tears as he watched his young master stand. Back in the day, the old master also shone brightly in the capital, dominating his peers and expertly navigating the business world step by step, reaching the peak of his life. If it weren't for that incident, the old master's cultivation could have advanced further. The principal seemed to recall a past event, and his expression changed. No, I absolutely cannot let such a thing happen to the young master again. Literally, the principal called for Secretary Li. Shen Ming has won the championship in the beast hunting competition. Our school cannot be empty-handed. Hurry and prepare 500,000 and some training resources to give to Shen Ming. This. Secretary Li showed a troubled expression. Principal, the school regulations state that if a student wins a city-level competition, the prize money cannot exceed 200,000. Moreover, the school's expenses have been quite high recently, and we are simply out of money right now. The principal chuckled softly. Then how much do we have left? Just 100,000 left. So little. The principal couldn't help but feel a wave of melancholy. After thinking for a long time, he finally sighed lightly. Forget it, 100,000 it is. Just add this as well. The principal waved his hand, and a finely crafted long spear appeared in his grasp. Principal, are you sure you want to give your prize spear to Shen Ming? Secretary Li was astonished. Ever since she started working with the principal, he had cared about only 2 things: the students in the school and the long spear in his hand. It was said that this spear was the weapon the principal used in his youth. Although its quality was only Class A, the principal cherished it greatly. Who would have thought he would give it away today? She couldn't understand what kind of charm Shen Ming possessed that could make the principal be so generous. Go ahead, the principal said. Although reluctant compared to the young master's future, what was a spear? Congratulations, Shen Ming, for winning the championship in this competition. Inside the observation station, Shen Ming stood on the podium, holding a hefty golden trophy, filled with excitement. However, he was more eager to know when the championship prize money would be distributed. While still pondering about the prize, several ceremony ladies approached with one reward after another. Breakthrough pills, recovery herbs, advanced martial skills, breathing techniques. A plethora of rewards lay before them, and Wang Dong and the others were almost dazzled. These were items that ordinary people could not afford. They could only be used if won through competition. Only Shen Ming kept his eyes on the final bank card. The 500,000 prize money was all there. They had long agreed on the distribution of rewards. Shen Ming would only take the prize money, and they would divide the other rewards among themselves. The training resources here were of extremely low cost, performance ratio, flashy, but impractical items that ordinary individuals could not use, making them a hassle to sell, just like the previous breakthrough pills. As a small-time seller, he couldn't move them unless the price dropped significantly, but that would be troublesome and unprofitable. Shen Ming reached for the bank card, and a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained currency, 5 million. Current currency 1 million. The prize money was indeed more reliable. Shen Ming was overjoyed. This 5 million had finally been credited. With another 200,000 from Chun Xingtong, that would make 700,000 altogether, allowing for a significant upgrade. In his moment of delight, reporters around had begun taking photos of him. Capturing the moment, he reached out to take the prize. For the championship of the beast hunting competition, they needed to document all related content as thoroughly as possible. This would be tomorrow's hot news after all. It was their duty. On the podium for the second place, Huang Ming stood alongside his teammates, momentarily at a loss. Having won second place, they should have been happy. However, they had only just over 90 points, making it the lowest second place in history. Everyone saw clearly that their second place was entirely luck. The audience was calling out Shen Ming's name, and reporters were crowding around him. Even the ceremony ladies distributing the rewards looked down on Huang Ming. Why were they looking down on him? It was those fools who insisted on targeting Shen Ming that led to their total defeat. He hadn't done anything, so why the disdain? Unable to comprehend. At that moment of joy, a shout broke the atmosphere. Wait. I suspect Shen Ming has used banned substances or practiced some kind of dark arts. The voice echoed throughout the venue, and everyone turned to look at the source. A middle-aged man walked out from the preparation area, raising his hand to signal the judges. The elder at the judges' table adjusted his glasses. Oh, it's Coach Shi. If you suspect the opponent of cheating, then please state your reasons. Coach Shi Yunfan strode up to Shen Ming, lowering his gaze to meet Shen Ming's eyes, and declared loudly, just a few days ago, I resigned from Shen Ming's school. At that time, he was still an early-stage martial artist who had just broken through to the second level. And now just a few days later, he has broken through to the third level and learned a breathing technique. Has anyone ever heard of such a thing? Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent, and even the judges looked troubled. To break through a major realm in just a few days was something even the great martial saints of Blue Star would find impossible upon returning. No matter how talented Shen Ming was, it was unlikely. If he truly had such talent, he would have long since become a top powerhouse. How could he only just be breaking through to the third level now? If what Shi Yunfan said was true, Shen Ming must have used banned substances or practiced dark arts. Either way, it posed future risks, such as losing his mind and attacking humans, or detonating his body upon reaching a certain realm, destroying a city, or worse. However concerning and class genius, he couldn't dare to make such a hasty judgment. Shen Ming frowned slightly. Was there something wrong with breaking through too quickly? That old man Shi Yunfan was just looking for trouble. At this moment, Wang Qingxian slowly walked into the arena, looking up at the elder judge. Elder judge, no need to hesitate. My Wang family possesses a secret technique that can determine if a martial artist has used abnormal means. Let me give it a try. It seems we have no other choice. The elder judge nodded. He still trusted the Wang family's reputation. Please, head of the Wang family. Wang Qingchuan's lips curled slightly as he strode toward Shen Ming. His family did indeed have such a secret technique, but whether or not it proved the other party guilty was not up to him. As long as he could pin Shen Ming onto the pillar of shame for practicing evil arts, the lightest punishment would be house arrest for several years, and the heaviest would be execution on the spot, thus avenging his family. Just as he was about to reach Shen Ming, a robust figure descended from the sky, smashing through the observation station's roof and landing between the two. Stop! The newcomer was an elderly man with white hair, muscular, and wearing a white tank top. Upon seeing this, elder Wang Qingxian paused momentarily. Father, aren't you in seclusion? What are you doing here? Upon hearing this, the entire venue was in an uproar. The head of the Wang family calls him father, so he must be the old patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Leizizi. The one who single-handedly elevated the Wang family from a lowly clan to the second family of Yunchuan. That's a legendary figure. I heard he had retired. It's just a beast hunting competition. Oh, how could it even attract the old patriarch? Looking at his expression, it seems rather... The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Wang Qingchuan's heart raced as he looked at the old patriarch with some trepidation. The old patriarch shot Wang Qingxian a glare and let out a soft snort. Wang Qingchuan, the competition is over. You can take my grandson home now. The old patriarch's presence was imposing without anger, and Wang Qingxian dared not refuse, bowing his head in acquiescence. I will take Qinger away right now. With that, Wang Qingxian transformed into a blur, exiting the scene. Shi Yunfan was now bewildered. The reason he dared to say such things was that he relied on Wang Qingxuan, but now Wang Qingxian was actually fleeing. Head of the Wang family, you can't leave, just a moment ago you. Buzz before he could finish speaking the old patriarch moved his finger, and a powerful pressure slammed down on him. Sure Yunfan spat out a mouthful of old blood wounded and collapsed. Elders speak, juniors ought not interrupt. And you don't think no one knows about your cheating with an invisible earpiece. With that the old patriarch raised his hand, manipulating a stream of qi to envelop Shen Ming. After a moment, he let out a long breath. The old patriarch turned to Shen Ming, a hint of warmth appearing on his face. As for this testing technique, I will perform it. Everyone please wait a moment. With that the old patriarch raised his hand, manipulating a stream of qi to envelop Shen Ming. After a moment, he let out a long breath. This young brother's realm presents no issues at all, and furthermore, his foundation is exceptionally solid. When old Wang spoke these words he was also astonished in his heart. This young man had a remarkably solid foundation, without a trace of flaw, making even him feel inferior. At such a young age possessing such a realm coupled with such a strong foundation his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Of course more importantly was the identity of this young man. He had just been in seclusion when the mayor called saying that the Wang family might have offended a prominent figure's junior from the province, which is why he hurried over. In other words, the person behind this young man was at least a significant figure from the province, or perhaps even higher. Just thinking about it made him feel a little apprehensive. If they truly offended Shen Ming, it wouldn't be long before they received an order to seal off the Wang family. If that happened, the family he had worked so hard to build over the years would be finished. Young friend Shen Ming, since it's our first meeting, I have nothing much to give you, so please accept this gift from me. Old Wang smiled and took out a blue-green pill. This is the Qingwen pill, which can help you maintain clarity when breaking through realms. It's very suitable for a martial artist at your current stage. Shen Ming was taken aback, completely not expecting such kindness from the other party. After all, he was the head of the second family and Yun Chuan treating a student with such ease. Even if he wanted to befriend him, did he really need to come in person? Seeing Shen Ming didn't speak, old Wang paused, thinking Shen Ming found it insufficient and pulled out 2 more Qingwen pills from his space ring, smiling. Of course, taking 3 Qingwen pills yields the best effect. Young friend Shen Ming, please don't decline. Then thank you, old Wang. Shen Ming reached out to accept the 3 Qingwen pills with a polite smile. Seeing Shen Ming accept the pills, old Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Talents like Shen Ming were not someone the Wang family could retain and would not be developing in Yunchuan in the future. Therefore he had no intention of recruiting him. He merely wanted to use these 3 pills to apologize for his son's earlier offense. Old man congratulates you on winning the championship. Your future will surely be boundless. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Seeing Shen Ming did not say a word, old Wang smiled and turned to leave. Although old Wang had left, his words sparked a flurry of discussions among those present. Old Wang actually referred to himself as this old man in front of Shen Ming. This was completely different from his attitude toward others. What kind of identity did Shen Ming possess to make old Wang lower his stature like this? Quick, write this down. This is tomorrow's headline. A reporter shouted, and all the reporters began taking photos and jotting down notes. A young man treated with such attitude by old Wang must have an extraordinary identity. Tomorrow when this news gets out, the entire Yunchuan will surely be shaken. Investigate who Shen Ming really is, gather all information regarding his parents' family and everything else. Some forces that came to watch the competition also began to spring into action, investigating Shen Ming's background. Of course, this was just the beginning. After the competition ended, a group of reporters clamored to interview Shen Ming, while fans who appeared out of nowhere asked for autographs and photos. The most outrageous was a sexy and fiery young lady who took advantage of the chaos to slip him a small card. However, before he could see what was on it, the card was jostled away by the dense crowd. What a pity. Soon after, a group of armed soldiers quickly established a passage preventing any stampede from occurring at the scene. Returning to the city on a bus. On the bus, everyone was still reviewing the details of the match. You know, the captain of the 9th middle school ran really fast. I almost couldn't catch up. The girl captain from the 8th middle school was interesting too. She actually tried to lift her JK uniform and asked Shingu to let her off. Doesn't she know that the match was filmed in high definition? She's probably going to have a hard time facing people at school now. Thanks to Shingu, this match was a success. By the way, Shingu, now that the competition is over, many schools will surely want to recruit you. Have you thought about which school you want to attend? At this, everyone turned to look at the figure at the back of the bus. University is an important step on the path of a martial artist, and they were all curious about which school Shen Ming would choose. Shen Ming crossed his arms and leaned back in his seat, his mind racing with thoughts. There are 23 provinces within the Great Xia which aren't particularly far apart, but due to the presence of otherworldly beasts, each province has deployed defense lines near urban areas. From the map, there is a sparsely populated area between each province referred to as an isolation zone. With the existence of these isolation zones, interprovincial transportation is not particularly convenient. Each time goods are transported across provinces, they require the escort of high-level martial artists, which is a significant expense. Therefore, the Great Xia stipulates that each martial student can only take the entrance exam for universities in their own province. The province where Yunchuan City is located is called Ning Province, which has several good universities. Choosing one can also be a headache. Which school to go to? I guess it depends on the situation. Shen Ming casually said, then closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat, drifting into a light sleep. He was too exhausted to think about these things right now. After a whole day of fighting, he just wanted to take a hot shower, then lie in bed and sleep for a whole day, and after waking up enjoy a big meal. Perfect. Hearing this, the others stopped asking further questions and turned back to whisper among themselves. The trees outside continued to retreat as the bus slowly drove into the city, disappearing at the end of the asphalt road. At Yunchuan Hospital in the ward, Su Yuqing leaned against the hospital bed looking at the image of Shen Ming standing on the podium in her hand, her pupils gradually becoming unfocused, lost in thought. After she returned all the money to Shen Ming, she came to the hospital for treatment because her injuries were quite severe and the doctor advised her to stay in the hospital for a few days. But seeing this scene, how could she feel at ease? Shen Ming actually won the beast hunting competition, and in such a dominant— How could this be? How could this happen? She was filled with regret, thinking that if she had stayed with Shen Ming, she would surely be the one standing on the podium now. Those cultivation resources, just taking out any one of them would be worth hundreds of thousands, and there are very few of them available in the market. More importantly, Shen Ming had already risen out with such achievements, his future was undoubtedly limitless. To be Shen Ming's girlfriend would naturally elevate her status. But now it was all gone. All because she impulsively broke up with Shen Ming. Su Yuqing gritted her teeth, feeling great regret in her heart. She wished she could slap herself twice, such a golden opportunity to rise was ruined by her own actions. It's over. No, it's not over yet. Shen Ming liked me so much before, and now that I've returned all the money, I won't spend his money again in the future. He will definitely forgive me. I will go plead with him. Oh, it must work. Su Yuqing hurriedly climbed down from the hospital bed, not even bothering to change out of her patient gown, and rushed out. The next morning at Lingyun University, in the admissions office. Dressed in professional attire, Shen Ming sat at her desk reviewing documents, her gaze slightly unfocused. As the acting director of the admissions office at Lingyun University, her daily duties were to recruit talent for the school and approve various documents for the admissions office. However, recently there has been a shortage of talent throughout Ning province, and despite her being extremely busy, she had still not recruited many exceptionally gifted students. What a misfortune! Why is it so difficult to get promoted? If this continues, her formal appointment as the director of the admissions office may be in jeopardy. Everything now rested on the recently concluded municipal beast hunting competition, hoping to find 2 outstanding martial artist students there. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Before Shen Ming could respond, a young woman burst in. Director Xia, quick look at this. Shen Ming rolled her eyes at the woman, annoyed. Why are you in such a hurry? As teachers in the admissions office, we must act with composure, otherwise how can students trust us? Shen Ming lowered her head to continue reviewing the documents, saying softly, calm down and speak slowly. Hearing this, the woman took a moment to catch her breath and pulled out a phone, placing it on the desk. Director Xia, at the Yunchuan City Beast Hunting Competition, there is a newly promoted class ability martial artist who just broke through to the 3rd stage. Shen Ming sighed lightly. That's nothing to make a fuss about. It's just a high school student who has broken through to the 3rd stage. What's so remarkable about that? Although this level of strength is decent, our school has dozens of such martial artists, it doesn't warrant us actively recruiting him. But he's really strong. He's just a 3rd stage martial artist. How strong can he be? Though she said this, Shen Ming's hand honestly put down the pen and picked up the phone on the desk to take a closer look. After a moment, this is a 1st stage, 3rd level martial artist. Shen Ming jumped up from her seat. In the end, he even gave his cultivation resources to others, taking only that meager amount of money for himself. Such a capable person with integrity is rare even throughout the Great Xia. Why didn't you say so earlier? Such an outstanding talent must join Lingyun University. Quick, prepare everything. No, I will go in person. Shen Ming casually threw on a jacket and hurriedly left the office. The young woman was left dumbfounded, scratching her head. What happened to being composed? What happened to speaking slowly? At dawn, sunlight streamed through the glass window onto the headboard. Shen Ming stirred slowly from bed, washed up, and headed for school, only to find a crowd of reporters, fans, and assorted onlookers gathered outside the campus gates. Following yesterday's competition, Shenyang One High School had surged into the spotlight, its reputation now subtly eclipsing that of Yunchuan One High School, and many students had pulled strings to transfer in. To uncover details about Shen Ming, a pack of reporters and paparazzi had arrived before sunrise, staking out the school entrance. Qinlan had even called him early that morning, urging him to arrive later. Several university faculty members wished to meet him. He thus slept until mid-morning before setting off, but the crowd remained unbroken, sealing the campus like a fortress. The moment he appeared, he would surely ignite a frenzied pursuit. Truly relentless, Shen Ming sighed, shaking his head. Just then a reporter suddenly turned sideways, his gaze locking onto Shen Ming's direction, then flickering with shock. Shen Ming is over there. A collective gasp erupted. Every person encircling the school gate whirled around, as one, their eyes burning crimson, as if drooling at the sight of prey. Damn it! Shen Ming muttered under his breath and bolted. Behind him the reporters charged like rabid zombies utterly. Shen Ming, having decisively defeated Li Yu and claimed victory in this year's beast hunting competition, what profound reflections do you hold? Shen Ming, we heard you accepted only cash as your prize yesterday, while generously ceding all rare cultivation resources to your teammates. Why did you make such an extraordinary choice? After the match, Elder Wang of the Wang clan treated you with remarkable warmth. What precisely is the nature of your relationship? A torrent of questions crashed upon him like relentless waves, so incessant that Shen Ming longed to snatch a boulder and cram it into their mouths to silence them. Who knows why that old man was so affable toward me? I'm just as baffled. Shen Ming grumbled mid-sprint, yet the reporters clung tightly to his heels. A journalist's fundamental prerequisite is an ability enhancing either speed or location tracking, rendering most reporters swifter than martial artists of equivalent cultivation rank. Though many possessed modest cultivation levels, their innate abilities, combined with years of rigorous training, still granted them formidable velocity. Fortunately, Shen Ming's footwork had long-reach perfection. Coupled with the baseline mobility of a third-rank martial artist, he remained just out of reach, for now. Incredibly persistent, he murmured, snapping his fingers. Electric currents surged upward along the ankles of the swiftest reporters. As they convulsed, Shen Ming seized the opening. A flawless 360-degree spiral turn, and vanished down a narrow alley, dissolving from view. Yet the reporters refused to relent, scattering across the neighborhood, in search of his trail. Send some back to the school gate. Don't let Shen Ming slip in amid the chaos. In a shadowed alley corner, Shen Ming slumped onto a chair and exhaled deeply. This ordeal felt more exhausting than an actual battle. Given the choice, he'd rather have fought someone outright. Can't get into school, what now? Shen Ming scratched his head. He'd hoped to negotiate terms with those professors, but now all plans seemed dashed. As Shen Ming fretted, a figure blurred into existence beside him. You're Shen Ming. He jolted, then turned to see a woman clad in sharp professional attire. Who are you? CMN admissions director of Lingyun University, she replied, voice crisp and devoid of preamble. I'm here to formally invite you to join Lingyun University. CMN spoke with unwavering confidence, certain Shen Ming. After all, Lingyun University stood unrivaled as Ning Province's premier institution, the finest possible destination for Shen Ming. Does your university pay me? CMN blinked, incredulous. Did she hear correctly? Money. For martial artists above third rank, countless resources were simply beyond monetary purchase. When joining sects or factions, cultivators sought rare elixirs, divine weapons, and supreme martial techniques, not coin. In decades of recruitment, CMN had never encountered a candidate demanding cash. You truly want money? Shen Ming nodded. He dreamed of wealth nightly. Certainly. I can secure you a CNY 500 enrollment bonus, and given your exceptional talent, arrange access to exclusive cultivation resources. Or, if you prefer, I'll convert everything into cash, roughly 1 million yuan total. Only 1 million. Shen Ming rubbed his temple. To him, that sum fell far short of impressive. Admission to Lingyun University promised abundant future benefits, but seizing maximum advantage now was paramount. CMN's eyelid twitched. Ordinarily, merely naming Lingyun University sufficed to trigger eager acceptance. No bonuses, no negotiations. Yet here she was offering 1 million, and he deemed it insufficient. This sum serves solely as your enrollment bonus. Once enrolled, you'll receive numerous additional privileges. She explained calmly, though inwardly frustrated. As acting admissions director, her authority to allocate resources remained strictly bounded. Such as, Shen Ming fixed his gaze on her. Such as selecting your personal mentor, residing in a private villa, applying monthly resource stipends, or competing for prize money in sanctioned tournaments. Moreover, Lingyun University's student cohort ranks among the province's strongest, granting a special provincial authorization to operate a bounty office. Accept admissions, be it slaying monstrous beasts or submitting rare artifacts, yield substantial rewards. No other university in Ning Province holds such authority. Bounties. Shen Ming stroked his chin. He knew of bounties. Yinchuan City maintained its own. When conventional military forces and thermal weaponry failed against rogue beasts, targets were posted publicly. Successful hunters claimed bounties, amounts ranging from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions of yuan, or opted for cultivation resources and martial manuals instead. That was precisely why everyone aspired to become a martial artist. Financial hardship rarely existed. To Shen Ming, money was power, and a reliable immediate income stream held immense strategic value. Tournaments came sporadically, but bounties abounded. Bounties were acceptable, but 1 million yuan fell short of his expectations. He desired cash alone, not cultivation. Shen Ming cleared his throat, adopting the demure demeanor of a model student. While several other university representatives are still waiting for me at school, it would be terribly rude not to meet them first. After all, if one offered 1 million, another might offer 1 million. If 1 million, then surely 2 million would follow. With that thought, Shen Ming slipped past the pursuing crowd, stealing quietly toward campus. En route, he paused at a clothing store to buy a new outfit, a cap and sunglasses. CMN watched, sighed softly, and followed. Soon after, in the principal's office, admissions officers from several elite universities waited patiently, while Principal Yu exchanged pleasantries with them. Suddenly the office door burst open. Shen Ming staggered and disheveled and breathless. Bloody hell, he nearly swapped faces entirely, yet those reporters still recognized him. Utterly absurd. Had CMN not intervened at the gate, they'd have stripped him bare. CMN entered right behind him. Principal Yu, it's an honor to finally meet you, she said with a graceful nod. The principal returned the gesture. Now that everyone has assembled, let us begin our discussion. Before the sentence finished, Shen Ming raised his hand. No need for discussion. Just tell me how much you'll pay me, up front. And let me be clear, I accept only cash, no cultivation resources. The assembled directors exchanged stunned glances. So blunt. If Shen Ming joins our university, we pledge a CNY 500 scholarship. Old Zhang, that's miserly. Mere 500,000. Starlight University offers 800,000. Young man, come study with us at Starlight. 800,000. We bid 1 million. 1.2 million. In moments, the directors plunged into fierce bidding. each escalating within their authorized limits. Shen Ming sat calmly at Principal Yu's desk sipping tea while awaiting the highest offer. Shen Ming glanced sidelong at the rival directors, then at Shen Ming's unruffled composure. Was he truly treating himself as auction merchandise? What an oddity. Shen Ming clenched her teeth, hesitated, then raised her hand. 5 million yuan. I bid 5 million. The moment this figure was announced, the heads of admissions from the other institutions simultaneously turned their gazes towards Shen Ming. How could it jump to 5 million when they had only raised their offers to over 2 million? Wait, doesn't your university impose budgetary limits on recruitment incentives? Shen Ming herself felt a faint ripple of unease. Such an unprecedented offer had never been extended before, not even across Lingyun University, except once for the prodigy personally recruited by the president himself. If Shen Ming fell significantly short of that prodigy's caliber, her plan to remove the word acting from her title would collapse entirely. Her entire professional future now rested upon Shen Ming alone. The others fell silent. The reason was simple: even if Shen Ming were a genius, their universities would never approve such an exorbitant sum for a single student. That's more like it. Shen Ming rose with a calm smile. You could have quoted this price earlier, you know. His gaze swept across the remaining admissions directors, noting their lack of intent to raise their bids. Then it settled. I'll attend Lingyun University. With that, Shen Ming turned and walked away. Shen Ming exhaled in quiet relief. The others quietly resigned themselves. Yet Principal Yu sat nearby, his expression darkening. Lingyun University ranked among China's elite national institutions. Under Shen Ming's prior standing, no amount of money could have secured his admission. Thus the patriarch had selected Wushu University, the second-ranked martial institution in Ning province, for his son, embedding numerous elite martial artists there to ensure his safety. Today's recruitment visit was merely ceremonial. But no one anticipated Shen Ming's sudden leap in cultivation. His selection by Lingyun University shattered the original plan. What now? Lingyun University was indeed prestigious, but offered no guarantee of security. Should anything befall the young master, how would he ever face the patriarch? After long contemplation, he strode out of his office and dialed a call. Immediately deploy all personnel to secure positions at Lingyun University. Impossible on such short notice. Stop making excuses. This is the young master's command. A single misstep, and the patriarch will sever your heads. If we cannot enter openly, then infiltrate covertly. By any means necessary, the young master's safety must be ensured. Hanging up, Principal Yu pushed open his office door and surveyed the still discussing crowd, sighing softly. How I wish I could serve at Lingyun University myself, alas. While the principal's office descended into frantic chaos elsewhere, in Shen Ming's cultivation chamber. Shen Ming sat alone in his cultivation chamber. The moment he returned, his full attention locked onto the matter of point out. This time, beyond the 5 million yuan prize from the competition, Chen Xingtong had pledged 2 million, and the university awarded him another million, plus in a rank-long spear. His previous spear had shattered. This new one, finely crafted, would suffice for the foreseeable future, and he intended to wield it himself. The remaining funds totaled 8 million yuan. Adding the 10,000 yuan left over from prior allocations, and proceeds from selling miscellaneous items, Shen Ming opened his system interface. Currency 8 million inch, cultivation realm, 3rd tier, 1st stage, breathing art, sacred flame, breathing art, introductory level. He faced two paths: advancing his realm, an immediate brute force solution, or refining his breathing art. Rumors claimed that mastering this art enhanced innate abilities and accelerated cultivation, a profoundly far-reaching. Most cultivators would prioritize the breathing art to expedite progress. Yet Shen Ming's path to realm advancement was unconventional. He relied less on such foundations. He preferred direct, overwhelming force. First elevate his realm, then shatter all obstacles with sheer power. Allocate points to my realm, now. As the words left his lips, the currency counter erupted in frantic motion. 2 million yuan, realm breakthrough to 3rd tier, 2nd stage. 3 million yuan, realm breakthrough to 3rd tier, 3rd stage. Remaining currency 8 million yuan. Watching the staggering depletion, Shen Ming winced. Though these credits held no material value, yet the surge of newfound strength instantly reconciled him. Upon first attaining the 3rd tier, his dantian had been no larger than a thumb, holding only a meager reserve of spiritual energy. Now it swelled to the size of a clenched fist, 8 times its former capacity. Spiritual energy could amplify attacks, meaning he could channel vastly greater reserves, sustaining longer, more potent. When he'd slain Li Yu in a single strike, he'd exhausted every ounce of his spiritual energy, synergizing it with the moon-invoking thunder spear beneath the night sky, the absolute peak of his power last night. Now he could unleash that same devastating blow 8 times over, and each would surpass yesterday's in ferocity. Even 10 Li Yus would struggle to withstand him. Still, his martial techniques remained underdeveloped. As adversaries grew stronger, his current repertoire would soon prove. Once enrolled at Lingyun University, acquiring advanced martial arts would become imperative. At that moment, his phone chimed with a message. He retrieved it. His father had sent a message. Father, heard you've been specially admitted to Lingyun University, the finest martial academy in Ning province. Excellent. Truly, my son, carrying forward my youthful brilliance. Shen Ming, indeed, father. So, how about some funds? Father, money. How vulgar. I've prepared a gift, shipping directly to Lingyun University. Be sure to collect it. A gift? Shen Ming, indeed, father. So, how about some funds? Father, money. How vulgar. I've prepared a gift, shipping directly to Lingyun University. Be sure to, or something else entirely. Shipping to Lingyun University made sense. Given the rampant beast incursions, academic terms ran year-round, without winter or summer breaks. He could enroll immediately. Though this tournament had catapulted him to fame, true liberation from his arduous existence, he resolved to enter early, not only to accelerate growth, but also to seek opportunities for income. Yet before departing, one mystery demanded resolution. His relationship with Principal Yu. Over the past 3 years, the principal had repeatedly lingered behind the classroom's rear door, watching him surreptitiously. And wherever Shen Ming went, unseen eyes followed street vendors' classmates. Everyone observed him. Add to that the sudden increase in team enrollment bonuses, the rare breakthrough pill granted exclusively to him, his exceptional admission to the school's elite squad, and now this rank spear. Collectively, these resources carried immense value. He was after all merely a student. Even exceptional talent wouldn't warrant such lavish, instantaneous investment. Last time this subject arose, the principal's demeanor had betrayed unmistakable panic, before hastily fabricating excuses and fleeing. Moreover, whenever anything occurred in his life, his father learned of it almost instantly. Shen Ming suspected a hidden connection, but until this truth was uncovered, even at Lingyun University, his mind would remain unsettled. Shen Ming abhorred such uncertainty, and would uncover the truth before stepping foot on campus. With that resolve, he rose and strode swiftly toward the principal's office. The principal's office. The recruitment officers from other schools had already left, leaving only Shen Ming coordinating affairs. Please, Principal Yu. Shen Ming smiled politely. She held great respect for this principal who had nurtured a genius like Shen Ming. Director Xie, does Lingyun University still need teachers? Any department will do. Off. Shen Ming was slightly taken aback, not fully understanding Principal Yes' meaning. Principal Yu cleared his throat lightly. The truth is, I'm somewhat reluctant to part with Shen Ming. If your school finds me capable, I would like to serve as a teacher at Lingyun University. What do you think? Shen Ming was stunned. Lingyun University was indeed the best school in Ning Province, and many aspired to become it. But this man was the head of a school who had cultivated a student like Shen Ming. Next year's enrollment would surely soar. Over time, his wealth, connections, and reputation would far surpass that of a single Lingyun University teacher. Would he really give up his years of cultivation and a rising school just for one student? Shen Ming forced a smile. Principal Yu, you must be joking. With your credentials, joining Lingyun University as a teacher is naturally feasible. However, as far as I know, the school currently does not lack teachers. Besides, I am only responsible for recruitment, not for teacher appointments. Sorry, I see. Principal Yu leaned back in his chair, his hands resting naturally beneath his chin, as if deep in thought. Yet soon a look of hesitation appeared on his face. Shen Ming sat awkwardly waiting for Principal Yu to speak. But he remained silent, making the atmosphere increasingly uncomfortable. At that moment, the office door opened. Shen Ming pushed it open. Principal Yu, I have something to ask you. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Ming quickly stood and left. You two talk, I won't disturb you. After Shen Ming left, Principal Yu concealed his previous expression and calmly said, Go ahead, what is it? Principal Yu, what is your relationship with my father? Shen Ming asked bluntly. Principal Yu's calm expression faltered briefly, but soon returned to normal. Sorry, Shen Ming, I don't quite understand what you're implying. Shen Ming remained silent, staring directly into Principal Yu's eyes. Although the fleeting panic on Principal Yu's face was brief, he noticed it. Originally intending only to test Principal Yu, Shen Ming was now certain that Principal Yu was indeed connected to his father. The exact nature of this connection awaited Principal Yu's explanation. Principal Yu fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly, wearing a look of helplessness and regret. So it truly cannot be hidden anymore. Very well, it won't hurt to tell you. A hint of melancholy appeared on Principal Yu's face, as if recalling the past. Actually, your father and I have been childhood friends with a close bond. When he went to the capital for business, he entrusted me to look after you. By seniority, you may call me Uncle Yu. Then why didn't Uncle Yu intervene when Su Yuqing swindled money from me before? Principal Yu smiled. The path of a warrior values the strength of abilities, but a resolute heart is even more vital. This heart can only be forged through one's own experience and realization. It cannot be bestowed. Because of this, your father even deducted much of your allowance, hoping you would see Su Yuqing's true nature. Shen Ming was silent for a moment. So that's why Dad told me to spend money wisely. If Uncle Yu and his father were longtime friends, these recent events made sense. One last question, Uncle Yu, I want to know how much money my father has. Shen Ming looked up at Yu Zhenhua. This was an important question. If his father truly had wealth, he could directly ask for billions to enhance his power. With strength, money would no longer be a concern. Principal Yu pondered briefly, avoiding a direct answer, then suddenly spoke seriously. In recent years, your father's business has suffered setbacks. He has made many enemies in the capital and is in a precarious position. If you can break through to the 6th tier within a year, perhaps you could assist your father. But thinking of the difficulty involved, Principal Yu fell silent. To advance from the 3rd to the 6th tier in a single year was unheard of throughout the entire Great Xia over many years. Even a prodigy like his own son was unlikely to achieve it. From 3rd to 6th tier in 1 year. Shen Ming murmured. While impossible for others, it was not entirely out of reach, as long as there was money. Since crossing over these few days, his father had sent him plenty of funds. Even the luxury goods sold were, in a sense, gifts from his father. If possible, he was willing to help his father. Given that there was no need to stay long in Yinchuan City. Uncle Yu, I plan to go to Lingyun University early to adapt and learn more, so I won't linger at our school. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhenhua's brows knitted slightly, his pupils flickering with reluctance. After hesitation, he said, It's all right. As long as you want, you may go anytime. Though he sensed Uncle Yu's reluctance, Shen Ming had to say goodbye. Alright, I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell, Shen Ming exited the principal's office. Shen Ming was waiting at the door. Shen Ming, your matters have been settled and your information has been entered into our school's records. Here is your student badge. Shen Ming took the crystal blue badge from Shen Ming and put it away. This student badge serves as your proof of enrollment. With it you may register at Lingyun University within a week and your travel expenses will be reimbursed by the school. Alright. By the way, once at Lingyun University, be discreet. Though you have great talent, growth takes time. Many geniuses attend Lingyun University, and if conflicts arise you may not have the advantage. Never be reckless or aggressive to avoid serious injury that could jeopardize your future. After a few more cautions, Shen Ming left the school. It was evident she worried about his safety, fearing he might offend powerful enemies. However, Shen Ming did not take these words too seriously. The Martial University offered more opportunities. He intended to focus on making money there, but if anyone challenged him, he wouldn't mind earning a little more. As for when he would go to Lingyun University, it would be within the next 2 days, since the 5 million promised by Shen Ming would be credited only after his entry. There was also the gift his father mentioned. Shen Ming was curious what exactly his father would give him. Before leaving, he planned to say farewell to Wang Dong and the others. Coach Qin said he would treat them to dinner tonight, both to celebrate their championship and to bid them goodbye upon graduation. Due to this competition, all 5 participants had received guaranteed admission to various universities. The best of them was Shen Ming, admitted to the finest Lingyun University in Ning Province. Even in the entire Yinchuan city, only a handful could pass the entrance to Lingyun University and guaranteed admission. Shen Ming was the first in all of Yinchuan. As he stepped out of the school and headed toward the agreed restaurant, a woman holding a wine bottle lunged at him. Seeing this, Shen Ming quickly dodged. Wearing a patient gown and reeking of alcohol, she rushed towards him. Not dodging would have been foolish. The woman missed her target. Only then did Shen Ming recognize her. Su Yuqing. At this moment, Su Yuqing was disheveled, clad in a patient gown, having lost one shoe, staggering toward him. Sorry Shen Ming, I was wrong. I was wrong. I truly like you. I won't spend your money anymore. I'll pay for you. Seeing Su Yuqing drunk and nearly on her knees begging, Shen Ming sighed helplessly. Then he kicked her away with a single strike. Bang. You've drunk too much, Gil help you sober up. Don't bother me again. It should have ended between us long ago. No, never to see you again. With that, Shen Ming turned and walked away. Brother Ming, I will train diligently to catch up with your steps as soon as possible. Next time we meet, I will definitely not hold you back. At the celebration banquet, Wang Dong said just that. In response, Shen Ming merely smiled without a word. After all, he was one of their own, and hoped Wang Dong could keep pace, though the likelihood was slim. That night, after bidding farewell to the celebration banquet, Shen Ming packed his belongings and traveled overnight to Lingyun University. Lingyun University was located in Huiyang City, the center of Ning Province, 600 kilometers from Yinchuan City. The Blue Star's territory was much larger than Earth's, and the nation of Daxia claimed even greater lands. Consequently, a province covered a vast area, making 600 kilometers not particularly distant. By high-speed train, he arrived in Huiyang City early the next morning. Upon exiting the station, Shen Ming hailed a car and soon reached Lingyun University. The campus stretched endlessly before him, with a magnificent towering spire visible in the distance. The grand entrance was imposing, even the security booth at the gate was lavish, worthy of Ning Province's finest university. Wait, why did the person in the security booth look so familiar? Shen Ming's expression startled slightly as he quickened his steps to get a closer look. There, a middle-aged man lounged leisurely in a rocking chair reading a newspaper. Shen Ming naturally recognized him. It was Yu Jinhua, the university president, his Uncle Yu. He even doubted his eyes. Wasn't Uncle Yu the principal in Yinchuan? How had he come here? Could it be that Uncle Yu had a twin brother? But seeing the familiar teacup on the table, Shen Ming was certain the man before him was indeed his Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, what are you doing here? Upon hearing Shen Ming's voice, Yu Jinhua hastily lowered his newspaper, his eyes lighting up with joy before shifting to a pensive expression. Sigh, after you left yesterday I pondered a lot. Your Uncle Yu is getting oldie, this hair. Yu Jinhua ran his fingers through his glossy black hair, not a single white strand in sight. This beard, this skin. Yu Jinhua tried to find signs of aging in his features, but regrettably found ahem. In short, it's time for your Uncle Yu to retire. I heard security work is perfect for retirement, so I decided to be. Shen Ming twitched the corner of his mouth. Did he really believe that? After all, he was a peak 6-stage warrior, abandoning the principalship to become a security guard. Shen Ming guessed it was probably to take care of him. But this care seemed excessive, forsaking even the principal position. Or perhaps Uncle Yu harbored some other purpose. Unable to figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it. Uncle Yu being here posed no harm to him. Uncle Yu smiled and said, perfect, if you encounter any difficulties at school you can always come to Uncle Yu. Students that teachers dare not discipline, Uncle Yu dares to. Noble families that higher-ups dare not offend, Uncle Yu dares to offend. In short, whatever the school can manage, Uncle Yu can manage, or whatever the school cannot, Uncle Yu can handle as well. Yu Jinhua patted his chest confidently. Uncle Yu, can you give me 5 million? Well, instantly deflated, Yu Jinhua rubbed his temple with his finger. He did have 5 million, but it was all in his wife's hands. Seeing this, Shen Ming helplessly shook his head and turned to walk into the campus. Meanwhile, a taxi stopped at the school gate, and a young man with green hair stepped out. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. He seemed to have seen this youth before, but could not recall exactly where. Only a vague familiar. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Shen Ming, the youth appeared extremely excited and hurriedly rushed over. Damn, brother Shen, you are. I am Huang Ming. The youth's eyes sparkled as he tried to awaken Shen Ming's memory, but unfortunately Shen Ming still could not remember. The runner-up in the Yunchuan City beast hunting competition. Huang Ming blinked, pointing to his green hair. Shen Ming, the runner-up in the beast hunting competition, rang a faint bell. When receiving the award, he was harshly criticized by the audience. He vaguely recalled the other was green-haired, but did not pay attention to the name. Is there something you need? Huang Ming revealed 2 rows of neat teeth. Brother Shen, you were admitted to Lingyun University through recommendation, right? Let me give you a tour. Are you familiar with Lingyun University? Shen Ming looked at him oddly. Of course, Huang Ming replied proudly. I've been here over 1,000 times. My great-grandparents, grandparents, and parents have all served here. Even if my grades are poor, Lingyun University reserves a recommendation spot for me, though it is undisclosed. Shen Ming's heart skipped a beat. 3 generations serving at Lingyun University. This kid was a well-connected insider. Wait, you said they served here, but what about now? Huang Ming hesitated briefly, but his smile remained, albeit slightly stiff. They have all passed away. When I was 5, my great-grandfather was about to retire, but Lingyun University suffered a beast-tide attack. They sacrificed themselves to protect the students. Afterward, my sister and I moved to Yunchuan City. Sacrificed for the students. Shen Ming's heart stirred somewhat. To be honest, he was quite fearful of death, especially having died once before. If a beast-tide ever attacked, he would help save lives within his capability, but if it meant risking his own life, he would firmly refuse. He had always felt somewhat selfish. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from respecting those heroes brave enough to lay down their lives for others. Sorry. Huang Ming laughed twice and waved his hand. It's nothing new. I was too young to remember anything when they died. I've gotten used to it. Come on, Brother Shen, I'll take you inside for a tour. Let's head to the cafeteria first. Let me tell you, the grilled cold noodles, they are simply exquisite. I eat them every time I come. Huang Ming walked ahead chattering non-stop, while Shen Ming followed silently. Soon they entered the cafeteria, and Huang Ming immediately ordered 2 deluxe grilled cold noodles, with sausage, egg, turkey noodles, and bacon. Alright. The auntie busied herself with 2 small spatulas. Before the noodles were ready, a rapid sound of footsteps approached from behind. Yo, isn't this our big connection, Huang? Turning around, they saw a group dressed in black robes standing behind them, glaring at Huang Ming with hostile expressions. Who are they? Do you know them? Shen Ming slightly tilted his head, looking at Huang Ming. Cold sweat appeared on Huang Ming's forehead. They're from the Black Mountain Syndicate. The leader is Wang Zichen, a senior member. I had some conflicts with him before. Don't worry, Brother Shen, you don't need to handle this. I can deal with it myself. Saying so, Huang Ming stepped forward to confront. Listening to their argument, Shen Ming understood that these people targeted Huang Ming because he was a well-connected insider who refused to pay protection fees. Nonsense. I'm not part of your syndicate, so why should I pay protection fees? Huang Ming slammed his palm on the table, glaring at Wang Zichen. Are you sure you won't pay? Wang Zichen smirked wickedly, his lips curling with mockery. I won't. As soon as Huang Ming finished speaking, Wang Zichen raised his hand. 2 henchmen behind him immediately charged and brutally beat Huang Ming. As second-year warriors, their strength far exceeded Huang Ming's, leaving him no chance to resist. No protection fee means you'll have to take the beating. You newcomers don't understand the rules. Paying a little protection fee to the syndicate can save you from a beating. What a great deal, Wang Zichen said, while turning to Shen Ming. Hey, you're new too, right? Don't be as stubborn as him. So will you pay the protection? Since you're new, I'll give you a discount. Just before Wang Zichen could finish, Shen Ming delivered a powerful kick. Unleashing third-stage strength, Wang Zichen was kicked flying on the spot. You want money from me? Fine, but it's medical expenses. The commotion caused by that kick was quite loud, drawing the attention of many students at the dining hall. Who is this guy? He actually hit Wang Zichen. I've never seen him before. I don't know, he must be a specially recruited student. He looks like a newcomer, and he's offended the Heishan Society, whose president is quite protective of his own. But that kick was really satisfying. This group of society thugs keeps robbing our ordinary students' resources. Should keep your voice down. If they hear us, we're done for. Wang Zichen staggered to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking at Shen Ming in disbelief. His own strength was not weak. He was a third-stage cultivator. Even if he was ambushed, he shouldn't have been beaten so badly, especially by such a casual kick. Unless the opponent's strength was on par with his, or even stronger. But how could that be? He's just a freshman. Even if he was a recommended student, he shouldn't have such power. However, as a senior member of the Heishan Society, he naturally couldn't back down against a newcomer, especially not in front of. Wang Zichen gritted his teeth and glared at Shen Ming. Alright, you little punk, want trouble. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone attack with me. As his voice fell, several of his lackeys rushed forward, and Wang Zichen charged out as well. Faced with a group attack, Shen Ming remained completely unfazed. Calmly, he drew his spear and held it at his side. Although he was also a third-stage cultivator, his foundation was solid, and with several perfected martial techniques backing him, even if Wang Zichen was at the same stage, he was no match for him. Moreover, he had a great spear. With a twist of his wrist, the spear spun, and with a single clash, thunder roared, toppling the 2 men in front of him. Seeing this, the remaining few didn't stop. Instead, they charged even more fiercely. Shen Ming no longer held back, channeling his martial skills and abilities to their maximum power. In the next moment, the entire dining hall was enveloped in thunder and lightning, with blue electric arcs dancing throughout, causing the glass at the entrance to nearly shatter. The lady making grilled cold noodles quickly shouted to stop it. Don't fight anymore. The school rules state that martial powers cannot be used for private battles in the dining hall. If this continues, none of you will have lunch today. The student council will hold you accountable. Upon hearing the words student council, the members of the Haitian society finally ceased their actions and turned to Wang Zichen, waiting for him to speak. Wang Zichen's expression was conflicted. After a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. Then he slowly walked up to Shen Ming, leaning closer to whisper in a condescending tone, "Kid, do you think being at Lingyun University makes you strong? Everyone here is a top performer from various cities. Don't take yourself too seriously. Oh, I've dealt with many arrogant fools like you before. You might have talent, but you don't qualify to boast at this moment nor to challenge the Haitian society. As a freshman, you should in front of us old students, you will always be fit only to serve and work. And as for this debt, I will eventually settle it with you. Remember that." Wang Zichen poked Shen Ming's chest with his fist, then turned and led his group out of the dining hall. Shen Ming's expression darkened as he approached Huang Ming, who had a bruised face, and said in a deep voice, "Where can we fight? If we can't fight here, where can we?" Huang Ming, nursing a black eye, thought for a moment and replied, Besides the dining hall, the library, and the teaching building, everywhere else is fine. The school hasn't made it clear, they just said no killing on campus. If needed, we can sign a life and death contract for the arena. Shingo, what do you want to do?" Before he could finish speaking, Shen Ming looked up and quickly walked toward the dining hall exit. "Hey, your grilled cold noodles are ready," the dining hall lady called out loudly. "It'll taste bad if it gets cold." Shen Ming dragged his spear, the tip scraping along the ground and making a sizzling sound as he walked out without looking back. Wang Zichen had just exited the dining hall and was still discussing how to target Shen Ming with a few lackeys. "Isn't there a qualification test for recommended students in a few days? We can plan something from there." "That's too troublesome. We have to wait several days. I say we just wait outside the dining hall. Whenever they leave, we directly forget it. In the current situation, they wouldn't dare to fight back anytime soon. Are we supposed to wait until nightfall?" As several lackeys were discussing, Wang Zichen silenced them. "All right. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not seek revenge immediately. Let's tackle them during the qualification test. It's just a few days, we can wait." Since their leader said so, the others naturally did not dare to voice differing opinions. Just as they made up their minds and were about to leave, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Thud, thud, thud. Before Wang Zichen could react, a spear pierced through his chest from behind. "Sorry, I don't have time to wait for you." Shen Ming's gaze turned cold as he thrust the spear, sending Wang Zichen flying, and then swiftly dealt with the remaining few. The speed was so fast that the remaining few had no time to react. After toppling all the members of the Haitian society, Shen Ming sheathed his spear and approached the fallen Wang Zichen. Seeing that the other parties still wanted to threaten him, Shen Ming raised his foot and stepped on his left leg. Crack! Wang Zichen's eyes widened in shock as he fainted on the spot. What gentleman seeks revenge after 10 years? That's just an excuse for the weak. If you have no strength, just practice. After saying this, Shen Ming turned and returned to the dining hall. At the entrance, Huang Ming stood holding 2 portions of grilled cold noodles, staring blankly at Shen Ming, his lips twitching. "Wow, this is so fierce." Huang Ming glanced at the grilled cold noodles, still steaming. It had only been a minute any longer, and it wouldn't be good. In just a few days, Shen Ming's displayed strength had already surpassed that in the beast hunting competition. This guy must be a monster. How did he cultivate? As people walked by and saw a group lying on the ground, they intended to come closer to see the commotion. However, upon realizing they were all members of the Haitian society, they turned and left. Only a young man in a white robe stopped to watch. The young man held a folding fan, followed by several individuals in white clothing, giving off an air of a martial arts master. He stepped forward, looking down at Wang Zichen, who had fainted from the pain and had a broken left leg, with a slight smile at the corner. "This guy is somewhat interesting, but offending the Haitian society right after arriving at school is not a wise choice. This Wang Zichen is just a small fry in the Haitian society. Boss, should we recruit this guy and make him work for us?" The young man in white waved his fan. "No need. This kid looks like a troublemaker and his strength is just mediocre. Bringing him in would not benefit the Baishan society, it would only escalate our conflicts with other societies." "Then what about us?" The young man in white casually closed his folding fan and began tapping his left hand with it. "No rush. We can secretly help him and create some trouble for the Haitian society. This will benefit us in the upcoming— Oh right, remember to investigate his background." "Why investigate him? Boss, do you actually intend to recruit him into the society?" "How is it, Brother Shen? I wasn't exaggerating, was I? This grilled cold noodle is delicious, isn't it?" Shen Ming finished the last bite of noodle in his bowl, nodding in satisfaction. "Indeed, it is delicious. However, it still pales in comparison to his favorite chocolate. Of course, one is a snack while the other is a staple, so they can't really be compared. Let's go after we finish eating. I just found your dormitory on my phone and I know the location, and I'll take you there." The two left the cafeteria and arrived at a villa area far from the teaching buildings. "This is the school's villa area. I heard that only exceptionally talented students valued by the school live here." Villa. Huang Ming looked around and soon arrived in front of Villa 19. It was a 2-story elegant small building with an independent exquisite yard, and there was a swimming pool in the yard. After facial recognition, the two entered the villa, where the interior decoration was clean and simple. Shen Ming casually found a place to sit down. He still had some questions to ask Huang Ming. "Huang Ming, is the Haitian society very strong? Why do I feel like everyone in the cafeteria is so afraid of them?" Upon hearing this, Huang Ming fell silent for a moment. "They are extremely strong. The teaching style of Lingyun University encourages students to fight for resources. The teachers generally do not interfere with anything students do outside of class. Issues among students, including those between societies, are managed by the student council. In the school, societies fight for themselves, competing for resources and bounty tasks distributed by the school. Societies charge protection fees from students who are not members or from weaker societies. As for the Haishan society, they are one of the top societies in the entire school. Only a few societies can rival the Haishan. Shen Ming stroked his chin, pondering. He had not anticipated that Lingyun University operated under such a model before. Survival of the fittest, although it isn't very humane, it is quite reasonable. If students are not trained in this way, they will only end up as a group of little sheep waiting to be devoured by beasts after graduation. It's no wonder Lingyun University can cultivate so many strong individuals. Under such a model, who wouldn't strive to cultivate desperately? This seems quite similar to the corporate model from his previous life. If you have the strength to create value, you live better. Without strength, you can only eat dust by the roadside. In any world, respect is given to the strong. If you don't want to be restricted by others, you must become strong yourself. Make money, hurry up, and make money. However, he currently needed a significant amount of money. Where would he find so much money? Those societies must be quite wealthy if they collect so much money, right? Shen Ming muttered to himself. Huang Ming nodded vigorously, of course. Even the most mediocre society now has conservatively estimated assets of over 10 million. As for the top societies, it's hard to say. Shen Ming's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he began to have some ideas. If they can form a society, can I do it too? If he had his own society, wouldn't the speed of making money be incredibly fast and continually flowing in? Huang Ming seemed to sense what Shen Ming was thinking and was startled. Brother Shen, forming a society is quite difficult. First, you need to pass the qualification test for the guaranteed admission students tomorrow, and you also need to pay a deposit of 1 million to the student council to qualify for forming a society. I see. Shen Ming nodded. The 1 million deposit is manageable because the system does not consume real-world money. He has saved up no less than 10 million. Money is not the problem. The important thing is that even if he forms a society, there may not be anyone willing to join. He can't just be a commander without followers handling everything himself. Before forming a society, he needs to think of an attractive name and make a name for himself at Lingyun University to increase his recognition, which is essential to attract others to join. The qualification test for guaranteed admission students is a good opportunity. He heard Shen Ming mention this qualification to prevent any connections from allowing students to be guaranteed admission and waste the school's resources. Every guaranteed admission student must undergo testing. Only those who pass can truly enjoy the treatment of guaranteed admission students. The attention to this matter across the school is quite considerable. As for the testing method, he only knows there are 3 stages, but he is not clear on the specifics. Fortunately, Huang Ming is well informed about this and immediately explains to Shen Ming. The test consists of 3 stages. The first stage is the ability level test. To be guaranteed admission, you must at least reach the 3rd level martial artist and have a minimum of strength ability. This is something Brother Shen you definitely don't have to worry about. The second stage is a strength test where all guaranteed admission students will engage in a free-for-all, and the bottom 3 will be directly eliminated regardless of the reason. The first 2 stages are manageable, but the 3rd stage requires withstanding psychological pressure, which necessitates extremely strong mental power. In previous years, many guaranteed admission students have lost their guaranteed admission status at this stage. Mental power, huh? Shen Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Mental power refers to the limit of what a person's mind can endure. Those with strong mental power generally have a high tolerance for pressure, are more stable, and can think calmly in times of crisis. Generally speaking, the older you are, the more experiences you have, and the stronger your mental power will be. He is skilled in fighting, but when it comes to mental power, Shen Ming feels somewhat uncertain. Regardless, he must make a name for himself in this competition. This way, when he forms a society, in the future people will be willing to join. Brother Shen, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I still have some matters to attend to. Shen Ming nodded, seeing Huang Ming off. He sat on a chair in the yard contemplating how to quickly enhance his mental power. In the heat of the moment, he still needs to prepare a bit. Enhancing mental power, Uncle Yu should have some experience. Thinking of this, Shen Ming was just about to go to the security booth to ask Uncle Yu when his phone suddenly received a message. In the heat of the moment, he still needs to prepare a bit. Enhancing mental power, Uncle Yu should have some experience. He stepped out of the villa to sign for the package. It was a small black box about the size of a palm. So small. What could it be? Shen Ming muttered as he walked unboxing the black box, and then he took out the item inside. This is a pendant. What the heck? Why would Dad send him a pendant just for fun? Shen Ming played with the pendant. The pentagon blue gem contained a delicate dragon pattern, which looked quite beautiful. As for the rest, Shen Ming looked at it for a while, but couldn't discern anything special about it. Maybe it's just an ordinary necklace, perhaps it holds some special commemorative significance. He put on the pendant, and then took out his phone to inquire with Dad. However, Dad didn't explicitly say what use this pendant had, only that it would naturally function when needed, though it might also be useless. Upon hearing this, Shen Ming felt somewhat confused. What does it mean that it might also be useless? What on earth is this thing for? Just as Shen Ming was bewildered, his phone rang with a notification sound. Your account has received 5 million. On the other side at the security booth, Yu Jinhua was leisurely leaning back in a rocking chair, his face full of enjoyment. Not to mention, this is much easier than being the principal. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang, and Yu Jinhua picked up the phone to answer. Hello. Housekeeper, Lingyun University has very strict requirements. We only managed to sneak in 3 of our people. Yu Jinhua frowned slightly. Only 3 people? How can we ensure the young master's safety? Keep going and don't let all the teachers interview at once. It's too unusual to have so many people interviewing as teachers at once. You can change your names and interview for positions like cleaning aunties, cafeteria ladies, or dormitory managers. In short, no matter the identity, get them into Lingyun University. The old master entrusted us with the young master's safety. We must ensure his safety at all costs. Understood. How? Just as Yu Zhenhua was about to hang up the phone, he suddenly remembered something. Oh right, the young master seems to be short on money again. Find a way to send some. Don't let the old master find out. 3 days later in the principal's office. Principal Luo, I have compiled the statistics. In recent days, 72 martial artists above the 5th rank have come to our school for teaching interviews. According to your instructions, the school has only accepted the top 3 among them. Upon hearing the secretary's report, Principal Luo felt a throbbing headache. What's going on these days? Why are there suddenly so many martial artists coming for teaching positions? Although the teaching positions at Lingyun University are quite sought after, the minimum requirement for an interview is a 5th rank martial artist, and having one come in every 3 or 4 days is considered quite a lot. He couldn't understand what was happening recently as so many 5th rank or higher martial artists suddenly swarmed into their school, leaving him, the principal, utterly bewildered. He even suspected that some evil organization was plotting against Lingyun University. Additionally, I must remind you that the application density for various positions at our school is increasing, including security personnel, cleaning staff, and other roles. Principal Luo waved his hand. That's manageable, all within control. The main issue is the number of teacher applicants. Go investigate what's really going on. Yes. As the secretary was about to leave, he paused. Principal Luo, several investors want to add some flair to today's qualification test for the recommended students. They seem very optimistic about this year's recommended students. Would you like to take a look? Principal Luo initially wanted to refuse. With this issue at hand, he had no mind to attend any tests. However, thinking it over, he realized that worrying wouldn't change anything. It might be better to go and see if there were indeed some promising talents this year. It could lift his spirits. Let's go take a look. On the Lingyun University playground, many people were gathered to watch. The qualification test for the recommended students garnered a lot of attention as it could influence the school's direction for the next few years. Everyone wanted to know who would win the championship in the qualification test. Who do you think will win among the recommended students this year? I don't know, but I heard that Tang Chi from our city's No. 6 middle school seems quite strong. He was already at the 3rd rank 3rd stage when he was recruited. Entering school at the 3rd rank 3rd stage, what kind of monsters are these recommended students? Won't they break through to the 6th rank when they graduate? Everyone was discussing matters related to this test. Current currency 8 million. Shen Ming sat in the front row eating a piece of chocolate and looking at the numbers on the panel. 3 days ago, the 5 million the school gave him had arrived, and now his currency had reached 880,000. Without a word, he directly raised his realm. Currency, 4 million, realm breakthrough to 3rd rank 4th stage. As the system prompt appeared, Shen Ming clenched his fist, feeling a significant increase in strength, and his internal chi expanded a bit. He nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Huang Ming approached enthusiastically. Good morning, Brother Shen. Have you heard? This year's qualification test offers prizes for the top 5. Prizes? Shen Ming's eyes brightened. In previous qualification tests, it had merely been a test. There had never been talk of prizes. Why suddenly this year? However, he was in dire need of money, so prizes for the test were certainly a good thing. How much? Huang Ming recalled. 3rd place gets 300,000, 4th place, 400,000. 1st place, 800,000. 800,000. Shen Ming blinked, somewhat unable to believe this number. This amount was enough to buy a small villa in a decent part of the city. Just for a test, there could be so many prizes. Is this the strength of the strongest martial arts university in Ning province? Terrifying indeed. Brother Shen, with your strength, as long as you pass the mental test, getting into the top 3 will be absolutely no problem. Huang Ming said with a smile. Others may not know, but he had witnessed Shen Ming's strength firsthand. It was simply extraordinary. The top 3 were merely a conservative estimate. Shen Ming smiled faintly. He was naturally confident in his abilities, and over the past few days he had also learned about the information of a few recommended students. There were a total of more than 10 recommended students, most of whom were at the 1st or 2nd stage of the 3rd rank, with only 1 or 2 at the 3rd rank 3rd stage. They were still behind him. Since there were prizes, he would definitely aim for the championship. While Shen Ming and Huang Ming were chatting, Wang Zichen in the corner cast a fierce glare at the two. Wang Zichen rubbed his still swollen eyes and looked at his leg, which was in a cast, gritting his teeth. Damn it, after joining the Heishan Society, this is the first time I've been beaten so badly. Have you prepared everything we talked about before? He turned to a nearby lackey. The lackey hurriedly responded. It's all ready, Brother Zichen, just waiting for the test to begin. Good, Wang Zichen nodded. All right, Shen Ming, just wait and see. In the center of the playground, the referee teacher tapped. Hello, hello. Seeing that the sound was fine, the referee teacher announced loudly. I have good news for everyone. This year the school will offer substantial prizes for the top 5 in the qualification test for recommended students, with the 1st place receiving a whopping 800,000 in prize money. As soon as these words were spoken, a stir was created. Most people had heard about the prizes, but no one had expected them to be this substantial, and many students who could not participate in this test turned green with envy. Alright, the qualification test officially begins. All recommended students, please come up for the first test. Place your hand on the testing device, and it will automatically display your realm and ability level. You must be above the 3rd rank to advance to the 2nd round. With that, the recommended students stepped up one by one to place their hands on the testing device. This round was quite expected, as even if someone had connections they must have some strength. It would be foolish to recruit someone who couldn't even pass the first round. Li Muyao, a level ability, 3rd rank, 2nd stage passed. Zhang Xingwei, a level ability, 3rd rank, 1st stage passed. Tang Qi, a level ability, 3rd rank, 3rd stage passed. Shen Ming's level ability, 3rd rank, 4th stage passed. As the announcement fell, the crowd erupted. No one expected that someone could reach the 3rd rank 4th stage. They had thought Tang Qi would be the one with the highest realm. After all, 3rd rank 3rd stage, even some senior students might not be stronger than him. But now out of nowhere a 3rd rank 4th stage had appeared, which was simply shocking. Not far away on the rooftop of the library, Principal Luo sat on the rooftop looking down. This position allowed him to overlook the entire playground, making it the best viewing point. It seems there are indeed 2 promising talents among this year's recommended students. What's this child's name in the final test? Beside him the secretary flipped through the files. Principal Luo, this student is named Shen Ming, recruited from Yunchuan City by Director Shen Ming. Not bad, he is only slightly weaker than that little monster. To reach the 3rd rank 4th stage at this age, this child must have endured a lot in his training. I didn't expect such an excellent talent to emerge from Yunchuan City this year. Let's give Yunchuan City a fixed quota for recommendations next year. Also, it's time for Shen Ming, this acting director, to be promoted to a permanent position. Understood, Principal. I will arrange it right away. The crowd was astonished at Shen Ming's realm when a short-haired girl raised her head. 3rd stage 4th segment. How could he be stronger than me? How did he cultivate? A hint of worry shone in the girl's eyes. She had promised her father that she would defeat the newcomers and not embarrass him. However, she did not expect that such a formidable opponent would appear during a qualification test. Her twin-tailed best friend playfully reassured her, Sister Tang Qi, you have always had the best cultivation resources. Your realm is solid and stable, along with Uncle Tang's personal guidance. Even if he is at a slightly higher realm, he surely can't be your match. Relax, Sister Tang Qi. You're right. Tang Qi nodded, fully agreeing with her friend's words. Of course, she also believed that Shen Ming would not be her opponent. After all, she was the daughter of the provincial leader of Ning province. How could a person from a secondary city surpass her? She was determined to spar with this guy in the 2nd round. In a corner of the crowd, Wang Zichen clenched his fists. Damn it, I can't believe I got played by him. Wang Zichen slammed his thigh suddenly. Bang! The plaster on his leg cracked, exposing a leg wrapped in bandages, and the intense pain nearly tore through his nerves. Damn it! Curse you! Wang Zichen covered his left leg, gritting his teeth tightly. But it doesn't matter, you'll see what happens in the next round. I will break both of your legs. In the center of the playground, the referee looked at the text displayed on the device, unable to help but feel a bit stunned. Just now Tang Qi's 3rd stage 3rd segment was already shocking to him, but he could accept it. After all, Tang Qi was the daughter of the provincial leader, so such strength was not surprising. But how could Shen Ming, an ordinary student from a city, possess such a high realm? It was utterly incomprehensible. Shen Ming looked up at the referee. The originally expressionless referee nodded and smiled at Shen Ming, trying his best to show friendliness. To reach the 3rd stage 4th segment upon entering school, his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Alright, Shen Ming, you don't have to exit the field. The 2nd test will start soon, just wait on the field. Shen Ming nodded, and then turned to sit quietly in a corner of the playground. The gazes of those around him became fervent, while a few other recommended students showed a hint of wariness in their eyes. Because they were about to enter a free-for-all, Shen Ming would be their opponent. Alright, everyone passed the 1st round. Now we will proceed to the 2nd test, a comprehensive combat power test. The rules are simple, everyone fights until the end. The first 3 eliminated will lose their recommended student status. Now the 2nd test begins. Onto the field. The rules are simple, everyone fights until the end. The first 3 eliminated will lose their recommended student status. Now the 2nd test begins. With the referee's command, all the recommended students instantly engaged in a melee. For a moment, no one had the intention to target Shen Ming. They only needed to eliminate 3 people, and everyone else could pass, so no one would start by provoking the strongest. Only Tang Qi, who stood across from Shen Ming, had her eyes sharp and raised her long leg, charging directly towards him, completely disregarding the others. She just wanted to compete with Shen Ming. However, before she could reach Shen Ming, 3 figures charged towards him, all executing powerful martial techniques. What's going on? Tang Qi frowned. There shouldn't be anyone targeting him. Do these 3 have a grudge against him? What she wanted was to defeat Shen Ming in a fair, unknown competition, not like this. Get out of my way. Without hesitation, Tang Qi shouted angrily and swung her titan-like gauntlet to smash down before the 3 could. Boom. With a loud bang, the 3 charging at Shen Ming were sent flying by Tang Qi's punch. Witnessing this scene, Wang Zichen in the corner of the playground jumped up suddenly. What's going on? What is that woman Tang Qi doing here, stirring up trouble? Wang Zichen nearly ground his back teeth. He had deliberately found 3 recommended students to target Shen Ming in the 2nd test, but before they could even engage, that Tang Qi had sent them away with a punch. Wang Zichen was so angry he was stomping his feet, forgetting the injury on his left leg. By the time he realized, his left leg was already swollen like a pig's. Ugh! Wang Zichen was in so much pain, he nearly fainted, roaring with sweat on his forehead. Shen Ming, Wang Zichen will not rest until I cripple you. In his furious helplessness, the situation on the field had also become clear. Most of the others had fought to a standstill, with some leaving the field, some injured. Aside from Shen Ming and Tang Qi, the other 2 sensed that Tang Qi wanted to fight Shen Ming and wisely exited the playground, clearing the space. Shen Ming, now no one is interrupting us. We can have a fair and passionate duel. Tang Chi stood with her fists on her hips looking down at Shen Ming. Shen Ming opened his eyes and stood up holding his spear horizontally. Although he did not know why Tang Chi was so eager to fight him since things had come to this, he certainly did not mind solidifying his reputation as the genius corrector. Alright, you can go first, Shen Ming said softly. Are you looking down on me? Tang Chi's eyes narrowed. Is this how your teacher taught you to underestimate your opponent? As she spoke, Tang Chi had already charged forward. Her fist encased in a gauntlet the size of a sandbag hung high in the air, cracking with red fissures resembling a meteor falling from the sky. Ability: explosive lava. You may be strong, but I am definitely not someone you can underestimate. Take this punch. The flowing magma engulfed the gauntlet and slammed down heavily towards Shen Ming. Without hesitation, Shen Ming activated his ability and thrust his spear forward. Buzz! The dazzling electric light collided with the fiery lava, causing a whirlwind of dust to rise across the playground. A shockwave spread from the point of contact between the gauntlet and the spear, affecting a large number of students present. Fortunately, students who could enter Lingyun University had some skills, so they were not injured by the shockwave. What the hell? How did this cause such a huge commotion? Are the recommended students this outrageous this year? That girl is the daughter of the leader. If Shen Ming can fight her to a standstill, his strength is definitely not ordinary. It's useless. Tang Chi's realm is certainly solid, plus the quality suppression of martial techniques and breathing techniques. Shen Ming may not be her opponent. Enough talking, just watch. Soon we'll see who is stronger. Just as everyone thought this would be a protracted battle, Shen Ming suddenly exerted force on the spear in his hand, and violent electric currents surged into the spear tip, accompanied by blazing flames. With a thunderous boom, before everyone could see what happened, Tang Chi was already sent flying, crashing heavily into the crowd, raising a cloud of dust. Ugh! Tang Chi staggered to her feet, tightly clutching her injured right arm, revealing a look of disbelief. Just as she was about to act again, a spear was already resting against her neck. You lost. Shen Ming held his spear horizontally, his voice cold. I fully agree with your words. When battle, one should not underestimate their opponent. But the premise of underestimating is that you have the qualification to be my opponent. Shen Ming actually took down Tang Chi in an instant. The expressions of everyone present resembled those who had just witnessed a prehistoric beast. With Tang Chi's status, it should not be the case that she fell into a disadvantage even if she was at a lower realm, let alone being defeated in one strike. Could it be that Shen Ming's realm is as solid as Tang Chi's, or even surpasses hers? See, how is this possible? Tang Chi is the daughter of the commander, and the resources she used for training surpass those of most people. While her realm may not be the fastest to break through, it is certainly the most solid, coupled with high-level martial techniques and breathing methods. What qualifications does Shen Ming have to kill Tang Chi so effortlessly? To them, this was completely impossible. Of course, some perceptive individuals noticed that Tang Chi had not used her full strength in the previous battle. If she had, Shen Ming might not have been her match. Among the crowd, the three who initially planned to attack Shen Ming felt a chill in their hearts. They never expected Shen Ming's combat power to be so strong. Even combined, they were no match for him. Fortunately, Tang Chi acted quickly. Though they had now stepped down, they only suffered minor injuries. If Shen Ming had beaten them, they wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 3 to 5 days. The three exchanged glances filled with a sense of fear. Additionally, their impression of Wang Zichen had also soured considerably. If it weren't for Wang Zichen, they wouldn't have fallen in the second round, losing their chance at a direct admission. On the playground, Tang Chi glared at Shen Ming with a face full of resentment. That last move was not her killing blow, but she hadn't used her full strength. She thought that punch would be enough to take Shen Ming down, but in reality, Shen Ming not only withstood her attack, but did so with ease, even countering her in a single move. But now the long spear was at her throat, as she had lost. Just a moment ago, she had accused Shen Ming of underestimating her, but in truth, it was she who underestimated her opponent. On the rooftop of the library, Principal Luo also wore a look of astonishment. With such strength, fighting beyond one's rank is no issue. Is this child really raised by an ordinary family? Nearby, the secretary hurriedly handed over a file. Principal Luo, here is the child's file. Principal Luo took a glance at the file, and the more he looked, the more his brow furrowed. Mother passed away early, father abandoned him growing up alone, awakening a great ability. Each matter seemed to have been targeted by fate, as if an invisible hand were squeezing Shen Ming's throat. Principal Luo couldn't help but sigh. To grow up to this point in such an environment, he must be an incredibly hard-working, and a child raised in such a harsh environment surely has no issues with mental strength testing. The secretary beside him also agreed wholeheartedly. Principal Luo, should I inform Teacher Chiu to let Shen Ming pass directly? Principal Luo raised his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary. I also want to see what level this child's mental strength can reach. The two watched from the rooftop of the library. Soon the referee on the playground announced the results. The three eliminated were indeed the ones who initially attacked Shen Ming, sent flying by Tang Chi's punch. Undoubtedly, the top evaluation for this round went to Shen Ming. As long as he could pass the third test no matter the score, next the mental strength test quickly began. The referee instructed all the direct admission students to sit in the center of the playground, and then called forth an elderly man whose hair had started to turn gray. The old man appeared to be quite aged, yet his physique remained robust, and he exuded a sense of ease. The old man scanned the crowd and nodded slightly, introducing himself. Hello, everyone, my name is Chiu Jingyun, and I am the examiner for the third test. You can call me Teacher Chiu. In our great Xiao, we classify telekinesis practitioners into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and human, corresponding to 10,000, 1,000, and 100 points of mental strength. In our Great Xiao, we classify telekinesis practitioners into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and human, corresponding to 10,000, 1,000, and 100 points of mental strength respectively. Ordinary people have a mental strength value of only around 10, and the means of cultivating mental strength are quite rare, which leads to a scarcity of telekinesis practitioners. Qiu teacher's lips curled slightly. However, you are fortunate. Standing before you is one of the 3 Earth-level telekinesis practitioners in Ning province, with a mental strength value of 3,826 points. As he spoke, Teacher Qiu slowly raised his right hand, and a flying knife soared from behind him to hover in front of him. In the eyes of the crowd, Teacher Qiu stepped onto the flying knife and began to rise. Wow! A chorus of gasps erupted on the playground. All eyes turned to Teacher Qiu, filled with envy, resembling a group of fans utterly enamored. This is an Earth-level telekinesis practitioner. In the Dragon Kingdom, the probability of encountering a human-level telekinesis practitioner is 1 in tens of thousands, let alone an Earth-level practitioner. In all of Ning Province, there are only 3. One beside the commander, one from the Ning Province Telekinesis Association, and this one before them. To be precise, this one is also from the Telekinesis Association, serving as the vice president. It is said that he recently left the association to teach at Lingyun University because he did not want to be constrained by the association. The crowd's cheers had yet to subside. Who wouldn't want to rise with a thought and soar through the heavens? However, currently martial artists can only achieve brief hovering. To fly freely still eludes them, only attainable through special abilities or by becoming telekinesis practitioners. Besides these 2 methods, only reaching the legendary martial saint realm would allow one to fly. Unlike others, Shen Ming's gaze toward Teacher Qiu did not show much fluctuation. He too yearned for flight. However, he believed that one day he would reach the martial saint realm, so he did not feel as fervent towards Teacher Qiu. On the rooftop of the library, Principal Luo shook his head, helplessly chuckling softly. Qiu Jingyun, this old rascal hasn't changed a bit since his youth. He just loves to show off at any opportunity. He couldn't wait to make his status as an Earth-level telekinesis practitioner known nationwide. Hearing Principal Luo's mutterings, the secretary beside him covered his mouth and chuckled. On the playground, Qiu Jingyun scanned the crowd. Seeing everyone with envious and eager expressions, he struggled to suppress. But when his gaze fell on Shen Ming, he noticed Shen Ming's indifferent expression, as if his display of levitation had not stirred the slightest ripple in the other. Though surprised, Qiu Jingyun did not dwell on it. Turning, he amplified his voice so everyone could hear. We are about to start the 3rd test. Before we begin, to avoid external interference, I will block the sound and visuals in this area. This test is quite simple. I will apply around 100 points of mental pressure on all of you. As long as you can endure for 10 minutes under this pressure, you will pass. Hearing that they only needed to hold out for 10 minutes, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They had thought the 3rd round would be difficult, but with only 10 minutes, they should be able to manage. Get ready, the mental pressure is coming. Teacher Qiu raised his right hand to prepare for the pressure. In response, all the direct admission students sat cross-legged on the ground, activating their breathing methods in anticipation of the mental pressure. Shen Ming also closed his eyes and waited. Buzz! In an instant, a violent mental pressure crashed down from above. The previously confident crowd felt their bodies sink, nearly being knocked out of their souls by this force. The playground was filled with groans and low growls. Within just 3 seconds, 3 individuals could not withstand the mental pressure and fell completely down. One of them even bled from all 7 orifices and fainted on the spot. Whoa, the methods of a telekinesis practitioner are a bit too intense, aren't they? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim. So soon 3 people couldn't hold on. If someone can endure for 10 minutes, they would definitely be a demon. Wait, look at Shen Ming. Why does he seem unaffected? Everyone's gaze converged on Shen Ming. They saw him sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, his face devoid of any expression, completely still. Meanwhile, the pendant hanging from Shen Ming's chest emitted an imperceptible glow. The dragon pattern within the pendant seemed to come alive, swimming back and forth as if absorbing something. What the hell? A cheat? A voice exclaimed in astonishment. Under such intense mental pressure, everyone gritted their teeth and endured, yet Shen Ming appeared unfazed, as if nothing were amiss. Surely not something an ordinary student could achieve. Even Qiu Jingyun, standing atop a flying knife, wore a look of disbelief. This is truly strange. Despite being well-versed in various matters, Qiu Jingyun had never encountered such a phenomenon. He had applied a mental pressure equivalent to a strength of 100 points of mental power, never expecting to be so effortlessly resisted by a newly enrolled student. Unless Shen Ming's mental power also reached 100, or even higher, it was impossible for him to remain so composed. Curiosity piqued. Qiu Jingyun quietly exerted more force, increasing the mental pressure on Shen Ming from 100 to 110. Moments later, Shen Ming still showed no reaction. Skeptical Qiu Jingyun raised the mental pressure to 120, then 130. Yet even as it climbed to 200 points, Shen Ming remained seated on the ground, expressionless, resembling a statue of a Buddha. Qiu Jingyun was bewildered. How could someone so young possess such formidable mental power? He absolutely could not believe it. This young man must be concealing a treasure that enhances mental power, or he has some other. Qiu Jingyun muttered to himself, then retracted the excess mental force, realizing that if he continued to increase the pressure, he would be discovered. As time passed, several other gifted students succumbed to the pressure. By the final minute, only 6 individuals remained, including Shen Ming and Tang Qi. It was at this moment that Shen Ming slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of confusion beneath He had heard the third test commence long before closing his eyes to wait. After a lengthy period feeling no so-called mental pressure, he finally opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. To his shock, he saw many had fainted, and some were even coughing up blood. Even those who had not fainted were gritting their teeth to endure, including Tang Qi, who was visibly sweating from her forehead, clearly struggling. What is going on? Shen Ming was somewhat perplexed, but when he glanced down at the pendant hanging on his chest, he seemed to grasp something. The dragon pattern is actually moving. Could it be the pendant's effect? Shen Ming increasingly felt this was possible. Perhaps his father was aware of the mental pressure he would face during the gifted student test, and had given him a pendant capable of withstanding it. Beyond that, Shen Ming could think of no other explanation. Lost in thought, he suddenly had a bold idea. If he wanted to establish a club, he needed to raise his profile at Lingyun University. Since the mental pressure had no effect on him, why not put on a grand show? With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, Shen Ming had a plan in mind. He then slowly stood up before the astonished gazes of everyone, and strode confidently toward Qiu Jingyan, looking up at him. Teacher Qiu, could you increase the mental pressure on me? I want to see my limits. Shen Ming's gaze was resolute, resembling it. At these words, silence enveloped the crowd, and the other gifted students were momentarily dumbfounded. What the hell? He actually wants to increase the pressure. I can barely hold on as it is. A monster, this Shen Ming is definitely a complete monster. Let's be sure not to provoke him. Forget about later, let's just get through this challenge first. If we fail this, we might never get the chance to meet Shen Ming again. While several debated, Tang Qi, breathing heavily, slowly stood up, evidently still unwilling to concede to Shen. Teacher Qiu, I want to add more pressure too. This? Teacher Qiu's face showed a trace of helplessness, but he also knew that Tang Qi was a strong-willed child. Asking her to give up now was clearly unrealistic. However, having just secretly increased Shen Ming's pressure to 200, and seeing him still unresponsive, it was clear that Tang Qi, given her current state, could not possibly compete with Shen Ming. Thinking this, a hint of pity flickered in Teacher Qiu's eyes, and he sighed regretfully. Alright then. If you can't endure it, let me know at once. With that, Teacher Qiu waved his hand, and the mental pressure on the two instantly intensified. In an instant, Tang Qi nearly collapsed under the suddenly increased pressure. Fortunately, her mental strength was strong enough to push through, allowing her to stand upright, her pale face gazing challengingly. Shen Ming, I'm sorry, but my father has always equipped me with treasures to enhance my mental power. In terms of mental strength, you cannot possibly surpass me. Treasures that enhance mental power are extremely rare. Even in the entirety of Ning province, there are no more than 10 individuals possessing such treasures. She is one of them. More accurately, it was her father, the leader of Ning province. As the daughter of the leader, she had worn treasures to enhance her mental power since childhood, making her mental strength considerably stronger than that of an average person. While her overall strength may not match Shen Ming's, she had absolute dominance in mental power. With this in mind, Tang Qi's eyes sparkled with confidence. Thus far, no one has ever outdone her in terms of parental advantages. Shen Ming was no exception. But when her gaze fell on Shen Ming, she found him still unfazed, hands clasped behind his back, looking up at Qiu Jingyan. What a... Tang Qi gasped in shock. Upon hearing her voice, Shen Ming turned his head to look in her direction. He noticed Tang Qi's face was pale, as if she might faint at any moment, clearly in a worse state than before. Only then did Shen Ming realize, has the mental pressure already increased? With the protection of the pendant, he had felt no change in the mental pressure, so he had not noticed it had already intensified. Should I act like I'm struggling a bit? As he spoke, Shen Ming slightly furrowed his brow, placing one hand on his chest, and feigning discomfort. My head, my eyes, my ears. Such strong mental pressure, I can barely withstand it. Shen Ming's demeanor resembled someone genuinely enduring a powerful mental shock, even showing signs of mild nausea. Tang Qi was furious, her fists clenched tightly, her entire face trembling. This was a blatant mockery. Shen Ming. She wanted to say more, but the increasing mental pressure rendered her momentarily speechless. Seeing Shen Ming appear as if he had been struck hard, Qiu Jingyan, standing in the air, couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had just secretly increased the mental pressure to around 200, and Shen Ming showed no reaction. Now with the pressure only about 150, what was he pretending to struggle against? And he was even acting so convincingly. Are you a master of theatrics, or what? Before long, under the increasing pressure, Tang Qi could no longer endure it. My head. Tang Qi pressed her hands tightly against her head, gritting her teeth to hold on, but soon the overwhelming mental pressure caused her to feel dizzy. Within a few seconds, a sensation of weightlessness rippled through her mind, and then her head felt heavy as she fainted. Seeing this, Qiu Jingyan in the sky sighed softly. Alas, this girl has decent talent, but unfortunately encountered such a little monster. Qiu Jingyan glanced at the time. Alright, time's up. Those who manage to hold on will pass the test. Among them, Shen Ming withstood the highest mental pressure of 200 points, ranking first. Though Tang Qi fainted, she endured 150 points of mental pressure, ranking second. Qiu Jingyan announced the rankings based on everyone's endurance. The remaining few recommended students felt fortunate, yet at the same time, they found Shen Ming's endurance astonishing. They could barely withstand 100 points of mental pressure, while Shen Ming had withstood 200 points, which was twice. Before arriving at Lingyun University, each of them was a top talent in their entire school, even in the city brimming with ambition and arrogance. Yet now there was a peer who could stomp them underfoot. Is this what true genius looks like? It was a level of existence they could only look up to, unattainable. However, they were not disheartened. As geniuses, they naturally had their own pride. In that moment, they all took Shen Ming as their target, vowing to catch up to him and surpass him one day. With the qualification test concluded, the school quickly listed the top 5 performers based on their performance and awarded prizes according to the rankings. Without a doubt, Shen Ming became the first, and no one disputed it. Only Wang Zichen in the corner was irate, jumping around in frustration. Shen Ming, how did he take first place? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Supported by his underlings, Wang Zichen angrily left the playground, still scolding his companions along the way. Gather people, get me some people. Tell the supervisor about Shen Ming injuring me, let him take care of it for me. Zichen, this Shen Ming seems tough to deal with, and the tower battle is about to start. We should avoid trouble for now. His underling advised. Wang Zichen exploded with rage. Nonsense. What tower battle? If he dares to hurt me, he must pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed in everyone's ears. When they turned their heads, Shen Ming was already standing behind them. Those 3 who intended to target me, that was your doing, wasn't it? Shen Ming's cold gaze fixed on Wang Zichen. Feeling Shen Ming's stare, Wang Zichen trembled all over, the pain from his wound lingering, his heart sinking. He quickly waved his hands, denying it vehemently. No, it wasn't me. It was. Wang Zichen, drenched in sweat, his gaze wandering, ultimately pointed at his underling beside him. It was him, he did it all. Huh. The underling's face suddenly changed. Zichen, how could you? Shut up. Slap. Wang Zichen slapped his underling across the face. If it weren't for your dumb idea, how could I possibly have clashed with Shen Ming? Get lost. After scolding his underling, Wang Zichen turned to Shen Ming, displaying a fawning expression. Shen Ming, you see, I've already taught him a lesson, so please don't hold it against us. You haven't joined a club yet, right? How about this? Let me introduce you to our Black Mountain Club. I'm a senior member, and my introduction will surely grant you privileges. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding underlings took a step back. In their eyes, Wang Zichen suddenly became a stranger. Shen Ming said coldly. Not to mention, he wanted to establish his own club. Even if he wanted to join one, he didn't need Wang Zichen's introduction. Since you've repeatedly sought trouble with me, I won't care about your intentions. If you want to find trouble, then I'll generously grant you a shot. Here it comes. Shen Ming lifted his long spear, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged out. Thunder flashed, and the spear struck like a dragon. The sound of electricity whistled through the air, aiming directly at Wang Zichen's chest. The eerie blue lightning flickered in Wang Zichen's pupils. At that moment, he showed unprecedented fear, as if death. If you dare move against me, the Black Mountain Club won't let you off, including that green-haired one. We won't spare him either. No, you can't kill me. The school has rules, you can't kill me. So much nonsense. Without waiting for the other to finish, Shen Ming's spear had already thrust out. Quick, help me block it. Wang Zichen frantically sought help from a few underlings, but the underlings stood motionless, watching as Shen Ming thrust the spear into Wang Zichen's chest. Thud! A sound of penetration echoed as the long spear forcefully pierced Wang Zichen's chest. Wang Zichen tried to speak, but Shen Ming twisted the spear lightly, and it began to churn within Wang Zichen's body, directly piercing through him. Wang Zichen coughed up a mouthful of blood, the vitality in his eyes gradually fading. Shen Ming withdrew the spear and flicked off the blood on it. Thud! Wang Zichen's body collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, not only were Wang Zichen's underlings shocked, but even the passing students were dumbfounded. Heavens, this is murder! Call the teacher quickly. Shen Ming actually killed someone in public. How dare he in school? Even though he is the top performer in the test, he can't openly defy school rules. Killing someone on campus will surely get him. As the crowd was clamoring, Shen Ming's voice emerged once more, though quiet it resonated in everyone's ears. I, Shen Ming, do not seek trouble, but I am certainly not afraid of it. If anyone wishes to deliberately provoke me or trouble those around me, then first ask yourself if you can withstand this shot. If you think you can, I, Shen, am always ready to oblige. I hope everyone takes note. After finishing, Shen Ming turned and left without looking back. The crowd present wore faces of trepidation. With such a ruthless approach, who would dare to challenge him? Before long, Xiao Jingyun arrived with the students. Seeing Wang Zichen lying on the ground, barely breathing, Xiao Jingyun hastily approached to use his mental energy to check Wang Zichen's condition. The heart is damaged, but it's still beating. He can be saved. Quick, take him to the hospital. After organizing the students to send Wang Zichen to the hospital, Xiao Jingyun finally opened his mouth to inquire. Was this done by Shen Ming? The students who had just witnessed it nodded repeatedly and recounted the events. Xiao Jingyun couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. From the injuries just now, even if he doesn't die, he will be a vegetable for the rest of his life. Although the school encourages student conflicts, it is premised on not endangering lives. This young man, why is he so impulsive to strike so heavily? Since the other side sought someone to interfere with his test, he acted without hesitation, but this isn't unusual in the martial world. Only those seasoned veterans can do such things. Shen Ming is merely a student just entering college. Xiao Jingyun even doubted whether Shen Ming had been possessed by some ancient monster. Otherwise, how could a student possess such ruthless methods? With such a temperament, either he will die young or become an unparalleled powerhouse. I wonder how this young man will turn out. A conference room at Lingyun University. Due to Shen Ming's recent actions having triggered widespread alarm among students, several faculty members and department heads were deliberating his disciplinary measures following his violent assault on a classmate. One male teacher immediately slammed his fist on the table. Bang! To resort to lethal force over such a trivial matter constitutes an egregious violation, one that severely tarnishes the university's reputation. I propose immediate expulsion of Shen Ming. No sooner had the teacher uttered these words than Xian Min stepped forward. I object. You've all witnessed Shen Ming's exceptional aptitude. Expelling him would be a grave loss for our institution, and besides, Prince Wang has not died. Though outwardly composed, Xie Min's heart was already racing wildly. She had personally recruited Shen Ming into the university, never imagining his temperament would prove so volatile, nor that he'd strike with such devastating force. Should he be expelled, her own standing would inevitably suffer. His cultivation path lies in ruins. He'll spend the rest of his life bedridden. What then is the difference between that and hearing this heated exchange? The other faculty members exchanged uneasy glances. Had Shen Ming been an ordinary student, expulsion would have been swift and unremarkable, no deliberation required. Yet his prowess was undeniable among this year's specially admitted students. He stood head and shoulders above the rest. Losing him would deal Lingyun University a substantial blow. Just as tension thickened in the air, the conference room door swung open slowly. President Luo entered, accompanied by his secretary. President Luo. All eyes turned toward him, utterly astonished that Shen Ming's case had drawn the president's personal attention. Ordinarily, matters of this nature never reached his desk. His presence now meant any final decision hinged entirely upon his judgment. President Luo seated himself at the head of the table and paused in silence before speaking. Our solemn duty is to cultivate formidable martial cultivators for our nation, to confront the escalating beast crisis. If he possesses such strength, he commands the right to pride. Compensation shall be provided to the injured student's family. All medical expenses and reparations will be borne fully by the university. As for Shen Ming, he paused again, then continued, a formal reprimand, announced campus-wide. Incidentally, I depart shortly for Shangjing to attend a national summit. The upcoming tower battles will henceforth fall under your stewardship. With those words, President Luo turned and departed, leaving every faculty member stunned into silence. Such a mild penalty amounted to little more than a symbolic gesture, and might even elevate Shen Ming's notoriety across campus. A campus-wide reprimand. That's all. Though murmurs of dissent arose, no one dared question the president's decree. Compliance was inevitable. Meanwhile, inside Villa No. 19, Shen Ming lounged bare-chested on the sofa, idly twirling a pendant between his fingers after bathing. This pendant father gave me. It's truly extraordinary. Ever since the qualification test concluded, he'd sensed subtle changes within it. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the dragon motif etched within the pendant had grown sharper, its surface gleaming with renewed luster. Could it be absorbing spiritual energy? Shen Ming stroked his chin, pondering aloud. But what consequences might arise from excessive absorption, beneficial or... His father had offered no explanation of its function. To Shen Ming, it seemed designed to trigger some latent response once saturated with sufficient spiritual energy. Yet precisely what transformation awaited remained unknown. Enough speculation. Bonuses are secured. Time to... He opened his system interface and surveyed his latest earnings, nodding faintly. Currency 12. 8 million. First place in the test awarded 8 million. I added to his prior 4. 8 million. His system balance now totaled 12. 8 million. His liquid cash had already surpassed 20 million, a sum he'd scarcely dreamed possible in his past life, equivalent to winning a million-yuan lottery 20 times excluding fees. More crucially, his cultivation could advance further still. In this world, strength remained the ultimate currency, unchanging, unassailable. Without hesitation, Shen Ming channeled every cent into his cultivation foundation. System, go Allen. At his command, the currency counter surged violently. Currency, 5 million cultivation breakthrough to tier 3 5th segment. Currency, 6 million cultivation breakthrough to tier 3 6th segment. Remaining currency 1. 8 million. Instantly Shen Ming felt his dantian expand markedly, its capacity swelling, its qi denser and more potent than before. During the qualification test, he'd needed full exertion to instantly subdue Tang Qi, but now dispatching her would require mere casual effort. Even 10 Tang Qis attacking simultaneously would pose no threat. Still, the test had revealed critical gaps. His martial techniques were insufficient, and his breathing method remained low tier. Tang Qi had endured several seconds against him despite being a full tier lower, solely due to her superior technique quality and advanced breathing method. Given the sheer solidity of his foundation, defeating a lower tier opponent should have been effortless, yet it hadn't been. Clearly, acquiring refined martial techniques is imperative, and upgrading my breathing method cannot wait. Otherwise, should I face a truly formidable cultivator in the future, I risk being overpowered despite my higher rank. To be bested by a lower-ranked opponent, even with a system at hand, would be profoundly humiliating. After brief reflection, Shen Ming resolved. Once the martial society is established, priorities must be addressed sequentially. First, secure a stable financial pipeline, then pursue elite martial arts training. Founding a society would empower its members to undertake bounties, hunting monstrous beasts for reward. Profits would be shared proportionally, transforming passive income into a steady self-sustaining stream. As for his role within the society, undoubtedly its ever-strengthening protector, the president who ensured safety through relentless growth. The prospect stirred excitement within him. In his past life, he'd been trampled like livestock. Now he would finally stand as master of his own domain. Even as society president, that sufficed. My reputation from this test has undoubtedly spread. Now only a 1 million deposit to the student union stands between me and official society registration. Surely others will join. No time to waste. I leave now. Shen Ming rose, dressed swiftly, and strode toward the student union office. Meanwhile, at the Black Mountain Society headquarters, President Shen Ming openly assaulted our senior member, He's deliberately provoking the Black Mountain Society. I've investigated him. He does possess real talent, but since enrollment, he's grown increasingly arrogant. A lesson is long overdue. Exactly. If we ignore this, others may believe the Black Mountain Society fears him. We must act decisively. Several senior members debated fiercely. At the head of the table, a woman sat motionless, her slender index finger tapping rhythmically against the polished surface, lost in thought. Moments later, she withdrew her finger and spoke coldly. Enough. The tower battles approach, and Shen Ming is both formidable and unaffiliated. Iron Hammer, you will attempt to recruit him. Should he refuse, action may follow. At her command, a towering, muscle-bound man rose and strode out without hesitation. Leave it to me, President. The Student Union's Club Administration Office. With little activity in campus clubs recently, the staff members were idle and engaged in casual conversation. Sigh. Lately no one's come to us for assistance. We've got no commissions to collect. True. I even wanted to buy a new handbag, but this drought is driving me mad. Anything interesting happening lately? Tell me something. Otherwise, thinking about that bag will send me into depression. Interesting. Yes, there's Shen Ming, a recent elite admission student. During his placement test, he nearly killed Prince Chun of the Black Mountain Club. At these words, the others instantly perked up and gathered closer. Really? What did the Black Mountain Club say about it? The crew cut boy shook his head. No word yet, but I'd wager the Black Mountain Club won't let Shen Ming off lightly. If Shen Ming comes seeking our help anytime soon, stall him. Don't risk offending the Black Mountain Club over such a trivial matter. The others nodded in agreement. Though they held positions in the student union, they were merely low-level clerks, no different from office workers. To provoke a power like the Black Mountain Club was unwise. Avoidance was always safer. Noting their grim expressions, the crew cut boy joked. Hey, don't look so glum. Why would Shen Ming ever approach us? We only handle club registration and fee collection. He's an elite admission freshman. Shouldn't he be focusing on cultivation instead of founding a club? They exchanged glances, all convinced by his logic. Indeed, no freshman had ever been known to establish a club. Just then, bang. A thick stack of cash slammed onto. I wish to found a club. Who's in charge here? They turned as one toward the newcomer. A tall, poised youth draped in ink-black robes, features sharp and earnest, the very image of an exemplary student. Unbeknownst to them, this was Shen Ming, the very name they'd just discussed. The crew-cut boy's eyes lit up. He swiftly lowered his legs and declared, "That's me. Let's begin registration." Finally, a chance at commission. He sprang into action. Name and age. Shen Ming, 18. As he prepared to enter Shen Ming's details, the name struck his ears, and he lifted his gaze, studying Shen Ming with You're Shen Ming. Yes. The one who ranked first in the elite admission exam, and nearly crippled Prince Chun. Yes. Shen Ming nodded again, his expression shifting to mild bewilderment. Is there an issue? Can you process my club application, or not? This. A flicker of hesitation crossed the crew-cut boy's face. He wanted to comply. This meant commission profit, but Shen Ming was freshly embroiled in conflict with the Black Mountain Club. The Black Mountain Club's stance remained unknown, but vengeance was all but certain. And with the Tower War imminent, registering Shen Ming's club would effectively arm a rival against them, an outright provocation. If the Black Mountain Club learned of it, his own fate would be dire. Such folly was unthinkable. We're currently at capacity. No slots remain for new clubs. Shen Ming frowned faintly, voice low and steady. Since when did club registration have quotas? The question landed like ice upon the crew-cut boy's brow. Sweat glistened. Well, before he could finish, thud. Shen Ming's spear pierced the desk before him. Splinters exploded outward. You were eager enough to record my name moments ago. Why the sudden refusal? Say it again. Can you or can't you? Shen Ming stepped onto the desk, gripping the spear tightly, his gaze locked unflinchingly on the crew-cut boy. One sentence, and the memory of Shen Ming's brutal performance during qualification testing sent a jolt through him. His spine prickled with cold sweat. Beads formed instantly across his forehead. Yes, I'll do it. Absolutely. Compliance might invite Black Mountain retribution later, but defiance meant immediate consequences. This man struck without mercy. He had no desire to be impaled now. The two nearby students stood frozen, stunned. They hadn't expected Shen Ming's aura to be so fiercely oppressive, so palpably threatening that dissent felt synonymous with flight. The crew-cut boy hastily entered Shen Ming's information. He reached instinctively to count the cash, then met Shen Ming's gaze and quickly withdrew, offering a strained smile. More than sufficient. Brother Shen's funds are unquestionably adequate. No need to verify. Brother Shen, please name your club. I'll input it immediately. Seeing the wretched smile on the boy's face, Shen Ming sheathed his spear and paused to consider the name. This was his first independent faction, worthy of a dignified title. Let it be the Green Mountain Club. At the name, the crew-cut boy flinched violently. Currently, Lingyun University's two most formidable clubs bore the names White Mountain Club and Black Mountain Club. Choosing Green Mountain Club was a deliberate, unmistakable challenge to both. By entering it, he'd be signing his own death warrant. Shen Ming offered him no reprieve. The crew-cut boy forced a smile, more pain than tears. Brother Shun. Perhaps another name. This one is rather. Excuse me. No need. Shen Ming brushed with chips from his spear, slid it away, and fixed the crew-cut boy with a cold, unwavering stare. Green Mountain Club, final. Reluctantly, the crew-cut boy typed the name into the system. There was no choice, only compliance or coercion. His agency had vanished. He was left only with the manner of his capitulation. Thud, thud, thud. The moment the entry registered, heavy footsteps echoed from afar. each step reverberating through the floor. Shen Ming tilted his head slightly following the sound. A hulking man strode forward, twice Shen Ming's height, broad-shouldered, bearing a hammer larger than a wine cask across it. Shen Ming remained impassive. He didn't recognize the man, but the all-black attire marked him unmistakably as a member of the Black Mountain Club. Come for retribution. Irrelevant. Having just broken through 2 minor cultivation realms, Shen Ming welcomed the chance to test his newfound strength. Unlike his calm demeanor, the crew-cut boy's face fell into bitter dismay. It's Iron Hammer of the Black Mountain Club. He hadn't anticipated their arrival so swiftly, nor that it would be him. Iron Hammer's temper was legendary. Learning that he'd registered Shen Ming's club would surely brand him a co-conspirator, an affront worthy of a crushing blow. Ruined. Utterly ruined. The hammer lifted the heavy mallet and slammed it down onto the ground with a thud. Boom. He then rested one hand on the hammer's handle, looking down at Shen Ming. Are you Shen Ming? Shen Ming replied without any signs of panic. What's the matter? The hammer snorted lightly, his eyes scanning Shen Ming from top to bottom. With your small frame, how could you possibly be the top scorer in the guaranteed admission test? It seems this year's new students lack any real substance. Facing the hammer's taunts, Shen Ming certainly would not give him a good response. Looking at your hulking frame, I thought you were a straightforward person, but it turns out you are just a fool filled with grease-loving you. The hammer pointed at Shen Ming, his lips twitching. If it weren't for the boss orders to recruit Shen Ming, he would have loved to swing the hammer at him right now. The hammer let out an angry grunt. Shen Ming, I am here today, representing the Heishan Association to recruit you, and I do not wish to dwell on this matter too much. Recruit me. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. You're not here to challenge me to a fight. He hadn't expected that the other party was here. After all, everyone else said that the Heishan Association was protective of its own, i.e. after having taken down one of their senior members, the other party should have come to take revenge, yet unexpectedly this guy was here to recruit him. Stop wasting words. Will you join or not? The hammer shouted angrily. Shen Ming certainly did not plan to join, and just as he was about to refuse, a figure in a white long shirt, holding a folding fan, appeared before him like a ghost. The elegant young man smiled at Shen Ming Jr. Shen Ming, don't rush to answer just yet. You might also consider joining our Baishan Association. It's a good option. Upon seeing the elegant young man, the hammer immediately roared, Zhao Tong, you effeminate fool, if you dare to poach our member, I won't let you off. The elegant young man chuckled dismissively. Humph. Who do you think you are to speak to me? You should let your president do the talking. Besides, Shen Ming hasn't joined your Heishan Association yet. Oh, what's wrong with me trying to recruit him for the Baishan Association? You sent only one person to recruit Shen Ming without any benefits. That shows a lack of sincerity. I, the president of the Baishan Association, came personally and brought a gift. Now that's sincerity. Saying this, Zhao Tong took out a palm-sized small shield from his spatial ring. This item is called the Liang Shield. At ordinary times it can simply be worn at the waist as an ornament, but when faced with danger it can automatically transform into a shield to block attacks from warriors below the 4th rank and release a large amount of flames to burn enemies, making it quite valuable. As long as Junior Shen Ming joins the Baishan Association, this Liang Shield will be yours. Zhao Tong's lips curled slightly. He was confident in the allure of the Liang Shield, believing Shen Ming would not refuse his invitation. He had not invited Shen Ming earlier because he thought Shen Ming was unqualified, but now that Shen Ming had displayed his strength and talent and mental power, he was sufficiently noteworthy. The hammer's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the Liang Shield. The Liang Shield. You actually dare to bring this out? Your Baishan Association is really investing heavily. Shen Ming's eyes flickered. Secret treasures are rare, and those that can save lives are even rarer. If he sold this item, he could probably fetch 5 million, and there would be plenty of people fighting over it. It might even sell for over 10 million. President Zhao really is full of sincerity. Oh, I do find the Liang Shield quite tempting. However, unfortunately, I already belong to a society. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Tong and the hammer were taken aback. Which society did Junior Shen Ming join? The Qingshan Association. Qingshan Association. Shen Ming said lightly. Zhao Tong frowned, recalling for a long time, but could not think of such a... This name sounds like a provocation against their Baishan and Heishan associations. If such a society truly existed, it should have already been suppressed by them. The hammer had the same thought. You two don't need to think about it anymore. The Qingshan Association is a newly established society. I am the president. Shen Ming's voice left both of them in silence. After a moment, the hammer was the first to speak. You established a society yourself. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to establish a society? You are a new student. Even if you really established a society, do you think anyone would join? That's not something you need to worry about. Oh, just take care of yourself. Shen Ming said coldly, then turned to leave. Junior Shen Ming. Zhao Tong suddenly called out to stop Shen Ming. Does President Zhao have something else to say? Shen Ming turned back. Zhao Tong smiled and handed over the Liang Shield. Your Liang Shield. What is this? Shen Ming raised an eyebrow, not reaching out to take it. Zhao Tong explained with a smile, once a gift is given, there's no reason to take it back. Even if Junior Shen Ming establishes his own society, we can still be friends in the future. Hearing this, Shen Ming naturally would not refuse. Then thank you, I have made a friend in you, President Zhao. After accepting the Liang Shield and storing it in his spatial ring, Shen Ming turned to leave. Once Shen Ming's figure disappeared from view, the hammer chuckled lightly. President Zhao is really generous, a Liang Shield given away just like that. He's merely a guaranteed admission student. This investment of yours might end up being a total loss. After saying this, the hammer also shouldered the heavy mallet and left, not forgetting to cast a glance at the buzzcut boy from The buzzcut boy was on the verge of tears. He was just a low-level worker in the student council and had unknowingly offended the Heishan Association. What a disaster. How would he survive in school from now on? After the hammer left, several members of the Baishan Association gathered around. President, the Liang Shield is supposed to be your protective treasure. He's not joining us, so why did you give it to him? Isn't that a bit too much of a loss? Zhao Tong waved his fan. It's fine, but it's just a Liang Shield. With my current strength, I don't need it. Since he established a society, he naturally has the qualifications to participate in the tower battle. Bringing him into our camp will only bring benefits, not drawbacks. But he's just a new student. Will anyone join such a hastily established society? Zhao Tong smiled helplessly. Is it? Not really. In the guaranteed admission qualification test, didn't he already make a name for himself? Zhao Tong raised his folding fan and tapped his subordinate's head. Think back carefully. What did Shen Ming say after severely injuring Wang Zichen? The subordinate scratched his head and pondered for a moment. He said if anyone caused trouble for him or his friends, they should first ask about his spear. Exactly. With such a carefully crafted statement combined with his reputation as the top scorer in the test, there will definitely be people wanting to be his angel investors. I believe that before the tower battle begins, his society will gather considerable strength, but compared to us, it will definitely be. What's most important for us now is to compete with the Heishan Association for the top spot. Bringing him in is definitely the right move. The subordinate suddenly understood. So that's how it is. That seems Shen Ming is quite calculative. What scheme? How would I know? In Villa no. 19, Shen Ming scratched his head, looking bewildered at Huang Ming's. Those words after seriously injuring Prince Chen weren't they carefully designed by you? Shen Ming's confusion deepened. To be honest, he had almost forgotten what he said at that time. He just thought it sounded cool to say it that way. How could it be considered careful? Alright, fine. Huang Ming awkwardly touched his green hair. He thought Shen Ming had said that on purpose to attract stray people to join their club. By the way, brother Shen, can I join your club? Of course. Shen Ming readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Huang Ming's eyes lit up. With his abilities, he wasn't qualified to join other clubs. Shen Ming's acceptance made him extremely grateful. Moreover, he had great confidence in Shen Ming's strength. He guessed that it wouldn't be long before Shen Ming's club would gain fame at Lingyun University. However, brother Shen, I see that other clubs have joining requirements. Our club? Faced with Huang Ming's suggestion, Shen Ming pondered for a moment. If there were no requirements, it would lead to uneven strength and quality among the members, but he couldn't worry about that too much. He was quite eager for more people to take on tasks and bring him money. As for the problems that might arise later, as long as his strength improved, he could directly suppress them with force. It would definitely. Before I came, these ordinary students were oppressed by other clubs. Now that I am here, I must ensure they are free from oppression. No conditions. All martial artists are welcome regardless of background. Additionally, from today onwards, you will be the vice president of our club. You will be in charge of recruitment. I have other matters to attend to. With a wave of his hand, Shen Ming delegated all responsibilities to Huang Ming. It wasn't that he didn't want to manage this, he just wasn't skilled at it. Even managing the school team for a few days in Yunchuan made him feel overwhelmed, let alone managing a large-scale club. Moreover, it was also time for him to learn some advanced martial arts techniques. Since he had no acquaintances at Lingyun University, Huang Ming was naturally the best choice. However, Huang Ming became breathless as he learned of Shen Ming's trust in him. To be honest, they hadn't known each other for long, and he never expected Shen Ming to make him the vice president. For the sake of this trust, he absolutely couldn't let Shen Ming down. He also believed that with his abilities, managing the club would be no problem. Don't worry, brother Shen, leave the club matters to me, it will definitely be fine. Then the two of them set some club matters such as the percentage of rewards collected after completing tasks and the fees required to join the club, etc. Before long, they had discussed everything and sent Huang Ming off. Shen Ming lay on his bed, opening the panel. Looking at the values on the panel, Shen Ming couldn't help but let out a sigh. Time to make money. Make money. Make money. The next morning at the club recruitment office. The tower battle was imminent and various clubs were recruiting members. All clubs naturally used the simple and straightforward method of shouting to recruit. The Shrek Club is recruiting. Martial artists above the 3rd rank are welcome to come for an interview. The Shrek Club only recruits elites. Every member of the Shrek Club is a little monster. The Chiman Club is recruiting. Focusing on the study of formations and techniques. If you are struggling with your cultivation and making no progress, you can try switching to studying formations. Come for an interview with the Chiman Club. If you have talent in formations, you have a chance to join. Listening to the recruitment pitches of the other clubs, Shen Ming calmly adjusted his clothes. After all, as the club president, he had to be present on the first day of recruitment. Although most of the stronger martial artists had already joined clubs, there were still many capable martial artists who hadn't joined due to various reasons like cultivation or experience, in addition to those with good qualifications who were targeted for recruitment. Let's get started. Upon hearing Shen Ming's words, Huang Ming picked up a loudspeaker and shouted, "The Qingshan Club is recruiting. No requirements, no fees." The loudspeaker's powerful sound soon attracted many who wanted to join the club. However, everyone was very cautious. No one blindly chose to join. They needed someone who could protect them from being bullied by other clubs. Otherwise, what would be the point of joining? The Qingshan Club. Why haven't I heard of it before? Yeah, are you really the president? What realm are you in? What background? I found out it's a club that was just established yesterday, and the president is Shen Ming. As Shen Ming's name was mentioned, the expressions of those around turned lively. Many knew about Shen Ming's performance in the qualification test, and many recognized his actions. However, he was still just a freshman, and his strength wasn't very strong yet. Most people were somewhat doubtful whether he could hold up the club. Everyone hesitated, no one joined no matter how much Huang Ming persuaded. A female classmate was almost convinced, but retreated when she saw that others weren't moving. Huang Ming hurriedly stepped forward to try to pull Tang Chi aside, but she refused to budge. If I don't get to fight him again, I'm not. Shen Ming looked up in the direction of the voice and saw Tang Chi walking out from the crowd, hands on her hips, pouting at him. I didn't use my full strength in our last battle. I'm not satisfied. I want to fight you again. Huang Ming hurriedly stepped forward to try to pull Tang Chi aside, but she refused to budge. If I don't get to fight him again, I'm not. Huang Ming looked distressed. For goodness sake, we're recruiting for the club. Can't you choose another time to settle your duel? Tang Chi scanned the crowd, and then waved her hand. Isn't it just recruitment? If Shen Ming agrees to fight me, you'll bring my girlfriend to join your club. Whatever you want us to do, we'll do it. This time she wouldn't underestimate him. As long as she gave it her all, Shen Ming would definitely not be her match. Tang Chi was confident of this, which is why she dared to say such things. Hearing Tang Chi's words, the crowd erupted in excitement. Fight, fight. If you can defeat Tang Chi in full strength, I will join your club. Exactly, you have to prove your strength to us, otherwise what's the point of joining the club? Hearing the crowd's clamoring, Shen Ming stepped forward, calmly looking at Tang Chi, with a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Alright, since you're not satisfied, I'll beat you up again. Enough with the bragging, I won't underestimate you this time. Tang Chi suddenly donned a pair of gauntlets enveloped in molten lava, and swiftly closed the distance to Shen Ming. Extreme breathing technique, activate. Shattering mountain fist. With the aid of the breathing technique and martial skills, Tang Chi's momentum surged like a tidal wave, causing the surrounding audience to gasp in amazement. Heavens, no wonder she is the leader's daughter. That extreme breathing technique, I remember it being an S-level breathing technique, right? And those martial skills, the lowest of which are all S-level. This setup is extravagant enough to fight beyond one's rank. Look closely, Tang Chi is subtly showing signs of breaking through to the third stage fourth segment. Doesn't that mean that even the third stage fifth segment might not be her match? The voices of the crowd reached Tang Chi's ears, boosting her confidence in this strike. Shen Ming, come fight. Shen Ming raised his long spear, calmly activating his unique abilities, breathing technique, and martial skills. If you can withstand this spear, then you have won. A tight rumble of thunder erupted around Shen Ming as he became a bolt of lightning charging forward. The spear tip roared with thunder, and rolling lightning followed Shen Ming's figure. Buzz. As the spear tip collided with the gauntlet, a deafening sound erupted between the two, creating a massive wave. The eerie blue lightning instantly enveloped Tang Chi, followed by an overwhelming force that was difficult to resist. Puff. In just a moment, Tang Chi spat out a mouthful of blood, flying back into the crowd, even more disheveled than before. Bang. Tang Chi slowly rose, one hand pressed against her chest, looking at Shen Ming with a face full of disbelief. It wasn't like this last time. How could you have such strength? Tang Chi was now flustered. Having previously witnessed Shen Ming's power, she was confident that she could defeat him with all her might. But now, even after giving her all, she was still defeated in an instant by Shen Ming. Why was that? Could it be that Shen Ming hadn't used his full strength in their previous fight? Shen Ming smiled slightly, putting away his spear, and softly said, unfortunately, I've had some insights lately, and my realm has slightly broken through currently. Third stage sixth segment. As his words fell, the surrounding spectators gasped in astonishment. Third stage sixth segment. I've been at Lingyun University for 2 years, and only reached the third stage fourth segment. He, a newcomer, is already at the third stage sixth segment. Not just you, many third-year martial artists haven't reached the third stage sixth segment. This guy is a monster. Previous years' recommended students weren't this outrageous. It seems Shen Ming really has some strength. This club is worth joining. Seeing Shen Ming's prowess, the crowd's doubts disappeared, and no one mentioned them again. Shen Ming also put away his weapon and turned back to take a seat. Tang Chi bit her red lip, hesitating for a moment. It seems Shen Ming really has some strength. This club is worth joining. Seeing Shen Ming's prowess, the crowd's Huang Ming also broke out in a cold sweat, glad that this lady kept her word. Otherwise, with her status as the leader's daughter, she could refuse to join without consequence. Miss Tang, please fill out this form. Huang Ming handed over a sheet of paper. What, Miss Tang? That sounds so unpleasant. Just call me Sister Tang Chi from now on. Tang Chi wiped the blood from her nose and quickly filled out the form. Although she lost to Shen Ming, she accepted her defeat willingly, feeling no resentment. It was just that it might be hard to explain to her father. With Tang Chi's joining, the surrounding audience exchanged glances, and many came forward to choose to join the Qingshan Club. Some of them recognized Shen Ming's strength, but more were attracted by Tang Chi's presence. Joining the Qingshan Club meant a chance to befriend the leader's daughter. It was a huge gain. However, for Shen Ming, he didn't mind these things. No matter why these people joined the Qingshan Club, as long as they could make him money. In no time, the recruitment positions of the Qingshan Club were overflowing, with many, including over a dozen recommended students, lining up to join. For these recommended students, it was rare to admire someone, but Shen Ming indeed made them feel awed. In terms of strength and mental power, he overshadowed them. Shen Ming's fearless character also inspired them. Who wouldn't want to be a strong figure among their peers? This was also why they chose to join the Qingshan Club. Line up properly one at a time. With too many people rushing in at once, Huang Ming was overwhelmed, but with Tang Chi helping nearby, the recruitment process went relatively smoothly. While Shen Ming's side was bustling, other clubs turned envious. Everyone was shouting with effort. Why was it that only the Qingshan Club had so many people wanting to join? Didn't that imply that they were useless? Soon a burly man approached Shen Ming, arrogantly declaring, I am Li Ding, the steward of the Fengyun Club. I came here to ask why your Qingshan Club is so undisciplined you dare to recruit without consulting our clubs. The members of the other clubs turned their attention to him. Most of them were displeased with Shen Ming's Qingshan Club, so they were eager to watch as Li Ding stepped in to stir trouble. The burly man blocked most of the light from Shen Ming's view, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Although the Fengyun Club was not as prominent as the Heishan Club and Baishan Club, it still ranked among the better clubs at Lingyun University, which was what gave this guy his confidence. Shen Ming glanced at the man's fist, which was as big as a sandbag, then looked up at his face, frowning fiercely, yet what was most striking was the scar that crossed half of his face. Noticing Shen Ming's gaze, Li Ding expressed his displeasure. What are you looking at? Never seen a scar before. Shen Ming sneered. I've seen scars, but never one this large. Never seen such a large face either. Why should we get your consent to recruit? What kind of rule is that? You. Li Ding gritted his teeth, pointing at Shen Ming with a twisted expression. New clubs must inform the other established clubs before recruiting. This is a universally recognized rule. What you're doing now is a violation of that rule. Shen Ming's gaze turned cold as he lifted his foot and kicked out. Lightning wrapped around his foot, striking directly at the scarred man's face. With a sizzling sound, the scarred man flew back, a large shoe print now overlaying the original scar on his face. My face. The scarred man clutched his face, wailing repeatedly. I'll make you. Just as the scarred man was about to threaten him, Shen Ming's figure vanished like a ghost, appearing behind him and delivering a swift bang. Crack. With two swift kicks, the scarred man's bones were instantly dislocated, lying on the ground, unable to rise. Shen Ming then dusted off his hands, saying, you can't even take my 2 kicks, yet you come here to lecture me on rules. Has your brain been chewed by a dog? As he said that, Shen Ming shook his clenched right fist in front of the scarred man. Don't show off if you lack strength. Just because your club isn't weak doesn't mean you can lecture me on reasoning. Do you really think you're something special? Go to the hospital and recuperate. After saying that, Shen Ming stomped down, directly breaking Li Ding's left leg. A scream pierced through the entire scene, and the remaining club members responsible for recruitment felt a chill, with no one daring to step forward to cause trouble. Seeing this, Shen Ming casually returned to his seat. Whispers erupted in the crowd. He's so unreasonable, it's incredibly so awesome. I love his no-nonsense attitude. By the way, have you noticed? He really enjoys stomping on other people's left leg. With no interference from other clubs, the recruitment process went remarkably smoothly. In just 1 week, the Qingshan Club expanded from 2 members to over 100. According to the club's regulations, all members must submit 50% of their task rewards to the club, while the acquired cultivation resources are not collected. In return, the club provides breathing techniques, martial skills, and cultivation resources to its members. To those members, this is nothing short of a tremendous benefit. Cultivation resources are incredibly precious. To them, as martial artists, money is worthless. The only purpose of money is to purchase cultivation resources, many of which cannot be bought with money. The club only collects their money, yet provides them with cultivation resources, allows them to practice breathing techniques and martial skills, and offers them a degree of protection. This is something they could hardly imagine. The club is truly benevolent. This is also one of the important reasons for the rapid growth of club membership, its reputation. As for the source of the breathing techniques given to members, the school distributes various martial skills to each club. In addition, the school distributes resources weekly on a club basis, which are then allocated to members. This is also one of the reasons many people want to join the club. Of course, the quality of the martial skills and breathing techniques, as well as the resources, are related to the club's ranking. The higher the rank, the more and better resources are obtained, and the same goes for martial skills and breathing techniques. The only way to improve the ranking is through the tower battle, held once every 6 months, and there are only 7 days left until the next tower battle. Shen Ming's desire to rapidly enhance his strength is also to achieve a high rank in the tower battle. Not only would it bring great fame to the club, attracting more members, but there are also substantial rewards and cultivation resources to be gained. Shen Ming's thoughts stirred as he opened the system panel. Currency 2. 6 million. A-class martial skill Thunder Step, uninitiated. A-class martial skill Thunder Fist, uninitiated. He also chose 2 martial skills from those distributed by the school to learn. As expected of Lingyun University, even for a newly established club like Qingshan, they distribute A-class martial skills, and there are as many as 9 volumes. It is said that top clubs like the Heishan Club and Baishan Club even have S-class martial skills. In addition to the 9 A-class martial skills, the school also distributed 2 B-class breathing techniques. However, since Shen Ming has the S-class breathing technique given by Qin Xingtong, he doesn't need them. Having these 2 A-class martial skills is sufficient. Previously, he had been learning B-class martial skills in Yunchuan, and now switching to 2 A-class martial skills is like upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon. During this week, the members crazily accepted tasks, counting various rewards, and the share of cultivation resources. His currency has already increased by 8,000, totaling to 6 million when combined with the previous one, 8 million. Now he finally understands why other clubs are so wealthy. For a newly established club like his, despite having many members, their strengths vary widely. To earn 800,000 in just 1 week is impressive. For top clubs like the Heishan Club, their income must be at least several times that, meaning they could earn over 1 million, or even 2 or 3 million in a day. Even more. 1 small villa a day. Shen Ming's breath quickened. If he could earn over 1 million a day, his rate of breakthrough would reach a terrifying level. Uncle Yu had said that if he could reach the 6th level within a year, he could help his father. He remembered this well. If he could quickly elevate the Qingshan Club to a top-tier club with a daily income of 1 million, there would be a chance to break through to the 6th level within a year. Previously, when inquiring about how much money his father had, Uncle Yu had given vague answers. Since Uncle Yu didn't want to tell him, he would have to see for himself. But for now, he must quickly elevate the club to a top-tier status. First enhance my strength, then find Huang Ming to understand the specifics of the tower battle. Thinking this, Shen Ming focused on the system. Enhance martial skills. Currency 200 Thunder Step has reached the initiated stage. Currency 400 Thunder Step has reached the minor completion stage. Currency 800 Thunder Step has reached the major completion stage. This enhancement consumed 600 Currency Thunder Step has reached full completion. Thunder Fist has reached full completion. Remaining currency 2 million. As the text on the panel gradually faded, both martial skills have reached the full completion level. Shen Ming could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his footwork and punching power. He clenched his right fist to gather energy and punched forward. Z. A surge of electric current erupted from his hand, crashing into the wall directly ahead. With a buzzing sound, the wall shattered inch by inch, creating a large hole. Wow! Shen Ming couldn't help but exclaim he hadn't expected such a significant boost to his power from these martial skills. To note, he was still 3 to 4 meters away from the shattered wall. He hadn't even touched it, yet he could use martial skills to break such a large area of the wall. This power exceeded his expectations. This means that even at a mid-range distance he could possess a certain degree of combat power. If this trend continues, he will inevitably become the King of Thunder. At that time, with a snap of his fingers, rolling thunder would stretch for hundreds of miles, and countless extraordinary beasts would be reduced to ashes. That would truly define a powerful being, one who can genuinely control their fate in this world. Huff! Shen Ming retracted his fist, nodding in satisfaction, then turned his attention to the breathing technique. I haven't improved my breathing technique since I started learning it. I wonder what special changes will come with the enhancement. Seeing other martial artists achieve significant improvements to their strength after learning breathing techniques, especially in terms of their abilities, he was quite curious about how this fire attribute breathing technique would enhance his abilities after learning it. With 2 million remaining, I can just elevate the breathing technique to minor completion. Let's give it a try. Shen Ming immediately poured all his remaining currency into the breathing technique. Currency 2 million Holy Fire breathing technique elevated to minor completion. The moment the prompt appeared, Shen Ming suddenly felt that the spiritual energy in his dantian was more abundant, and there was a subtle sense of restlessness. But what amazed Shen Ming most was his ability. He slowly extended his right hand, and several arcs of electricity swirled in his palm. However, this electricity was no longer the original blue, it had a faint reddish hue. Just a gentle squeeze produced a burst of explosive sound, followed by sparks dissipating. According to his understanding, this should mean that his lightning now possesses burning properties. Just a gentle squeeze produced a burst of explosive sound, followed by sparks dissipating. According to his understanding, this should mean that his lightning now possesses burning properties. The power needs no further elaboration. Even without considering the added burning property, it is many times stronger than before. Breathing techniques have such a significant impact on my abilities. This was something he had not considered before. It seems that walking the path of realm crushing won't work. He still needs to enhance his breathing technique when given the chance. I wonder what my ability will evolve into once I reach full completion. Shen Ming couldn't help but feel curious. With both A-class martial skills reaching full completion and the breathing technique elevated to minor completion, he had significantly increased his power. Shen Ming was in high spirits. However, he soon stopped smiling. He looked at the shattered wall and scratched his head. What about this wall? I don't know any friends with repair-type abilities, and I can't just leave it like this, can I? Heishan Society. President, that Shen Ming is simply outrageous. I get angry just seeing him. Tiexin slammed his fist on the table. Bang! When are we going to deal with him? The leading woman tapped her slender fingers on the table. Dachui, calm your temper. It is not time to deal with him yet. At that moment, a young man stood up. President Dachui is right. We should indeed deal with that Shen Ming. Given the rapid growth of the Qingshan Society, they will undoubtedly become a formidable force once the tower battle begins. If we don't deal with them beforehand, we might have to divert some of our strength to handle them during the tower battle. Hearing this, the leading woman retracted her right hand, clasped her hands under her chin, and fell into deep thought. The other senior members of the Heishan Society began to discuss. The Qingshan Society has already entered the school records. While we can still suppress them, getting rid of them might be a bit difficult. Why don't we just destroy their recruitment place? What good would smashing their stalls do? They can rebuild. Instead, let's send someone to severely injure Shen Ming. Attacking someone for no reason would tarnish our society's reputation. I think it's inappropriate. After a moment, the woman raised her hand to stop everyone and said gently, "You don't need to worry about this. I will handle it. Before the tower battle begins, I will take care of the Qingshan Society." On the other side, at the society's recruitment office, Huang Ming and Tang Qi were busy. Although the recruitment speed had slowed down, there were still many other matters to handle, such as resource allocation, martial arts, breathing techniques, and so on. Due to Shen Ming's relatively weak strength among all the society presidents, he needed to cultivate quickly to enhance his power, so these tasks fell to them. Another busy day. Huang Ming sighed, and then looked at Tang Qi beside him. "Sister Tang Qi, thank you for helping out during this time, or I would definitely lose a few pounds." Tang Qi waved her hand. "No need, since you've joined the society, you can't be a slacker." Huang Ming nodded. "Once the society stabilizes, we won't have to do these tasks anymore. While the two were chatting, a man with round glasses and an expressionless face approached holding a book. "Classmate, would you like to join our Qingshan society?" Huang Ming hurriedly asked. The man pushed up his glasses, lowered his gaze to Huang Ming, and then opened the book in his hand. "We received a report that your Qingshan society is maliciously competing with other societies and has seriously injured others on campus. According to Article 71 of the Student Council regulations, your eligibility to participate in the tower battle will be revoked." "What did you say?" Huang Ming suddenly stood up. "Revoking tower battle eligibility. Many people join the society just to participate in the tower battle. Are you trying to ruin our society?" Tang Chi even stepped onto the table angrily, stating, "What do you mean by malicious competition? Which of your eyes saw us competing maliciously?" The reporter said, "You are recruiting members using a marketing strategy that does not charge for cultivation resources. Since when does not charging for cultivation resources count as malicious competition?" Tang Chi questioned the man with a challenging attitude, but the man's expression remained unchanged as he looked down at her. According to the Student Council's discussion, societies must charge members at least 50% of task commissions plus 30% of cultivation resources. Furthermore, this is not a warning, but a notification to you. You must comply. You. Tang Chi glared at the furried man. "You are deliberately targeting us. Don't you fear that I will tell my father about this?" The glasses man closed his book and adopted an arrogant attitude. "Regarding the tower battle, everything must follow the Student Council's arrangements. Even if your father is the governor of Ning province, he has no right to interfere." His words attracted many classmates to watch. "What's going on? Is that Qingshan society going to be forcibly disbanded?" "No, it seems their eligibility to participate in the tower battle was cancelled, and they are in conflict with the Student Council. So the newly established society should not clash with the Student Council. They really don't want to make things easy for themselves. Any stronger society builds a good relationship with the Student Council. If the Student Council targets them, then their society is as good as finished." "Not necessarily. Don't forget that Tang Chi is the child of a governor." The glasses man's words were indeed correct. Strictly speaking, Lingyun University is a top martial arts institution established by the state in Ning province, directly supplying talents to the country, and is managed directly by the state. Even the governor of Ning province has no right to interfere. Of course, this is only according to the rules. In reality, the relationship between the school's leadership and the governor of Ning province is quite good, and they give each other some face. But the glasses man clearly did not realize this. Upon hearing the voices around him supporting him, he became even more arrogant. "Don't think that just because you have status you can do whatever you want. This is Lingyun University, not your backyard. Don't say it's you or your garbage society. Even if your father came personally, he cannot interfere in any matters of the school." The glasses man got a bit carried away. After saying it, he felt it was inappropriate, but did not explain further. He joined the student council with great effort, just to show off in front of others. Tang Chi, as the daughter of the governor, had never been subjected to such humiliation. Without warning, she stepped forward in quick strides and swung her fist. The crimson fist struck down instantly, and before the glasses man could react, he was sent flying. The glasses man quickly steadied himself, raised his hand to cover his face, and astonishment shone in his eyes. "You dare to hit a member of the student council?" Tang Chi clearly felt unsatisfied and charged forward again. The glasses man was immediately flustered. Although he was in the student council, his own strength was not particularly strong. All his confidence came from the student council behind him and the current president, who was said to be the strongest in decades. "I warn you, if you touch me, your Qingshan society is finished." The glasses man threatened as he backed away, but Tang Chi still showed no signs of stopping. "This is irresponsible for your society. Because of you alone, the entire society will suffer losses. Your president will—" As her voice fell, a flash of thunder light rose from a distance, and in just a breath a tall figure appeared in front of Tang Chi. This person was none other than Shen Ming, who had just arrived. Shen Ming's feet flickered with thunderlight as he raised his right hand to grasp Tang Chi's arm. Tang Chi felt a shock. Shen Ming's strength seemed to have increased significantly since their last encounter. How did this guy cultivate? Every time they met, there was a noticeable improvement, but the time between their meetings was not long. Tang Chi felt as though she was always living in Shen Ming's shadow. "Are you going to let this guy go?" Tang Chi clearly looked dissatisfied, but if Shen Ming spoke, she could only comply. After all, Shen Ming was the president, and she was no match for him. Now that she was held by Shen Ming, she could not withdraw her hand. Huang Ming was also waiting for Shen Ming's reaction. According to what he knew about Shen Ming, he was not someone who would let the other side go. Seeing Shen Ming arrive, the glasses man breathed a sigh of relief, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and moved a few steps closer. "That's more like it. No matter what, you must respect the student council. Offending the student council will make your life difficult on campus." The glasses man was quite confident about this. He had worked hard to join the student council for this very reason. The issue of the tower battle slots is also negotiable. As long as you respect the student council enough, they will consider it. Hearing the glasses man's words, Shen Ming snorted and shook his head helplessly. "Let him go." "No, I mean, I will handle." After saying this, Shen Ming rolled up his sleeves, turned to look at the glasses man, and a chilling intent surged in his eyes. Crack! Shen Ming snapped his fingers, producing a crisp sound. "What are you doing? Don't come any closer." Seeing Shen Ming's fierce demeanor, the bespectacled man trembled in fear and continued to back away. "If you hurt me, you will definitely regret it. I am a member of the student council." Shen Ming ignored what the other person said, clenching his fist and gathering a massive amount of red lightning in his palm. In an instant, the bespectacled man's lenses reflected a web-like density of thunder. "You're showing off in my club. Don't think that just because you're from the student council, I want take you down, even if the king of heaven comes, ill still strike. Shen Ming roared thunder, rolling as the air around him radiated a scorching heat. Thunder fist. His fist the size of a sandbag rapidly enlarged in the bespectacled man's pupils. Boom. With a deafening sound, the bespectacled man was struck hard, flying back like a cannonball, while his round glasses fell to the ground, cracking upon impact. The bespectacled man lay on the ground. Losing his glasses felt no different than losing his eyes. He hurriedly prostrated himself to search for them. Just as his hand touched the edge of the glasses, the light in his vision was suddenly blocked by a tall figure. In the next moment, a size 43 shoe directly stomped down on the glasses. Crack. A sound of crushing echoed as Shen Ming stepped on the broken glasses and slowly bent down. This is my territory, ooh, I will never let anyone show off here. And don't try to reason with me. If reasoning worked, why would I be training so hard? Hearing Shen Ming's words, the bespectacled man felt his worldview shattering. Intimidating these people was a piece of cake. Just then a crackling sound of electricity came from the back of the crowd. Red lightning began to flicker behind them, resembling a... Shen Ming didn't care about the other person's thoughts. He stood up and kicked the bespectacled man away as if he were a discarded can, ignoring him afterward. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding students collectively gasped. Shen Ming was too domineering, not even considering the student council. Once the student council learned of this, they would definitely find ways to target him. If offending the Heishan Society only meant facing suppression, then offending the student council would make everything nearly impossible. Whatever they tried to do, the student council would interfere. Without a doubt, the Qingshan Society was doomed. Whether they could secure a spot in the tower battle was uncertain, and it was unknown if they would even be able to continue existing in the school. Huang Ming had a complex expression. To be honest, he was somewhat worried about Shen Ming's actions. However, Tang Qi displayed a look of satisfaction. Well done. You deserved it. But it's really strange that you're not afraid of offending the student council. During her days at Lingyun University, Tang Qi had noticed that everyone was afraid of the student council, wishing to keep their distance. Shen Ming was the first person bold enough to confront the student council directly, which made her feel a flicker of admiration for him. Shen Ming smiled slightly. He wasn't worried about offending the student council. When he first entered the school, Uncle Yu had assured him that no matter what happened, he could seek help from him, believing that a mere student council would be easy to handle. Of course, the main reason was that he disliked being bossed around. If this kid could come up to him barking orders, and he could tolerate it, then he might as well be a turtle. Shen Ming approached Huang Ming and patted him on the shoulder, who was still in a daze. Stop staring, you tell me about the rules of the tower battle. He had come primarily to learn about the tower battle. Hearing Shen Ming's voice, Huang Ming finally snapped back to reality and nodded. Oh sure, but shouldn't we deal with these? Huang Ming glanced at the students around who were still standing there discussing. Shen Ming also turned his head to survey the crowd. They were still talking about their offense against the student council, most of them holding a spectator's attitude. Shen Ming then raised his right foot and stomped down hard. A faint red current flowed from his foot, spreading around and seeping into everyone. In an instant, it felt like swarms of heated ants were crawling all over everyone, causing their bodies to twitch in discomfort. If you want to join the Qingshan Society, I welcome you. But if you're here just to watch the fun, don't blame me for sending you to the hospital. Shen Ming rarely used the word please, but everyone could hear the displeasure in his voice, and they all began to leave. No one wanted to offend this calamity named Shen Ming at this moment. Let's get out of here. As the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, Shen Ming and Huang Ming finally sat down to discuss the tower. Huang Ming sat across from Shen Ming, pointing to the tall tower in the distance. Brother Shen, you must have noticed that tall tower behind the campus when you entered, right? Shen Ming nodded. Of course. He had marveled at how such a towering structure could exist in the school district. Upon hearing about the tower battle, he had immediately thought of this tower, but that was all. Huang Ming continued to explain that tower is the treasure of Lingyun University left by the first principal, and it produces something called Lingyun, which helps martial artists consolidate their qi. The competition rules state that within a set time, whoever collects more Lingyun wins. Consolidate the qi. The qi is crucial for a martial artist's realm advancement, and this Lingyun is indeed a valuable asset for other martial artists. It's no wonder Lingyun University can produce so many talents. However, this thing wasn't so important to him. After he consumed currency to elevate his realm, his qi would also improve and stabilize. Shen Ming stroked his chin. While it wasn't useful to him if he could collect more Lingyun, surely some societies would pay a high. At that time, in addition to the substantial prize money from participating in the tower battle, he could also make a significant profit, enhance the society's prestige in the school, and attract more people to join the Qingshan Society. A typical case of killing multiple birds with one stone. With this thought, Shen Ming's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation for the tower battle. After the tower battle, his income would multiply several times. The student council. Shen Ming's act of beating up the bespectacled man quickly reached the ears of the student council. Many members of the student council were infuriated by this incident, proposing to take action against the Qingshan Society, with some even suggesting to disband it entirely. As the student council, they indeed had the power to disband the Qingshan Society, but they still had concerns. Disbanding a society is no small matter. Should we consult the president? The president is in seclusion at a critical moment for his breakthrough. Looking for him now. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? But if we don't ask the president when he finishes his seclusion, will he question our responsibility? As everyone hesitated, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor approached from afar. Tap, tap, tap. A woman in a black and red long dress walked in, attracting the attention of many. You all can handle the Qingshan Society. I'll speak to your president. The woman spoke with her red lips parted. Although she was not a member of the student council, no one doubted the authenticity of her words due to her special identity. President Xi, we're leaving the matter of the president to you. As for the Qingshan Society, rest assured we will handle it properly. The next morning the sunlight was just right. In the meeting room of the Qingshan Club, Shen Ming stood at the front speaking. Although our Qingshan Club has just been established, we must exude confidence. Anyone who dares to provoke us will face our wrath, and we will deal with them severely. If you can't handle it, come find me. The school provides training grounds for every newly established club, which is one of the reasons why Lingyun University is favored by many martial students, being quite generous compared to other universities. As the president, Shen Ming needed to hold a club meeting for the members from time to time. On one hand, it was to enhance the cohesion of the club, and on the other it was to reinforce his presence as the president. Hearing Shen Ming's words, the members couldn't help but feel moved. In other clubs, how many would speak with such conviction? Who cares if you are bullied? Those clubs only care about whether you can create value for them. As long as I am here, I will not allow any member to be bullied. Shen Ming paused for a moment, cleared his throat twice, and continued. Of course you all need to actively take on tasks from the school. As for the distribution of rewards, it remains 50% of the task bonus, and all resources obtained from the tasks will belong to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of cheers erupted in the meeting room. Still not collecting cultivation resources? Why do I feel so touched? Thank you, President. You are simply our idol. What Black Mountain Club, White Mountain Club? None can compare to ours. Joining this club was the best choice I ever made. Long live the President. No, the President will never die. They had already heard about the new regulations set by the student council, so even if Shen Ming were to take a portion of the cultivation resources obtained from tasks, they wouldn't complain, as other clubs would also do the same. However, they did not expect Shen Ming to choose to only collect money and not cultivation resources, openly opposing the student council. This was an enormous blessing for them, and they couldn't help but feel touched. Shen Ming's willingness to offend the student council for their sake made him the best president they had ever seen. Amid the cheers, a smile unconsciously crept onto Shen Ming's face. He raised both hands to signal for silence. The room immediately quieted down. With the goal achieved, today's meeting could enter its final stage. Just as Shen Ming was about to announce the end of the meeting, a series of hurried footsteps approached from outside the meeting room. Due to the Qingshan Club's violation of regulations by recruiting members and injuring student council members, the situation is severe. Therefore, the club will be disbanded and you are prohibited from establishing any clubs in the future. At the forefront of the student council, a young man in a black leather jacket with a buzz cut quickly walked up to Shen Ming. The young man scrutinized Shen Ming and introduced himself. My name is Zhang Yuza, and I am in charge of the student council. Due to the Qingshan Club's violation of regulations by recruiting members and injuring student council members, the situation is severe. Therefore, the club will be disbanded and you are prohibited from establishing any clubs in the future. Zhang Yuza crossed his arms and looked at Shen Ming. Do you have any objections? He had long heard of a student named Shen Ming, who was particularly domineering, so he specifically took on this task to witness it firsthand. He did not believe that the other party could be so domineering in front of him, as there was a disparity between their identities and a significant difference in strength. Before Shen Ming could speak, the hundreds of members of the Qingshan Club protested. What are you saying? You want to disband our club? Is joining the club supposed to come with the requirement of collecting resources? What kind of ridiculous rule is that? You just implemented this rule, and now it's being used against us. You are clearly targeting our Qingshan Club. The members all rose and stood in front of Shen Ming, forming a human wall. When there was no club, the president took us in without demanding our cultivation resources. Now that the club is in trouble, we cannot stand idly by. With a tall and robust man leading the charge, many began to shout. That's right, protest. We want to protest. In an instant, the meeting room echoed with shouts. Amid the chaos, a few members who were too weak slipped away to find it. Zhang Yuza was momentarily intimidated by the unwavering determination of these people, but as the person in charge, he quickly regained his composure and unleashed his power to intimidate the crowd. Spiritual energy rippled outward, causing the members of the Qingshan Club to take a step back. Are you planning to violate school rules? Violating school rules gives the student council the right to report and expel all of you. Zhang Yuza's words had no effect. All the members remained steadfast in front of Shen Ming, not moving an inch, even using their abilities to prepare for battle. Expel us. Who's afraid of that? If you have the guts, go ahead and expel us all. The student council is clearly bullying us. We might as well explode with them. Yes, let's explode with them. With over 100 members in the Qingshan Club, they did not believe that the school would directly expel all of them. Disbanding the club would be the worst outcome for them, so they were determined to fight for it. Zhang Yuza frowned. He couldn't understand how a newly established club could possess such terrifying cohesion, willing to stand up for the club even at the risk of expulsion. What kind of charm had Shen Ming cast on them? The dozen or so student council members who had come with him shared the same thought. What kind of person was Shen Ming to inspire such loyalty? Zhang Yuza's face darkened. The authority of the student council cannot be infringed upon. Since you have chosen to oppose the student council, don't blame me for being ruthless. Gravity amplified. At his command, a powerful aura emanated from Zhang Yuza, directly intimidating everyone. Felt a heavy sensation, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Even Tang Qi's breathing quickened. Though Zhang Yuza was not the strongest among the student council members, he was still at the second phase of the fourth level. Among the Qingshan club members in front of him aside from Shen Ming, the strongest was only at the 4th phase of the 3rd level. If there were only a difference of 1 or 2 small realms, they might be able to compensate with numbers. But with such a significant gap, even if they all attacked together they would not be his opponent. Intimidating these people was a piece of cake. Just then a crackling sound of electricity came from the back of the crowd. Red lightning began to flicker behind them, resembling a ferocious tiger ready to devour everything. The crowd automatically parted to reveal a tall figure beneath the flashes of lightning. Shen Ming strode forward, the lightning crackling beside him. Facing Zhang Yuze, who was much stronger, he showed no fear, his eyes igniting with fierce combat spirit. What's the point of threatening them? Let's exchange blows. Show me what kind of strength you possess. He also wanted to see what level the student council's authority could reach. The two locked eyes, silently staring at each other. The members behind them fixed their gaze on the opposing side, and the meeting room was engulfed in a tense atmosphere. Stop right there. A voice filled with authority rang out from a distance. An elder appeared, stepping onto a metallic flying knife, soaring into the conference room, and landing in the center of the crowd. The elder was recognized by Shen Ming. It was Qiu Jingyun, the only Earth-level telekinetic at Lingyun University, who had previously conducted their qualification tests. Qiu Jingyun glanced around. Upon seeing Shen Ming, he couldn't help but sigh. This boy was indeed restless. After only a few days at school, he was already clashing with the student council. The student council was comprised of senior students in their 4th and 5th years who had trained for 4 to 5 years longer than him. No matter how talented Shen Ming was, it was impossible for him to be their opponent. Seeing Qiu Jingyun, Zhang Yuze slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Teacher Qiu, the student council is handling club affairs. According to school rules, you shouldn't interfere. Qiu Jingyun felt helpless. Under normal circumstances, they would not interfere in matters between the student council and the clubs. However, old Luo had specifically instructed him to handle Shen Ming's situation with care, and he had high hopes for Shen Ming, making it impossible for him to stand by. He cleared his throat, saying, cough cough, I didn't intend to interfere, but with the tower battle approaching, you all know that Ning province is just as focused on our tower battle as on major competitions within the province. If a large number of students are injured before the tower battle, it will affect the school's reputation and the authenticity of the tower battle. Zhang Yuze looked troubled. Since Teacher Qiu had said this, he could no longer voice any objections. However, if he failed to complete the task assigned by the student council, the consequences would fall on him. Just at that moment of crisis for Zhang Yuze, a portly elder of similar age to Qiu Jingyun walked in from outside the conference room. Oh, Teacher Qiu is also here. The elder patted his belly and walked over to Qiu Jingyun with heavy steps. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qiu Jingyun frowned slightly. Teacher Wu, what brings you here? The portly elder chuckled lightly. What? Is this the territory of Qiu Jingyun? Am I not allowed to come? The atmosphere between the two was thick with tension. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuze was instantly overjoyed. Teachers Qiu and Wu were known rivals. It was said that they had known each other before Qiu Jingyun came to Lingyun University, and their relationship had always been poor. With Teacher Wu's help, he was sure he could complete today's task. Thinking this, Zhang Yuze hurriedly approached Teacher Wu to explain the current situation. Teacher Wu, the student council's upper management decided to dissolve the Qingshan club, but Teacher Qiu is intervening. Teacher Wu raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding Zhang Yuze's intention, and cast a teasing glance at Qiu Jingyun. I say, old Qiu, it's been so many years and you still don't understand the rules. This isn't the Telekinetic Association, you can't just do as you please. Lingyun University doesn't require teachers to interfere in club activities, all matters concerning clubs should be left to the student council. You wouldn't still be unaware of this, would you? Qiu Jingyun fell silent. Indeed, taking care of Shen Ming was a task assigned to him by the principal, but with the principal not present at the school, even using the principal as a shield wouldn't prove anything. He chuckled lightly. Old Wu, I didn't expect you to still be so sarcastic after all these years. However, no matter what you say today, I will protect the Qingshan club. The situation once again fell into a stalemate until a familiar figure appeared outside the conference room. Yu Jinhua, dressed in security uniform, lazily stretched and appeared in front of everyone. Oh, it's so lively today. Yu Jinhua's gaze swept over the crowd, then he rolled his neck and swiftly moved to stand between Teacher Qiu and Teacher Wu. Are the two teachers arguing? Shen Ming felt no surprise at Yu Shu's arrival. He often came here to see him and guide the club members' training. This timing was just right. He just wondered if Yu Shu could help him resolve this issue. Hearing Yu Jinhua's words, Teacher Wu frowned slightly. Where did you come from? This is a discussion between teachers. What are you, a security guard, doing barging in? Hurry back to your post. If you dare leave your post again, I'll report you to the school administration for dismissal. Hearing the threat in Teacher Wu's words, Yu Jinhua didn't take it to heart. After all, with his status, how could he argue with an insignificant ant? Teacher Wu should really rein in that temper. The teaching profession requires a gentle and patient approach. Yu Jinhua continued to joke. Teacher Wu clenched his fists, thinking, why should a filthy security guard lecture him? You're asking for a beating. Teacher Wu declared, preparing to unleash his abilities to send this insufferable security. However, before he could make a move, a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy erupted from Yu Jinhua, rushing toward him. Buzz! The sudden force caused Teacher Wu to stumble back a few steps before he could react. The students from the student council behind him were also swept away, crashing into the wall at the back. Even Qiu Jingyun and the others behind Shen Ming were affected by this force, but fortunately most of the spiritual energy released by Yu Jinhua was directed toward the student council, sparing them from harm. Teacher Wu turned to look at the student council members, his pupils shrinking. Impossible. You're just a security guard. How could you possess such strength? Although Lingyun University was strong, most of the security guards at the school were only around level 3, with very few reaching level 4. How could such a powerful individual suddenly appear? He himself was a 5th-level martial artist. While his strength wasn't exceptional, it was certainly not weak. This is absolutely impossible. Teacher Wu felt as if the sky had fallen. After more than 50 years of cultivation, his strength turned out to be inferior to that of a young man looking to be in his 30s or 40s. You, even if you have strength, you can't violate school rules. Yu Jinhua did not waste words, casually leaning against a chair and smiling at Teacher Wu. You're really long-winded. If you can defeat me, I won't interfere in this matter today. You, even if you have strength, you can't violate school rules. Yu Jinhua did not waste words, casually leaning against a chair and smiling at Teacher Wu. Humph. Teacher Wu snorted coldly. I will report your actions to the school administration. Just wait to be expelled. And this pathetic club you're trying to protect. If it's not disbanded, I don't bear the surname Wu. With that, Teacher Wu turned to leave. However, Yu Jinhua had no intention of letting him go. His figure vanished like a specter, appearing in front of Teacher Wu. Since you've said that, I certainly can't let you ruin everything. What do you want? Teacher Wu's expression turned a hint of panic. He sensed some ill intentions in Yu Jinhua's gaze. Yu Jinhua smiled faintly. Nothing much. Just thought I'd send you all to the hospital for a while. With that, Yu Jinhua took decisive action, swiftly knocking out more than a dozen people, including Teacher Wu, and then took out a rope to tie them together, dragging them away by one end of the rope. Shen Ming, my little nephew, I'll take these guys to the hospital. The rest is up to you. Yu Jinhua waved his left hand and left. Like a killer who had just completed his mission, he walked away. Watching Yushu's retreating figure, Shen Ming couldn't help but be shocked. He had anticipated that Yushu was not weak, but he hadn't expected him to be this powerful, who just a single encounter had left Teacher Wu, who had reached level 5, looking like a fool. Is this what a true powerhouse looks like? It seems I still have to work harder. Shen Ming silently resolved in his heart, then turned to look at the members of the Qingshan Club. Whether he could become stronger quickly depended on these people. However, as soon as he turned his head, he found everyone staring at him with disbelief. Even Xiao Zhengyun beside him was in a daze. Shen Ming, who was that just now? Xiao Zhengyun asked him. You mean Yushu? He's just my uncle. Nothing to mention. Xiao Zhengyun fell into a daze. Was this person just now Shen Ming's uncle? The fact that he couldn't even gauge the other's strength only indicated one thing: the other party's power surpassed his by more than just a slight margin. Such a powerful warrior, almost exceeding all the teachers at Lingyun University, yet he comes to work as a security guard. It's simply a case of overqualified for the role. Shen Ming, what realm is your uncle currently in? Hearing Xiao Zhengyun's inquiry, Shen Ming was also momentarily stunned. What power does Uncle Yu possess? He had heard someone mention before that Uncle Yu was a peak 6th tier warrior, but he couldn't quite remember it clearly. Peak 6th tier. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhengyun and everyone present gasped in astonishment. Peak 6th tier. Our principal is just a 7th tier warrior, and he has a peak 6th tier to work as a security guard. Damn, if I could reach peak 6th tier in my life, I could open a page in the family tree. It seems we no longer have to fear that bunch of student council dogs. While everyone was in shock, Xiao Zhengyun's heart was stirred with turbulent waves. Having a peak 6th tier warrior as a security guard was beyond just being overqualified. It was like using a laser cannon to swat a mosquito. He hurriedly decided to inform Lao Luo. If such a powerful figure could remain at Lingyun University, it would greatly benefit. At the same time, he also gained a new understanding of Shen Ming. A peak 6th tier warrior coming to work as a security guard. Aside from protecting Shen Ming, he couldn't think of any other explanation, which meant that Shen Ming's background must be significant. If he were a child nurtured by a large family, then Shen Ming's powerful mental strength and such formidable abilities would make having such a student at Lingyun University would greatly benefit the school. I just wonder which family he belongs to. I haven't heard of any prominent family with the surname Shen in Ning Province. Xiao Zhengyun muttered to himself. Teacher Qiao, what are you saying? Shen Ming raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiao Zhengyun. Xiao Zhengyun came back to his senses and lightly coughed twice. It's nothing. The matter here is settled, and no one will disband your club. Prepare well for the tower battle. I hope you can achieve good results. Upon hearing this, the members of the Qingshan Club cheered, some even jumping in excitement. All right, Teacher Qiao. Xiao Zhengyun glanced over the young faces, smiling slightly, as if seeing his younger self. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Before leaving, Xiao Zhengyun patted Shen Ming on the shoulder, giving a somewhat worried reminder. Practice diligently, but don't try to show off during this tower battle. With your talent, there will definitely be a place for you in the future. Shen Ming nodded in agreement, but in his heart he had already devised a plan for the tower battle. It was a joke. With such a great opportunity to make money, how could he possibly miss it? Xiao Zhengyun nodded satisfied and departed. Shen Ming also announced the end of today's meeting, telling everyone to return and prepare for the upcoming tower battle. Just as he was about to leave, Tang Qi and Huang Ming rushed to his side. Hey Shingu, was that really your uncle just now? What kind of identity does our uncle have? Huang Ming immediately bombarded him with a series of questions. Tang Qi also looked forward with a hint of confusion. Yeah, how come I haven't heard of such a person in Ning Province? Shen Ming helplessly spread his hands. Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? As for Uncle Yes identity, why should I tell you? Why not tell us? Aren't we a team? Tang Qi immediately became anxious. I can tell you, but... Shen Ming pretended to think for a moment, raised his right hand, and rubbed his hands together, signaling for... Tang Qi wrinkled her nose. She wasn't short on money, and she truly wanted to know what kind of identity this uncle had. Without hesitation, she took out a card from her space ring. 2 million. Huang Ming's heart sank. He nearly jumped up. Just casually offering 2 million. The daughter of a commander really is wealthy. Truly extravagant. Shen Ming's eyes lit up, but he quickly suppressed his excitement, lightly coughing and pondering. Is that all? Previously Chen Xingtong could take out 2 million for her, the daughter of a commander. This amount must be a drop in the bucket. Tang Chi immediately exchanged for another card and handed it over. 3 million. Shen Ming shook his head. Tang Chi bit her red lips, displaying a look of disbelief, clearly getting a bit carried away. 5 million. Shen Ming continued to shake his head. It seems you're not that eager to find out, huh? Tang Chi gritted her teeth and stamped her foot. 8 million. I can't go any higher. This amount isn't too much for her, but for a piece of information, offering 8 million was already her limit. Looking at the card in front of him, Shen Ming snatched it away, his heart already bursting with joy. 8 million is enough to boost his strength before the tower battle. He didn't expect to fleece so much from Tang Chi. Alright, it's a deal. Shen Ming slightly nodded, leaned close to Tang Chi's ear, and pretended to be mysterious as he whispered. Actually, Uncle Yu is the principal of my previous martial arts school. After saying this, Shen Ming left the conference room without looking back, leaving Tang Chi standing there somewhat dazed. Principal? Why would the principal come to be a security guard? You need to explain this to me. As the daughter of a commander, she had no one specially protecting her at school, so she naturally wouldn't think that Yu Zhenhua came to Lingyun University to protect Shen Ming. From the beginning, she never thought Shen Ming's background could surpass hers. Tang Chi scratched her head, momentarily lost. Huang Ming also wore a puzzled expression, but combined with the recent frequency of Yu Zhenhua seeking out Shen Ming, he quickly reacted. Could it be that he came to protect Shen Ge? Being protected by a peak 6th-tier warrior, what kind of identity does Shen Ge have? Huang Ming's heart raced as he muttered. He thought he was already a privileged student at school with all the teachers giving him some face, but he never expected that Shen Ming's identity could make a peak 6th-tier warrior willingly work as a security guard just to protect him. Hey Huang Ming, what are you mumbling about? Tang Chi turned to look at Huang Ming. Huang Ming was about to explain, but realized that with Tang Chi's slow-witted nature, it would be difficult for her to grasp this point. He simply changed the subject and smiled. It's nothing, I need to hurry and prepare for the tower battle. There will definitely be many clubs targeting us. I don't want to get seriously injured during the tower battle. Tang Chi nodded, agreeing. You're right, those club members are really annoying. He'll ask my dad for some secret weapons, he'll blow them up during the battle. After saying this, Tang Chi quickly walked out of the conference room. Soon the day of the tower battle arrived. The scene was immensely grand, with a throng of heads surging beneath the tower. As the largest competition of Lingyun University, it attracted considerable attention from various media outlets in Ning Province, and even the provincial leaders took it seriously. This year's tower battle seems to be much livelier than last year's. Ning Province's Deputy Commander Qin Hung sat on the viewing platform outside the tower, overlooking the crowd below. As the Deputy Commander, his status was far superior to that of the President of Lingyun University. Although he was merely there to show support on behalf of the commander, and had no authority to interfere in the university's internal affairs, even the senior officials of the university did not dare to act recklessly in his presence, and even needed to curry favor with him. Even for a national key university like Lingyun University, no one would want to offend the second-in-command of the province. Hearing his words, the senior officials of Lingyun University spoke up one after another. Not to mention, ever since the president brought back that little prodigy last year, the attention on the tower battle has practically doubled. This year's tower battle can be said to be the most exciting one in many years. Qin Hung nodded. You are referring to Zhou Tian. Indeed, that young man is extraordinary. Even among the wealthy young scions in the capital who indulge in precious medicinal herbs, few can match him. Indeed, that young man is extraordinary. Even among the wealthy young scions in the capital who indulge in precious. After last year's tower battle, Zhou Tiancheng was elected as the president of the student council and is currently in the process of a breakthrough, so he cannot participate in the tower battle. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment crossed Qin Hung's eyes. I see, it seems like this year's tower battle will lack some surprises and won't be very exciting. Last year, that young man tied with the strongest students and ultimately secured nearly 60% of the spiritual essence. For a single person to take that much from a plethora of clubs at Lingyun University is simply unfathomable. He was still hoping that the young man would bring him more surprises this year. What a pity. However, there are still many promising talents this year, like Qi Wenjing from the Heishan Club, Zhao Tong from the Baishan Club, or Lin Tao from the Fengyan Club. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Hung raised his hand to signal him to stop. In his eyes, although the talents of these individuals were commendable, they were absolutely no match for Zhou Tiancheng. Alright, most people have arrived, let's get ready to begin. At the foot of the tower, a crowd gathered with various clubs participating in the tower battle, surrounded by media reporters and security personnel maintaining order. For a moment, everyone was chatting, and naturally the topic was about this tower battle. I heard that Zhao Tong from the Baishan Club has broken through 3 minor realms this year, so he is likely to have a good chance of winning the championship, right? I doubt it. Given the time, that old tiger from the Heishan Club must have improved significantly as well, and also has a chance to win the championship. In my opinion, Zhao Tong is truly unfortunate. After being rejected so many times, he still pursues that old tiger. That old tiger even said she would only give him a chance if he surpasses her in the tower battle. Why would he want to offend the president? What can he do? Who told him to like her? Haven't you heard the saying that the more unattainable something is, the more one desires? Under the organization of the disciplinary teacher, each club stood in its designated position. Since the Qingshan Club was established the latest, they were arranged in the last position. Shen Ming did not mind the position, it was irrelevant to him, so he simply moved a chair to sit in the corner. A series of discussions echoed in his ears as he looked around. All the clubs of Lingyun University participated in this tower battle, including the strongest and most renowned Heishan club. He also saw many familiar faces: Zhao Tong, Teacher Wu, and Uncle Yu, who was lazily maintaining order in a security uniform. Even the scar-faced Li Ding, who had clashed with him previously, was among them. The other party had sustained such severe injuries, yet he recovered in just a few days. It seemed that his family background was quite solid. He must have spent a considerable amount of money on treatment. Upon sensing Shen Ming's gaze, Li Ding strode toward him in anger. With heavy footsteps drawing near, Li Ding finally stopped in front of Shen Ming, panting heavily with an unfriendly expression. Shen Ming, I didn't expect your newly established club to jump into the fray of the tower battle. Don't you know how many enemies your Qingshan club has made? Faced with such arrogance, Shen Ming had no intention of wasting words. He just wanted to land a punch on the other's forehead. Rolling up his sleeves, he muttered, You truly have forgotten the pain after the wound has healed and dare to come bark in front of me. Fine, I'll send you to the hospital right now. Just as Shen Ming was about to strike, a figure in a white robe flashed between the two. The newcomer was Zhao Tong, the president of the Baishan Club, whom Shen Ming recognized. Zhao Tong still held a folding fan, looking like a refined young gentleman, and raised his fan to block Shen Ming's fist, saying, Brother Shen, why must you be so irritable? If you act out before the competition and get disqualified, your entire club will suffer losses. Any grievances can be settled after we enter the tower. Shen Ming thought for a moment, and felt that what the other party said made sense. His most important goal now was to achieve a good ranking in the tower battle and earn money. Getting disqualified now would be a huge loss. Moreover, he wouldn't have to wait long to deal with Li Ding inside the tower. Lowering his fist, Shen Ming shot a glance at Li Ding. You defeated man, when I see you in the tower, I will surely beat you up. Even if you beg me, I won't let you off. Those words should be what I say to you. Li Ding snorted coldly. He didn't believe Shen Ming could be a match for their Fengyun Club's president. With the president backing him, he would definitely deal with Shen Ming properly once they entered the tower. Li Ding turned to leave. Seeing that the conflict had eased, Zhao Tong approached Shen Ming. Brother Shen, I have a proposal. How about our two clubs team up after we enter the tower? Upon hearing this, Shen Ming showed a surprised expression. We have made quite a few enemies. Are you sure you want to team up with me? Zhao Tong waved his fan and nodded. Of course, although there are many clubs in Lingyun University, they generally fall in its. For instance, the Fengyun Club, where that person just now belongs, is part of the Heishan Club faction, and most of the clubs you have made enemies with are also from the Heishan faction. Since you have grievances with them, why not collaborate with our Baishan Club? I'll help you deal with them. After the competition ends, I will distribute some spiritual essence to you, so you can achieve a good ranking as well. How does that sound? Shen Ming's eyes turned. This suggestion sounded quite good and posed no harm to them. The other party had previously given him a Liang shield ornament, which he had sold yesterday for a whopping 9 million. That's no small amount. It seemed there was no reason to refuse cooperation with the other party. Alright, I agree to collaborate with you. Shen Ming immediately grasped Zhao Tong's hand, establishing their partnership. Great. Zhao Tong was also very pleased. After we enter the tower, we will work together against the Heishan Club. This time I must win. After confirming their partnership, Zhao Tong smiled and left. Shen Ming let out a sigh of relief, sat back down, no longer paying attention to those around him, and focused all his gaze on the freshly opened system panel. Before entering the tower, he could still add points to enhance his strength further. Remaining currency 17. 9 million. Breathing technique, holy fire breathing technique, minor completion, realm 3rd stage 6th tier. Since the last presentation, some more people had joined the club, and the club members were also working hard to complete tasks to earn rewards. In addition to selling the Liang shield ornament for 9 million along with the 8 million he received from Tang Chi, his currency had now reached 17,900,000. His plan for adding points had long been set, and he certainly wouldn't hesitate now. System, add points for me. The currency count on the system panel began to decrease rapidly. System notifications appeared before him. Currency 7 million, realm upgraded to 3rd stage 7th level. Currency 8 million, realm upgraded to 3rd stage 8th level. Remaining currency 2 million. Shen Ming exhaled a breath of turbid air. His internal chi expanded slightly once more, and the spiritual energy within him along with the faint red currents became even more violent. Only a step away from 4th stage. With his current strength along with the cash he had left, he was absolutely confident that he would be able to advance to 4th stage after this tower battle. He just didn't know how much the prize for this tower battle would be. Bang bang. While everyone was discussing, the sound of a microphone being tapped echoed from the observation platform in front of the tall tower. Quiet down, I will announce the rules of this tower battle. As the referee's voice emerged, the venue gradually quieted down. This tower battle will be conducted by clubs entering the tower to collect spiritual sounds, and the final ranking will be based on the total amount of collected spiritual sounds. The tower has 7 levels. The higher the level, the more spiritual sounds there are. Each spiritual sound may be guarded by exotic beasts, which you will need to handle yourselves. Additionally, clubs can fight to seize from one another, but the prerequisite is that it must be done without malicious intent to kill. The referee glanced down at the speech notes and continued. Moreover, the first prize for this tower battle will be raised to 80 million along with precious herbs such as lingzhu flowers, bean grass, and numerous cultivation resources, as well as in glass breathing technique. Upon hearing glass breathing technique, many people's breathing became hurried. Although Lingyun University is the best martial arts university in Ning province, most of them only practice the glass breathing techniques, with some even up class. If they could obtain this glass breathing technique, their strength would be greatly enhanced. However, they also understood that these prizes were likely the rewards of the Heishan Club or the Baishan Club, and they could only hope to benefit slightly. Even so, they felt content. Shen Ming's eyes lit up. He had no particular feeling towards this glass breathing technique. He only heard the figure of 80 million. I didn't expect there to be so much prize money. If he could receive such a large sum, not only 4th stage, but it would be enough for him to break through 2 more realms. As a 4th stage martial artist, he would rank among the top students at Lingyun University, and his status would rise accordingly. More people would join the Qingshan Club to earn money for him, creating a virtuous cycle. However, obtaining the first place in this tower battle would likely not be easy. Alright, this year's tower battle is about to begin, so all students should be prepared. Good luck to you all. Afterwards, several teachers approached the entrance of the tall tower and released their spiritual energy to activate the formation left by the first principal. Buzz as the formation activated, colorful light radiated, and an ancient voice echoed from the tower, causing the entire structure to tremble as the doors slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black interior. A sense of ancient aura rushed out, causing everyone at Lingyun University to shudder. In a corner, Shen Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Such might emanated from merely opening a door. What kind of origins did this tall tower have? Just as Shen Ming marveled, the referee shouted loudly, "I declare the tower battle to begin. All participating students enter the tower's world." As the words fell, the leading members of the Baishan Club and Heishan Club swiftly entered. The remaining clubs followed closely, streaming into the darkness beyond the tower's gates. Soon it was the turn of the Qingshan Club, led by Shen Ming, to enter. "We should go too." Shen Ming called Huang Ming and Tang Qi to enter the tower, and the members of the Qingshan Club followed. Just before entering the tower, Shen Ming turned his head to glance back at Uncle Yu, who smiled and gave him a big thumbs up. Shen Ming returned the gesture with a thumbs up of his own, and then stepped through the tower's door. The moment he stepped through the door, Shen Ming felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and a surge of heat rushed towards him, accompanied by the sound of howling winds in his ears. Who? Then it seemed as if sand hit his cheeks, causing him to instinctively raise his hand to wipe his face. Vaguely, he sensed that the pendant hanging on his chest seemed to move slightly, but he dismissed it as being blown by the wind. Once the sandy sensation on his face faded, Shen Ming slowly opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. Before him lay a vast expanse of golden sand and endless desert, where even the horizon where the desert met the sky shimmered yellow. Gales howled at times, whipping the sand from the ground and enveloping him, instilling a sense of despair just by standing there. Is this the tower's world? Huang Ming, like a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time, lifted his gaze to survey the area. Although his family had worked at Lingyun University, he had never entered this tall tower, so he couldn't help but be astonished. Behind him, many first-time members entering the tower wore similar expressions. What exactly is that so-called spiritual sound? Tang Qi voiced her question. Shen Ming also had no idea what the so-called spiritual sound was, but he remembered the referee mentioning before they entered the tower that exotic beasts might guard the spiritual sounds, so finding the beasts could lead to finding the sounds. Moreover, the tower was divided into 7 levels. The higher the level, the more spiritual sounds there would be. They were currently on the first level, which had the least spiritual sounds, hence the reason they couldn't even see a shadow of them. There was no need to waste time here. The urgent task was to find the entrance to the second level. Only by reaching higher levels would they have more opportunities to obtain spiritual sounds. The question arose. They were all first-time participants in the tower battle, unfamiliar with the internal layout and the location of the second level's entrance. How could they reach the second level? Shen Ming thought about following the Baishan Club. They would surely be familiar with the environment here. But when he tried to find any trace of the Baishan Club, he realized he hadn't seen a single one of them. Not only the Baishan Club, but also no members of other clubs were around. The area was filled with members of the Qingshan Club, all familiar faces. It seems each club has been separated. Shen Ming rubbed his chin. Where do we go up to the second level? Huang Ming asked. Brother Shen, what should we do next? Should we split up to scout ahead? At this moment, Tang Qi stepped forward, pointing straight ahead. Just keep walking straight. Why? Huang Ming asked, curiosity evident on his face. Tang Qi took out a palm-sized item. This is the positioning tester my dad gave me. He said the entrance to the upper levels in the tower battle is at the center, and the difficulty in finding it lies in the fact that the tower's world is a desert. Unless one has entered the tower several times, it would be hard to discern the direction. But this positioning tester can help. Shen Ming looked at the device in Tang Qi's hand. The so-called positioning tester looked no different from a compass. At that moment, the needle on the compass was pointing straight ahead. Good, let's not delay, let's set off now. Treading steadily. At the center of the desolate desert, the entrance to the second tier. Before a teleportation array, 2 guilds stood opposed. Surprisingly, one guild had barely over 20 members, while the other boasted 200 to 300. With just a handful of you from the Shy-like guild, you dare to ascend to the second tier. Dream on. Is your Chuanfeng guild really all that strong? A swarm of weak ants OI alone can defeat 10 of you. Enough nonsense. Only one spot remains for the second tier, and it must belong to our Chuanfeng guild. Most guilds had already entered the second tier, but the quota was limited. Now only a single spot remained, provoking both sides to fiercely contend for it. Fine, if you refuse to yield, then let us fight. Don't blame us for showing no mercy. The Shy-like guild's leader charged forward, immediately followed by over 20 members. The opposing 200 surged forth with overwhelming momentum, unyielding as they clashed. Amidst the collision of supernatural weapons, numerous figures suddenly appeared atop a distant hill. What the? Why have so many appeared over there all of a sudden? Besides us, others still remain on the first tier. Which guild is this? Their faces seem unfamiliar. Yet the one leading them looks somewhat familiar. Both sides abruptly ceased fighting, retreating to their respective positions as they turned to observe the newcomers. The hill was crowded with people, thick smoke billowing behind them indicating a substantial number. It's Shen Ming of the Qingshan Guild. Someone recognized their leader and shouted loudly towards the newcomers. Hearing the name, everyone exchanged glances filled with unease, some even broke into cold sweat, instinctively stepping. The name Shen Ming had recently become the talk of Lingyun University. A freshman who had just graduated to the school, not only defeating many powerful senior students, but also founding his own guild, even confronting the student council hidden, yet leaving everything peaceful. Such feats had never been achieved since the school's founding. In terms of strength, Shen Ming ranked among the upper middle tier at Lingyun University. Although not the top among guild leaders, he was by no means weak. Bear in mind Shen Ming was a newcomer while those guild leaders were elite seniors. By comparison, Shen Ming's talent was terrifyingly exceptional, matching or surpassing those top guild leaders. Thus upon Shen Ming's arrival, both guilds dared not neglect him. Is this the entrance to the second tier? Shen Ming murmured, gazing at the flickering array beyond the crowd. Above the array a symbol marked 1. Tang Chi glanced down at a compass and nodded, this is it. Thus upon Shen Ming's arrival, both guilds dared not neglect him. Is this the entrance to the second tier? Shen Ming, why don't you hurry into the second tier? What are you blocking us for? Shen Ming's face showed a trace of confusion. The entrance was right here. Any sane person wouldn't be quarreling with other guilds at this spot. Hearing Shen Ming's question, the blue-clad youth leading the Shylight Guild revealed a peculiar expression and muttered under his breath, he actually doesn't know the teleportation array's capacity limit. After a moment's contemplation, the blue-clad youth stepped forward with a slight smile. Your guild leader Shen right. Here's the truth, our two guilds have long-standing grudges, and we plan to settle them here. How about your Qingshan Guild lends us a hand? After we deal with them, we'll enter the second tier together. What do you say? Hearing this, the Chuanfeng Guild leader quickly retorted, don't trust him. The Shylight Guild has no honor. Shen Ming, brother, help us. Afterward, we'll give you 10% of the spiritual essence we earn. Looking at the two faces, Shen Ming sensed ill intent. Moreover, he bore no obligation to assist either side. I have no interest in your grudges, Shen Ming said lightly, waving his hand. You fight your battles, I'll walk my path, and we won't interfere with each other. With that, Shen Ming attempted to move forward, but before he took a second step, both guild leaders stepped up to block his way. You can't pass. Yes, we're still settling our grudges. How can you just walk through? That's disrespectful to us. Standing shoulder to shoulder, they blocked his path with unwavering resolve, so much so that one might think they were brothers rather. Yet their expressions betrayed nervousness. Shen Ming could clearly see through them. There was no genuine animosity between. At this hour, to be fighting at the entrance and blocking others combined with the one symbol on the array, it was clear the entrance had a team limit. Most likely only one more team could enter the second tier. This seems to be the only reasonable explanation, Shen Ming mused, stroking his chin. It appeared these two only sought to use his strength to defeat each other, then abandon him on the first tier. There was nothing more to discuss. To pass through, he must deal with these two guilds. With that thought, Shen Ming immediately activated his spiritual energy and supernatural power. Sizzle! Pale red lightning surged out from beneath Shen Ming's feet, spreading in all directions. The scorching aura of the lightning intensified the already sweltering desert heat. Shen Ming, what are you doing? The Shylight and Chuanfeng Guild leaders both took a step back, their faces revealing shock as they hastened to activate their spiritual energy shields. A slight smile curved Shen Ming's lips. Since I can only pass by resolving your feud, then naturally I'll settle it for you. The two leaders exchanged glances and simultaneously asked, who do you intend to help? Shen Ming shook his head, no, I'll help neither. Huh. The two leaders were momentarily stunned, puzzled by Shen Ming's meaning. While they hesitated, the lightning in Shen Ming's hands surged fiercely, his eyes flashing with ruthless determination. You two fools, can't you see? If I take you both down, won't this feud be completely resolved? The two paused, clearly unprepared for such audacity, then sneered. You and your newly formed guild, you think you can take on both of us? Ridiculous. Arrogant before our Shylight Guild, you're courting death. Unmoved by their hollow threats, Shen Ming scoffed disdainfully. Enough chatter, I have no time for childish games. Desolation Thunder Domain. Dare to underestimate us. We will first join forces to deal with him. Alright. The two immediately reached an agreement to eliminate Shen Ming's Qingshan society before addressing the issue of entry into the second layer. Level A ability, Withering Grass Frenzy. Level A ability, Caramel Canal. The two immediately unleashed their abilities to engage in battle. The young man in blue clapped his hands to the ground, and two withered vines sprouted from the previously barren earth, rushing towards Shen Ming. Meanwhile, the other person waved a hand, releasing a torrent of yellow syrup from his sleeve, also aimed at Shen Ming. Two control-type abilities. Shen Ming smiled wryly as a towering red tiger head formed from lightning appeared behind him, facing the two incoming abilities. Buzz! A loud crash erupted as the three abilities collided, flames ignited instantly on the withered vines, and the previously liquid caramel was suddenly charred to a blackened solid. The lightning tiger head smashed through the opposing abilities with unstoppable force, charging straight at them. Damn, that wretched grass has caused us so much trouble. Who knew your caramel couldn't withstand even this little fire? The two exchanged accusations while hastily channeling their chi to form a defense against the oncoming lightning. As the energy within the lightning gradually dissipated, the two finally let out a sigh of relief. But before the lightning had completely vanished, Shen Ming had already leaped into the air. The cold wind whipped around as he swung a spear in his hand, absorbing the residual lightning power, and brought the spear crashing down upon their defenses. The two were alarmed and quickly poured all their strength into strengthening their defenses, urging their society members to join in. What are you staring at? Hurry up and help put pressure on them. Hearing this, the crowd behind them surged forward. Tang Qi and Huang Ming also commanded the members of Qingshan society to charge forward. The two sides quickly clashed. The sounds of weapon impacts and the roars of abilities filled the air, dust rising as chaos ensued on the battlefield. Shen Ming knew that the strength of his society's members was relatively weak. They might hold off the opponents for a short time, but if it dragged on, fatigue would surely show. He had to end this quickly. He decided to unleash all his power. Breathing techniques, martial arts, all of it. At that moment, Shen Ming was like an inexhaustible power station, continuously channeling electrical energy toward the enemy's defenses. Seeing the defenses on the verge of collapse, Shen Ming shouted, "Defense shatter for me." It was as if his words had magical power. The combined defense created by the two began to crack inch by inch. Crack. With a sharp sound, the defenses shattered completely, and disbelief flashed in the eyes of both opponents. As the presidents of their respective societies, their strengths were naturally not weak, both at the 3rd tier and 6th stage. Moreover, with their abilities and martial techniques, dealing with ordinary warriors even a couple of minor realms higher was not an issue. Yet now the defense they had constructed together was torn apart by Shen Ming with a single thrust of his spear. This was beyond anything they could have anticipated. This was simply absurd, like a dream. But they could not afford to think about it now. The cold light of the spear was drawing ever closer, and if they didn't run, they would surely be gravely injured. The tip of the spear loomed larger in their vision, a deep sense of despair washing over them. No, Shen, go, let's talk this out. We'll give you our entry. The tip of the spear loomed larger in their vision, a deep sense of despair washing over them. No, Shen, go, let's talk this out. We'll give you our entry into the 2nd layer. Yes. We'll just obediently stay on the 1st layer and eat some leftovers. Please spare us. Shen Ming snorted coldly, showing no intention of stopping. Begging for mercy won't work with me. If you dare to cast your little schemes my way, be prepared to face my wrath. With a swift motion, Shen Ming thrust his spear sideways, piercing through both their shoulders like a string of candied hawthorns, lifting them high. Then he yelled to the others, "Everyone stop." Shen Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone turned to look in his direction. There stood Shen Ming, tall and composed in the center of the crowd, his clothes neat and tidy, holding a spear aloft, with two struggling figures, their faces contorted in pain, blood dripping from their wounds onto the sandy ground. "President, Shen Ming, let our president go." Shen Ming replied expressionlessly, "Your president has been defeated. If you continue to obstruct me, I will bury you all in this yellow sand." Shen Ming withdrew his spear, shaking off the blood, and strode toward the entrance of the 2nd layer. No one dared to stand in Shen Ming's way. He single-handedly challenged 2 presidents and emerged with only slightly soiled clothes. Handling them was merely a casual matter. In an instant, the 2 societies' members deflated like punctured balloons, willingly making way for Shen Ming and the other members of Qingshan society. The members of Qingshan society all wore delighted expressions. To enter the 2nd layer of the tower meant they would not finish last in this competition. "Let's go." Led by Shen Ming, the crowd marched confidently into the transport array. As the transport array glowed with golden light, Shen Ming and the others disappeared inside. Meanwhile, the icon 1 also vanished, and the entire transport array dimmed. The members of the 2 societies sat down on the spot, having lost all fighting spirit. The spiritual energy on the 1st layer of the tower was pitifully scarce. Unable to enter the 2nd layer meant their journey in this tower battle would end here. On the other side, outside the tower, the situation inside the tower was being broadcast live on various screens. In addition, there was a spiritual energy leaderboard which updated whenever a society achieved a new level of spiritual energy, ranking them accordingly. The leaderboard also displayed the highest level reached by the society's members. The Heishan Society and Baishan Society have both reached the 3rd layer. They are quite speedy. What do you expect? I heard both societies prepared speed-enhancing secret techniques for each of their members. Such a generous move. It seems this year's championship will surely belong to one of those 2 societies. However, the Qingshan Society is also quite unexpected, boldly confronting the 2 societies and entering the 2nd layer. Especially Shen Ming, who single-handedly took on 2 opponents and completely dominated them. That's somewhat impressive. What's the use? No matter how strong he is, he cannot compare with the Baishan Society or Heishan Society. If he wants to win the championship, he will have to wait until next year. The discussions outside the tower continued, with most topics revolving around the Baishan Society and Heishan Society. After all, these 2 societies were the strongest at Lingyun University. Only Vice Commander Qin Hong, sitting in a high position, seemed to see something interesting in Shen Ming. "Oh, this young man named Shen Ming is rather intriguing. He's still a freshman." The high-ranking officials beside him nodded. Indeed, he is one of this year's recommended students. A hint of light shone in Qin Hong's previously vacant eyes. To reach such a level at such a young age displays exceptional talent. Coupled with his domineering lightning-type ability, he is destined to become someone extraordinary in the future. It's just a pity that his training time is still short. He probably won't be able to showcase his talents until next year's tower battle. Many high-ranking individuals agreed with Qin Hong's statement. Only Qiu Zhengyun looked at Shen Ming with a somewhat strange gaze. He distinctly remembered that when they last met, Shen Ming did not possess such strength. Now he had made considerable breakthroughs in just a few days. This rate of progress. Was it possible he was possessed by some fallen old monster? In the security lineup, Yu Jinhua watched the screen where Shen Ming skillfully defeated 2 opponents without breaking a sweat, and he felt no surprise. He had witnessed his young master rise rapidly in a short time with his realm soaring, as if propelled by a rocket. He had great confidence in his young master's speed of breakthrough. Defeating 2 presidents from lower-ranking clubs was naturally a piece of cake. He crossed his arms and watched the screen. "Sai, I just wonder how long it will take for my young master to break through to the 6th stage. The matters on the old man's side are really urgent." At that moment, a female reporter holding a camera looked at Yu Jinhua and cautiously approached. "Excuse me, security brother." Yu Jinhua came back to his senses and asked in confusion, "What is it?" The female reporter timidly spoke. "Well, it's my first day on the job, and I don't know much. May I ask who among this year's contestants has the highest chance of winning?" Upon hearing the woman's question, Yu Jinhua unhesitatingly raised his hand to point at Shen Ming's name. "Do you see that person named Shen Ming?" The female reporter nodded. "The club he leads, Qingshan Club, is definitely the most likely to win the championship this year." The female reporter scratched her head in confusion. "But I saw in the materials that this Qingshan Club seems to be a newly established club, and Shen Ming doesn't seem particularly strong." "What you see in the materials is all external resources. Can it be as clear as what we know?" Yu Jinhua squinted his eyes and questioned. I suppose that's true." The female reporter nodded and hurriedly took out her notebook to jot it down. In the following time, Yu Jinhua embellished Shen Ming's story, establishing a divinely unexplainable image in the female. All sorts of impressive qualities such as being righteous, helpful, and diligent in cultivation were implanted into her perception. When the female reporter looked at Shen Ming again, her gaze resembled that of a starstruck fangirl, her eyes filled with fervor even from behind the screen. In the tower's inner world, 2nd layer. Shen Ming's vision blurred, and he found himself in the 2nd layer. Like the 1st layer, the 2nd layer was also an endless desert, but in the distance there were sparse cacti. To Shen Ming's surprise, just after being transported to the 2nd layer, he noticed a pack of wolf-like beasts lying nearby, and in the center of them was a stream of golden gas. That must be the Lingyun, Shen Ming thought, glancing at the golden gas, and quickly comparing it to his teacher's description, concluding it was indeed the so-called Lingyun. He then summoned his spear and charged forward. The thunder wrapped around the spear emitted a scorching and violent aura, and with just one thrust, he overturned several wolf beasts ahead. Perhaps due to the low level, these wolf beasts were not strong, with an average strength of about the 2nd stage. Seeing this scene, the remaining wolf beasts stood up and bared their sharp fangs. "Let's go," Tang Chi called out, and then over 100 people charged out together, surrounding and slaughtering the remaining wolves. Meanwhile, Shen Ming took the opportunity to step quickly in front of the Lingyun. Just as he was less than half a step away from the Lingyun, the pendant on his chest suddenly began to emit a faint blue light. "What is this?" Shen Ming raised his eyebrows. The pendant actually reacted to the Lingyun. What is their connection? He grew increasingly curious about what this pendant gifted by his father truly was. Unable to think it through and not wanting to ponder too much, he immediately stored the Lingyun into his spatial ring. Meanwhile, on the leaderboard outside the tower, a 1 appeared behind the Qingshan Club. The Qingshan Club has collected a Lingyun. Unfortunately, there is only 1 Lingyun. The Baishan Club and Heishan Club already have theirs in double digits. A newly established club cannot compare to established clubs like the Heishan Club. I was already surprised they made it to the 2nd. In the tower's inner world. After storing this Lingyun, the surrounding wolf-like beasts were mostly dealt with. Shen Ming wiped the blood off his spear and quickly headed towards the center area of the 2nd layer according to the compass indication. He hardly encountered anyone along the way and soon arrived at the central area of the 2nd layer. According to the rules of the tower's inner world, each layer would eliminate several teams. He had thought he would have to face a battle like at the entrance of the 1st layer. However, to his surprise, when he arrived at the center area of the 2nd layer, he only saw injured classmates on the ground, with a few standing and fighting. Upon seeing Shen Ming's imposing arrival, everyone wilted. Naturally, Shen Ming successfully entered the 3rd layer. The 3rd layer was different from the previous 2. Although most of it was still desert, there were patches of lush greenery, albeit sparse. Of course, these details were not too important. The most crucial aspect was that the number of Lingyun in this layer had visible. On their way to the center, they encountered 10 Lingyun, most of which were guarded by beasts. Moreover, compared to the beasts in the 2nd layer, those in the 3rd layer were noticeably stronger. Fortunately, Shen Ming's strength was sufficient to handle the beasts in the 3rd layer with ease. In less than an hour, they reached the center of the 3rd layer, which was the entrance to the 4th layer. Perhaps due to many teams being eliminated in this layer or several clubs deciding to stay in this layer to collect Lingyun, when they arrived there were still 3 entry slots available for teams, allowing them to smoothly advance to the 4th layer. The subsequent 4th layer was almost the same situation as the 3rd layer. They encountered hardly anyone and had already entered the 5th layer. The 5th layer showed a significant change from the previous 4. The environment transformed into an oasis complete with mountains, water, and trees. The changes in the Lingyun were also quite noticeable, with a Lingyun visible nearly every few hundred meters, making collection extremely swift. Of course, the beasts in the 5th layer had also become considerably stronger, with their sense detectable from afar actively seen. Many members, due to insufficient strength, could barely fend off the attacks of the beasts in the 5th layer. "Shenge, how about I keep the weaker members in the 5th layer to collect Lingyun?" Huang Ming suggested. Shen Ming pondered for a moment. It was already very difficult for these people to withstand the beasts of the 5th layer, and if they entered the 6th layer, even self-preservation would be a problem. It would be better for them to stay here to collect Lingyun. Okay, you tally up and the rest will follow me to the 6th layer. Under Huang Ming's arrangements, nearly half of the people stayed behind. This was also a disadvantage of their club in the tower battle. The strength of the members varied greatly. Only a little over 30 people could continue with Shen Ming to the 6th layer. Alright, you all try to collect Lingyun, we will head to the 6th layer first. After saying that, Shen Ming led the remaining 30-odd people towards the 6th layer. The first 5 layers were strictly speaking transitional stages, as the 6th and 7th layers accounted for 70% of the total Lingyun. Only upon stepping into the 6th layer did the real battle begin. Let's go. Shen Ming took a step forward, disappearing at the entrance to the 6th layer. As the scene shifted, Shen Ming opened his eyes again. He expected to be greeted by denser forest undergrowth, but to his surprise his vision was filled with a group of people right in front of him. Among the crowd there were several familiar faces, including Li Ding, who had been taunting him before entering the tower. Shen Ming, seeing Shen Ming approaching Li Ding, was momentarily stunned, then mocked. Oh, isn't this the Qin Shan Society? Why are only these few people coming up? They can't all be seriously injured down there, can they? Li Ding crossed his arms and taunted. Hurry up and hand over all the spiritual essences you've gathered, and I might let you go without seriously injuring you. But you are an exception. Even if you hand over all your spiritual essences, I will not let you off. I will definitely make you taste the pain of being seriously injured. The wound from being hurt by Shen Ming a few days ago still throbbed, and with the support of the society president, he wouldn't miss this chance to teach Shen Ming a lesson. Members of the Fengyun Society beside him laughed and echoed. They should be proud enough to have so many people reach the 6th. Hey, what's this? A grown man wearing a pendant. Li Ding's gaze fell on Shen Ming's pendant, and he reached out to grab it. But before Li Ding's hand could reach him, thunderous roars erupted from Shen Ming's body. Red lightning crackled around him, and he lunged forward like a fierce crimson tiger. Bang! With a loud crash, Shen Ming grabbed Li Ding's head with his right hand and slammed it into the ground with all his might. The skull shattered with a crack and brain matter splattered out, transforming the previously cocky Li Ding into a lifeless shell. Like to show off? Then die. Cold light surged in Shen Ming's eyes, and his fierce gaze seemed to promise death. Since their first meeting, Li Ding had continuously provoked him, and even after being beaten, he showed no signs of restraint. Now he brazenly attempted to take Shen Ming's possessions. Against such shameless individuals, Shen Ming had only one thought: kill him. Stop! Just before Shen Ming struck, a loud voice rang out from afar, followed by the approach of a burly youth. Shen Ming, what are you doing? Killing someone on campus will get you expelled. The laws of the Great Xia do not allow ungraduated warriors to kill. Are you planning to break the law? Shen Ming snorted coldly and replied, who do you think you are to teach me how to do things here? Get lost. With that, Shen Ming applied more force, and Li Ding didn't even have time to shout in pain before Shen Ming caused a painless cranial explosion. Bang! Li Ding's head burst open, blood splattering onto Shen Ming's face, filling the air with a strong metallic. This was the first time Shen Ming had truly killed someone, and he felt a bit disoriented, but he also realized one thing: if he couldn't crush his opponents like squashing ants, there would always be more ants trying to provoke him. Because they wouldn't die, so many ants dared to challenge him. Only death could instill true fear. You? The burly youth gritted his teeth, pointing at Shen Ming. Since becoming the vice president of the Fengyun Society, no one had dared to speak to him like this. But seeing Shen Ming's current demeanor, he inexplicably felt a sense of fear rising within him, silently swallowing the words he wanted to say. At the scene, blood sprayed everywhere, and everyone was stunned. Shen Ming had really killed Li Ding, and it was a brutal death. How dare he? On what basis? Since the establishment of Lingyun University, such a heinous event had never occurred, especially during the tower battle. This was a live broadcast. The entire Ning province would witness this scene. Even if the school wanted to cover it up, there would be no way to do so. Shen Ming would definitely be expelled, and might even end up in prison. He has gone mad. This guy is definitely mad. No, this guy has always been mad. Provoking this guy is not a wise choice. Meanwhile, outside the tower, seeing Shen Ming smash Li Ding's head to pieces with one blow, the scene fell silent, lingering in quietness. Until someone suddenly spoke up. Is there any hope for him after being beaten like this? Are you mentally challenged? His brain has turned to mush. How could he be saved? So you're saying that this Shen Ming has committed murder? Wasn't it said that warriors aren't allowed to kill before graduation? After the first person spoke, discussions quickly spread throughout the scene. Everyone was somewhat stunned about Shen Ming. On the high platform, several school leaders couldn't help but break into a sweat. They hadn't expected Shen Ming to directly ignore school rules and kill Li Ding in front of so many people. It should be noted that there were so many reporters present, and everything that happened during the tower battle would be widely reported. They could even imagine the headlines in tomorrow's news. Shocking. A student committed murder during a key university event in Ning province. Is it due to the student's poor character or the teacher's lack of emphasis on moral education? Even a national key university like Lingyun University would face significant impacts from public opinion. The expressions of the few people turned somewhat grim. At this moment, they were all contemplating how to minimize the impact of the public opinion. How about we quickly suspend the tower battle? What good would a suspension do? A murder has already occurred. Oh, everyone here saw it, and there is a live broadcast. Then let's think about how to deal with Shen Ming after the competition ends, to give everyone an explanation. The school leaders kept discussing. Unlike them, vice leader Qin Hung showed no particular expression, instead revealing a hint of appreciation. In his view, a true warrior is one who has blood on their hands. The Great Xia prohibits minors from killing for 2 reasons: to protect novice warriors, and because the current beast disasters are worsening, necessitating more warriors to guard each city. However, this rule also has its downsides. It cultivates warriors who possess strength, but lack the will to fight, greatly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Qin Hung sighed lightly. He admired Shen Ming's decisiveness and fighting spirit, but unfortunately these were just his own desires, not the rules of the Great Xia. Even if he admired Shen Ming, it couldn't change the fact that Shen Ming had violated the laws of the Great Xia. Such a good seedling unable to be cultivated is truly a pity. As Qin Hung sighed in the security line, Yu Jinhua looked at the screen showing Shen Ming covered in blood and couldn't help but killing in public the young master is a bit impulsive. This is going to be difficult to handle. He might be able to help with other matters, but a murder on campus was not something a mere steward like him could resolve. Inside the tower on the 6th floor, Shen Ming slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood splattered on his face, and cast his gaze over the crowd. As his eyes swept by, everyone involuntarily stepped back. In their eyes at that moment, Shen Ming appeared as if he were a hellish demon. Just a glance from him left them feeling short of breath and suffocated. Even the members of the Qingshan Society wore expressions of astonishment. Though they knew their president had a very tough personality and would repay any grievances, they never expected Shen Ming to dare to kill openly under the gaze of so many. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. Only Tang Qi cautiously approached Shen Ming's side, gently poking his shoulder. She glanced at the bloodshot eyes of Shen Ming and swallowed hard, weakly asking, "Shen Ming, are you okay?" Shen Ming also let out a heavy sigh and shook his head slightly. "I'm fine." The first time killing had left him somewhat unaccustomed, but he quickly adjusted himself and looked towards the members of the Fengyan Society, his voice deep. "One is dead. Oh, I wouldn't mind if a few more died. Who among you still wants to fight? I'm ready to accompany you to the end." The members of the Fengyan Society exchanged glances, retreating a few steps once more. Li Ding was already ranked among the upper echelons of the Fengyan Society, yet he was taken out by Shen Ming in a single move. The remaining members dared not stick their necks out. If Shen Ming hadn't been lethal, some among them would have surely wanted to test him. Even if they couldn't win, they would only end up in the hospital for 10 days or so, as the school would cover most of their medical expenses. But now it was different. Failure in this attempt could mean death. Then the compensation from Lingyun University wouldn't be for medical expenses, but for funeral costs. Although the funeral cost would certainly be substantial, they would rather not have it at all. All members of the Fengyan Society displayed fearful expressions except for a burly youth who had just arrived and was staring intently at Shen Ming. "Shen Ming, how dare you act so arrogant in front of me after attacking members of the Fengyan Society? Do you really think there's no one in this tower who can match you? I'll show you what I can do." The burly youth clenched his teeth, his voice booming, seemingly fearless, yet the cold sweat trickling from his forehead and his trembling right hand betrayed him. As the vice president of the Fengyan Society, he absolutely could not back down at this moment. With so many members present, if he was scared off by Shen Ming alone, it would be a disgrace for the Fengyan Society. The president would undoubtedly not let him off the hook if he found out. So no matter what, he had to step up. Moreover, while Shen Ming had the power to take down Li Ding, it didn't mean he couldn't be his opponent. Understanding this, his expression eased considerably. "Take this. A great ability, muscle expansion." The youth raised his right hand, and in an instant it began to deform, swelling to an incredible size, even larger than his own. A great martial skill, mountain shaking palm. A massive palm hovered in midair, causing surrounding air currents to swirl. An overwhelming aura surged forth from the palm. Before this enormous palm, Shen Ming appeared like a tiny figure about to be crushed in an instant. This is the vice president's signature move. The ability caused the palm to swell, and combined with the martial skill, the power of the martial technique surged exponentially. The vice president's level is at the 3rd stage 8th segment, but this move is sufficient to contend with an ordinary 3rd stage 9th segment warrior, and even a near 4th stage warrior could potentially face him. But why do I feel so uncertain? Shen Ming's strength shouldn't exceed the 4th stage, right? Although Shen Ming appeared to be at a disadvantage, many in the Fengyan Society felt inexplicably that he could withstand this attack and counterattack against their vice president. Some were even prepared to flee at the first sign of Shen Ming's victory. On the other hand, the members of the Qingshan Society remained calm, as if they had seen great scenes, appearing to be the ones in the advantageous position. After so much interaction, they realized that no matter what happened, Shen Ming could always provide them with enough sense of security, and in the current situation, believing in Shen Ming was undoubtedly the best choice. "Arrogant fool, take this palm." Buzz with his words, the palm in the air came crashing down. Even the surrounding air was pushed away by this strike, creating a strong wind that made those nearby squint their eyes. Shen Ming slowly raised his head expressionless and extended his right hand. A long spear crackling with red lightning suddenly appeared in his grasp. Without any hesitation, Shen Ming gathered his strength underfoot and leaped up. All the lightning gathered at the tip of the spear, unleashing an unprecedentedly violent force. Ability, breathing technique, martial skill, and spiritual energy. Shen Ming concentrated all the power at his disposal into this one strike. This was nearly the strongest blow he could deliver at that moment. Boom. In an instant, the long spear collided with the palm in midair, and Shen Ming felt as if he had struck a stone mountain with this spear. This palm not only possessed immense power, but its hardness was many times greater than ordinary steel. Seeing this, the members of the Fengyan Society let out a sigh of relief, If Shen Ming couldn't shake this palm, then he couldn't win. The youth chuckled lightly and mocked Shen Ming give up. Even a near 4th stage warrior can't break this palm in a short time. With your little strength, there's no way you can stop it. But before he could finish his sentence, a sound of piercing flesh rang out. The long spear visibly pierced through the palm, breaking through the first layer of its hardest defense, and then like a floodgate, bursting it drove deeper. The air instantly fell silent, and the previously relaxed members of the Fengyun Society changed their expressions, completely unable to believe the reality before them. How is this possible? An incredulous exclamation came from the opposite side. Shen Ming ignored it and continued to forcefully break through the palm. In just a moment, the red lightning along with the spear's tip completely pierced through the palm, shooting straight into the sky, like a crimson meteor soaring upward. The massive palm in midair was pierced through by the spear, creating a dark hole with blood flowing out and falling to the ground. It hurts. So painful. My hand. The giant palm quickly returned to its normal size, and the youth clutched his hand, tightly gritting his teeth in pain, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Before he could react further, a flash of red light suddenly appeared in the sky. It was Shen Ming tightly gripping the spear, stabbing towards him. If this strike hit, he would undoubtedly die. But in his current state, he couldn't establish any effective means of defense. As the red light drew nearer, his mind raced. Previously, Li Ding had mentioned Shen Ming to him, so he had conducted a brief investigation into Shen Ming's past, though he didn't know why. It seemed Shen Ming was in dire need of money. At this point, he could only grasp at straws, shouting, "Wait, stop. I have money. I want to buy my life." The sound reached Shen Ming's ears, causing him to raise an eyebrow slightly, yet his hands did not stop moving. 800,000. Shen Ming pulled back the long spear, his feet landing first, the spear tip pressed against the opponent's throat. Seeing that Shen Ming was not planning to let him go, the young man tentatively offered another bid. 1 million. Hiss. The long spear pierced 2 centimeters into his throat. Is your life only worth 1 million? To have arrived at Lingyun University and become the vice president of the top society in the school, your talent is quite impressive. In my eyes, your life is worth much more than this. A wave of pain surged through his body as the young man trembled, raising 2 fingers. The spear tip at his throat prevented him from speaking loudly, so he could only whisper a higher bid. 20 million, 20 million. I really can't offer more than that. The young man's face turned pale. 20 million was not a small sum for someone who had yet to graduate as a martial artist. To gather this money, he would have to sell off a significant amount of his cultivation resources. If he weren't a martial artist, this 20 million would be enough for him to lavishly squander for a lifetime. If not for his life being in Shen Ming's hands, he would never consider taking out such a sum. Shen Ming slowly raised the long spear and struck again, this time piercing the young man's left leg. 20 million won't suffice to buy your life. Oh, I need to add another leg. And also hand over all the spiritual resonances you have collected. With that, Shen Ming withdrew the spear and flicked the blood off its surface. The young man bit his teeth and held back a scream, pressing both hands against the wound on his left leg, panting heavily. Alright, however, the spiritual resonances we collected are not with me. They are with our leader. We are only responsible for guarding the entrance, preventing others from entering the 6th floor. Shen Ming's expression turned strange as he muttered softly to himself, blocking the exit point. This is interesting. So where is your president now? The young man pondered for a moment and said he should be at the entrance of the 7th floor. Upon receiving this response, Shen Ming nodded. Then you have nothing to do with this. After you pay up, you can leave the tower. Reluctantly, the young man pulled out a bank card and handed it over, along with several rare cultivation resources that drew envious glances from others. There is 15 million in this card, and these cultivation resources are worth more than 5 million. Shen Ming raised his hand to refuse. I only want money, not resources. You have 5 minutes to gather the remaining 5 million. This. The young man thought for a moment and began trading these resources for money with others. Lime grass for refining, a 3rd-tier breakthrough pill selling for 1 million at a low price. Who wants it? A life-saving jade pendant that can withstand attacks from martial artists below the 3rd tier, selling for 800,000. As the vice president of the Fengyun Society, his reputation was not low, and given the rarity of these cultivation resources, he was able to quickly gather the 5 million. Here, Shen Ming took the bank card and the hastily gathered 5 million. Congratulations, host, you have gained currency, 20 million current currency 22. For million. Seeing the system prompt appear, Shen Ming nodded slightly. With this 20 million, it is enough for him to break through to the 4th tier. Seeing Shen Ming nod in satisfaction, the members of the Fengyun Society finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, we will take our leave. 2 members of the Fengyun Society supported the limping vice president as they walked towards Shen Ming, followed by the remaining members. Once the members of the Fengyun Society left, the Qingshan Society erupted in cheers. We drove the Fengyun Society to flee in panic. It feels so good. It is all thanks to the president. He should now be able to compete with Quasi 4th-tier martial artists, right? The president is mighty. Tang Chi jumped up in joy, but at the same time a desire to grow stronger arose in. Just a while ago, Shen Ming's strength was comparable to hers, but now he had reached a level that could contend with Quasi 4th-tier martial artists. If Shen Ming could break through so quickly, why couldn't she? She secretly made a decision to no longer indulge in play, and after the tower battle, she would demand a large amount of cultivation resources from her father, and then enter a closed-door cultivation, not to exit until she reached the 4th tier. That way, after exiting, her strength would surely not lag too far behind Shen Ming. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Shen Ming opened the system panel for himself. Currency 22. 4 million realm 3rd tier 8th stage. This money is just enough to elevate him to the 4th tier, but he still needs to find a safe place for the breakthrough. He glanced around and saw that there were no other people apart from those in the society. If that is the case, then I will break through here. He turned to Tang Chi and said, "Protect me, I am going to break through." Tang Chi was slightly stunned. "You are going to break through again? Does this mean that Shen Ming's strength will advance again, widening the gap between the two of them?" That's okay. Oh, Shen Ming has yet to break through to the 4th tier, so she still has a chance. Shen Ming sat cross-legged on the ground and immediately began his breakthrough. Currency, 9 million realm breakthrough to 3rd tier 9th stage. Currency, 10 million realm breakthrough to 4th tier 1st stage. Remaining currency 3. For million. As the panel prompt appeared, the previously clear sky began to cloud over. The sky gradually darkened, causing everyone to be taken aback. Why has the sky turned dark? Isn't there no night in the tower's world? This is a phenomenon produced by someone breaking through a major realm or experiencing a second awakening of abilities. Isn't the president at 3rd tier 8th stage? Breaking through again would only reach 3rd tier 9th stage. It shouldn't produce a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Could it be that someone else is breaking through on the 6th floor? Everyone exchanged glances, looking at each other. Currently, among all societies, only the presidents of the Heishan Society and Baishan Society possessed strength above the 4th tier. The only one likely to break through to the 4th tier would be the president of the Fengyun Society, Feng Qi. If Feng Qi breaks through to the 4th tier, they would be in trouble. Just as everyone was worried, Shen Ming's body began to flicker. As the spiritual energy surged, the dancing lightning formed a circle around Shen Ming. This is a spiritual energy barrier, a state that can only be generated after reaching the 4th tier. The president is breaking through to the 4th tier. After someone gasped, everyone's gaze fell on Shen Ming. He had actually broken through 2 realms in a row, one of which was a major. It is known that for an ordinary person to break through a major realm, they must accumulate power in the previous realm. Only when the accumulated power reaches a threshold can they have the opportunity to break through a major realm. Yet Shen Ming not only bypassed the 3rd tier, but also directly skipped the step of accumulating power, which was simply unfathomable. Tang Chi was utterly stunned. To break through 2 realms consecutively, one of which is a major realm, this isn't scientific. As the daughter of the leader, it was also her first time witnessing such an occurrence. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. She was just thinking about entering closed-door cultivation after the tower battle to catch up with Shen Ming. But now this guy had broken through 2 realms in a row, directly reaching 4th-tier martial artist. How could she even keep up? Tang Chi's expression turned strange, her face reddening. Clearly she was feeling a bit shaken. As his cultivation broke through to the 4th rank, Shen Ming's Qi rapidly expanded within him. Under his consciousness, the Qi had already surpassed the size of his entire being, yet in reality, it still occupied only a small portion of space in his dantian. In other words, the Qi had opened up a new space within his body, theoretically capable of being infinitely large. As the Qi grew larger, the amount of spiritual energy stored within also increased significantly. During the previous battle, the reason that single strike could unleash such formidable power was that he had utilized almost all the spiritual energy within his Qi. If that move had not been effective, his subsequent attacks would have been somewhat feeble. But now, having broken through to the 4th rank, the amount of spiritual energy within him had multiplied countless times, and coupled with a significant enhancement of his foundational attributes, he could easily unleash the same power as that previous strike, while also utilizing more spiritual energy for an even stronger blow. With his current strength, he could rank among the top 10 in the entire Lingyun University, perhaps even within the top 5. Shen Ming felt elated. He was eager to test his newfound strength after the breakthrough. However, the Qi was still in a chaotic state, and with the red lightning surging within filled with a frenzied aura, it had not yet fully stabilized. He still needed some time to solidify his realm. As time passed, the members of the Qingshan Society began to get busy collecting spiritual rhymes on the 6th floor. About half an hour later, Shen Ming slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. With a soft zzz, red currents of electricity dispersed as he exhaled. He gently clenched his right hand, and another surge of electric energy manifested on his skin, spreading throughout his body. The Qi within him had also stabilized. Refreshing. Shen Ming's lips curled upwards. From this day forth, he was a true 4th-rank warrior. As a 4th-rank warrior, he had completely distanced himself from the ranks of low-tier warriors, and entered the mid-tier ranks capable of providing effective defensive strength in battles against beast tides. But for him, the 4th rank was merely a starting point. He needed to quickly acquire wealth to become even stronger. That guy just now mentioned that the president of the Fengyun Society is at the entrance from the 6th floor to the 7th floor. They must have collected quite a bit of spiritual rhyme, and I should take it all on the way. It's a good opportunity to test my power after reaching the 4th rank. Shen Ming slightly turned his head and looked at Tang Chi. Tang Chi, gather everyone, we're heading to the entrance of the 7th floor. Tang Chi was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, ostensibly as a protector. However, after half an hour of nothing to do, she was on the verge of falling asleep from boredom. Of course, Shen Ming did not say anything. Tang Chi's lively personality was that of a big sister, and asking her to do nothing while sitting here as a protector for half an hour was indeed a bit unfair. No need to keep sitting here. Upon hearing the word gather, Tang Chi immediately perked up, her face filled with excitement. Shen Ming nodded. All right. Soon under Tang Chi's organization, everyone stopped their activities and followed Shen Ming towards the entrance of the 7th floor. Meanwhile, at the entrance from the 6th floor to the 7th floor, many members of the Feng Yun Society were busy with their own tasks. President Feng Qi sat cross-legged on a large stone, resting his eyes. The president of the Heishan Society, Qi Wenjing, informed him that their Feng Yun Society only needed to defend the 6th floor to prevent others from reaching the 7th floor. Once the Heishan Society defeated the Baishan Society and seized all the spiritual rhymes, they would naturally share enough with them, enabling them to secure second place in the tower battle. With such leisure and the prospect of a decent outcome, he naturally agreed. At that moment, a hurried member of the Feng Yun Society rushed over. President, it's bad. Feng Qi slowly opened his eyes, looking impatiently at the rushing subordinate. He then waved his hand, and a gust of wind shot forth from before him, blowing directly ahead. The member who came to report was immediately blown away by the gust, crashing heavily to the ground. What do you mean it's bad for me? You can't even speak properly, being so frantic, disrupting my peace. The subordinate winced in pain, slowly getting up from the ground, and quietly reported to Feng Qi. President, the Qingshan Society has entered the 6th floor and has severely injured the vice president. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi's expression slightly changed. The Qingshan Society. Isn't that the society that just recently formed? I didn't expect them to have the strength to enter the 6th floor. However, the more he thought about it, the more it seemed off. How could someone from the Qingshan Society defeat his vice president? He reached out and summoned the reporting subordinate, raising a whirlwind beneath the subordinate's feet and blowing him back to his side. Speak up. The reporting subordinate felt dizzy from the two gusts. It was hard to accept. Covering his head, he hazily, "That's Shen Ming. He took out the vice president in an instant and even killed members of our Feng Yun Society." Feng Qi frowned slightly. Killing people? Are you trying to scare me? As a student warrior who hadn't graduated, he understood very well what killing meant. What could Shen Ming be thinking to resort to murder during the tower battle? The subordinate shook his head repeatedly. How could I dare to scare you? It's absolutely true. President, by the way, it seems he intends to come looking for you. Looking for me? Feng Qi's frown deepened. Then, as if he thought of something, he let out a light laugh. He's a bit overconfident. No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly have 4th rank strength just after entering school. If he truly reached the 4th rank, then perhaps he's even more talented than that monster Zhou Tianqing. Without reaching the 4th rank, what gives him the right to defeat me, eh? Feng Qi's lips slightly curled up. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. Among those participating in the tower battle besides Qi Wenjing and Zhao Tong, no one was his match, and that Shen Ming was no exception. Humph. Feng Qi snorted disdainfully. If he dares to come, I'll shove his head into this stone here, and let him see how thick it is, this brat, who doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Just as Feng Qi made his harsh proclamation, a sound of footsteps approached from a distance. The subordinate who had come to report jumped in his heart, and quickly looked back. He saw Shen Ming walking at the forefront, his pupils glinting with cold light. Dozens of Feng Yun Society members followed behind, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Without a word, he stumbled to his feet and ran backwards. Seeing him like this, Feng Qi couldn't help but snort in anger. If you hide any further, you'll embarrass the society. After the tower battle ends, you can leave the Feng Yun Society on your own. The subordinate paused for a moment at Feng Qi's words, but thinking of how tragically the vice president and Li Ding had died, he gritted his teeth and quickly ran backwards. Waste. Feng Qi gritted his teeth in anger, feeling frustrated. He didn't understand why with him here a mere Shen Ming was something to be afraid of. Feng Qi quickly stood up and leaped down from the large stone. At the same time, a voice from afar reached Shen Ming's ears. I heard you want me to see how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is. Upon seeing the visitor, Feng Qi slightly lowered his gaze. You are Shen Ming. You appear quite handsome. I didn't expect you to actually dare to come find me. You merely injured my subordinate. Do you truly believe you are my equal? Feng Qi wanted to say more, but he swallowed his words halfway through, for in his line of sight, Shen Ming was already charging. Feng Qi wanted to say more, but he swallowed his words halfway through, for in his line of sight, Shen Ming was already charging towards him. Before Feng Qi, like a ghost. After breaking through to the 4th stage, his base speed had greatly increased, and with the enhancement of abundant spiritual energy, he could now surpass even a speeding sports car. If he passed by a normal person, the latter might only see a shadow, unable to make out his face at all. Feng Qi's body trembled. He had never expected Shen Ming's speed to be so astonishing. Just as he reacted, the violent aura from the spear had already brushed against his cheek. Wind comes. Fortunately, his ability was speed-oriented, greatly enhancing his own swiftness. Feng Qi moved like the wind, dodging Shen Ming's attack and creating distance between them. Shen Ming, you are insane. I haven't finished speaking yet. A hint of anger appeared on Feng Qi's face. No one had ever dared to interrupt him. Even Zhao Tong and Qi Wenjing would give him some respect. But this Shen Ming was simply a mad dog. The members of the Feng Yun Society were also taken aback. Some among them wanted to wait for their president to finish speaking before following up with a taunt, but before the president could finish, Shen Ming charged in. Damn it, didn't your parents teach you that interrupting someone is impolite? How dare you sneak attack our president? You have quite the odd. President, stop wasting time with him. Attack and crush him. Shen Ming, uninterested in their banter, flashed a fierce light in his eyes, and once again surged forward with his spear. Stop rambling. Are you a grandmother's foot-binding cloth? Take any words to my spear. Lightning surged, and the spear lunged forth. Shen Ming transformed into a residual shadow, a trail of furious red lightning following behind him, rapidly closing in on Feng Qi. Do you really think I fear you? Feng Qi shouted angrily, raising his hand as a whirlwind swept around him. The gale howled towards Shen Ming, stirring up sand and soil, snapping trees and grass. My strike is enough to confront a fourth-stage warrior. Your journey in the tower ends here. Facing the whirlwind, Shen Ming did not retreat or dodge, thrusting his spear forward. Buzz, the lightning and whirlwind collided instantly. The originally imposing tornado was torn apart by this single thrust, yet the spear continued forward with undiminished power. Feng Qi trembled all over. How could you casually break my attack? Although this strike was not his strongest, it should have been sufficient to contend with an ordinary fourth-stage warrior, yet it was shattered by Shen Ming's casual thrust. What kind of strength does this guy possess? Cold sweat trickled down Feng Qi's forehead, and he silently felt a sense of dread. No matter what Shen Ming's strength was, he was certain it was far beyond what a mere quasi-fourth-stage warrior could withstand. Realizing this, he wanted to use the speed advantage of his ability to escape. Shen Ming noticed his intention and raised his left hand to grasp the air. Destruction Thunder Domain activate. In an instant, dozens of bolts of lightning erupted around him, and Feng Qi blocking all of Feng Qi's escape routes, and creating a 1v1 arena for real men visible to those outside. The power of the domain. This force consumed a vast amount of spiritual energy, though before breaking through to the fourth stage, he could not have used it at all. Even now, he could not maintain it for long, and the strength of the cage was not very high, so he needed to finish this quickly. Don't think about running, you come and fight. As Shen Ming pounced like a fierce tiger, Feng Qi lost all his previous composure with his way back blocked. You are too much. Then don't blame me. A hint of red light flashed in Feng Qi's eyes, and a violent wind erupted around him, causing even the ground to tremble. Sklash breathing technique, Gale spell. A whirlwind rapidly condensed around Feng Qi's fist, visibly forming a vortex. This power could likely not be resisted even by any third-stage warrior, and even fourth-stage warriors would not dare to underestimate it. Shen Ming also concentrated more power at the tip of his spear, intending to defeat his opponent with overwhelming force. Just as everyone was anticipating who would prevail, Feng Qi suddenly turned around, and that formidable strike did not smash towards Shen Ming, but instead struck the lightning behind him. If I can't defeat you, can I not shatter the domain you created? Feng Qi murmured, almost exhausting all his strength, and actually creating a small hole in the Destruction Thunder domain. Shen Ming was about to manipulate the spiritual energy to repair the domain when he saw Feng Qi darting out like a puff of smoke, fleeing towards the entrance of the seventh layer without looking back. Shen Ming was bewildered. The other party's momentum was so strong that he thought they were about to clash, which was why he had concentrated all his power at the spear tip, reducing the defensive strength of the domain. Who would have thought that the other party only had escape on their mind? Does this guy have no pride? Not only Shen Ming, but even the members of the Fengyan Society were stunned. They were expecting their president to face off against Shen Ming. Even if their president was outmatched, they would accept losing. At worst, they'd be seriously injured and forfeit the tower battle rewards. At least their president had guts, and they could still hold their heads high in the future. However, they had not truly clashed, yet only a simple exchange, and the outcome was still unknown. Damn it, their revered president actually ran away. Ran away? They didn't even get a clear look at the president's shadow before he had already scurried into the seventh layer like a rat. This was simply absurd. The crowd exchanged glances, stunned in place. With their president fleeing, the Fengyan Society had completely lost face. What? What do we do now? Run, what else can we do? If you still want to contribute to the society, then go ahead. No one can contribute, my ass. Once the tower battle is over, I absolutely withdraw from the society. Even Jesus can't stop me. Upon hearing this, they lost all desire to continue fighting and turned to flee towards the entrance of the seventh layer. The members of the Qingshan Society were also frozen in place, equally surprised by the recent events. Is this president too cowardly? Tang Qi crossed her arms and pouted. Should we chase? She turned to look at Shen Ming retracted the thunder domain, unable to suppress a light laugh. It was his first time encountering an opponent who ran away so quickly. Of course we chase. I will not let go of the spiritual rhythms they possess. In the world outside the tower, under the watchful eyes of many, Feng Qi fled before the battle even began. While not illegal, it drew scorn from onlookers. As a martial artist, especially the president of a society turning tail and abandoning one's members without even a real fight is indeed a rare occurrence. How on earth does Lingyun University cultivate such talent? This year's tower battle is truly interesting. Not only are students killing each other, but some are also fleeing from the battlefield. Tomorrow's news will surely be fascinating. I can hardly wait to see the expressions on the faces of Lingyun University's higher-ups. A few elderly managers witnessing this scene wore extremely grim expressions. What on earth is wrong with Feng Qi? Fleeing before the fight. Is this how he is usually taught? After this tower battle, we must reorganize the educational resources within the school. What a disgrace. It's all that Shen Ming's fault. If he hadn't killed someone, how could Feng Qi be so afraid of him and bring such shame to Lingyun? After a round of summarization, the higher-ups concluded that all issues originated from Shen Ming's actions. What was supposed to be a good tower battle has turned chaotic because of him. Even if he has talent, he shouldn't act so recklessly. After a round of summarization, the higher-ups concluded that all issues originated from Shen Ming's actions. This is quite interesting, but it's rare to see a student instill such fear in others. Moreover, he managed to break through 2 realms in such a short time, one of which is a major realm. That's truly unprecedented. With such talent, I wonder how far this young man will grow in the future. If the commander allows, perhaps we can let him take a position in the military to give it a try. Qin Hung was quite pleased with Shen Ming's performance, and even felt a desire to recruit him. He secretly resolved that once the tower battle was over he would immediately recruit Shen Ming into the military. With a little training the military could produce another powerhouse. Perhaps in a decade or so, he might even succeed the commander. Last time that Zhou Tianqing was recruited by the capital ahead of time. I absolutely cannot miss out on Shen Ming this time. Qin Hung muttered to himself, then took out his phone. Hello, withdraw 10% of the funds I can mobilize and transfer it to my card. I have an urgent need. Will it affect the soldiers' military expenses? No problem, he'll find a way to make up for it later. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Understood. After hanging up, Qin Hung wore a look of confidence. Even the capital would find it difficult to withdraw such funds all at once. Although misappropriating public funds was against the rules and might cause him some trouble, he felt it was worth it as long as As for the military expenses, he wasn't worried. The bulk of the military budget was spent on the monthly training resources. Withdrawing this amount wouldn't cause any significant harm, and he could easily make it up later by selling some resources. Inside the tower on the 7th level, Shen Ming and his companions appeared at the entrance. The scene before them was similar to the 6th level, only the jungle was a bit denser. Moreover, noticeably, there were numerous spiritual auras floating in the air ahead. So many spiritual auras. This is a jackpot. If we can collect just a bit of spiritual aura from here, we can rank among the top. Have you noticed? There seem to be no beasts guarding the spiritual auras on the 7th level. Shen Ming scanned the area. Not only were the spiritual auras plentiful here, but they were also unguarded by beasts, making it an ideal spot for collection. At that moment, the pendant on his chest emitted a strong wave of energy. Shen's expression paused as he hurriedly picked up the pendant to take a look. He saw the dragon-shaped pattern on the pendant detach from its original position and swim back and forth inside the pendant. If it were just this, Shen Ming wouldn't be surprised, as the pendant had reacted before when it encountered spiritual auras. However, this time the dragon inside seemed truly alive, tilting its head to glance at him, as if examining his appearance like a newborn child who had never seen the world. But soon the little dragon returned to its original position and became still. Shen Ming was puzzled, unable to figure out what was going on, and could only wait until the tower battle ended to ask his father. President, should we start collecting spiritual auras now? An excited female member asked from behind. Shen Ming pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. First, let's find the Fengyan Society and collect all the spiritual auras they have. We should also deal with them to prevent future troubles. Resolve that first. As for targeting the Heishan Society, they should still be fighting against the Baishan Society, so that can be dealt with later. It's possible that the Heishan Society has already been beaten up by the Baishan Society. Having said that, Shen Ming led his team to start searching for the Fengyan Society's whereabouts, collecting some spiritual auras along the way, and fortunately there were no beasts to obstruct them, so it didn't take much time. The 7th level of the tower is considerably smaller than the previous 6 levels. Not long after, they encountered a group of people. Who are you? Both sides became cautious. Outside the tower they were classmates, but in here they were competitors. Even without enmity, they couldn't afford to be unguarded. Shen Ming glanced at the white clothing of the opposing team. Are you from the Baishan Society? The team on the other side looked battered and bruised, their white clothing stained with dust and blood. If it weren't for Shen Ming's prior knowledge of the Baishan Society's attire, he wouldn't have recognized them. The leader of their team sighed. That's right. We've been seriously injured. The president instructed me to lead them out of the tower to avoid further injuries. Are you Shen Ming? Then you must be from the Qingshan Society. The leader recognized Shen Ming and excitedly rushed forward to shake his hand. You actually made it to the 7th level. Quickly, please help our president. He's just over there. The leader pointed back down the path. Led by several individuals, Shen Ming and his group quickly arrived at the battlefield where the Heishan and Baishan clubs clashed. As the two largest clubs at Lingyun University, their numbers were immense, with over 1,000 participants embroiled in fierce combat. At this moment, the battlefield radiated with vibrant hues as various supernatural powers erupted. There were those spewing flames, others spouting water, and some transforming into earth spikes to impede footsteps. In short, it was utter chaos. Were it not for the distinct clothing of each side, it would have been impossible to discern friend from. This truly reveals the purpose of uniform attire, Shen Ming murmured, as though discovering a new world. Silently, he resolved that once the tower battle concluded, he would commission a proper set of uniforms for his own club. Just as this thought formed, a reprimanding voice suddenly echoed nearby. Why have you returned? A white-clad figure wielding a folding fan swiftly approached several Baishan club members. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Tong. Yet now Zhao Tong's garments were tattered, his face smeared with dust, stripped of his usual composure, and common undercurrent of anger shadowing his features. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why return? It's just a tower battle, it's not worth lying injured in the hospital for 2 months. The Baishan members who had led Shen Ming here lowered their heads timidly, then cast a glance towards Shen Ming and his group. Following their gaze, Zhao Tong spotted Shen Ming not far off. He was momentarily stunned before nodding at Shen Ming in acknowledgement. Brother Shen, the battle is unfavorable. There is no time for idle talk. You must seize this moment to gather spiritual resonance and lead them to retreat. We may lose this fight. Zhao Tong smiled bitterly, a trace of reluctance lingering on his face before he turned back to rejoin the fray. With Zhao Tong absent from the battlefield, the Heishan Club's president Qi Wenjing became like a tiger among sheep. Coupled with Feng Qi's arrival, their members were utterly overwhelmed. Observing this, Shen Ming's expression grew peculiar. Is there such a vast disparity in strength between the Baishan and Heishan clubs? In his impression, these two clubs should be roughly equal. A nearby Baishan member explained, actually the Heishan club was never stronger than us. Back then our president and the Heishan president were still in a romantic relationship. It was our president who helped the Heishan club, but since last year, when that Zhou Tianqing rose, Qi Wenjing dumped our president and latched on to Zhou Tianqing's support, which elevated the Heishan club significantly, making their overall strength nearly equal to ours. Shen Ming was greatly shocked. So there's such a history. What happened afterward? Having only recently arrived at Lingyun University, he had yet to hear of this past. Later our president was unwilling to accept defeat. Qi Wenjing promised to return if they won the tower battle, but this year it seems there is no chance. Though perhaps it's just my impression, I feel our president isn't truly fond of Qi Wenjing. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. Unexpectedly, Zhao Tong had scored a first strike by winning over his love interest girlfriend, which must have been difficult for him. It seemed their personal grievances would require direct resolution. After a brief exchange, Zhao Tong was repelled back onto the battlefield by the combined efforts of Qi Wenjing and Feng Qi. Zhao Tong, if I help you deal with Feng Qi, do you have confidence to win? Zhao Tong steadied himself and pondered briefly. I have a secret technique in use, but with both of them attacking I can't unleash it. Brother Shen Ming, if you can hold Feng Qi off for 3 minutes, I might have a chance. Unaware of Shen Ming's recent breakthrough in strength, Zhao Tong added, just 3 minutes. But Feng Qi is formidable. If you're not absolutely certain to retreat unscathed, then it's best you leave quickly. Zhao Tong looked at Shen Ming with a complex expression. He wished for Shen Ming to stall Feng Qi to buy time for his secret technique, yet feared Shen Ming's insufficient power might lead to injury. Hearing this, Shen Ming gently shook his head. Sensing this, Zhao Tong's heart sank with disappointment. Yet Shen Ming's words that followed stunned him completely. Merely holding him off won't suffice, I must send him flying. With that, Shen Ming drew his spear, his eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent. No more words. Charge. All members of the Qingshan Club launch a full-scale assault on the Heishan Club and crush them utterly. This battle shall etch our name in glory. At his command, Shen Ming became a blur as he surged forward. The Qingshan Club members behind him brimmed with morale, shouting as they charged toward the battlefield. The Fengyun Club members who had just arrived to assist upon seeing Shen Ming's terrifying visage trembled with dread. They had no heart to support the Heishan Club and quietly slipped away from the battlefield. Though Shen Ming's group was small, they instilled great fear in the Fengyun Club, causing them to scatter. Suddenly the dire situation stabilized, restoring a balance between the two sides. Feng Qi, what's wrong with your men? On a clearing in the battlefield, Qi Wenjing noticed the anomaly and questioned Feng Qi. Feng Qi furrowed his brows. I don't know either. Once the tower battle concludes, I will thoroughly reorganize our ranks. For now, let's locate Zhao Tong and settle him. Only then can this tower battle end. No matter what happens, I will cooperate with you to defeat Zhao Tong first. Qi Wenjing nodded, slightly agreeing that resolving the immediate problem was paramount. The two prepared to rush out in search of Zhao Tong, but before they could move, Feng Qi sensed a familiar aura, causing his entire body to stiffen. What is this? This murderous energy. Feng Qi's legs trembled uncontrollably, as if triggered by a reflexive, physiological reaction. In the next moment, a familiar spear enveloped in crimson lightning appeared in his vision, hurtling toward him. It's chasing. Feng Qi's legs buckled, nearly collapsing, but his swift supernatural ability enabled him to flee in the opposite direction. Qi Wenjing was dumbfounded. Hadn't she just said she would cooperate to defeat Zhao Tong no matter what? Why suddenly retreat? This wild, violent... Qi Wenjing also sensed Shen Ming's presence and immediately fixed her gaze upon him. You are Shen Ming. Having seen Shen Ming's photo before, she recognized him at once. Daring to come before me and strike, you must be tired of living. Take this. With that, Qi Wenjing wielded her long whip, channeling spiritual energy as she lashed it toward Shen Ming. Swish! The whip sliced through the air, precisely striking above Shen Ming's head. At that moment, a folding fan appeared beneath the long whip, and the whip coiled around the fan. Qi Wenjing, your opponent, a refined Zhao Tong, appeared beside Shen Ming, with the folding fan blocking the strike. Zhao Tong. Qi Wenjing gritted her teeth, retracting the long whip, her mind solely focused on Zhao Tong. She didn't want to lose to Zhao Tong, and thus abandoned the powerful support of Zhou Tianqing. Shen Ming, indifferent to their inner thoughts, charged after Feng Qi without looking back. Running so fast, are you in a hurry to be reborn? I will fulfill your wish. Shen Ming immediately raised his long spear and threw it like a javelin. Swish! The spear sliced through the air, creating a perfect parabolic arc in the sky, finally embedding itself less than 5 meters in front of Feng Qi. In an instant, lightning erupted from the spear tip, red electricity instantly spreading from the tip to the ground, radiating outward. Ouch! Feng Qi was knocked back by the sudden surge of electricity, collapsing onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Ming swiftly rushed in front of Feng Qi, brutally stomping his large foot down on Feng Qi's head. Running. Do you enjoy running? As he spoke, Shen Ming increased the pressure of his foot. Feng Qi's expression turned frantic, his teeth clenched almost on the verge of tears. Don't do this, Shen Ming. We have no deep-seated grudge, and we're both alumni. There's no need to go to such lengths over a tower battle. How about this? We'll take my people out right now, and won't interfere with you at all. We'll give you all the spiritual resonance we've collected. I beg you, don't attack. I'm afraid of pain. Saying this, Feng Qi obediently took out a large amount of spiritual resonance. The quantity was impressive, at least 700 or 800 pieces. Shen Ming's eyes lit up. They had collected just over 100 pieces of spiritual resonance from the 1st to the 7th floor, while the Fengyan Society had amassed 7 or 800. It seemed most of the spiritual resonance from the 6th floor had been taken by them. However, even if the opponent handed over the spiritual resonance, he had no intention of letting them go. Even if you hand over the spiritual resonance, I will still deal with you. Shen Ming chuckled coldly. You just said you wanted me to understand the vastness of the heavens and earth, and now you want to run. Why didn't you do this earlier? When a child dies, you come to nurse them. When stocks rise, you know to buy. Oh, when a cripple gets better, you know to offer a crutch. Now that you are beneath my foot, you come begging like a child to a grandparent. There's no such good fortune. Upon hearing Shen Ming's words, Feng Qi's face turned more miserable than crying. He never expected Shen Ming to be so powerful. No, I was just joking, Shen Ming certainly didn't believe him and raised his foot to stomp down again. The heavens are high, and I will eventually see that. As for how deep the earth is, you can show me. Boom. Shen Ming's foot landed heavily on Feng Qi's head amidst his terrified gaze. With a loud crash, Feng Qi's entire head was driven into the ground, his body convulsing, and finally, there was no more movement. Shen Ming nodded in satisfaction. With this guy dealt with, it would be difficult for the Fengyan Society's members to regroup. He collected the spiritual resonance from Feng Qi's hands, and with these their Qingshan Society could rank 3rd overall. After storing the spiritual resonance, he turned his gaze toward the battlefield. At this moment on the battlefield, both sides were locked in a fierce struggle. Zhao Tong and Qi Wenjing were also restraining each other, nearly reaching a delicate balance, and no one had noticed that Shen Ming had already stomped Feng Qi into the ground. If he charged into the battlefield, now he could absolutely break the balance, and end the fight. Then let's finish this quickly. He was eager to settle the rewards. Shen Ming gripped his long spear tightly and charged out fiercely. Wherever he passed, several members of the Heishan Society, with his current strength, dealing with the ordinary members of the Heishan Society was as easy as a wolf hunting sheep, certainly not the wolf in sheep's clothing. As time passed, the combatants of the Heishan Society decreased sharply, while the number of injured soared. Qi Wenjing still battling Zhao Tong since the change. Just moments ago, she only needed to focus on Zhao Tong, but now she was occasionally disturbed by members of the Baishan Society, making it hard for her to concentrate. Damn it, what's going on? Zhao Tong, what trick are you playing? If you win by trickery, I will never accept it. Zhao Tong spread his hands. You're mistaken. It's just that your choice of allies is a bit lacking, much like your judgment focusing only on appearances and not the essence. You? Faced with Zhao Tong's ridicule, Qi Wenjing gritted her teeth. If this continued, she would truly lose. Absolutely not. Qi Wenjing clenched her teeth and took out a red pill, shoving it into her mouth. Upon seeing the pill, Zhao Tong's brow furrowed. A pill that can significantly enhance the strength of abilities in a short time. This is quite valuable. Did Zhou Tianqing? In his memory, this pill had considerable side effects after consumption, but seeing Qi Wenjing take it, he showed no concern. Of course. Qi Wenjing's face revealed arrogance. Then she looked at Zhao Tong with a hint of disdain. This is a prize Zhou Tianqing won at the Provincial Youth Martial Artists Conference. You'll never get anything like it by following me. In her view, the benefits she could gain by being with Zhou Tianqing far exceeded those with Zhao Tong. Anything Zhou Tianqing casually gave her was something Zhao Tong could never obtain despite his efforts, which was also the main reason for their breakup. With the enhancement of the pill, you are definitely not my match. Qi Wenjing was very confident. With Zhou Tianqing's help, her overall strength had subtly surpassed Zhao Tong's, and now with the pill, she would surely crush Zhao Tong. With that, Qi Wenjing swung her long whip forward, the tip transforming into a serpent's head, the entire braid swelling, ultimately morphing into a giant python towering 3 to 4 stories high, lunging at Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong opened the folding fan in his hand, instantly forming a black and white taiji pattern in front of him for defense. The giant python crashed into the taiji pattern, failing to break through the defense immediately. However, after a few seconds, Zhao Tong felt the strain. This attack was clearly much stronger than the previous one. Crack! A fissure appeared where the taiji pattern met the python's fangs, quickly spreading like a spider's web. Zhao Tong conceded. You are no match for me now. Oh, in the future you will only be able to look up at my back. Even so, Zhao Tong still gritted his teeth and persisted. Look up at you. Don't be ridiculous. I, Zhao Tong, will not look up to anyone, nor will I be humiliated by anyone. I will defeat you, reclaim my pride, and finally throw you aside. A woman like you is unworthy of being my girlfriend, and you have no right to propose a breakup. Zhao Tong's pupils reddened under the pressure above the corners of his mouth, twitched continuously, but he showed no intention of retreating. After working so hard for so long, he had to win no matter what. For more than a decade, Zhao Tong had been upright. He had always been a top student, and the envy of others. How could he bear the label of being dumped by his girlfriend and looked down upon? This was a matter of his dignity, so he absolutely could not lose. However, his body was trembling uncontrollably, and the taiji defensive pattern above was on the verge of shattering. At that moment, a long spear flew in from the distance, directly piercing through the giant python's body, forcibly, clang. The long spear nailed the giant python firmly to the ground. Shen Ming's figure also slowly approached from a distance. You members of the Heishan Society really can't take a hit. With this, the match should come to an end. Hearing Shen Ming's words, Qi Wenjing was momentarily taken aback, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings. She saw that all her team members had already fallen, and those who had not were sent flying into the air by Shen Ming yet to land. At this moment, she was surrounded by over 100 people, and with Zhao Tong and Shen Ming in the mix, even with the aid of pills, she feared she would not win. But she was unwilling to accept defeat. her eyes fixated on Shen Ming, filled with resentment, her hands trembling. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could I lose? You meddlesome fool, you truly deserve to die, utterly deserving. As she spoke, two small green snakes crawled out from her shoulders, flicking their tongues at Shen Ming. Then they slithered onto Qi Wenjing's arms, waist, and head. In no time, her entire body was covered in various colored snake-like beasts reminiscent of a snake woman Medusa. Shen Ming was also quite intrigued. He couldn't quite understand what kind of ability his opponent possessed. Surely she couldn't conjure snakes out of thin air. Seemingly sensing Shen Ming's confusion, Zhao Tong explained, Qi Wenjing's ability is actually a powerful affinity for animals, allowing her to tame beasts slightly weaker than herself. These beasts will automatically regard her as their master, and this ability also has a certain effect on those with weaker mental strength. She could originally tame various powerful beasts, but for some reason, she only likes snakes. Even her wig, belt, bracelet, and weapons are all transformed from snake-like beasts. Shen Ming suddenly understood if it was an affinity for beasts that made sense. A beast master's ability turned into a snake woman Medusa by her. This ability was indeed impressive, but ever since Shen Ming arrived in this world, he found these bizarre beasts quite repulsive. He couldn't help but let out a sigh, then approached his spear, stepping on a snake's head to pull it out. The time is about right. I can't waste any more time playing with you. So I declare the match over. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Ming charged at Qi Wenjing with his spear, leaping. The spear descended from above, slicing through the air, and heavily struck towards Qi Wenjing. Buzz. Dozens of snake-like beasts surged towards Shen Ming from Qi Wenjing. Both of them were at the same level at the first stage of the fourth tier, but compared to Shen Ming, who had a more solid foundation reinforced by his previous low-tier perfected martial skills, Qi Wenjing was simply no match for him. In the face of the crimson lightning, these snakes were like paper, instantly pierced through with just one glance, each one. Qi Wenjing was alarmed. Little green, little blue, little purple. These snakes were all beasts she had meticulously raised for many years. Even losing one would cause her pain. Now losing 6 or 7 at once, she suddenly felt her heart break. The next moment, her gaze towards Shen Ming was filled with even more hatred. How could you kill my pets? Aren't their lives worth anything? You owe me for my pets. In response to her accusations, Shen Ming did not hesitate, angrily shouting, I owe you nothing. Beasts deserve to die. If you care so much about these creatures, I'll send you to meet them right now. Shen Ming shouted angrily, increasing the force in his hands. Qi Wenjing was already struggling to withstand this spear, and now with this enhanced strike, it was even more impossible to defend. Watching her snake pets being killed one by Shen Ming, her heart ached. But if she recalled the snakes, now her own life. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to recall the remaining snakes. She didn't believe Shen Ming would really kill her in front of everyone, and at most she'd just be injured and would end up in the hospital. Rather than let all her pets die, she would rather suffer the injury herself. With that thought, Qi Wenjing quickly recalled the remaining snakes and tried to evade Shen Ming's attack. But Shen Ming showed no sign of stopping, his spear rapidly enlarging in Qi Wenjing's pupils. The aura of death swirled in the air, and Shen Ming's gaze held no trace of mercy. Seeing the intense killing intent in Shen Ming's eyes, Qi Wenjing panicked. Just moments ago she hadn't cared at all, though after all the laws of the Great Xiao were clear. Any normal person would restrain their attacks. What was wrong with this guy in front of her? Did he really want to kill her? She couldn't take that gamble. Losing could cost her life. Qi Wenjing's heart raced as she hurriedly ran away. However, her speed was even slower than Feng Qi's, and she couldn't completely evade this spear, just managing to twist away from a fatal blow. Swish! The tip of the spear grazed her ear, piercing deeply into her shoulder, completely penetrating it, and finally pinning her to the ground. A heart-wrenching pain surged like a tide. Qi Wenjing cried out in agony. You lunatic, you're simply— If you dodged too slowly, is that my fault? If you had even a fraction of the speed of that guy from the Fengyan Society, you could have avoided— If you dodged too slowly, is that my fault? If you had even a fraction of the speed of that guy from the Fengyan Society, you could have avoided it. You spend all your time taming beasts and neglect speed training, well, what does that have to do with me? As he spoke, Shen Ming pulled the spear out forcefully. Qi Wenjing felt a tearing sensation in her wound, letting out a whimper. She wanted to blame Shen Ming, but facing his murderous gaze, she instantly swallowed her words. Shen Ming retracted his spear and turned to Zhao Tong. Brother Zhao, I've dealt with this woman for you. The rest is up to you to handle. I only want the Lingyun she possesses, how about that? So far they've achieved a complete victory. As for Qi Wenjing, he only needed the Lingyun from her. Alright. Zhao Tong readily agreed. If it weren't for Shen Ming, he would not have been able to defeat Qi Wenjing. He just wanted to reclaim his dignity, and as for the Lingyun, giving it to Shen Ming was no problem. Shen Ming immediately took the Lingyun from Qi Wenjing. With these Lingyun, he now possessed over 3,000, making him the undisputed number 1 in this tower battle. Now the 80 million prize was in hand. After they got out, selling these Lingyun would bring in another windfall. Shen Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart. Once he sold these Lingyun, not only could he raise his level, but perhaps he would also have enough to enhance his abilities. His current ability quality was S rank, and upgrading to S rank made him quite curious about what S rank abilities would be like. Not far away, Zhao Tong did not immediately seek out Qi Wenjing, but instead approached Shen Ming. Brother Shen, these Lingyun are for you. Zhao Tong took out 1,000 Lingyun and handed them over. I mentioned before we entered the tower that we would share some of the Lingyun we obtained with you. We collected a total of 2,000 Lingyun, and this 1,000 is for you. Although your level is strong, your mental strength might be slightly lacking due to age. Absorbing more Lingyun will benefit your mental strength. To become an excellent martial artist, both level and mental strength are essential. Having just helped Zhao Tong with a major problem, Shen Ming naturally didn't hold back and readily accepted the Lingyun. Then I won't be polite, brother Zhao. Tell me, how much are these spiritual resonances worth? Shen Ming asked offhandedly, still unfamiliar with their precise value. Zhao Tong paused to consider. Those spiritual resonances can refine and fortify mental energy, each yields only marginal growth. Moreover, most martial cultivators place little emphasis on enhancing mental energy, unless confronting a mental energy adept, so one resonance fetches roughly 5,000 credits. 5,000, Shen Ming murmured softly. He possessed over 4,000 spiritual resonances sold at 5,000 credits apiece. They would net him 20 million credits, a considerable sum indeed, and combined with the tournament prize his total could reach 100 million. If sold directly to mental energy adepts, as Zhao Tong suggested, the price would rise further. Yet where then could he possibly find so many such adepts? Shen Ming stroked his chin in contemplation. Then it struck him, hadn't Professor Chiu served as vice president of the Mental Energy Association before joining the academy? He undoubtedly knew numerous mental energy adepts. Once outside the tower, Shen Ming resolved to consult Professor Chiu. With that decision settled, clarity dawned within him. On the battlefield, the wounded members of the Heishan Society supported one another as they retreated in disgrace. Qi Wenjing remained rooted in place, clutching her shoulder wound and grimacing in sharp pain. Zhao Tong likewise began organizing all Baishan Society members for withdrawal from the tower's inner realm. The contest time has not yet expired, but all spiritual resonances on the 7th floor have already been gathered. Remaining here serves no purpose. We shall depart the tower. Zhao Tong advised Shen Ming. With nothing else left to do, Shen Ming was about to agree, when suddenly the pendant at his chest pulsed with an unusual tremor. Inside, the tiny azure dragon poked its head out, gazing intently in a single direction, as if signaling something extraordinary lay there. Its behavior stirred Shen Ming's nerves, urging him irresistibly toward that unseen destination. Reluctantly, he asked Zhao Tong and the others to leave first. You go ahead. I have something urgent to attend to. Zhao Tong, respecting his words, merely nodded without protest. Very well. Just remember to exit the tower before the contest deadline. Should you miss it, the tower will seal shut, and you'll have to wait until the next tower war to emerge. Also, thank you truly. Without your aid, I'd never have bested Qi Wenjing. Once you're out, I'll treat you to dinner. After this courteous farewell, Zhao Tong led his society members away, casting one last glance at Qi Wenjing as he departed. From this day forth, Zhao Tong, and you share no further ties. The entire school shall know. Not that I am unworthy of you, but that I cast you aside, that you fall short of me, Zhao Tong. Watching Zhao Tong's retreating figure, Qi Wenjing gasped, raggedly, fury boiling within her. His public declaration was a deliberate humiliation. How now could she face anyone on campus? Yet grievously wounded, and with her medicinal elixir's effects long faded, she had no choice but to swallow her rage, for now, and await her exit from the tower. Shen Ming watched Zhao Tong and the others depart, then escorted Tang Qi and the rest away as well. He intended to investigate the direction indicated by the Azure Dragon, alone. There was no need to involve others. Should danger arise, solitude would grant him greater mobility, too many companions would only hinder him. Shen Ming estimated the remaining time. Approximately 5 hours remained until the tower war concluded, ample time to explore thoroughly and withdraw safely. Removing the pendant, he confirmed the Azure Dragon's gaze and hurried forward. The 7th floor was the smallest tier within the tower. Shen Ming reached its periphery swiftly, only to encounter what seemed an invisible wall blocking his path. He dubbed it thus because moments earlier he'd slammed headfirst into it, catapulted backward over 10 meters as though struck by an artillery shell. Had he not been a 4th-order martial cultivator, his body hardened beyond ordinary endurance. That impact might well have proved fatal. Rubbing his forehead, Shen Ming extended his hand to touch the surface, ripples shimmering visibly from the point of contact. A cool, smooth sensation flowed up his palm, so flawlessly polished it felt less like a wall than a mirror. Withdrawing his hand, he gathered force within his palm and struck with a thunderous punch. Boom. Under full power, the surface rippled again, but showed no sign of fracture or weakness. Glancing down at the pendant, Shen Ming muttered almost involuntarily, "Are you certain it's this way?" The Azure Dragon appeared to understand, and nodded vigorously. Shen Ming scratched his head in frustration. With his current strength, breaching this barrier was impossible. What then was there left to explore? Just as he pondered his next move, the pendant flared anew, pulling him sideways. "Hey, what are you doing?" Following its guidance, Shen Ming arrived before 2 towering trees, far taller than any others on the 7th floor, yet otherwise unremarkable. He reached out, only to meet another invisible wall. "We can't pass here either. Why bring me here?" Curiosity flickered. Is there some hidden mechanism? He searched thoroughly, scanning every inch, even climbing the trunks, but uncovered nothing anomalous. Then abruptly the pendant levitated, detaching from his chest, and soaring straight to the midpoint between the 2 trees. He searched thoroughly, scanning every inch, even climbing the trunks, but uncovered nothing anomalous. Then abruptly the pendant levitated, detaching from his chest, and soaring straight to the mid. Fortunately, the chimes ceased swiftly. As the agony subsided, Shen Ming exhaled in quiet relief. Phew. He scanned the surroundings, but found no source. The chime had echoed not from without, but from deep within his own mind. Then in a flash the pendant returned to rest against his chest. In the next breath the air between the twin trees warped and coalesced. into a towering ancient gate several meters high. Its surface bore intricate multicolored patterns, dominated by a magnificent dragon motif spanning both gateposts rendered with such lifelike artistry it seemed poised to leap forth at any moment. Merely gazing upon the dragon effigy filled Shen Ming with an inexplicable pressure. His breath constricted, his chest tightening under its silent weight. Instantly, he circulated spiritual energy to shield his body, easing the oppressive force. Stepping forward, he raised his hands and pushed the gate open. Creak. It swung inward, slowly revealing absolute darkness within. As the aperture widened, light from the 7th floor spilled across the threshold, illuminating an endless flight of stone steps descending into shadow. There's a hidden space inside the tower. Shen Ming glanced left and right along the stairway, confirming no immediate threat, then fully opened the gate and stepped inside with measured calm. His silhouette vanished into the gloom beyond the threshold, and behind him the gate sealed itself, dissolving once more into an imperceptible wall of air. Outside the tall tower, all eyes were fixed on Shen Ming. The strength he displayed was truly astonishing. A newcomer martial artist who had just broken through to the 4th level could effortlessly defeat a genius martial artist who had long passed that threshold. This can only mean one thing: Shen Ming is more genius than the genius. Of course, everyone had already accepted the fact that Shen Ming was indeed a genius. To possess such formidable strength in such a short time since enrollment is nothing short of genius. Everyone was discussing matters concerning Shen Ming. At that moment, Shen Ming arrived before 2 large trees on the screen. Accompanied by a deep bell tolling, the screen suddenly transformed into a flurry of snowflakes. The teacher responsible for projecting the inner world of the tower was also shaken by the bell sound, suffering a backlash, and even spitting out a mouthful of blood. What is happening? Captain Qin Hung immediately rose, frowning as he looked at the school leaders. He had prepared the funds to recruit Shen Ming, but now this sudden mishap had occurred. If something happened to Shen Ming, all his preparations would be in vain. The school leaders were equally at a loss, exchanging glances with no one daring to speak. In all the years of tower battles, such strange occurrences had never happened. At this moment, an elderly man with a white beard stroked his beard and said softly, "In my opinion, something unusual must have occurred inside to cause this situation." "Stop talking nonsense," Qin Hung snapped angrily. He was very irritable. "Quickly reproject the inner world of the tower. If anything happens to Shen Ming, I will hold you accountable." The old man was momentarily taken aback. He was the most senior professor at Lingyun University. Even the principal would address him as old bai. He hadn't expected Qin Hung to show him no respect. "Captain Qin, we also want to reproject, but as you can see, our projection teacher has been severely injured by the backlash. It is currently impossible to project. Moreover, I know that martial artists in your military do not shy away from bloodshed, and you hold Shen Ming in high regard, but he has broken school rules and will definitely be punished. He might even end up in prison. I advise you to abandon the thought of recruiting him." Old bai let out a cold snort, showing no sign of fear towards Qin Hung. Several high-ranking school officials hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. "Old bai, please don't be impulsive. That is the vice commander. We cannot afford to offend him." Yes, please temper your anger, old bai. Offending Captain Qin is not a good idea." Old bai remained stubborn and deliberately raised his voice. "What of the vice commander? Does he disregard the laws of the Great Xia?" Hearing old bai's words, several school leaders felt their hearts race, silently cursing him. Old bai was known as a stubborn old man at the school. They usually tolerated him, but they hadn't expected him to maintain this obstinate attitude in front of the vice commander. In the school, Qin Hung truly couldn't do anything to them, but they couldn't remain in the school forever. If they truly angered Qin Hung, it wouldn't just be them. Even their families would suffer. Old bai had devoted his life to education, being a lifelong bachelor whose parents had long passed away, so he naturally felt no fear. But they were terrified. As old bai ignored their pleas, several school leaders quickly approached Qin Hung to apologize. "Captain Qin, we apologize. Old bai usually speaks this way to the principal. Oh, please don't take it to heart." Yes, Captain Qin, with your status, there is no need to argue with him. We will handle the projection issue right away. Please wait a moment. Quickly get some pills for the projection teacher to help him recover and reconnect the tower's interior scene. The others busily began to direct the situation, while Qin Hung didn't dwell too much on old bai. His only concern was Shen Ming's safety. Inside the tower's world, Shen Ming stepped onto the stairs leading to the 8th floor. So there is an 8th floor in this tower. Shen Ming muttered to himself, looking around at his surroundings. The 8th floor was quite small, almost the size of a loft, and it was a closed chamber. If it weren't for the dim light from a few candles on the wall, he wouldn't have been able to see the ancient, faded marks on the walls. To Shen Ming, these marks resembled the oracle bone inscriptions in history books, even more peculiar than those. He was not a historian, so he naturally could not recognize the characters above. He turned to look at the large golden bell in the center of the chamber, about the size of a water bucket. Shen Ming gently tapped the golden bell. A distant ancient bell sound resonated throughout the chamber, and Shen Ming felt a slight tearing sensation in his mind. Undoubtedly the bell sound that had rung when he opened the main door had originated from this bell. Just a light tap can produce such power. It must be a treasure. It would be great if I could take it out. Looking up at the dozen golden locks hanging around the golden bell, he realized it was clearly impossible to take it out. It seems there are no other items here. He looked down at the small blue dragon in the pendant. "What do you want me to do here?" The small blue dragon swam a few circles inside the pendant before surprisingly detaching from it, startling Shen Ming. "Oh my!" The small blue dragon floated in the air, circling around him a few times. Shen Ming only regained his senses after a moment that felt just like a toy puppet coming to life, which was quite strange. Driven by curiosity, he reached out to touch the small blue dragon only to find his hand passed right through its body. What the hell is this? Shen Ming was perplexed, but after the small blue dragon circled around him, twice it flew up towards the golden bell. It circled around the golden bell before finally resting above it. The golden bell seemed to sense something, and a flash of blue light flickered across its surface, causing it to begin moving on its own. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ancient bell sound once again emanated from within the golden bell, reaching Shen Ming's ears. Shen Ming was alarmed. This bell sound inflicted great damage to his spirit, and he instinctively covered his ears. Unfortunately, his hands could not block the bell sound from spreading in his ears. After just 3 tolls, a wave of weakness from his soul surged into his nerves. At that moment, Shen Ming felt as if his mind was about to tear apart. He struggled to run towards the 7th floor, but the ancient door below had already closed. No matter how much he banged on it, it wouldn't open. Little blue dragon, are you trying to kill me? What the hell is this pendant that my deadbeat father gave me? Shen Ming exerted all his strength to stabilize his spirit, but neither spiritual energy, lightning, nor breathing techniques had any effect against the mental assault from the bell sound. The bell sound did not cease, and his spirit would remain on the brink of fragmentation until it was utterly shattered. Buzz! At that moment, a system prompt appeared before him. Detected that the host is undergoing a powerful soul impact, unlocking telekinesis enhancement pathways. Enhance mental power. How perfectly timed. Shen Ming's heart leapt with elation. He immediately opened the system interface. A new entry, mental power, now appeared on the panel. Mental power unranked, 19,100, and upon reaching 100 points, mental power will ascend to human rank. Ni's skull felt as though it might shatter, but he had no time for hesitation. He began allocating points instantly. Pour every possible point into mental power, no holding back. Current mental power rank, 1 currency, per point in currency, 3 mental power 30, 4 in mental power unranked, 53,100 in remaining currency 0 NAS. The system notification flashed. The searing, splitting agony in his mind eased markedly, as if 2 titanic guardians had stepped beside his spiritual essence and forcibly realigned the fractured fragments of his consciousness. Yet the chime still inflicted excruciating mental rupture. And then, abruptly, the ringing ceased, and the little azure dragon which had been clinging to the golden bell fluttered down, circled him joyfully, and finally retreated into the pendant. Shen Ming. Was it mere coincidence? It felt uncannily precise. Entering the tower trial, ascending to the 7th floor, then following the little azure dragon's guidance to the 8th floor, where it struck the golden bell, triggering his awakening to this new mental power allocation pathway. Had he been manipulated again? And wait, why did he say again? If the little azure dragon deliberately helped me unlock this new system pathway, then it must know my system exists. This pendant was gifted by father. Does that mean father knows about my system too? A jolt of shock ran through Shen Ming. For a fleeting moment, he wondered, did father even know he was a transmigrator? Yet he swiftly dismissed the thought. Had father known of his pedo-advanced system, he would long ago have poured wealth into his cultivation without restraint. After prolonged contemplation, Shen Ming remained baffled, but one truth stood unshakable: the little azure dragon bore him no ill intent. Otherwise it could have struck the bell, relentlessly shattering his spirit outright. Clarity brought calm. Never imagined the tower trial would unveil such a mental power advancement path. He had long envied Qiu Jingyun's effortless flight. Yet his own mental power had been insufficient, and its growth now everything changed. With sufficient currency he could ascend. Human rank, earth rank, even heaven rank. And before long, he would soar freely across heaven and earth, unbound by limitation. He hastened toward the exit, already burning with impatience to claim his prize and amplify his strength. Whether refining his cultivation realm, awakening abilities, mastering breathing techniques, or augmenting mental power, any advancement would dramatically elevate his overall prowess. Wait, how do I even exit? It struck him suddenly. The gate leading to the 7th floor remained sealed, and the little azure dragon, now curled lazily within the pendant, showed no sign of assisting him. If trapped inside when the tower sealed, he'd be confined until next year's tower trial. He refused to spend an entire year imprisoned within these walls. Shen Ming instantly channeled his energy and slammed against the door. And boom, and boom. Deafening impacts echoed through the chamber, accompanied by blinding crimson lightning. Yet after relentless effort, the massive door remained utterly unmoved. And he glanced at the timer. 1 hour remained before the tower trial concluded. He stood on the 8th floor and needed to descend all the way to the 1st. And useless. Every blow is useless. And he seized the pendant, attempting to rouse the azure dragon with words, "Wake up! Open this door now." No response. A faint twitch tugged at Shen Ming's lips. He removed the pendant, gripped it tightly, and shook it violently 10 times per second. "Come out now. Refuse and I'll shake you till you foam at the mouth." And within moments a soft azure glow shimmered from the pendant, and it drifted slowly toward the gate. As the gate swung open, Shen Ming noticed the little azure dragon swaying dizzily, clearly suffering motion sickness. A spark ignited in his eyes. External agitation could affect it. That changed everything. Otherwise he'd have held no leverage over the dragon whatsoever, and he preferred seizing fate firmly in his own hands. And not just his own fate. Controlling others' fates was even more desirable. Satisfied, Shen Ming retracted the pendant and sprinted toward the exit. Outside the tower, all eyes were fixed upon the exit, none more anxiously than Xin Heng and Yu Jinhua. As members of the Black Mountain and White Mountain associations emerged one by one, Shen Ming remained absent, causing both men's unease to mount. Why hasn't the tower's internal projection restored yet? And those standing far apart both uttered identical words, one anxious to recruit Shen Ming, and thus fearing for his life, the other simply consumed by concern for his safety. Among the observing faculty and staff, many likewise held their breath. They had entered alongside Yu Jianhua expressly to ensure Shen Ming's safety. Should anything happen to him, none would escape punishment. Yet they could do nothing, only silently pray for his safe emergence. Zhao Tong, Tang Chi, Huang Ming, and the rest of the Qingshan Association, who had already exited, also stared intently at the tower gate. Minutes had passed since their emergence, yet Shen Ming remained inside. With the internal projection still, dark tension rippled through them. In a shadowed corner, Qi Wenjing pressed her wound, checked the time, and muttered with grim satisfaction. 10 minutes until closure. Shen Ming still hasn't emerged. Likely already dead inside. Even if alive, he'll be trapped here for a full year. Serves him right, for refusing to leave with the group and choosing instead to court death inside the tower. In the Black Mountain Association, echoed her schadenfreude. The Fengyun Association, however, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Shen Ming's demonic visage, frozen in their minds like a slaughter god, meant they fervently hoped he would not emerge. To see that terrifying face daily on campus would shatter their fragile hearts. On the observation platform, Qin Hung clenched his teeth. Time's running short. Gather your people and follow me inside. We will retrieve Shen Ming. And he stepped forward, only to be urgently restrained by school administrators. Commander Qin, please stay calm. The gate's opening window is narrow. It's about to seal. Once entered, there's no guarantee of return. Qin Hung hesitated. As deputy commander of Ning province, his responsibilities spanned vast domains. If trapped inside, chaos would ripple across the entire province. He forced himself to steady his pulse, and waited. And then, through the crowd, a figure in security uniform darted forward, vaulting unhesitatingly through the tower gate. What's happening? Who is that? How dare he enter now? And someone spotted Yu Jianhua, and cried out in astonishment. Is he going in to find Shen Ming? Who is he in? Can't tell, but he's wearing a security uniform. Naviri gaze remained locked on the exit. Even reporters trained their cameras directly on the towering gate, fingers hovering over shutters ready to capture any movement. The instant Shen Ming emerged, the photograph would dominate front-page headlines. In seconds bled into minutes. 8:53. In time dwindled to nothing. The gate groaned shut, leaving only a narrow slit. A triumphant smile curved Qi Wenjing's lips. Once sealed, Shen Ming would be lost forever. And then, suddenly, a massive hand shot forth from the darkness within, gripping the right gate panel with a deep resonant thud. Bang! All eyes were on Yu Jianhua, who was panting as he carried Shen Ming out of the high tower. Shen Ming also let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Uncle Yu. Although he had just come out from the 8th floor, he was still far from the tower's entrance, and even at full speed, he didn't have much time. Fortunately, he encountered Uncle Yu on the 2nd floor. Without a second thought, Uncle Yu carried him and ran out, which saved him. Without Uncle Yu, he might have been stuck in the tower for a year. As long as you're okay. Yu Jianhua also sighed in relief. He didn't know what he would do if Shen Ming had been trapped in the tower. Fortunately, they returned just before the main gate closed. Shen Ming got down from Uncle Yu's back and waved to Zhao Tong, Tang Chi, and the others ahead. Zhao Tong and the others also sighed in relief and walked over. Just then a tall, thin old man with a white beard suddenly appeared in front of Shen Ming. Shen Ming, you maliciously killed during the tower battle, seriously violating school rules. Come with me, the old man said as he reached out to grab Shen Ming's hand. But before his hand could touch Shen Ming, Yu Jianhua seized his wrist. The old man frowned and looked at Yu Jianhua, saying, "What do you, a mere security guard, think you're doing?" Yu Jianhua spoke with confidence, not only ignoring the old man's words, but also questioning, "What do you want to do?" The old man's expression darkened instantly. It was one thing for Qin Hung to disrespect him as he was still a deputy commander, but now even a security guard dared to disregard him, not only refusing to answer, but also questioning his intentions. "What I want to do is none of your business, just do your job. Let go." Yu Jianhua remained unmoved. "You have no right to touch him." The old man looked down on a mere security guard's words and immediately tried to use his own strength to break free from Yu Jianhua. But strangely, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't free his wrist from Yu Jianhua's grip. Seeing this, a hint of fear appeared on the old man's face. How is this possible? He couldn't understand how a mere security guard could completely restrict his movements. How could a small security guard have such strength? Who are you and what is your purpose in infiltrating Lingyun University? The old man's voice was loud, and as soon as he spoke, everyone turned to look. What purpose could there be in infiltrating Lingyun University? It must be something harmful to the school. What are you? You aren't worthy to know. Yu Jianhua replied lightly, neither angry nor pleased. You? The old man gritted his teeth, staring at Yu Jianhua, and then turned to several senior officials within the school. A few of you come join me to capture this infiltrator in our Lingyun University, and we can interrogate him thoroughly. Upon hearing this, the other senior officials exchanged glances and stepped down from the platform surrounding Yu Jianhua. Seeing this, the old man felt a bit more confident. With the 5 of us joining forces, even a quasi-8-stage warrior would be no match. You can forget about causing trouble in front of us. Now tell me, what was your intent in infiltrating our school? And why did you risk your life to save Shen Ming? What is your relationship? If you don't clarify, I will ensure you regret it today. The old man was confident in their combined strength. As long as Qin Hung didn't intervene, no one could stop them. Facing the pressure from the senior officials, Yu Jinhua remained unfazed. He simply raised his hand and summoned a finely crafted red seal that appeared out of nowhere. He looked up at the observing Qin Hung above and said, "Commander Qin, take a look at this. After you see it, please lend me a hand." Yu Jinhua tossed the commander seal toward Qin Hung. Qin Hung was slightly surprised. "Are you trying to bribe me? This little thing probably isn't enough, right? What good could a small security guard from Lingyun University have to offer? Why should he help?" As the deputy commander of Ning Province, he wouldn't bow to anyone in the absence of the commander. But he instinctively caught the seal and examined it. Initially, he found nothing unusual, but when he saw the character Tang on the back of the seal, his pupils suddenly constricted. The commander seal. This commander seal was undoubtedly real. How could a mere security guard possess a commander seal? Isn't it supposed to be with the commander? Qin Hung was already stunned in surprise. However, to the old man, it seemed like Qin Hung didn't react much. He turned back to look at Yu Jinhua. "Do you think a mere broken seal can make him help you? This is Lingyun University. Even a deputy commander cannot act." As soon as the old man finished speaking, a sound of kneeling was heard. Turning to look, he found Qin Hang had jumped down from the high platform, kneeling on one knee in the direction of Yu Jinhua, cupping his hands in respect. "I pay my respects to the commander. Seeing the seal is like seeing the person. Oh, what orders do you have, my lord?" Qin Hung's voice echoed throughout the venue, plunging everyone into silence. "The commander? Did Deputy Commander Qin just say this security uncle is the commander? What's going on?" The commander disguised himself as a security guard to inspect our Lingyun University. "No, didn't you hear what Commander Qin said? Seeing the seal is like seeing the person. The seal is a commander seal, but that security guard shouldn't be the commander." Amid the discussions on site, several senior officials of the school were also flustered. A commander seal, what a joke. If this security guard has a commander seal, what are they even trying to do? As a soldier, Qin Hung's first priority was to obey orders. No matter where this security guard got the commander seal, he certainly had to follow commands. With Qin Hung's strength, even if they all teamed up, they wouldn't be a match. As a soldier, Qin Hung's first priority was to obey orders. He was well aware of the significance of a commander. That was the leader of the Ning Province military, nearly controlling 90% of the martial power in Ning Province outside of students, and its importance goes without saying. The commander seal was even more significant, being a token for commanding the military, and it had a soul imprint that couldn't be stolen. What identity does Uncle Yu have to possess the commander seal? Could he be a sworn brother of the commander? The reporters on site were also stunned, immediately raising their cameras to photograph the commander seal and Yu Jinhua. Why are there so many big stories today? Tomorrow's headlines will be exciting. The young female reporter who had chatted with Yu Jinhua earlier was also momentarily stunned, awkwardly picking up her camera and hurriedly taking pictures of Yu Jinhua like the others. She even regretted not chatting more or taking a picture with him earlier. On site, only the old man remained calm, snorting in anger. School rules are school rules, and moreover the laws of the Great Xia do not permit ungraduated martial artists to intentionally kill within the school. Today, no matter what, I must take Shen Ming away, and even if you have the commander seal, you cannot stop me. Rules are rules. Seeing the old man was still stubborn, Yu Jinhua immediately issued the command. "Commander Qin, take this old stubborn man." "Yes." In an instant, Qin Hung disappeared from sight and reappeared in front of the old man. "What are you doing?" "I am the most senior teacher of Lingyun University. The principal was once my student. Do you dare to touch me?" Before he could finish speaking, Qin Hung knocked the old man unconscious with a palm strike. "We can talk when you wake up." Seeing Elder Bai settle down, the other senior members of the school naturally dared not say much. After a long wait, one of the senior members finally spoke up. "Well, since the tower battle has concluded, let's hurry up and present the awards." As soon as these words were spoken, they were instantly met with agreement from the other senior members. The several individuals looked at the speaker as if they had seen their savior, then nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, let's hurry up and present the awards. How could such an important matter be delayed?" Saying this, a few of them stepped forward, taking Shen Ming's hand and raising it above his head. "I announce that this tower battle has successfully concluded. The champion is the Qingshan Society, and the president Shen Ming will receive the champion's reward." As they spoke, they hurriedly stuffed the rewards into Shen Ming's hands, not daring to delay even for a moment. An 80 million currency bank card and a spatial ring. Inside this ring are the cultivation resources the champion society can obtain. Take it well. Seeing this, Yu Jinhua slowly stepped out from the crowd, no longer paying attention to these individuals. Qin Hung grabbed Elder Bai and followed closely behind. Once the two figures vanished into the crowd, the senior members of the school finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, Elder Bai almost caused us a disaster. Indeed, how could he be so stubborn at such a critical moment? He really can't see. It seems Elder Bai is truly getting old. When the principal returns, we should talk to him about letting Elder Bai retire. The others all found this reasoning agreeable and nodded to each other. Alright, next, the second place in the tower battle, the Baishan Society. The rewards continued to be distributed, but Shen Ming directly left the scene. He needed to quickly distribute the rewards, and then contemplate how to enhance his abilities. He approached Huang Ming and Tang Qi, who were still in a daze, completely unaware of the current situation. This Uncle Shen Ming actually had a connection with the commander, and it was quite close, so otherwise how could the commander's seal be in his hand? Of course, the most bewildered was Tang Qi. Commander Ning was her real father. She was well aware of how important the commander's seal was to her father. Usually even uncles and relatives wanted to take a look, and her father wouldn't allow it. Now he actually lent it out directly. Who exactly is this Uncle Yu? Why has she never heard her father mention him? Shen Ming, however, did not care about Tang Qi's unusual emotions and said to himself, as per the old rule, you distribute these resources to the brothers, give me the cash, and the Ling Yun should also come to me. Tang Qi finally reacted and hurriedly agreed. Oh, okay. In their eyes, cash and Ling Yun were nothing compared to a warrior's cultivation resources. Shen Ming performed so well in the tower battle, yet he took away the two least useful items for himself, leaving the most useful for them. He is simply the most selfless president. President is amazing. President is mighty. President is unparalleled in martial arts, invincible in the world, and will never die. May the president be loving in his dealings and in his love. Amidst the cheers of the Qingshan society, Shen Ming turned and left the scene, heading toward the villa. A few minutes later at Villa 19, Shen Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing at the panel, rubbing his chin. Currently, he had 80 million currency, and he wanted to enhance his abilities, but the currency in hand was insufficient. He had two choices. One was to save every penny and wait to earn another 20 million to directly enhance his abilities. The second was to spend 50 million to raise two minor realms, first enjoy it for a while, then save 70 million to enhance his abilities. S-level abilities are extremely rare, not just in Ning province, but across the entire Great Xia. Among over 100 million people, there might not even be one S-level ability. If he were to awaken an S-level ability, it would likely attract the attention of the nation, and definitely someone from the government would come to seek cooperation with him. In this case, he could enhance his abilities first, and when the government finds him, negotiate for a large sum of money, and then enhance him. Saving seems to be the optimal solution. However, Shen Ming still decided to first enhance two minor realms, leaving the remaining 30 million behind. Having so much currency in the system made him uncomfortable to look at. Life is short, enjoy it while you can, so let's indulge first. Enhancing realms, let's go. Currency 20 million realm enhanced to level 4 stage 2, currency 30 million realm enhanced to level 4 stage 3, remaining currency 30 million. The system prompt disappeared, and the spiritual energy within him became more robust, with red electric currents wrapping around his skin, itching to jump out at any moment. Feeling his strength grow once again, Shen Ming let out a heavy breath. He absolutely loved this feeling of weighty power. After a moment of relaxation, he attempted to throw a punch. With a swoosh, the mixed electric and chi currents blasted from his fist, slicing through the air. Boom. After a loud bang, the wall and objects within approximately 3 to 4 meters ahead were utterly shattered. Shen Ming couldn't help but feel surprised. Is the power generated merely from a punch, and the residual waves of my ability this formidable? He estimated that if he were to strike with all his might, he could probably shatter a small hill. However, he no longer had the energy to go out and test it. The tower battle was indeed exhilarating, but it was also quite tiring. All he wanted now was to take a shower, and then sleep soundly. After he wakes up tomorrow, regains his spirits, and asks Teacher Chiu about the Psychics Association, he needs to sell all the Ling Yun in his hands as soon as possible. With over 4,000 Ling Yun, he had no idea what price they could fetch. Hopefully he could gather the 70 million needed to elevate his abilities. Enough of this shower time. Saying this, Shen Ming loosened his clothing and directly tossed it aside. Before the clothes even hit the ground, a voice came from outside the villa. Shen Ming, I am Qin Heng, the deputy commander of Ning province. I would like to talk to you. I wonder if you are available. Not available, I'm taking a shower. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Heng outside the door heard the sound of water from the shower soaking the skin. He was slightly taken aback. He had never expected that even after revealing his identity, the other party would still refuse so decisively. However, he was not surprised. That esteemed individual could obtain the commander's seal, yet still protect a student like Shen Ming. Shen Ming's identity was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Having a bit of an attitude was normal. The more it was like this, the more he felt it was the right choice to recruit Shen Ming into the military. Since that's the case, I'll come again tomorrow morning. Shen Ming, you must wait for me. Inside the villa, the sound of the shower did not stop, and neither did Shen Ming's voice. Having said what needed to be said, pressing further would be impolite, so Qin Heng immediately turned and left, thinking Shen Ming should have heard him. Just as Qin Heng had left, the sound of the shower ceased. Shen Ming poked his head out from the bathroom. What are you mumbling at? Where did he go? The next morning, the sun shone brightly in Xiao Xingyun's office. A pile of folded papers lay on the desk. Xiao Xingyun sat in his chair with a forlorn expression. I came here to enjoy some peace, but I didn't expect the school to be even more chaotic than the association. If this continues, my old bones will surely fall apart. Let's decide by drawing lots. If I draw one with words, I'll stay at the school. If it's blank, I'll resign from Old Luo and retire to the Telekinetic Association. Well, that settles it. He casually drew a slip of paper and opened it. Blank, just as fate would have it. Good, I'll notify Old Luo right away. At that moment, the door to the office swung open and Shen Ming hurried in. Teacher Chiu, I need to talk to you. Xiao Zhengyun looked up and said, Oh, it's you. What is it? This might be the last. Shen Ming was taken aback. What did he mean by the last time? Was Teacher Chiu nearing his end? It was no wonder Shen Ming thought this way. Although Xiao Zhengyun appeared robust, the gray hair on his head betrayed his age. Coupled with the numerous trivial matters recently, Xiao Zhengyun looked somewhat haggard. Xiao Zhengyun sighed helplessly and continued, In 2 days I'll be resigning. Oh, so it's just a resignation, Shen Ming said awkwardly with a smile. What did you think it was? No. Shen Ming quickly changed the subject. Teacher Chiu, I want to sell all my Ling Yun. I heard you were the vice president of the Telekinetic Association, so I wanted to see if you could help me contact some telekinetics. I want to sell them to those in need and get a good price. Xiao Zhengyun leisurely took a sip of water. Don't you want to use these Ling Yun yourself? No, Shen Ming shook his head. He had unlocked the telekinetic enhancement method and had no use for Lingyun. Using Lingyun to enhance telekinesis, even 50 or 60 pieces might not increase telekinetic value by a single point, and it takes a week or more to absorb. It's utterly worthless, I might as well sell them. He looked at Xiao Jingyun, quietly waiting for his reaction. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Jingyun set down his cup. Alright, although I don't understand why you need so much money, I'm willing to facilitate this win-win situation. Wait for me here, I'll go send a message and then take you to the Telekinetic Association. After saying this, Xiao Jingyun left the office and dialed Principal Luo's phone. Old Luo, I need to inform you that I plan to resign. Don't ask me why, you know I'm a believer in fate, everything is death. In the office, Shen Ming found a chair and sat down at the desk, planning to quietly wait for Teacher Chiu to finish his call, but suddenly noticed the pile of papers on the desk. What's this? He picked up a slip of paper. It was blank. He picked up another one. Still blank. With nothing to do, he opened all the slips, and without exception there was not a single word on any of them. How strange, why did Teacher Chiu have so many blank slips? Was he bored? As Shen Ming muttered to himself, Xiao Jingyun returned to the office, and seeing the open papers couldn't help but cough awkwardly. Let's go, we're leaving now. While saying this, he remembered to throw the blank slips into the trash can. At the Telekinetic Association Ning Province branch, Shen Ming and Xiao Jingyun had already arrived in front of the association's entrance. The venue was quite luxurious, comparable to the palaces of ancient monarchs in Shen Ming's eyes. Throughout the journey, Xiao Jingyun kept explaining the Telekinetic Association to him, hardly pausing. In fact, a few sentences could clarify the Telekinetic Association, but Xiao Jingyun added a bit of embellishment and recounted his own glorious deeds from back then. In simple terms, the Telekinetic Association is a special force detached from the government and military. Almost everyone in the association seeks longevity through the cultivation of telekinesis. Indeed, the pursuit of longevity. After many generations of research, it was found that the higher the telekinesis value, the longer one's lifespan. It is said that if telekinesis is cultivated to a certain level, the soul can become indestructible and exist forever. Shen Ming found this quite novel. He didn't expect that cultivating telekinesis could lead to longevity. No wonder amidst the current trend of martial artists, there are still some people who insist on cultivating telekinesis even though it does not significantly enhance overall strength. Xiao Jingyun sighed. However, to this day, no one on Blue Star has been able to cultivate telekinesis to achieve immortality, though many have extended their lives. Is that so? Shen Ming raised an eyebrow, wondering if he could achieve immortality with the help of the system. After all, immortality means living forever, remaining youthful, witnessing the ebb and flow of time and the changes of the world. If given the chance, who wouldn't wish for eternal life? Even those emperors at the pinnacle of power have often exhausted all means to seek the legendary immortality. However, in his past life, he was too short to even touch the concept of immortality, let alone the methods to achieve it. Now that he knew enhancing telekinesis could offer a chance at immortality, he certainly wanted to give it a try. However, for now, he wasn't in a hurry. He was only 18, just starting university. He still needed to focus on enhancing his own strength. Only by improving his overall capabilities could he earn more money and increase his telekinetic value more easily. With this in mind, Shen Ming temporarily set aside thoughts of immortality. For now, he needed to ensure he could sell his Lingyun for a good price. Teacher Chiu, if I sell these Lingyun to telekinetics, how much can each one fetch? He asked the most pressing question. At least 10,000. If it goes to auction, it could be even higher. Shen Ming's eyes lit up. 10,000 for a single. He had over 4,000 Lingyun in his possession, which meant at least 40 million. Moreover, from Teacher Chiu's words, there was room for an increase at auction. Fortunately, he hadn't sold them directly to someone else, or else he would have incurred significant losses. The Telekinetic Association holds an auction every month specifically to sell items needed by telekinetics. I think it's happening today. If you want to go, I can take you. Yes, I must go. Shen Ming quickly agreed. Why hesitate when money is to be made? Xiao Jingyun nodded. Alright, I'll go help you register as an association member now. Only members can participate in the auctions held by the association. After finishing, Xiao Jingyun quickly walked into the association hall, with Shen Ming following closely behind. Meanwhile, at Lingyun University Villa No. 19, Qin Heng stood alone in front of the villa, politely asking, "Is Shen Ming there?" In the Psychic Association backstage at the auction venue, with Xiao Jingyun, the former vice president of the association, present, the staff treated Shen Ming with great respect, allowing him to smoothly obtain his membership credentials. After receiving the credentials, he immediately went backstage to present his spiritual resonance. The staff were busy counting the items to be auctioned today. Upon seeing Shen Ming, the staff did not pay much attention and casually asked, "What are you selling?" "Spiritual resonance." The moment those words left his lips, the staff paused momentarily before waving their hand. "You must be a student from Lingyun University, right? You just participated in the tower battle. How many spiritual resonances do you have? We can auction them, but the quantity must be sufficient. If you don't even have 10, you might as well sell them directly to me. I can offer you 10,000 for each. Our starting bid here is 100,000 if you don't have 10 then." Before the staff could finish speaking, Shen Ming's voice reached him. "I have over 4,000. The staff fell silent for a moment, then erupted with a shout that echoed throughout the backstage. 4,000. Classmate, the only place in Daxiao where spiritual resonance appears is the high tower of Lingyun University. The tower produces an average of only about 6,000 each year. You claim to have over 4,000. Don't joke with me." The staff clearly thought Shen Ming was trying to deceive him. Although spiritual resonance is not the only item for enhancing psychic power, it is still quite rare. The reason being that only Lingyun University's annual tower battle can produce such resonance. It is unique. If someone truly could present over 4,000 spiritual resonances, it would account for 70% of all the resonance produced in the tower, not just any big shot, but a genius from this year's Lingyun University. Seeing the disbelief in the staff's eyes, Shen Ming wasted no time. He waved his hand, and instantly countless golden patterns appeared around him, nearly obscuring his entire body. The golden light emitted by the spiritual resonance nearly blinded the staff. Hissed the staff, gasped hurriedly, standing up to give way, bowing respectfully, "Sir, please take a seat." With this quantity of spiritual resonance, it was already sufficient to serve as the highlight item for this auction, and the final price would surely be high. She would also earn a commission from it. Such a high-quality seller deserved special attention. "I want Sid, hurry." Before Shen Ming could finish, the staff pressed his shoulder down to sit. "Please don't rush, have a cup of tea first. If you really want to sell these spiritual resonances, just hand them over to me. We will arrange everything for the auction, but we will take 5% of the transaction amount." "No problem." Shen Ming placed all the spiritual resonances into a spatial ring and handed it over. The staff carefully accepted the ring. "May I ask if you wish to exchange these spiritual resonances for items or auction them for currency?" "Exchange for money." "All right, rest assured we will definitely sell them for a satisfactory price." The staff quickly took the ring, as if afraid Shen Ming might change his mind. "By the way, you can also personally attend the auction to see if there's anything you like. However, some of our auction items are for barter, so I wanted to inform you in advance. This is your VIP room, room 19. The staff handed over a room card. Shen Ming nodded, took the card, and headed toward the auction venue. Inside the venue, the crowd was lively and bustling. Countless people were seated, many discussing the highlight items of this auction. "I heard that the association recently acquired an grade meditation staff, which is perfect for psychics. That should be the You don't know that the president obtained a condensing breath pill last month, right? Although it can only be consumed once, it can extend one's life by 2 to 3 years. That should be the highlight auction item, don't you think? Enough, what's there to argue about? We'll know soon enough when it starts." The chatter continued in the upper box. Shen Ming and Xiao Jingyun sat across from each other. Fortunately, the soundproofing in the box was excellent, so even though it was noisy outside, they couldn't hear much. Shen Ming glanced down through the floor-to-ceiling windows and was surprised at the number of participants in the Psychic Association's auction. After all, ordinary people have limited understanding of the Psychic Association, and without connections it would be impossible to join. Logically, there shouldn't be many people in the association. But upon reflection, it made sense. Even if ordinary people are unaware, those families and powers should be well aware, and many would send their children here to learn. Various families and powers from across Ning province could have sent people, naturally increasing the number of attendees. Shen Ming sat in place, sipping tea while waiting. Before long, a female auctioneer dressed in a cheapao came out from backstage, followed by someone pushing a small cart covered with a red cloth, likely containing the auction items. "Hello everyone, my name is Xiaoyu, a silver medal auctioneer from the Psychic Association, and I will be hosting this auction. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the auction rules. The starting price is the base price, and the highest bidder wins. For bartering, you need to write your offer on the bidding board, and once completed, the contents will be synchronized to the backstage for the sale." Xiaoyu smiled and gestured for everyone to look at the cart. "Now I declare that the first item for auction will commence." The staff unveiled the red cloth on the cart, revealing a green fruit underneath. Xiaoyu began to introduce Qinxiang fruit, an important material for refining. The calm spirit pill helps psychics to concentrate during their cultivation, slightly increasing training efficiency. The starting price is 100,000. Most attendees were psychics and naturally showed enthusiasm for this item. Soon someone raised their paddle to bid. "I bid 130,000. 150,000. 160,000. The price kept rising until it finally sold for 250,000. Shen Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He knew about this item. It was also sold among martial artists, but selling it for 150,000 was already a high price. He didn't expect it to go for 250,000 here, a difference of 2/3. The auction truly was a good thing, at least for him. Soon the second item, third item. Quickly, over a dozen items were auctioned off. Among them, Shen Ming spent money to acquire a hand ring that could detect the psychic power of those around him, spending only 300,000, which was a mere drop in the bucket for him. It was particularly noteworthy that over half of these items were bought by the same person. The person who bought these auction items was a man in box 3, and he purchased them all at extremely high prices. Therefore, not just Shen Ming, many were paying attention to box 3, curious about who was inside. However, the person remained in the box, and they could only tell from the voice that it belonged to a relatively young man, unsure of which power's young master he was. As everyone was puzzled, Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. "This person's voice sounds a bit familiar, doesn't it?" Shen Ming felt that the voice of the other party sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite recall where he had heard it before. "Let's talk about it." Shen Ming turned his gaze back to the auctioneer. Soon the last featured item was presented at the auction. As the auctioneer lifted the red cloth, a spatial ring appeared before everyone's eyes. "The last item is quite special. Oh, everything is contained within this spatial ring. Why not guess what it is?" Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but speculate. But soon someone grew impatient. "Xiaoyu, stop teasing us and tell us what the final item is." Xiaoyu smiled gently. "Alright, since everyone is so eager to know about the last item, let me first introduce it. I believe most of you present are mental cultivators, and you must often be frustrated by how much time it takes to train your mental abilities. This item can greatly help you with that issue." As soon as she said this, a wave of rapid breaths swept through the crowd. Xiaoya's words struck right at their pain points. The most arduous part of cultivating mental power is the training process, which not only consumes a lot of time, but also subjects them to various torments potentially leading to insanity. Solve the problem of time consumption. Could it be some special elixir? It's possible, but I think it might be Lingyun University's Lingyun, as the tower battle at Lingyun University just concluded. You are correct, sir. Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up. The last item is indeed the Lingyun produced by Lingyun University. Upon hearing this, many in attendance were excited. The usefulness of Lingyun for mental cultivators speaks for itself. However, some couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoyu, while Lingyun is excellent, Lingyun University produces a limited quantity each year. How much can you auction off? Even if there are over 100 Lingyun, it's only enough to save a few months of training time. Others began to chime in, agreeing. That's a valid point. Lingyun is scarce. Even in association, how much can they gather? If the quantity is too small, its effect on training doesn't seem significant. No, if the quantity were too small, it wouldn't be the final item. Perhaps there are 800 or 900, maybe even 1,000. As the crowd discussed, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of Xiaoya's mouth. This was the desired effect. They began discussing the scarcity of Lingyun, and the idea that Lingyun is a rare and valuable item would take deeper root in their minds. This way, when she eventually produced a large quantity of Lingyun, she would be able to sell them for a better price. Seeing that the timing was right, Xiaoya quickly spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, we have obtained a total of over 4,000 Lingyun. If you bid on them, it will undoubtedly enhance your mental abilities significantly. As Xiaoya's voice fell, the venue erupted in an uproar. For 4,000 Lingyun. I've never seen so much Lingyun before. It's truly eye-opening. This must be exchanged for valuable items, right? What will it? I had no idea there would be so much Lingyun. I should have brought more treasures or elixirs. Xiaoya raised her right hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the seller, Lingyun will be auctioned off in the form of currency. With this news, the crowd immediately became agitated. Nobody expected that so much Lingyun would be auctioned off in a currency bidding format. Many among them hadn't brought much cash, and began to pull out their phones to gather funds from various sources. Seeing this, Xiaoya was not anxious. She had long anticipated this situation, as good items are generally auctioned through exchanges, and such a large quantity of Lingyun being auctioned in currency format was indeed rare. Only when these people gathered their funds could she sell for a better price from which she could earn a commission. After waiting for the venue to quiet down, Xiaoya continued. These 4,120 Lingyun will be auctioned off in 4 portions starting at a low price of 1 million, with each bid increasing by no less than 100,000. The highest bidder wins, with 3 hammer strikes to finalize the deal. Now the auction for the first portion of Lingyun begins. As soon as she finished speaking, someone in the audience began to call out bids. I bid 2 million. 4 million. 6 million. The bidding continued unabated, and Shen Ming grew increasingly excited. As the price climbed higher, the pace of bidding began to slow down. The last bid came from a woman in box 1, offering 14 million once, 14 million twice. I bid 17 million. Before the hammer could fall, the voice of a young man from box 3 rang out. Everyone turned their attention back to this mysterious young man. 17 million for 1,030 Lingyun seemed a bit of a loss, but what could they do? After all, he was wealthy. All they could do was cast him a gaze filled with envy and jealousy. 17 million once. 17 million twice. 17 million 3 times. Ding! The hammer fell, and the price was confirmed. Congratulations to the guest in box 2 for winning the first portion of Lingyun at the price of 17 million. In box 19, Shen Ming couldn't help but feel a little excited. 17 million for just over 1,000 Lingyun was quite a... On average, each Lingyun sold for around 17,000. At this rate, after selling all these Lingyun, he would be very close to 100 million in currency. If luck was on his side, he might just gather 100 million directly this time. He couldn't help but look forward to the auction prices of the next 3 portions. Soon after the auction for the second portion of Lingyun, the auction was going smoothly until the brother in box 3 directly called out a bid of 15 million, silencing everyone. Just as the hammer was about to fall, the woman in box 1 seemed unwilling to concede and raised the bid again. I bid 18 million. The brother from box 3 didn't hesitate to bid again, overpowering her. Ultimately, the second portion of Lingyun was won by box 3 at 18 million. The crowd despaired. Every time the bids were this high, who could bear it? Even if they had money, they couldn't spend nearly 10 million just for these Lingyun. Even if they were to spend 20 million, who knew if the one in box 3 would continue to raise the bid? It was quite a mess. However, Shen Ming was happy to see this. The higher the price, the happier he was. Listening to the tone from box 1 earlier, it seemed they were a bit upset. He even hoped these two would get into a bidding war, driving the... If necessary, he could even intervene to push the auction price to a new level. The third piece of spiritual resonance begins its auction. Before anyone could start bidding, Shen Ming directly called out a price. 15 million. This left the onlookers outside the VIP room extremely uncomfortable. In the previous 2 instances, they at least had the chance to bid, giving them a sense of participation. Now with the base price raised directly to 15 million, it filtered them all out at once. It was as if it was saying, you poor folks don't even deserve to bid. Just sit there and watch. If it weren't for the auction rules preventing them from leaving before the end, they would have truly wanted to walk away. With the remaining auction items having nothing to do with them, they started to speculate about who was in VIP room number 19. Anyone able to sit in a VIP room is no ordinary person. Being able to casually take out 15 million coupled with such a youthful voice, it was likely the son of some powerful faction. These days, no amount of effort can compare to having a good birth. 17 million. The same figure echoed from room 3. Before Xiaoyu could call out, a competitive female voice from room 1 chimed in 17,100,000. 18. Room 3 continued to bid, while room 1 refused to back down. 18,100,000. 19,100,000. 20 million. It wasn't until room 3 quoted 20 million that room 1 fell completely silent. For a single piece of spiritual resonance, 20 million is undeniably a loss. The person in room 3 can't possibly be a fool engaging in such a losing transaction. 20 million once, 20 million twice, 20 million 3 times sold. Congratulations to room 3 for acquiring the third piece of spiritual resonance. Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile widely. With a piece of spiritual resonance selling for 20 million, her share would be substantial. Next up was the fourth piece of spiritual resonance. This is the last piece of spiritual resonance for today's auction. If anyone needs it, please bid quickly. Starting at a low price of 1 million, the auction begins. 15 million. Shen Ming raised the bid again, directly lifting the base price. However, this time the brothers from room 3 did not follow, immediately hesitating before starting to bid. 15,500,000. Shen Ming suddenly had a bad premonition. It seemed this elder brother was running out of money. He was genuinely worried that if he kept raising the bid, the spiritual resonance would end up being stuck with him. Fortunately, before he could speak, the woman from room 1 couldn't hold back any longer. 16 million. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Shen Ming finally realized that although the brothers in room 3 were out of money, there was still a sister in room 1. How much did she bid last time? It seemed to be 19,100,000. Shen Ming had an expectation in his heart and immediately followed suit. 17 million. 18 million. Room 1 was also undeterred. Only room 3 remained completely silent. It seemed they had really been drained. Shen Ming continued to bid. 18,500,000. Following that, he seemed to hear the woman's angry gasp from room 1, then she reluctantly raised her bid again. 19 million. Upon hearing this price, Shen Ming nodded in satisfaction. This price was roughly what he expected. There was no need to continue raising the bid. 19 million once. 19 million twice. 19 million 3 times. Xiaoyu struck the hammer to finalize the price. Congratulations to the guest in room 1 for securing the last piece of spiritual resonance. Today's auction ends here. Your items will be delivered to you shortly. After saying this, Xiaoyu politely bowed, then turned and walked towards the backstage. In room 19, Xiao Jingyun wiggled his fingers at Shen Ming, laughing. You lad, you've really understood the art of raising prices. Shen Ming sighed helplessly. There's no choice, life forces one to be poor. Xiao Jingyun chuckled. Stop pretending to be poor. The 80 million from the tower battle has already been credited, right? Shen Ming couldn't help but scratch his head. It has been credited, but who doesn't want more money? Isn't that right, teacher Qiao? Alright, stop with the banter. The auction is settled. Ooh, I have some other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Next time we meet, don't call me teacher Qiao, just call me vice president. Sure, vice president. After saying goodbye to Qiao Jingyun, Shen Ming sat in the VIP room for a while, waiting for the auction settlement to finish before they deliver the money to this room. However, sitting in the VIP room for too long felt a bit stifling. Shen Ming decided to step out for some fresh air. Just as he exited the VIP room, he saw a young couple walking towards him, still arguing. Wang Cheng, are you crazy? To compete with me for spiritual resonance, you actually spent such a high price. Su Qing, see, that's not right. Why can't I spend a high price? This is an auction. The highest bidder wins. Who told you to come without money? The two quickly approached Shen Ming just in time to bump into him as he walked out of room 19. Su Qingxi instantly turned her attention to Shen Ming. And you, I shouldn't have to spend so much on the last piece of spiritual resonance. It's all your fault for raising the bid. Saying this, Su Qingxi crossed her arms, exuding a hint of pride as she muttered something under her breath. But thankfully, I brought more money than you. You poor thing. Slap. Without waiting for the other to say anything further, Shen Ming slapped her across the face. Talking bad about me in front of me. You think you can get away with it? Shut your mouth. After scolding Su Qingxi, Shen Ming ignored her and turned his attention to Wang Cheng. He instantly recognized Wang Cheng. This person was the young master of the Wang family who had previously been beaten unconscious by him during the beast hunting competition after pulling a needle on him while he was chatting with Yin Xuan and Shen Xingtong. So it's you. No wonder I found your voice familiar. Wang Cheng recognized Shen Ming as well. After being taught a lesson last time, he dared not show any teeth. The moment he saw Shen Ming, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably, especially his left leg. Brother Shen, what brings you here? Wang Cheng bent down and smiled ingratiatingly, looking as obedient as a trained wild dog. Don't worry, since you educated me last time, I've turned over a new leaf. I would never judge a person by their appearance or bully others. If you see any issues with me, please teach me, just don't lay a hand on me. Su Qingxi, standing beside him, covered her face, about to angrily scold Shen Ming when she saw Wang Cheng's demeanor. Her family background was only slightly better than the Wang family's, yet Wang Cheng was acting so respectfully, she couldn't help but feel skeptical. Who is this guy? Why have I never heard of him before? Shen Ming was pleased with Wang Cheng's attitude. Very good, maintain this attitude in the future. The future of your Wang family is limitless. As for why I'm here. Just as Shen Ming was about to speak, the auctioneer Xiaoyu was already approaching him with a bank card in hand. Sir, the total proceeds from the auction of your spiritual resonance amount to 74 million credits. We have deducted 5% as commission. Before the middle-aged man could react, he was struck on the head by the sudden bolt of lightning. His head exploded with a loud bang, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. You sold those spiritual resonances? Shen Ming accepted the bank card with a calm, indifferent reply. Is there an— Su Qingxi blinked thoughtfully, her sharp intellect swiftly piecing it together. So you deliberately inflated the bidding. Were you targeting my 19 million credits all along? If there's nothing further, I'll take my leave. Shen Ming gave a soft hum and turned to depart. Su Qingxi of course would not let him walk away. Not after he'd cost her 350,000 credits through manipulation, nor after he'd struck her across the face moments earlier. Stop right there. You swindle my money and slap me. Then just walk off as if nothing happened. Return what you stole, and apologize, immediately. Shen Ming exhaled faintly, a trace of weary resignation in his breath. Indeed, one cannot simply walk away like this. He pivoted slowly towards Su Qingxi. Before I go, however, I must first knock that insolent mouth of yours permanently, ask you. Wah. Before Su Qingxi could finish her words, Shen Ming had already blurred into crimson lightning. Rushing forth in an instant, his palm wreathed in crackling red energy as it slammed hard across her pale, delicate cheek. Crack. A thunderous report echoed through the auction hall. Su Qingxi spun violently, full 720 degrees, before collapsing onto the floor, her face instantly blooming with a livid purple-tinged handprint. Trembling, she raised a hand to cradle her burning cheek. Yet even the slightest movement sent searing pain lancing through her jaw, drawing low, agonized whimpers from her lips. Wang Cheng's heart lurched at the sight. For some inexplicable reason, Shen Ming seemed far more domineering than during the beast hunting tournament, and his strength had surged beyond measure. He silently thanked fate. He hadn't provoked Shen Ming earlier, otherwise he might now be sitting on the floor instead. Yet what chilled him most was Shen Ming's next move. Without hesitation, Shen Ming placed one foot squarely atop Su Qingxi's left leg. Su Qingxi, utterly cowed, swallowed her pride and pleaded through gritted teeth. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'll never speak rashly again. Shen Ming gave a quiet, derisive snort. You're quick to confess, but it changes nothing. Just as Su Qingxi began to exhale in fragile relief, he added coldly, that limb still breaks. Snap. With deliberate pressure, Shen Ming crushed bone beneath his boot. Su Qingxi shrieked, a raw, piercing cry, before collapsing into unconsciousness. Wang Cheng's pulse hammered wildly, yet his mind raced onward, seizing upon something vital. Brother Shen, this Su Qingxi is no ordinary woman. She's the fiancée of Chen family's eldest heir. You've injured her so grievously. The Chens will surely seek retribution. Shen Ming's brow lifted slightly. The Chen family. Of Yinchuan. Chen Xingtong's clan. Wang Cheng nodded. Moreover, she's the youngest daughter of the Su family, the preeminent house of South City, and reportedly doted upon. She's merely passing through Huiyang City en route to Yunchuan for the marital alliance. Brother Shen, you've just offended two great families. Shen Ming waved dismissively. No matter. Let them come, if they dare. Ever since Uncle Yu had publicly displayed the commander's seal, Shen Ming had sensed his own identity ran deeper than he'd imagined. A man capable of borrowing such authority, and choosing to remain at his side as protector, could not possibly serve an ordinary master. At the very least, within Ning province none could rival his standing. And with such stature, why should he fear mere aristocratic? Shen Ming paid Wang Cheng no further heed, turning instead toward the association's exit. He burned with urgency to return to campus and allocate his skill points. An S-rank ability would propel his cultivation forward by a monumental leap. As Shen Ming vanished, Wang Cheng offered a polite farewell. Brother Shen, whenever you visit Yunchuan, the Wang family welcomes you with open arms. Only once Shen Ming's silhouette dissolved into the distance did Wang Cheng finally relax, wiping sweat from his brow. Finally gone. I welcome nothing. His earlier words were pure formality. He prayed he'd never lay eyes on Shen Ming again. Even hearing the name made his left leg ache. Yet upon reflection, their encounter had been purely coincidental. Shen Ming's future shone boundless. Why would he ever settle for Yunchuan? At minimum, he'd rise in Huiyang City itself. Only then did Wang Cheng breathe easier. Lingyun University, Villa No. 19. Deputy Commander Qin Hung sat cross-legged before the gate, refining his physique with circulating qi. Suddenly a streak of crimson lightning shot inward from beyond the villa gates. Qin Hung snapped his eyes open, and instinctively flashed before the lightning striking out with a palm. Shen Ming recoiled in shock, channeling his full power to intercept the blow. Fortunately, having recently ascended to 4th tier 3rd stage, he barely held firm against the impact. Recognizing the intruder, Qin Heng's expression flickered with genuine surprise. Earlier he'd assumed Shen Ming remained asleep. Most young martial artists indulged in laziness at dawn, and out of courtesy he'd refrained from probing the villa with his spiritual sense. Yet Shen Ming had departed long before he arrived. Such diligence among youth was exceedingly rare. Even more astonishing was Shen Ming's ability to withstand his strike. Though delivered casually, it should have overwhelmed any newly ascended 4th tier cultivator. Could he possibly have broken through again, just one day after ascending in the tower battle? Preposterous. Qin Hung instantly dismissed the notion as absurd. You've returned, Qin Hung murmured, offering a slight nod. Deputy Commander Qin Hung, what brings you here? Shen Ming arched a brow. Qin Hung had visited yesterday while he showered, but departed abruptly without explanation. He hadn't expected another visit today. Qin Hung explained, Student Shen Ming, I wish to personally invite you to join the Ning province military. Would you consider it? The Ning province military. Shen Ming paused, weighing the offer. Its benefits were undoubtedly substantial, and a deputy commander's direct recruitment carried rare prestige. Still, the Central Xia state's terms would inevitably surpass them. He stood on the cusp of unlocking an S-rank ability. National recruitment would soon follow, the optimal path. Joining the provincial military risked contractual entanglements that might hinder future negotiations with the state. With that, Shen Ming prepared to decline. Yet Qin Hung, perceiving his hesitation, added, affiliation with the Ning province military offers only a platform for growth, not binding contracts. Should superior opportunities arise, we impose no restrictions. Rest assured, given your exceptional talent, we'll grant you a distinguished rank. Wherever your path leads, you'll retain official military status, a safeguard uniquely afforded to prodigies of your caliber. I see. Shen Ming felt a flicker of interest. If this path imposed no future constraints, military affiliation held undeniable merit. Then he remembered the most critical question. If I join, what compensation and privileges would I receive? Upon hearing Shen Ming's question, Qin Hung immediately raised 2 fingers, stating his offer. 200 million. Hearing this figure, Shen Ming's temples throbbed violently. 200 million. He couldn't have heard wrong if this number was beyond his imagination. Although his assets had already exceeded 200 million, the other party was offering it all at once. Was this the economic power of a vice commander? Regaining his composure, Shen Ming nodded immediately. All right. This 200 million was almost like a gift, and it would also grant him a military identity, benefiting him greatly with no downside. Refusing would be nonsensical. Seeing Shen Ming agree so readily, Qin Hung realized that he might have offered too much. However, he was unwilling to quibble over such a small amount. For him, as a vice commander, this money was not much. The reason for borrowing from finance was that most of his money had been converted into cultivation resources, and turning it back into cash would take time. Furthermore, spending 200 million to gain a favor from a top-tier powerhouse in a few years was a deal that made sense no matter how it was calculated. Then this is how it will be. I will wait for you at the commander hall. Once you finish your business, you can find me anytime, and I will process your military paperwork along with the 200 million. Okay. With Shen Ming's agreement, Qin Hung did not intend to linger. Then I'll take my leave. There are still many matters in the military that require my attention. After bidding farewell to Qin Hung, Shen Ming hurried back to the villa. Before his breakthrough, he prepared, briefly inserting several thin iron rods into the roof to serve as lightning rods. Last time when he broke through to S-class abilities, strange phenomena had already appeared in the sky. Now as he was about to break through to S-class, there was a real possibility of lightning striking down. If it hit other villas nearby, that would be disastrous. Shattering a few villas would be the least of it. What if people inside were sleeping? So he set up the lightning rod to channel the lightning to the ground, thus preventing it from striking him. Although he also had lightning abilities, this was heavenly lightning. It should not be on the same level as his own. He was unsure if he could withstand heavenly lightning with his current strength. He even wondered if it was a bit early to break through to S-class abilities. However, he quickly shook his head, pushing these chaotic thoughts aside. The money is in place, so why overthink it? Let's just do it. Shen Ming immediately found a comfortable spot to sit down and open the panel. Currency 100. 3 million ability annihilation thunder domains class realm 4th stage 3rd layer breathing technique sacred fire breathing technique minor success martial arts thunder fist perfection swift electric breaking wind leg perfection. Shen Ming exhaled heavily, then prepared himself and gave the command. Enhance ability quality level up for me. Currency 100 million annihilation thunder domains class shock thunder in 9 heavens S class. To elevate to SS class abilities requires 1 billion remaining currency insufficient. As the system prompt appeared, dark clouds began to gather above Lingyun University. As time passed, the dark clouds thickened, nearly blocking out half the sky. The entire Lingyun University was shrouded in these dark clouds, and even the whole of Huayang City could no longer see the light of day. Darkness descended as if a suppression was targeting Huayang City. Many people on the streets looked up at the thick black clouds. Why is it suddenly overcast? The weather forecast didn't say it would rain today. Weather forecasts are not always accurate. It's better to hurry home and collect the laundry. Wait, even if it rains, it shouldn't be this dark. Could it be that some big shot in Huayang City is breaking through? Speculations about the dark clouds engulfing Huayang City echoed throughout the streets. Some even suggested that other countries were brewing some conspiracy against Daxia. After all, since the era of martial artist, Daxia's resources and strength had far surpassed those of other countries, making it inevitable to face sabotage from them. Even the higher-ups in Huayang City were paying attention to the strange phenomena in the sky. Quickly investigate what this phenomenon is about. Why has dark clouds suddenly descended upon the city? See. Additionally, notify military martial artists to be on standby for combat in case someone is up to no good. As for the high-ranking officials at Lingyun University, they were utterly baffled. What happened on campus to warrant such a commotion? I don't know and can't determine the specific issue, but it seems like someone is breaking through, or perhaps experienced. What happened on campus to warrant such a commotion? I don't know and can't determine the specific issue, but it seems like someone is breaking through, or perhaps experiencing a second awakening of their abilities. So is that a good thing? The dark clouds gathered, and the rolling thunder surged in the sky, as if ready to tear the heavens apart and pour down. Such a momentum had long surpassed ordinary lightning. The next moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly cut through the darkness, illuminating the entire Huayang City, and struck directly at Villa No. 19, where Shen Ming was located. Boom. The lightning struck precisely at a lightning rod. However, the strength of the lightning rod seemed inadequate. It barely held for a second before being bent and scorched red. Then came the second bolt of lightning, the third and the fourth. As the lightning increased, the lightning rod above the villa was completely bent, losing its intended effect. Even the entire villa began to shake. Sitting cross-legged inside, Shen Ming felt as if he were in a building experiencing an earthquake. If it weren't for the villa's decent construction, it might have already collapsed. However, the lightning clouds above seemed unwilling to spare this villa, unleashing even more violent lightning upon it. Boom, boom, boom. With continuous loud bangs, the villa visibly began to shatter piece by piece until it turned into ruins, revealing Shen Ming, who was sitting inside. Shen Ming looked up at the bolt of lightning accumulating power within the dark clouds. So it's reserving power to deal with. Shen Ming immediately mobilized the spiritual energy within his body for protection while preparing his own red thunder to clash with the lightning about to descend from the sky. Only by withstanding this bolt of lightning could his abilities be considered fully evolved. With a thought, a long spear suddenly appeared in his hand, enveloped in red lightning, with red patterns flowing across his face, resembling a fierce and intimidating Azura. At the same time, many personnel on campus were drawn to the lightning. What's happening? Isn't that Shen Ming? Why is the lightning only striking him? Can't you see? How did you learn martial school theoretical knowledge? It's obvious he is breaking through. Are you two out of your minds? Shen Ming just broke through to the 4th stage. A further breakthrough is just a minor realm. How could it be a major breakthrough? It's clearly a second awakening of his abilities. Wait, wasn't he already S-class? If he awakens again, doesn't that mean? Hiss, a gasp of cold air echoed. S-class abilities, though over the years only one S-class martial artist had appeared in the entire Ning province, and that was more than 100 years ago. Now another S-class martial artist was about to be born, and this was an enormous event. Sizzle, as everyone was astonished, the lightning in the sky began to stir. Amidst the thick clouds, lightning began to leap. A bolt thick enough to cover the entire villa descended from the sky. At this moment, Yu Jinhua arrived not far from the villa. Seeing the lightning in the sky, his heart skipped a beat. What a commotion! Has the young master awakened his superpower again? How many times has this awakening happened already, eh? Yu Jinhua was excited. He had heard that superpowers could awaken a second time, generally enhancing their quality. But it was clear that the young master was not experiencing a second awakening. Was it the 3rd or the 4th? He had already forgotten a bit. A heavenly genius indeed. Yu Jinhua murmured to himself. However, the heavenly phenomena generated from this superpower awakening cannot be assisted by others. I wonder if the young master can withstand it. From Yu Jinhua's perspective, the thunder fell heavily, enveloping the entire villa, including Shen Ming's figure. Such a degree of lightning was like a pillar supporting the sky, enough to leave everyone present in awe. The ground beneath the villa cracked inch by inch, causing the entire Lingyun University to tremble. Additionally, bolts of lightning splintered off, striking the surroundings, seriously affecting the nearby villa area, and even impacting the whole Lingyun University. A true disaster. Fortunately, the school leadership arrived in time to establish defenses, preventing the lightning from destroying the entire Lingyun University. No one believed Shen Ming could emerge unscathed from such terrifying lightning. Whether he could survive was already in question. If Shen Ming truly awakened an S-level superpower, it would be a blessing for the entire Ning province, and he would undoubtedly have a place among the peaks of the future Great Xia. But first he needed to survive the thunder punishment. All the students were sweating for Shen Ming, their hearts conflicted. They hoped he would succeed so they could witness this moment, but they also wished he wouldn't succeed. If he did, he would become someone they could only look up to. They were all from the same school, and Shen Ming was even younger than most of them, yet he could become a figure they looked up to. How could they not feel a sense of disparity? Amidst the crowd's complex emotions, a sudden change occurred. The originally blue and white lightning began to change color from the bottom, gradually revealing a faint red glow. The glow grew stronger, spreading from the bottom all the way to the center, and its momentum did not diminish, it even began to extend upwards. S-level superpower break for me. Shen Ming's figure gradually emerged, and the red light on the lightning was imminent. Before long, all the lightning turned red, casting the entire Huiyang city in a blood-red hue, as if a red moon had descended, heralding the end of days. Fortunately, this surge of lightning quickly flowed back into the sky, creating a violent wave that dispersed all the dark clouds in an instant. The sky brightened, and the dazzling light shone down onto the roofs and streets of Huiyang City. With a clear sky and bright sunshine, Shen Ming, still standing amidst the ruins, looked up at the sunlight, then down at his tattered clothes and dark skin, perfectly resembling a robust athlete. I've made it. I have succeeded. Shen Ming not only felt no distress, but instead burst into laughter. He wasn't being foolish, it was the capabilities granted by his enhanced superpower that astonished him. He gently clenched his right fist. Lightning danced and surged on his skin, spreading throughout his body, as if celebrating and welcoming their king. Even the little blue dragon in his pendant was swimming around, seemingly happy for his growth. Shen Ming looked at a large tree hundreds of meters away and waved his hand. In an instant, a bolt of heavenly thunder descended from the sky, cutting through the air and accurately striking that large tree. Boom! The tree shattered with a crash, vanishing from sight, leaving only a wisp of black ash blowing away. This was the ability of the S-level superpower thunderclap of the 9 heavens. Within visible range, with a mere thought, thunder would rise from the heavens, and electric light would descend from the sky, swiftly and accurately striking the target. Moreover, compared to the previous thunder domain, thunderclap of the 9 heavens not only expanded its range by an unknown number of times, but also had an overwhelmingly powerful effect. In the past, he could only paralyze enemies within a radius of several dozen meters, or deal with opponents significantly. But now even martial artists stronger than him might not withstand a single strike, and the range of this superpower was quite vast, making it difficult for opponents to escape. Truly S-level superpowers are unmatched. Before them S-level superpowers are mere children, while S-level superpowers are like grandfathers. Shen Ming couldn't help but smile broadly. With this superpower, even if he faced martial artists with a solid foundation and a higher realm than his, he could still defeat them. This absolute power instilled a sense of security within him. The people around him watched in disbelief, especially a few. While others might perceive S-level superpowers as merely awesome, they understood the preciousness of such powers very well. S-level superpower. It really is an S-level superpower. Oh my, our school has produced a once-in-a-generation genius with an S-level superpower, undoubtedly a star of the future. No wonder the principal treats him so leniently. He must have realized long ago that he could awaken an S-level superpower. Quick, let's inform the principal. Our Lingyun University has produced an S-level superpower warrior. We will definitely have a place in next year's martial arts university rankings. While everyone was shocked by Shen Ming's S-level superpower only, Yu Jinhua quickly rushed to Shen Ming's side, gripping his wrist and examining him closely. Are you hurt? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Tell Uncle Yu. Come on, Uncle Yu will take you to the hospital for a checkup right now. Shen Ming shook his head, smiling. Don't worry, Uncle Yu. I'm not only unhurt, but also brimming with strength. Hearing this, Yu Jinhua finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a racing heart and trembling hands, countless envious glances were cast towards Shen Ming. From now on, he would become someone they could no longer aspire to reach. News would report Shen Ming's achievements, the state would allocate abundant resources to nurture him, and even other countries would report on the emergence of another S-level superpower warrior in the Great Xia, ensuring the continued prosperity of the Great Xia for the next century. Shen Ming exerted himself, shattering the black carbon layer on his skin, casually retrieving a set of clothes from his spatial ring and dressing himself before calmly walking out of the crowd. As for the destruction caused by the awakening of his superpower, he had already awakened an S-level superpower, which brought immense glory to the school. Naturally, he wouldn't need to take responsibility for these losses. In the distance, Zhao Tong and others gazed at Shen Ming's back, their feelings incredibly complex. As the universally acknowledged genius of the university, he had never expected to be surpassed one day by Shen Ming, a newcomer who had just arrived at Lingyun University. And it was a surpassing by absolute advantage. However, he did not feel inferior or jealous. Shen Ming was indeed a genius among geniuses, but he also possessed considerable talent. His future might not be as dazzling as Shen Ming's, nor could he become a pillar of the Great Xia, but as long as he did his best, that was enough. Zhao Tong waved his folding fan and muttered casually, but I'm still quite curious who is stronger between Shen Ming and Zhou. With such a commotion caused by Shen Ming, Zhou Tianqing should have come out of seclusion by now, right? The author has something to say. For those who have read this, please follow for updates, add to your bookshelf, and give attention. 5-star reviews are requested. The author does not seek rewards, though just a 5-star review would be satisfying. Please. At Lingyun University, in a closed-door meditation room, a young man with phoenix-like eyes was meditating. The red sword-shaped mark on his forehead particularly striking. This man was none other than Zhou Tianqing, the champion of last year's tower battle, a so-called monster in the eyes of everyone at Lingyun University. At this moment, he was at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. Suddenly a bolt of lightning flew from afar, crashing through the closed-door meditation room and striking the ground right in front of Zhou Tianqing. He opened his eyes abruptly, anger flashing in his gaze. Just one step away from a breakthrough. Who dares to disturb my peace and hinder my ascension? Zhou Tianqing leaped out through the hole created by the lightning. As soon as he left the meditation room, he saw the lightning pillar in the distance disappear. Zhou Tianqing's pupils trembled slightly. Though he was shocked, he did not hesitate and rushed over immediately. When he arrived, Shen Ming had long since left the scene, leaving behind a crowd of stunned classmates. Zhou Tianqing scanned the ruins and asked what happened. At that moment, Qi Wenjing approached. Tianqing, you've come out of seclusion. Zhou Tianqing glanced at the bandage on Qi Wenjing's chest and frowned slightly. Who did this to you? Was it that bastard Zhao Tong? I'm going to take care of him right now. Just as Zhou Tianqing was about to leave, Qi Wenjing hurriedly grabbed his arm. It's not Zhou Tianqing, it's Shen Ming. Who is Shen Ming? I haven't heard of this person in our school. Qi Wenjing lowered her head a bit awkwardly and whispered, he's a freshman. Not only did he injure me, but he also hurt many brothers from the Black Mountain Society, stole the spiritual resonance from the tower battle, and has repeatedly disrespected the student council, showing no regard for anyone. Zhou Tianqing raised his eyebrows slightly. This freshman is so arrogant. He could injure you heavily. It seems this new student is quite interesting. I will go meet him. With that, Zhou Tianqing's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Qi Wenjing quickly tried to stop him, but it was too late. I haven't finished speaking, that Shen Ming has just awakened S-level abilities. Qi Wenjing's voice grew weaker, as if she had committed a guilty act. Now that Shen Ming had awakened S-level abilities, she understood that even if Zhou Tianqing's realm was higher than Shen Ming's, he might not necessarily be his opponent. She felt a sense of guilt, as if she had put Zhou Tianqing in danger. But Zhou Tianqing insisted on going, and she could not stop him. She could only silently pray that Zhou Tianqing's retreat would be a significant breakthrough, enabling him to defeat Shen Ming. On the other side, Shen Ming had already exited the ruins and was preparing to discuss the matter of going to the military district. Qin Heng had promised him that as long as he joined the military he would receive 200 million from him. Such money should not be left unclaimed. At that moment a sudden rush of wind sounded near his ear and a tall figure abruptly appeared before him. "You are Shen Ming." Shen Ming replied softly. "What does it have to do with you? Who are you?" Zhou Tianqing stood tall and straight, a proud smile on his face. "The most outstanding prodigy of Lingyun University in decades, Zhou Tianqing. You injured my woman and dare to disrespect the authority of the student council. As the president of the student council, do you think this has nothing to do with me?" "Oh." Shen Ming's lips curled slightly. He had been worried about not having a suitable target to test his new abilities, and this guy came looking for trouble. It felt like encountering a pillow when one was sleepy. "Of course it has something to do with me. I look down on your student council. What are you guys, a bunch of idiots? If you have the guts, come and fight me now. What was your name again? Forget it, it's not important. Just that pillow, go ahead and make your move, but don't blame me for not warning you. I'll remember to use your full strength." Hearing Shen Ming's words, Zhou Tianqing's expression darkened. For so many years no one had dared to underestimate him like this. "Alright, this is what you asked for. Don't blame me for being rude." With that, Zhou Tianqing circulated his spiritual energy around him. S-level ability Fiery Sky. A level martial skill Fire Fist. He tightly clenched his right fist, and a fireball gradually grew larger in his hand, nearly obscuring Zhou Tianqing's figure from Shen Ming's perspective. However, Shen Ming did not rush to strike. His goal was to experiment with his abilities, and he had absolute confidence in his S. Not far away, the crowd that had been dispersing gathered around, drawn by the flickering red light. Yu Jinhua saw Zhou Tianqing wanting to attack his young master, and hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. "Stop!" But Shen Ming immediately raised his hand to stop Yu Jinhua. "Uncle Yu, there's no need for you to intervene. I will handle this myself. I want to see my current strength." Yu Jinhua initially intended to intervene forcefully to stop Zhou Tianqing, but remembering that Shen Ming had just awakened S-level abilities, he refrained from doing so. Everyone present looked at Zhou Tianqing with a mix of pity and regret. It seemed only Zhou Tianqing remained unaware that Shen Ming had just awakened S-level abilities. Even though Zhou Tianqing's strength was undeniably great, he would be nothing but trash in the face of S-level abilities. They could already imagine the expression Zhou Tianqing would have after being struck down by heavenly lightning. Out of curiosity, almost no one thought to inform Zhou Tianqing about this. Only one school leader wanted to intervene, but was stopped by a colleague nearby. "Let's wait a bit. I also want to see the extent of this S-level ability's power." Zhou Tianqing is a 4th level 5th stage genius warrior. If it were an ordinary warrior, even at the 4th level and 7th stage, they might not be his opponent. If Shen Ming can defeat him instantly, then this ability is truly limitless. It's not good to treat Zhou Tianqing as a guinea pig. What if he gets severely injured? Don't worry, once Zhou Tianqing can't withstand this strike, we will step in to save him. After discussing their strategy, they silently watched the direction of the fight between Shen Ming and Zhou Tianqing. The fireball continued to grow until its diameter was about the same height as Zhou Tianqing. "Shen Ming, arrogance is a serious illness. Let me help you cure it. Kneel and beg for mercy." As soon as the words fell, the fireball larger than a person shot towards Shen Ming at high speed. Shen Ming calmly raised his right hand and gently waved it forward. Thunderous roar. In an instant the sky rumbled and thunder erupted. Before the fireball could reach Shen Ming, a bolt of lightning as thick as a calf suddenly descended from the sky. Boom. With a deafening sound, the lightning pierced through the entire fireball at a visible speed and continued to surge toward Zhou Tianqing. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tianqing's pupils shrank. He never expected that his full-force strike would be so easily defeated. What kind of power was the opponent using? Could this Shen Ming truly be a freshman? Was Qi Wenjing not deceiving him? A series of questions echoed in his mind. But the situation before him left no time for further thought. That bolt of lightning had already ripped through the ground on its way, heading straight for him. How is this possible? Zhou Tianqing gritted his teeth, immediately channeling all his strength to form a protective barrier in front of him. However, despite unleashing all his power, he still could not withstand even a second of the heavenly thunder. The lightning tore through Zhou Tianqing's defenses with devastating force, rushing towards him at an incredible speed, seemingly about to strike him down. With this blow, Zhou Tianqing would undoubtedly perish. Just as he was about to be reduced to ashes, 3 school leaders swiftly intervened and blocked the attack. Truly worthy of an S-level ability, its power is indeed terrifying. It is worth noting that Shen Ming was merely a 4th-tier warrior, yet he could instantaneously obliterate Zhou Tianqing using his ability transcending several realms. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, it would have been utterly incomprehensible. The gap between S-level and S-level abilities was vividly illustrated at this moment. At this time, Zhou Tianqing was completely stunned. He felt no resentment, no anger, no defiance. All he had was disbelief in his own eyes and ears. An S-level ability? He possesses an S-level ability. What am I doing? How could I dare to? The legendary S-level ability, there are only 3 in the entire Daxiao. How could I be foolish enough to provoke him? He understood the principle that there are always greater forces and more powerful individuals. Since the opponent had awakened an S-level ability, he was definitely not a match for him. Had he known this earlier, he would never have dared to make a move against Shen Ming. He even suspected that something was wrong with his own mind, but soon he directed his blame toward Qi Wenjing. It's all that fool Qi Wenjing's fault for offending a strong person with an S-level ability and dragging me down with him. It's truly despicable. Zhou Tianqing looked up at Shen Ming and quickly corrected his demeanor, giving a slight bow. Brother Shen, I was just joking earlier. I merely wish to spar with you. Please don't take offense, Brother Shen. With that he took out a talisman from his spatial ring. This talisman was crafted by an elder in my clan. In a crisis, activating this talisman can unleash the power of a fifth-tier warrior. I hope Brother Shen will accept it as a token of my apology. Zhou Tianqing presented the talisman with both hands nodding slightly, no longer daring to look at Shen Ming. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. He had never seen such a quick admission of fault from a genius. Indeed, true geniuses do not foolishly shout impossibilities after being defeated. They understand the importance of assessing the situation, as those who know how to adapt are the true talents. Shen Ming stepped forward, scrutinizing the talisman in Zhou Tianqing's hand. It was indeed a good item, but he had no need. I don't need this talisman. Can it be exchanged for cash? Zhou Tianqing. Exchange. Cash. Zhou Tianqing was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed, of course. This talisman was a gift from an elder in his clan, but he would never have given it away unless absolutely necessary. Since Shen Ming didn't want the talisman and instead wanted cash, he was certainly pleased. He quickly put away the talisman and took out a card from his spatial ring. This card contains 30 million. Consider it a gesture of goodwill, Brother Shen, as you were startled just now. Shen Ming accepted the bank card and nodded in satisfaction. No worries, I'm not one to hold grudges. That's good to hear. Zhou Tianqing sighed in relief and continued. By the way, Brother Shen, since you possess such strength, why not take the position of student council president in the future? Upon hearing this, Shen Ming was about to refuse when Zhou Tianqing added, although it's not much as the student council president, you can receive resources worth 40 to 50 million each month for cultivation. Since Brother Zhou has said so, I won't be polite. However, I am going to the military district, and I may not have time to handle school. Shen Ming couldn't help but scratch his head. This income of 40 to 50 million over a month was not insignificant. Zhou Tianqing immediately replied, no worries, since Brother Shen is interested, I can serve as vice president to help you manage student council affairs. I will ensure the cultivation resources are sent to you every month. Seeing Zhou Tianqing being so accommodating, Shen Ming was naturally pleased. Alright, but there's no need for you to deliver it in person. Just add a contact method and have all the resources converted to cash and sent to my card directly. Zhou Tianqing was slightly taken aback. Was this Brother Shen really that short on money? Alright, Zhou Tianqing agreed with the smile. The two exchanged contact information, and after confirming a series of matters, Shen Ming turned to the three school leaders. Gentlemen, I wish to develop in the military for a while. What do you think? The three school leaders exchanged glances and ultimately reached a conclusion. No problem, but let's discuss the specifics in the sun hurriedly set, and then slowly rose again. The next morning, Shen Ming had already packed all his things. His villa had been destroyed, and there was nothing much to pack. All his valuables were in the spatial ring, so he could leave directly. He had already discussed matters with the school leaders yesterday. Lingyun University would retain his student status and grant him all campus benefits, as if he were participating in military service during his studies, thus not delaying either side. However, he was no longer fixated on his student status. As long as he could earn money and enhance his strength, what need was there for student status? Come on, this is a world of martial prowess. Strength is the ultimate truth. Academic qualifications are merely a form of expressing strength, but lacking them does not imply weakness. Having a degree doesn't guarantee one can show off everywhere, but having strength certainly does. Shen Ming looked up at the sunlight gradually rising and felt that his future was as bright as this sun. At this moment, a gust of wind rushed by, and Yu Jihua suddenly appeared in front of him, speaking with concern. Have you decided to go into the military? Life in the military is quite tough. Not only must you undergo strict training every day, but you must also constantly combat alien beasts and face life-threatening dangers. If you end up in a bad position, don't worry, Uncle Yu, Commander Qin will definitely assign me a good position. Shen Ming replied with a smile and a thumbs up. Hearing this, Yu Jihua was momentarily stunned, then remembered that it was Qin Heng who requested Shen Ming to join the military. How could he assign Shen Ming to a bad position? He was just a bit worried. That's good. Although he spoke this way, Yu Jihua still felt some unease in his heart. Over the years, having been beside the young master, he wished he could always be by his side. He had built a deep bond with the young master, and while he was delighted to see him rise rapidly, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He understood the saying that the higher you climb, the colder it gets. The faster the young master grew, the more people would see him, and the greater the dangers he would face. He wanted to continue protecting the young master, but the young master had grown up and deserved his own space. If he stayed too close, it might cause the young master to resent him. Ultimately, he could only reluctantly glance at Shen Ming and pat his hand to give a few words of advice. In the future, when Uncle Yu isn't by your side, you must take good care of yourself. The military district is not like the campus. You will inevitably encounter unreasonable people. If the opponent is weaker than you, feel free to strike them down. If problems arise, just find Uncle Yu. If the opponent is stronger than you, quickly contact Uncle Yu, and I will help you deal with them. In any case, just be careful in the future. Yu Jihua's voice became slightly choked. Uncle Yu, why are you tearing up? Yu Jihua quickly cleared his throat and adjusted his state. Oh, it's nothing. I just ate some too spicy chili at lunch. You must remember Uncle Yes words. If you encounter any difficulties, tell Uncle Yu immediately, and I will rush to you. Rest assured, Uncle Yu. You've helped me plenty over the years. I have to forge my own path, right? You also take care of yourself, and watch me reach the pinnacle of the world. Shen Ming smiled and bid farewell to Uncle Yu. Under the bright sunlight, Shen Ming's figure gradually receded into the distance. Yu Jihua's eyes trembled slightly as a wave of sorrow surged from his heart, and tears finally flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. In his 40s, a time when one should be strong, he appeared to be shedding old tears. He reached out to wipe away his tears. The wind isn't even strong today. Why is there so much sand? The cleanliness of Huiyang City really is poor. In the Huiyang City, in the command hall, Qin Heng was seated at the vice commander's seat listening to the muscular deputy commander report on the situation. Commander Qin, 3 days ago, Yunchuan faced a large-scale invasion of alien beasts, and the local inspector sacrificed himself to protect the people. The beasts have been temporarily repelled, but with the position of the Yunchuan inspector now vacant, it could lead to problems in the long. The deputy commander's rough voice was at odds with his detailed report, creating a strange feeling, but Qin Heng seemed accustomed. He rubbed his temples. These alien beasts are becoming increasingly rampant. Inspector, let me think of a suitable candidate. What about Li Chengwei? He is at the mid-6th stage, and his strength is decent. The deputy commander quickly reminded, Commander Qin, have you forgotten that Li Chengwei's drinking has caused trouble? Last time it was his drinking that delayed military matters and led to his demotion. Qin Heng couldn't help but sigh. But now with the beast tide erupting everywhere and senior personnel stretched thin, even the commanders are out helping. There are hardly any suitable candidates left. Heavens, when will the commander return to clean up this mess? I would rather resign from this vice commander's position. Just as Qin Heng was troubled, a soldier rushed in. Commander Qin, there is a young man named Shen Ming outside, saying he is here. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Qin Heng's eyes. Just in time, let him in quickly. The deputy commander seemed to sense Qin Heng's thoughts and asked, Commander Qin, you wouldn't possibly appoint him as the Yunchuan inspector, would you? Is there a problem? Qin Heng turned to look at the deputy commander. I know Shen Ming. He is a rising star at Lingyun University. Although he awakened an S-level ability yesterday, he is still young and inexperienced, and his level is only at the 4th stage. It may be difficult for him to handle the inspector position. Once those old men in Yunchuan start scheming, it could be very hard to manage. Qin Heng raised his hand to interrupt the deputy commander's words. Rest assured, I have my own arrangements for this matter. This kid has a special background, and I must ensure his safety, while also providing him with some practical experience. As he spoke, Shen Ming had already walked in with big strides, coming close to Qin Heng. Commander Qin, I have arrived. Qin Heng looked Shen Ming up and down. He hadn't scrutinized him closely before, but now he noticed the impressive aura between Shen Ming's brows, his handsome features, and his tall physique. He was the very template of a ruggedly handsome man. The more Qin Heng looked, the more he felt satisfied. Not bad. Work hard in the military, and your future will be limitless. Also, the headquarters in the capital already knows about your awakening of the S-level ability, and intends to have you train in Ning province for a month to familiarize yourself with basic military matters before sending someone to escort you to the capital for your appointment. At that time, we can discuss your benefits. Don't complain about the slow response from headquarters. The beast tide is becoming increasingly severe, and cross-province operations require a powerful escort team. Headquarters is also stretched thin, so you will have to wait a month in Ning province until headquarters can quell the beast tide, and then send someone to pick you up. Shen Ming nodded. All right. No matter what, crossing the quarantine zone requires military personnel to escort him. The quarantine zone is filled with alien beasts, with a staggering number of them, including many at the 7th and 8th stages. Even though he awakened an S-level ability, given his current level, if he were to enter the quarantine zone, he would likely end up as nothing but bones. The military would likely need to dispatch martial artists above the 8th stage to safely escort him into the capital. However, these were not his immediate concerns. What he was most worried about now was when the 200 million Qin Heng promised him. Commander Qin, that. Shen Ming rubbed his thumb and index finger together. Qin Heng immediately understood his meaning and smiled helplessly. Rest assured, the money won't be short for you. With that, Qin Heng stood up and approached him, pulling out 2 bank cards to hand over. Each of these cards has 100 million. Take good care of them. If you lose them, there will be no replacements. Shen Ming excitedly took the 2 cards. Currency 200,000,000, remaining currency 200, 300,000. With so much money in hand, he would be able to further enhance his level. After putting away the bank card, Shen Ming looked at Qin Heng. Commander Qin, where will I be staying? Qin Heng stood with his hands behind his back and slowly turned around. Don't rush. Do you have any thoughts about the position you are going to take up? Position? Shen Ming stroked his chin. He didn't have much concept of military positions, but since Qin Heng asked for his input, he naturally had to ask. Is there a position with more benefits? Qin Heng paused. More benefits? This kid is too straightforward. While it's not wrong to think this way, he shouldn't say it out loud. He quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, what benefits are you talking about? Since you are joining the military, you must be ready to serve the people. Currently, the position of Yunchuan inspector is vacant, and I think you would be quite suitable. What do you think? Shen Ming blinked and said nothing. The Yunchuan inspector position is the highest official position in the Yunchuan military, commanding the entire military and martial artist teams of Yunchuan. The benefits of this position are definitely substantial, and the influence is grand. In this era, civilian officials have little power. Most regions are primarily governed by the military. The inspector position is essentially equivalent to that of a mayor. He hadn't expected Qin Heng to trust him so much, immediately offering him the position of inspector. However, given his current level, he might still be a bit lacking, right? Without waiting for him to respond, Qin Heng decisively stated, "It's settled then. From now on, Shen Ming will be the new inspector of Yunchuan and hold the rank of major. Your duty is to protect the stability of Yunchuan. There must be no mistakes." Yes. Shen Ming saluted, but for some reason, after saluting, he felt an added weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Know what responsibility? Shen Ming silently repeated the phrase make money a few times in his heart, and his resolve was instantly strengthened. Also, I need to tell you that for your safety, I have ordered the entire Ning province to keep the news of your S-level ability awakening confidential. You should also be careful and pay attention to your safety. Shen Ming nodded. After briefing Shen Ming, Qin Heng turned to the deputy commander. Xiahou Lai, from today you will stay by Inspector Shen's side and ensure his safety at all times. Huh, me? Xiahou Lai was a bit bewildered. So the solution Qin Heng mentioned earlier was to have him accompany Shen Ming. But this is a military order. Xiahou Lai wanted to argue but was silenced by Qin Heng's military order and could only clasp his fists and nod slightly. Understood. Now go and help Inspector Shen familiarize himself with the environment. Qin Heng waved his hand. Xiahou Lai led Shen Ming out of the command hall. Once the two figures disappeared, Qin Heng sat back down. It was indeed inconvenient to handle affairs without Xiahou Lai, but regardless he had to prioritize Shen Ming's safety. In the past 2 days he had sent someone to investigate the individual who held the commander's seal only to find that he was an ordinary martial artist with no issues to report. But how could a martial artist with such strength be ordinary? After all, how many peak 6-stage martial artists were there in the entire Great Xia, let alone in Ning Province? This was the most terrifying part. As the vice-commander of Ning Province, he couldn't even uncover any real information about the other party, which could only mean that the other party's status was well above him, perhaps even beyond his reach. If someone so well protected were to encounter trouble, even the commander would likely suffer consequences, let alone him. This is troublesome. Just as Qin Heng was feeling helpless, a middle-aged man walked in from outside the hall. Commander Qin, what troubles you? Upon seeing the visitor, Qin Heng jolted and quickly stood up to salute the man, internally cursing himself for thinking that the mention of the devil would summon him. My lord, what brings you here? Yu Jinhua waved his hand. No need for such formality. I'm here on someone else's behalf. I am a bit worried about leaving Shen Ming in the military. I wanted to ask Commander Qin what position you have appointed him to. Qin Heng felt cold sweat forming on his forehead. For some reason, he sensed an inexplicable pressure emanating from Yu Jinhua, as if warning him that if he dared to neglect Shen Ming, it would lead to his own ruin. Currently, he is appointed as the Yunchuan Inspector. Hearing this position, Yu Jinhua smiled and nodded. Inspector, that's quite a good position. It seems Commander Qin is quite considerate. Then I won't disturb Commander Qin's work any longer. With that, Yu Jinhua's figure vanished from the hall in an instant. Feeling the pressure dissipate, Qin Heng finally let out a sigh of relief. How strange, clearly only a peak 6-stage strength, yet he exudes such a strong sense of pressure. Could it be some secret? Leaving the commander's hall, Xiahou Lai took Shen Ming in a special car towards Yunchuan. On the way back, Shen Ming sat in the carriage gazing at the familiar trees outside the window, feeling a surge of emotion within. Could this be considered a triumphant return? Although he had left Yunchuan for less than a month, he had transformed from a student into the inspector of Yunchuan. If this were in his previous life, it would be akin to a university student who had just been enrolled for less than a month suddenly becoming the mayor. He wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Inspector, we have arrived at the inspectorate. The driver parked the car and respectfully opened the door for Shen Ming, his gloved hands protecting the door frame. Please, Inspector Shen. Shen Ming stepped out of the car, adjusted his collar, and looked up at the tall building enveloped in glass, which would be his workplace for the next month. In front of the inspectorate, a row of soldiers from Yunchuan stood in 2 lines respectfully welcoming his arrival. Swish! The soldiers saluted in unison. Welcome, Inspector. At that moment, Xiahou Lai came to Shen Ming's side. Inspector Shen, this is the inspectorate. Let me show you around. After getting a basic understanding of the inspectorate's environment with Xiahou Lai, Shen Ming took his seat. On the highest floor of the building, a standalone glass room allowed a view of most of Yunchuan's scenery. Not bad. Shen Ming turned his head to look at Xiahou Lai, asking, so what will my main duties be? Yunchuan is located on the edge of Ning Province, adjacent to the quarantine zone. The inspector's duties involve overseeing various families in Yunchuan and organizing troops to guard against beast attacks at all times. Shen Ming roughly understood the job responsibilities. Just then a soldier arrived on the top floor and saluted Shen Ming and Xiahou Lai. Report, sir, the families of Yunchuan have heard of the inspector's appointment and come to present gifts. Hearing this, Xiahou Lai shook his head helplessly and said in a deep, rugged voice, these old guys are quite well informed. Inspector Shen, should we meet them? Xiahou Lai looked up at Shen Ming. Although his military rank was higher than Shen Ming's under Qin Heng's orders, he was effectively Shen Ming's deputy and had to wait for Shen Ming's decision on any matter. Of course we should meet. Why not? Shen Ming turned and walked out with Xiahou Lai hurriedly following behind. At the foot of the inspectorate, a group of middle-aged men and women gathered around, all formally dressed, undoubtedly the heads and elders of various families in Yunchuan. Why did they suddenly send an inspector? If it weren't for Master Chen notifying me, I wouldn't have known at all. Isn't that right? Everything is so rushed. I didn't even have time to prepare a proper gift. By the way, do you guys know who the newly appointed inspector is? I don't know, even Master Chen isn't clear about it, so we can't be sure either. Look, someone is coming down. That stout figure there, could it be the inspector? Who is the young man next to him? Is he the son of the inspector? As Shen Ming and Xiahou Lai walked out of the inspectorate, Shen Ming noticed a few familiar faces among the crowd. The head of the Chen family, Chen Hao, who was also the father of Chen Xingtong. There was also Wang Qingxian, the head of the Wang family, and the father of Wang Cheng. The people present bowed respectfully towards Shen Ming and Xiahou Lai. Welcome, Inspector, to Yunchuan City. Upon saying this, Chun Hao stepped out of the crowd as a representative of the many families and approached Shen Ming and Xiahou Lai. He naturally recognized Shen Ming's appearance and felt puzzled in his heart. Didn't Shen Ming go to Lingyun University? Why did he suddenly return to Yunchuan City? However, he didn't think too much about it, and certainly didn't connect that the inspector was Shen Ming. The news of Shen Ming awakening his S-class ability had not fully reached Yunchuan City yet. These family heads only knew that someone in Ning province had awakened an S-class ability, but they were unaware of who it was. No one realized that the handsome young man standing before them was not only the awakener of the S-class ability, but also. Chun Hao approached Xiahou Lai and slightly bowed. Inspector, my name is Chun Hao, and I represent the many families. Before he could finish speaking, Xiahou Lai interrupted him. What did you call me? Chun Hao paused, looking perplexed. Inspector, is that? Xiahou Lai frowned, gesturing towards Shen Ming. Next time, make sure you know who you're speaking to. This person is the inspector. Chun Hao glanced at Shen Ming, utterly bewildered. How did Shen Ming become the inspector? Was this person trying to pull a fast one on him? This was the first reaction that crossed Chun. However, he quickly recalled what Yu Jinhua had mentioned to him earlier. Shen Ming had quite the background, which was why he wanted Chen Xingtong to get close to Shen Ming. If Shen Ming truly had powerful backing, then becoming the inspector was not impossible. He hurriedly turned to Shen Ming, slightly bowing, and with a face full of smiles he flattered. Inspector Shen, you are truly accomplished at such a young age. I admire you, Chun. Since Inspector Shen is new here, if you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. I have lived in Yunchuan for a long time, and will definitely share everything I know about any issues you may face. Chun Hao's words elevated the importance of their families while also carrying an undertone of flattery towards Shen Ming. The string of compliments made it hard to find fault. Shen Ming nodded. Chun Hao also took the opportunity to present his gifts while the people behind him followed suit, placing their gifts. Once all the gifts were in place, the boxes piled up higher than Shen Ming himself. With a wave of his hand, Shen Ming immediately stored everything into his spatial ring. When he had time to sell these, he would definitely make a good profit. Although he felt good about receiving these gifts, he couldn't shake off a feeling that something was off. Though Chun Hao spoke to him with utmost respect, Shen Ming couldn't help but feel that Chun Hao was sneaking glances at him. However, every time he looked at Chun Hao, the latter wore a serious expression. Is it just my imagination? Shen Ming furrowed his brows and muttered to himself. Inspector Shen, what did you just say? Chun Hao asked. Oh, it's nothing. Thank you all for the gifts. I hope that in the upcoming period we can work together to ensure Yunchuan's safety. If there's nothing else, you may return to your own matters. Shen Ming directly sent his guests away. He had no time to bicker with these old foxes from the families. He was eager to earn some money to enhance his strength. Moreover, he had seen a pile of unprocessed documents waiting for him on the top floor. He was visibly busy, but it seemed that the position of inspector wasn't so easy to hold. He didn't even return a gift. How disrespectful. He's just young and arrogant, thinking that becoming the inspector means he can do as he pleases. No, he didn't even return a gift. How disrespectful. He's just young and arrogant, thinking that becoming the inspector means he can do as he pleases. Just wait, when he runs into trouble, he'll be crying for our families to help. As the group of people talked, they dispersed. Chun Hao, however, lingered for a moment, his expression growing complex. Then, seemingly recalling something, he suddenly clenched his fist. It wasn't until someone called out to him that he came back to his senses, relaxed his expression, and left the inspectorate. Returning to his office, Shen Ming sat down, contemplating how to find a reason to have Xiahou Lai leave as well. Upon seeing Shen Ming's expression, Xiahou Lai seemed to sense that he had matters to attend to, and took his leave. I still have some other matters to handle. If you have no further instructions, I will take my leave. His rugged voice fell into Shen Ming's ears, and Shen Ming nodded softly. Xiahou Lai's figure then disappeared from his sight. Shen Ming had never expected that beneath Xiahou Lai's rough and sturdy exterior, he was so meticulous in his work and adept at reading the atmosphere. It was no wonder that Qin Heng had appointed him as the deputy. It seems that having Xiahou Lai around for this month will save me a lot of trouble. As he spoke, he opened the system panel. Currency 20030W. He planned to invest all of this into his cultivation realm, and use the remaining funds to fully enhance his breathing technique. His current abilities were already more than sufficient, and the reason he encountered opponents he could not defeat lay in his cultivation realm and breathing technique, with the realm being the primary factor. With this in mind, Shen Ming immediately spent currency to enhance his cultivation realm. Currency 4000W, cultivation breakthrough to 4th stage 4th level. Currency 5000W, cultivation breakthrough to 4th stage 5th level. Currency 6000W, cultivation breakthrough to 4th stage 6th level. Remaining currency 5030W. Crack crack. As he rapidly advanced 3 small levels, Shen Ming's body seemed unable to bear the sudden influx of power, making crackling sounds. His skin tightened, his bones solidified, and his energy reservoir expanded. Shen Ming even felt that both his vision and hearing had greatly improved. After the 4th stage, even small breakthroughs could lead to substantial increases in strength. Seizing the moment, Shen Ming immediately channeled his currency into enhancing his breathing technique. System max it out. Currency 400W, Oi Sacred Flame Breathing Technique Minor Achievement, Sacred Flame Breathing Technique Major Achievement. Currency 800W, Sacred Flame Breathing Technique Major Achievement, Sacred Flame Breathing Technique Perfection. Remaining currency 3830W. As the breathing technique was enhanced, an unprecedented surge of chaotic energy flooded into his body. Shen Ming suddenly felt 2 forces clashing within him. To be precise, the chaotic energy of the breathing technique, sensing a sudden surge in his aura, began to provoke the lightning power within him. In the next moment, the lightning power seemed to sense its authority was being challenged, and the S-level power erupted completely instantly, obliterating the chaotic energy. The once arrogant chaotic energy instantly wilted, retreating to a corner, afraid to move. Ugh. Only then did Shen Ming let out a heavy breath, feeling considerably more at ease. The chaotic energy had originally been suppressed by the second stage of the lightning power and had not dared to act recklessly. It must have thought it could provoke the lightning power after his sudden enhancement of the breathing technique to perfection. If it had managed to devour the lightning power, Shen Ming would likely have been affected by the chaotic energy in the future. Fortunately, his abilities had already reached SS level, and the lightning power surged correspondingly. This chaotic energy was no more than a small nuisance in his presence, easily extinguishable. Now this chaotic energy was already under his control. Shen Ming extended his right hand, summoning the lightning into his palm. Crackle! The lightning now looked completely different. The originally light red lightning had turned blood red, exuding a domineering aura that even its master Shen Ming could not ignore. Judging by the power of the lightning, even a quasi-fifth stage warrior would likely not be his opponent. This breathing technique was indeed a remarkable asset. He had to practice it well. The breathing technique he was currently studying was merely a basic breathing technique. As the name implies, it serves as a foundational technique for warriors. Once he breaks through to the sixth stage, he would need to learn advanced breathing techniques, which further refine the existing breathing technique. However, that is a matter for later. What he needed to do now was to perform his duties well within this month, while also finding ways to... When the military from the capital comes to find him, he could negotiate a substantial sum of money to enhance his strength. He could also visit the capital and meet with his father. Since Uncle Yes' background is not simple, my father's identity should not be ordinary either. I hope he can help me gather more. Now tens of millions are no longer appealing to him, and he couldn't ask his father to transfer over tens of millions at once. It would be better to research how to raise funds from other sources. For example, the congratulatory gifts just sent by the Yunchuan families. Shen Ming waved his hand, taking out all the gifts. Come here, unwrap these gifts and find a suitable time to sell them. Meanwhile, at the Chen family in Yunchuan. Master, how is it? Is the new inspector easy to get along with? Chen Hao glanced at his partner Wang Shi with a grim expression, his voice tinged with anger. It should have been easy to get along with, but it's all your precious daughter's fault. If she had clung to Shen Ming's leg earlier, our Chen family would have prospered, and we wouldn't need to seek other avenues. Wang Shi was taken aback. Master, why do you say that? The new inspector is Shen Ming. Chen Hao said, helplessly turning. Wang Shi was stunned. Shen Ming, the same classmate you had Xing Tong pursue. Isn't he supposed to have just started at the Warrior University? How did he become an inspector? Chen Hao sighed. Yeah, I want to know how he became an inspector too. But soon Chen Hao's expression calmed down. Forget it, I recently got in touch with a big shot. If all goes well, he can help our Chen family rise a little, and then we won't need to curry favor with a mere inspector. Just then a young man in his late 20s walked in. Chen Hao glanced at him. Xing Rui is back. Didn't I ask you to pick up Su Qingxi? Why isn't Su Qingxi here? The newcomer was indeed Chen Hao's eldest son, Chen Xing Rui, who appeared somewhat dejected. Earlier in the day, Chen Hao had specifically told him to pick up Su Qingxi to discuss engagement matters, but it seemed to have not gone smoothly. Dad, Qingxi just messaged me saying she was injured and is currently recuperating at the Huayang City Hospital. She hasn't fully recovered yet. Bang. Chen Hao slammed the table, feeling distressed that Shen Ming had become an inspector and now his future daughter-in-law was injured, complicating their engagement. What happened? Who dares to hurt my Chen family's daughter-in-law? Are they tired of living? Tell me who did it. Our Chen family will never let him go. Chen Xing Rui clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. According to Qingxi, it was a guy named Shen Ming. Chen Hao exhaled shakily, and after calming his breath, he incredulously asked, you mean Shen Ming? Exactly. Chen Xing Rui nodded, his gaze darkening. Dad, I'll have someone investigate this Shen Ming's background immediately. I'll make sure he wishes he were dead. Chen Hao fell silent for a moment. After a while, he slumped down, propping his head with one hand, weakly saying, leave this matter to me, I'll handle it. Once Chen Xing Rui left, Wang Shi couldn't help but advise, Master, should we let this matter go? Offending the inspector, our Chen family will have a hard time in Yunchuan. Let it go. Of course we can't let it go like that. Just a mere kid who hasn't even matured yet. Even if he accidentally became an inspector, how much strength and means could he have? How dare he interfere with our Chen family's engagement and power expansion? I will never let him have an easy time. Isn't he newly appointed? I will find him some work to do. The following morning, sunlight bathed the office of the Inspector General in golden warmth. Shen Ming sat at his desk, savoring a piece of chocolate while reviewing official documents. Mountains of pending affairs left behind by his deceased predecessor. Fighting is infinitely more exhilarating. This stack of paperwork is undoubtedly the second most arduous task on Earth. No, wait. The most grueling is staying awake during English class. Shen Ming nodded solemnly, fully endorsing this profound truth. By the way, now that I've ascended to Inspector General, shouldn't Father grant me a modest allowance? He moistened his lips, then pulled out his phone and sent a message to his father. Shen Ming, Father, official notice. I am now the Inspector General of Yunchuan. He waited patiently in his seat, but no reply came. At that very moment, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. Your Excellency, an anomalous beast has suddenly appeared within the city proper and attacked civilians. Preliminary casualty reports indicate over 60 injured and more than 10 dead. Security forces are unable to neutralize it. We urgently request military reinforcement. Shen Ming frowned faintly. Anomalous beasts have breached the protective barrier before. Surely this is trivial. Just dispatch troops. Sir, after last year's beast tide devastated Yunchuan, our ranks were decimated. We've already deployed a contingent, but this incursion involves numerous high-tier beasts far beyond the capability of ordinary soldiers. What of Yunchuan's noble families? Many boast skilled martial cultivators. Surely their combined strength suffices to purge these beasts. The soldier sighed softly. Your Excellency may not be aware. Most of these clans prioritize self-interest above all. Under the previous Inspector General, they reluctantly complied out of deference. But now, only Elder Wang of the Wang family has dispatched aid. The rest remain utterly silent. Shen Ming let out a dry chuckle. These venerable elders. Though the soldier left his sentence unfinished, Shen Ming understood perfectly. They deemed him too young, too inexperienced. His appointment as Inspector General merely an empty title posing no real threat to their entrenched power. Hence their open defiance. There was but one cause for this situation: they had been punished too lightly. From his predecessor's archived records, Shen Ming learned that the former Inspector General believed kindness would foster loyalty, ensuring full cooperation when true calamity struck. And indeed, he governed accordingly. Yet when the beast tide descended, the clans fought in isolation, offering scant aid. Clearly benevolence had failed. Had it succeeded, the former Inspector General would not have met such a grisly end. For self-serving opportunists, only overwhelming force could compel obedience. Only fear, only the visceral dread of annihilation, could render them compliant. Shen Ming rose. Mobilize every available martial cultivator from the garrison to eradicate the beasts. As for the clans, I shall visit them personally. First the Lin family nearest to the inspectorate. Understood. The soldier bowed deeply. Shall I assign troops to accompany you, Your Excellency? Shen Ming waved. No. Troops must accelerate the hunt, for both beast trails and origins, to prevent further casualties. Inform General Xiahou Lai that I'll rendezvous with him at the Lin residence shortly. Yes, sir. With that, Shen Ming vanished in a blur of motion. Yunchuan, the Lin family compound. A gaunt, shifty-eyed elder sat upon the dais, leisurely sipping tea. A servant ventured hesitantly. Master, shall we truly send no aid against the beasts? Why bother? The Lin family bears no duty to protect Yunchuan. Beast eradication falls to the military. We need only safeguard our own domain. But what of the Inspector General? The servant fretted. The elder scoffed. The Inspector General? Even the last one courted. Now they've installed some callow youth. What do I have to fear? Let him come. I'll wait right here. His words barely faded when thunder roared outside the compound. Then a calm voice drifted in, clear, unhurried. Master Lin, so eager to see me. Is there something pressing you wish to say? Voice preceded presence. Lightning streaked inward from beyond the gates. Before the luminous trail dissolved, Shen Ming stood at the hall's center, backhand clasped behind him. Servants bowed low, palms pressed together. Inspector General. Well, well, what auspicious wind has carried Your Excellency to our humble abode today? Master Lin rose, face wreathed in forced smiles. Shen Ming's smile did not touch his eyes. I wasn't blown here by wind. I came because you declared you'd await me. Now I'm here. Speak plainly. What grievance do you hold? His gaze pierced like twin blades. Master Lin felt crushing pressure the instant their eyes met. Yet he recovered swiftly, chuckling. Your Excellency misunderstands entirely. How dare I harbor grievances? I merely departed hastily last time. I meant only to invite you for tea. Bring tea. Master Lin commanded. Shen Ming waved off the servants. How leisurely you are, Master Lin. While Yunchuan bleeds, you find time for tea. I, however, possess no such luxury. He dismissed the tea-bearers with a flick of his wrist. I've come on urgent business. By all means, Inspector Shen, speak. Master Lin kept smiling, though sweat glistened on his palms. Given your ample leisure, might Master Lin lend aid against the beasts now ravaging Yunchuan? Master Lin's face crumpled instantly, performing grief so raw it mimicked orphanhood itself. Oh, Inspector Shen, you truly test us. The Lin family pales beside the Chens, or Wangs, a modest house with fewer than 30 martial cultivators. We barely guard our own walls. How could we possibly hunt beasts? Fewer than 30. Shen Ming's laugh was icy. Yet my dossier lists over 100, Lin descendants plus retained cultivators. What a... Master Lin slapped his thighs, feigning innocence. Inspector Shen, wherever did such slander originate? Our family boasts no such numbers. Shen Ming's smile vanished. His eyes turned glacial. The Lin family's cultivators certainly exceeded 100, with at least 4 or 5 ranked 4th tier. Since they wished to conceal their strength, he would compel revelation. Without another word, Shen Ming strode toward the inner compound. Master Lin trembled violently, lunging to block his path. Inspector Shen, what do you intend? Shen Ming sidestepped effortlessly, walking onward. Since you're so certain your cultivators number under 30, I must verify firsthand. Should the count exceed 30, those extras must be infiltrators, spies embedded within your household. I shall eliminate them on the spot, Master Lin, to cleanse your lineage. What a... Master Lin's heart hammered against his ribs. What do you mean, Inspector Shen? Could it be that my Lin family has an undercover agent? Lin family head forced a smile, and moreover, even if my Lin family has any issues, there's no need for you to take action. As the head of the family, I will naturally Inspector Shen paid no heed to the words of the Lin family, head wandering around the Lin family mansion, continuously counting to himself as he walked. 30, 29, 28, 16, 15, 14. Inspector Shen's voice resembled a countdown to death, sending shivers down the spine of the Lin family, head cold sweat gradually seeping down his back. Inspector Shen, you wouldn't really take action, would you? Although anxious, his mind told him that Shen Ming was merely trying to intimidate him and wouldn't truly act. Taking action against the Lin family would surely provoke discontent among other families. At that point, Shen Ming wouldn't be able to maintain his position as inspector. The Lin family head stared intently at Shen Ming. As Shen Ming called out the number 1, he slightly raised his right hand, pointing at a Lin family martial artist directly ahead. Die. With those words, dark clouds gathered above the Lin family mansion. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck, shattering the roof and directly hitting that Lin family martial artist. Oh! The martial artist let out a tragic scream, and when the lightning dissipated, only a large piece of charred remains was left behind. The Lin family head was taken aback. Shen Ming, you really dare to take action? The Lin family head immediately distanced himself from Shen Ming, glaring at him with a face full of anger. Shen Ming calmly turned his head to look at the Lin family head coldly. Do you think I'm joking with you? Today your Lin family has only 2 choices: either obey my orders from now on, or there will be no Lin family. The Lin family head clenched his fists tightly. Youngster, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Calling you inspector is merely to give face to the commander. Otherwise, do you think you deserve to stand here and speak to me? A flash of crimson light flickered in Shen Ming's eyes as lightning surged along his skin into his right hand, tightening into a fist. Zizi, in an instant, Shen Ming transformed into a fearsome figure enveloped in red lightning, charging towards the Lin family head. Since the Lin family head doesn't want to chat, then let's not chat. The crimson lightning grew larger in the Lin family head's pupils, and he trembled hastily, gathering his strength to defend. A barrier appeared before the Lin family head. However, under the S-level ability of Shen Ming's attack, this barrier was utterly fragile, shattering instantly. Shen Ming's fist struck the Lin family head's face, making him feel a sweetness in his throat, and like a cannonball, he flew backward, crashing through several walls before finally landing. Many members of the Lin family were drawn over by the loud noise. Seeing their head lying on the ground with blood seeping from his mouth, they panicked instantly. What's happening? How did the head get beaten up like this? Who is that young man? I've never seen him before. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help. Many people activated their abilities, intending to assist the Lin family head in capturing Shen Ming. Seeing this, Shen Ming waved his hand and thunder roared in the sky. Numerous red lightning bolts descended, thoroughly smashing the entire Lin family mansion, injuring all the Lin family members who came to help, with some even turning to ashes on the spot. The entire Lin family resembled a hell on earth, with cries of anguish echoing. The Lin family head slowly rose, staring in disbelief as he muttered to himself, how is this possible? I am a 4th-tier 9th-level martial artist with an 11 ability. How could I not even withstand a single punch? How could this Shen Ming, so young, possess such terrifying strength? What realm are you in? Shen Ming gave no opportunity for the Lin family head to catch his breath. His fist, the size of a sandbag, once again swung towards the Lin family head, crackling with buzzing lightning. A realm that can kill you. In that moment, the Lin family head finally felt fear, pleading with a trembling voice, please, Inspector Shen, spare my life. The Lin family will follow your lead in the future. Now you plead for mercy. It's too late. With a boom, his fist struck the Lin family head's chest. The Lin family head spat out a mouthful of old blood, collapsing to the ground, barely alive. From today onwards, there will be no Lin family in Yinchuan. With that, Shen Ming prepared to deliver another punch to completely eliminate the old man before him. At that moment, an ethereal female voice echoed from within the Lin family mansion. Who are you, daring to cause trouble in my Lin family? Along with the voice appeared an old lady with white hair, leaning on a cane. The old lady lightly tapped her cane, and a tremendous force instantly sent Shen Ming flying. He staggered back several dozen meters before stabilizing himself. With such power at her disposal, this old lady was not weak. She was at least at the 5th tier, and possibly not far from the 6th tier. A spark of excitement ignited in Shen Ming's eyes. That had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent who could exchange a few blows with him. He dusted himself off and introduced himself. Yinchuan, Inspector Shen Ming. Seeing the old lady, the Lin family head hurriedly went to prostrate before her mother. This guy came to the Lin family deliberately to cause trouble. You must not believe him. He even said he wanted to destroy our Lin family. The Lin old lady furrowed her brow, staring at Shen Ming. Is that true? Youngster, even if you are an inspector, you should not speak so arrogantly. Do you know that my Lin family has been rooted in Yunchuan for 100 years? Before the Lin old lady could finish her words, lightning descended from the sky towards her. You old hag, why do you like to blabber so much? Who cares how long you've been rooted? Today I will uproot you. Take any words you have to say to my thunder. The Lin old lattice expression twisted, her neck began to flush red. She struck her cane heavily twice on the ground, blocking the thunderbolt, and turned to glare at Shen Ming. You brat, how dare you be so disrespectful? Oh, so strong, let's see if you can handle a few more bolts of thunder. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. As he spoke, Shen Ming raised his hand, and the dark clouds above erupted with thunder. Dozens of lightning bolts descended, all aimed at the Lin old lady. Seeing such overwhelming momentum, the Lin old lady did not dare to be careless, hurriedly manipulating her spiritual energy to form an effective defense in front of her. As expected of a martial artist who had lived for over 20 years, she was indeed much stronger than the Lin family head. The dozens of lightning bolts could not break through her spiritual defense. At that moment, the Lin old lady trembled all over, clearly enraged. Youngster, you are truly excessive today. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. As she spoke, the Lin old lattice cane struck the ground heavily, and several robust vines surged from below, rushing toward Shen Ming from all directions. However, Shen Ming remained completely unfazed, casually raised his hand. Then a rough voice echoed. Who dares to disrespect the inspector? I will accompany him for a few rounds. As his voice fell, Xiahou Lai's sturdy figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily in front of Shen Ming. Waves of pressure radiated from Xiahou Lai, instantly shattering the approaching vines. The arrival of Xiahou Lai made old lady Lin take a step back. However, she quickly regained her composure and asked, "Who are you, sir, to support this impolite junior?" Xiahou Lai replied expressionlessly, "I am not." Hearing this, old lady Lin let out a sigh of relief. Having witnessed the man's formidable strength earlier, she realized that even if she exerted all her power, she had little chance of winning against him. No, in fact, there was absolutely no chance of victory. In that case, please step aside. Once this matter is resolved, my Lin family will surely extend a warm welcome to you, sir. Xiahou Lai shook his head, his voice calm and unhurried. I am not here to support Supervisor Shen. I have come in the name of the supervisor to eradicate the traitorous Lin family. Upon hearing the word traitor, old lady Lin's heart skipped a beat, though her demeanor remained unfazed. What traitor? I do not understand what you are saying, sir. Xiahou Lai's expression turned serious as a letter appeared in his hand. Old lady Lin, stop pretending. The cooperation letter you gave to Blood Butcher has already been intercepted by us. Did you really think you could evade the military's eyes by sending someone with a hidden aura? You underestimate us too much. Seeing the letter, old lady Lin's expression gradually darkened. Upon hearing the name Blood Butcher, the head of the Lin family looked at his mother in terror, saying, "Mother, this. Is this real? How could you cooperate with Blood Butcher? They are a group of ruthless demons who kill without blinking." Although he was still questioning, the head of the Lin family already had an answer in his mind. The military does not joke around regarding rebellion, and with evidence in their hands, old lady Lin's expression was also far. Yet he could not fathom why his mother would collaborate with Blood Butcher. Blood Butcher is globally recognized as an evil organization rumored to be filled with bloodthirsty monsters. Any individual or force associated with Blood Butcher would face the full might of the Great Xia's forces. Not only Great Xia, but all countries around the world have the obligation to dispatch personnel for extermination upon discovering Blood Butcher's presence. Associating with Blood Butcher means becoming a public enemy of the entire Blue Star. Not only Great Xia, but all countries around the world have the obligation to dispatch personnel for extermination upon discovery. Shut up. It is still your fault. If you had shown some ambition and broken through to the 6th stage to support the Lin family earlier, I would not have to take this risk at my age. Old lady Lin looked at her unambitious son with disappointment. The head of the Lin family covered his face, lost in thought. Seeing her son's lack of resolve, old lady Lin let out a heavy sigh and then turned to Xiahou Lai. Since I have already been discovered, there is no need for me to hide anything anymore. Yes, I did collude with Blood Butcher and committed some killings, but it was all for the future of my Lin family. I owe it to myself, to my descendants, and to everyone in the Lin family. Shen Ming could no longer listen. This was nothing more than an old stubborn who put family interests above all else, even being no different from those cultists. He waved his hand. Take her away. The Lin family no longer has a reason to exist. Xiahou Lai nodded slightly, then his figure flashed and appeared before old lady Lin, firmly gripping her neck. Old lady Lin's eyes turned red as she gazed at Shen Ming, laughing maniacally. Haha, what supervisor? Just a wet behinfier's kid. You will pay the price for trying to control the rise and fall of the Lin family. I have already placed a mark on you. The masters of Blood Butcher will help me eliminate you and take revenge for the entire Lin family. Xiahou Lai frowned. You dare to use underhanded tactics against the supervisor? Quickly tell me how to break the mark. Old lady Lin's eyes showed a glint of madness. Very well, if I die, this little brat can accompany me to the grave. That would be worth it. Xiahou Lai gritted his teeth, staring at old lady Lin, momentarily unsure of what to do. Kill. Shen Ming coldly issued the command. Upon hearing this, Xiahou Lai clenched his teeth, exerting force and snapping old lady Lin's neck. Her eyes bulged, mouth wide open, struggling for a moment, but unable to utter a word. In the end, her head drooped, and she was completely devoid of breath. Mother! The head of the Lin family exclaimed in shock, tears instantly filling his eyes. Shen Ming then loudly declared, the charges of rebellion against the Lin family have been confirmed. From today onward, all martial artists of the Lin family will be conscripted into the military to defend the country, and all their assets will be confiscated. But anyone who resists like this person— Shen Ming pointed at old lady Lin's corpse. The Lin family members present were already terrified, their legs trembling. Now with their patriarch dead at Xiahou Lai's hands, they dared not resist. Enlisting would at least preserve their lives. If they did not enlist, they would die immediately. Shen Ming then approached the head of the Lin family and slightly crouched down. At this moment, the head of the Lin family was already in a daze, as if suffering from severe shock. Your Lin family must have cash or savings, right? Where are they? As the patriarch, you must know very well. I suggest you think carefully before you speak. After enlisting, you will still be under my command. The head of the Lin family glanced at his deceased mother, momentarily lost in thought. Everything happened too quickly today. First, Shen Ming arrived to suppress the Lin family by force. Then he learned of his mother's collaboration with Blood Butcher, and now his mother was dead, with the entire Lin family forced to enlist. He, as the patriarch, was no longer in existence. He naturally did not want to hand over the Lin family savings built over the years, but what could he do now if he did not speak? The head of the Lin family's face turned pale as he trembled, saying, It's behind the frame in the main hall. Shen Ming stood up, glancing at the already collapsed main hall, then quickly walked forward. After rummaging, he found a bank card under a large stone. What is the password? The head of the Lin family's face went pale. 030405. Shen Ming put away the bank card, slightly nodded, and then turned to Xiahou Lai. The rest is for you to handle. I have other matters to attend to. Xiahou Lai clasped his fists as you command. By the way, if any other families come to meddle or speak for the Lin family, they will be treated as accomplices. Also inform them to immediately mobilize the martial artists of the clan to help search for traces of the exotic beasts. Anyone who refuses, I would not mind visiting their family to discuss it with them. Understood, Xiahou Lai replied respectfully. After giving all the orders, Shen Ming turned and left, disappearing from Xiahou Lai's sight. Xiahou Lai straightened up. Come seize all resources of the Lin family. Also inform them to immediately mobilize the martial artists of the clan to help search for traces of the exotic beasts. Returning to the office, Shen Ming sat back at his desk, eagerly opening the system panel. Just moments ago, upon receiving the Lin family's deposit, the system notification had already appeared. Currency 120 million. 200 million in cash. The Lin family indeed has resources. Shen Ming felt a surge of joy knowing that the Lin family held a medium level of power in Yunchuan, and their wealth was likely similar. If compared to the top families like the Chun and Wang families, the Lin family's assets would likely be several times less. If he could acquire the funds from these families, his strength would certainly reach a terrifying level. However, Shen Ming quickly interrupted this line of thought. They hadn't committed any wrongdoing, he couldn't just go and rob them. After all, he was now the inspector of Yunchuan, a guardian of peace, and being regarded as a bandit would not bode well. Moreover, and more importantly, if this incident got back to the military headquarters in the capital, and they deemed him morally corrupt or with malicious intent, it would be disastrous. What a headache. Never mind, let's invest some points first. Remaining currency 158. 3 million. Allocate points to realm max out. As he spoke, the system notification appeared before him. Currency 70 million realm breakthrough to 4th stage 7th layer. Currency 80 million realm breakthrough to 4th stage 8th layer. Remaining currency 8. 3 million. Feeling the surge of power within, Shen Ming let out a sigh of relief. He rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the urban district of Yunchuan. Countless military martial artists were searching for traces of the beasts, and among them, he noticed several figures not in military uniforms, clearly the martial artists from various families. Indeed, strong measures proved effective. While it might cause dissatisfaction among these families, at least it instilled a certain as an inspector, it would be unacceptable for his words to carry no weight. The beast problem should be resolvable now, but he was more concerned about another matter. How did these beasts get in? The border of Yunchuan is protected by walls and barriers, and the military's border guard is on duty. He hadn't received any reports of any breaches in defense, yet so many beasts had suddenly entered Yunchuan. There must be an issue. Could it be the Lin family's doing? Earlier today, at the Lin family, Xiahou Lai had confiscated a secret letter supposedly from the Lin matriarch to some organization called Blood Butcher. From his tone, Blood Butcher seemed to be an evil organization, and not a small one at that. Perhaps the Lin matriarch had colluded with Blood Butcher to unleash so many beasts into Yunchuan. But why would they release beasts into Yunchuan? Is it to create trouble for me? That would be foolish. Shen Ming shook his. At that moment, Xiahou Lai strode in through the door. Inspector Shen, the matters concerning the Lin family have been dealt with. What do you plan to do with the resources obtained from the Lin family? Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. These resources are of no use to me. Converting them to cash would be best, but selling them all would take a long time. What suggestions do you have regarding these resources? Shen Ming asked. Xiahou Lai's expression turned somewhat grave as he shared his opinion. Yunchuan has just experienced a beast tide with many soldiers and commanders injured, or even killed. I suggest using these resources to comfort the families of the injured and deceased soldiers, while also recruiting a batch of new martial artists. Otherwise, the martial force in Yunchuan is too weak. If another beast tide strikes, the situation could be dire. Furthermore, the Lin family possesses several rare cultivation resources. Inspector Shen could select some for personal use to enhance your strength more rapidly. Shen Ming waved his hand. Comforting the soldiers is indeed necessary, but I don't require any cultivation resources. He contemplated that selling off all these resources would take a long time, but picking out some high-quality items to sell would. That's right. Keep the less valuable ones for comforting the soldiers and recruiting new troops, and sell off the good quality ones. That's settled. As Shen Ming pondered, he noticed Xiahou Lai's growing admiration for him upon hearing that he didn't want any cultivation resources. Typically, when an inspector has the opportunity to seize resources, they would take some for themselves. Some even excessively take most of the resources for their own benefit. Yet Shen Ming surprisingly expressed a desire to forego these cultivation resources. If all officers on Blue Star were like Shen Ming, the planet would surely reach unparalleled heights. While Xiahou Lai was filled with respect, Shen Ming continued. How about this? After reserving the resources needed for comforting the soldiers and recruiting new martial artists, you help me sell the rest and transfer the remaining balance to my account. Oh, and remember to select high-quality cultivation resources to sell quickly. I need quick cash. Off. Xiahou Lai was momentarily stunned. Sell them. Shen Ming nodded. Exactly, sell as much as you can, the more the better. Xiahou Lai's mind was reeling, feeling as though he had been struck by a huge shock. It turned out that Shen Ming didn't want cultivation resources, he wanted money. He couldn't help but question himself, what was I just admiring? Selling so many rare resources for money that is almost useless to martial artists. What does that mean? It would be better to allocate some resources for personal cultivation to allow Shen Ming to improve more quickly. Preferring money over resources, he couldn't fathom Shen Ming's reasoning. Logically, Shen Ming's status should be significant, of being short on cash would be absurd. How did he become a money fanatic? Xiaoho Lai's face darkened, and he could only sigh inwardly, nodding in agreement. That night, in Yunchuan, in the Chun family's secret chamber, the heads of various families were gathered around a round table, their faces displaying anxious expressions. This Inspector Shen struck against the Lin family without any warning. What does he take us for? I heard he even accused the Lin family of colluding with Blood Butcher. We weren't there to witness it. How do we know if it's true? Exactly, if this continues, it won't be long before he turns against us as well. Chen family head, what should we do now? Everyone present turned their gaze towards the solitary figure at the front, hands clasped behind his back. It was none other than Chen family head Chen Hao. Chen Hao turned around, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. Apart from the Wang family and a few others, all the influential, he smiled at everyone. Don't worry, I believe Inspector Shen would not intentionally wrong any good people. The Lin family's downfall must be due to their own reasons. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately became agitated. Chen family head, please don't joke. Who among us would dare to stake our fate on that young punk? Who knows what his intentions really are? Yes, we might not have been right in not assisting in clearing the beasts, but for such a trivial matter to cause the Lin family's demise is clearly showing contempt for our families. I can't tolerate this. Chen family head, you usually come up with good ideas and have helped our families a lot. Please suggest a course of action. We will all follow you. At worst, we can push him out of the inspector position and have the commander send someone else to oversee Yunchuan. Yes, we will follow Chen family head. What do you suggest? Chen Hao raised his hands to signal for silence, then bowed his head in feigned contemplation, finally sighing deeply. Here's the plan. I will go and discuss matters with Inspector Shen tomorrow. If any issues arise, we must safeguard everyone's interests. Of course, if Inspector Shen is still deliberately targeting us, then my Chen family will undoubtedly stand with you, all united against a common enemy. The next morning, the morning sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, illuminating Shen Ming's profile. He was finally nearing the end of processing the documents left by the previous inspector, and soon he would be able to enjoy a comfortable rest. At that moment, a voice from outside the door interrupted him. Inspector Lord Shen Hao, the head of the Chun family, is waiting outside and wishes to see you. Shen Ming raised his head, his brows slightly furrowing. So soon? He thought about the possibility of a family member visiting him and guessed it could be Chen Hao, but he didn't expect him to arrive this quickly. Shen Ming instinctively twirled the pen in his hand, his voice betraying no emotion. Let him in. Before long, the door. Chen Hao entered with a smile, slightly bowing to Shen Ming. Inspector Shen, it's good to see you again. Shen Ming continued to twirl the pen in his hand, waiting for Chen Hao to speak. Seeing Shen Ming remain silent, Chen Hao took the initiative to speak. My daughter Chen Xingtong heard that you have taken the position of Inspector of Yunchuan and was especially excited. She asked me to come and congratulate you, and I brought a small gift as well. Chen Hao retrieved a bank card wrapped in a pink Hello Kitty card holder from his spatial ring and presented it with both hands on Upon seeing the card, Shen Ming paused his pen. Noticing Shen Ming's interest, Chen Hao continued, this card originally had 500,000, which might not seem much. I thought you wouldn't find such a sum satisfactory, so I took the liberty of adding 9,500,000, making a total of 10 million. Consider it a gift from my daughter to you, Inspector Shen. Shen Ming looked up at Chen Hao. Since it's the thought of an old classmate, I shall graciously accept it. However, I presume Lord Chen did not come to the inspectorate merely to deliver this card. If there are other matters, please do share. As Shen Ming accepted the bank card, he inquired. Currency 10 million. Chen Hao nodded slightly, maintaining a smile. Since Inspector Shen has said so, I shall not beat around the bush. I came to discuss your safety, Inspector Shen. My safety? What brings this up? Shen Ming looked at Chen Hao with curiosity, eager to hear what more he had to say. What you may not know, Inspector Shen, is that after you subdued the Lin family yesterday, many families have been left in fear. The heads of various clans are all on edge, and some are even plotting to overthrow your position. Chen Hao's expression was filled with anger, as if he himself were the one facing an uprising. These people have gone too far. I'm afraid they might act out of desperation and do something detrimental to you, which is why I rushed here to report the situation first thing this morning. As he spoke, Chen Hao produced a piece of paper which clearly listed all the families involved in the conspiracy. Shen Ming's expression turned slightly peculiar. Could it be that Chen Hao was genuinely concerned? He was not only sending money, but also acting as an informant. One might mistakenly think Chen Hao was his confidant. Shen Ming did not hastily take the paper, but rather countered, what does Lord Shen hope to gain by revealing so much information to me? Chen Hao sighed. Inspector Shen, you misjudge me. How could I be such a petty person who acts only for personal gain? Everything I do is for the safety of Yunchuan and your well-being. Naturally, Shen Ming would not easily believe his words. This fellow clearly did not strike him as honest. In fact, it could be said that almost all family heads were far from upright. Moreover, from the reports of the previous inspector's mission summary, the Chun family was the epitome of opportunism, prioritizing their own interests above all else at critical moments, showing little regard for other families or factions. However, since Yunchuan was currently short on troops, if the Chun family was willing to assist, there was no need to turn against them. With that thought, Shen Ming smiled slightly. Well, then I appreciate Lord Chen's good intentions. I will accept this list. However, since Yunchuan was currently short on troops, if the Chun family was willing to assist, there was no need to turn against them. Chen Hao bowed with a smile. Inspector Shen has official duties, so I won't take up more of your time. Farewell. After sending Chen Hao off, Shen Ming leaned back in his chair and let out a heavy sigh. He did not dwell much on Chen Hao's claims about the families wanting to overthrow him. After all, Chen Hao's words were not necessarily trustworthy. Instead, he was more concerned about what old lady Lin had said about leaving a mark on him after exterminating the Lin family. He wondered how strong of a warrior the so-called senior members of the blood butchery organization would send to kill him. Because of this, Xiahou Lai had been stationed outside his office door, with several powerful warriors never leaving his side. Should there be any unusual activity in the office, they would rush in at the first opportunity. Just this morning, he had simply bent down to pick up a pin that had fallen on the ground. By the time he raised his head, he found himself surrounded by 6 or 7 brawny men. Xiahou Lai even conducted a thorough check on him, making him feel quite on edge. Forget it, I should deal with these troubles first. Shen Ming looked down at the names of the families on the paper. Call someone, send a few individuals with the ability to conceal their presence to monitor these families. Report to me immediately if there is any unusual activity. After assigning the task, Shen Ming buried himself in reviewing the last few documents. That evening in the Chun family's secret chamber, dozens of family heads gathered once again. They were now quite worried that Shen Ming would take action against them, so they arranged to meet that evening to hear Shen Hao's take on Lord Shen. What did Inspector Shen say? The group turned to Chen Hao. Chen Hao's expression turned bitter as he shook his head helplessly. Inspector Shen's attitude towards our family is not very friendly. It might be a bit troublesome to navigate the future under him. Should we leave Yinchuan? The family heads exchanged glances, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yinchuan was their home, a place they had painstakingly nurtured for many years. Both their foundations and reputations were rooted in Yinchuan. Here they could wield power and influence, but if they left they would be nothing more than a group of moderately capable warriors. They were naturally reluctant to leave Yinchuan. Yet with Shen Ming's words already spoken, they did not know what to do. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man stepped forward. Shen Ming has gone too far. He's just a young brat who relies on being an inspector to do as he pleases. If it comes to a fight, I can smash his head in. Damn it, I'm going to the inspectorate tomorrow to settle things with him. Who's coming with me? As soon as he said this, the crowd fell silent, and no one responded. Most felt that it was not yet the time to completely turn against Shen Ming. As prominent figures from various families, their primary consideration was the interests of their clans. No matter how one viewed it, Shen Ming was still an inspector commanding the military, and with strong figures like Xiahou Lai guarding him. To completely turn against Shen Ming now would yield them no benefits. At that moment, a rumble of thunder resonated above the Chun family's secret chamber. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning descended from above, directly shattering the Chun family's building, crashing through the walls, and precisely striking the middle-aged man who had just spoken about seeking justice. Before the middle-aged man could react, he was struck on the head by the sudden bolt of lightning. His head exploded with a loud bang, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Blood splattered onto the faces of nearly everyone present. Before long they raised their heads and looked up through the large hole above, where they saw Shen Ming standing above, hands on his back, looking down at them. The moonlight illuminated the side of Shen Ming's face, making it appear even more chillingly pale. Sorry, it seems his brain matter was the first to be splattered out. Does anyone still want to end up like him? All were left dumbfounded. While they were plotting how to push Shen Ming off the stage, he suddenly appeared and swiftly killed one among them, completely catching them off guard. Countless thoughts raced in their minds. How could Shen Ming appear here? Could someone have leaked their plans? However, the urgent matter was not to investigate the leak, but to deal with the current situation. From Shen Ming's methods, it was clear he was a ruthless individual. An old man with white hair stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting, and then questioned, Shen Inspector, although you are the inspector of Yinchuan, killing a family patriarch without reason seems inappropriate, doesn't it? And to strike in front of so many family heads, you clearly have no regard for us. I must have a word with you. Shen Ming sneered, then waved his hand, summoning another bolt of heavenly lightning. You thought I only killed him, and not you. Come and talk to me. What are you even worth? Boom. The heavenly lightning struck directly at the old man with white hair. Arrogant boy, do you really think I fear you? The old man immediately summoned all his strength to confront Shen Ming. Having reached a mid-to upper level among the family heads, the old man had broken through to the 5th rank half a year ago, but under the attack of this heavenly lightning, he could only hold on for a moment before his defenses shattered, blood spewing forth as he fell heavily to the ground, severely injured. Before closing his eyes, the old man's eyes were filled with unwillingness, unable to comprehend why Shen Ming was so powerful. For a moment, everyone fell silent. They had all heard about Shen Ming's battle with the Lin family head, and based on their deductions, they believed Shen Ming's overall strength was only slightly superior to that of the Lin family head, but not by much. A 5th rank warrior should be enough to defeat him. Yet they never expected Shen Ming could kill the white-haired old man in a single strike. Had he been hiding his strength all along? Or had he made a breakthrough during this time? At such a young age, possessing such strength, it was hard to imagine how far Shen Ming would grow in the future. At this moment, Shen Hao was also taken aback. He had anticipated that Shen Ming might come tonight, and thought his strength should be extraordinary, but he never expected that there was a familiar aura within Shen Ming's attack. The power within this crimson lightning is clearly the sacred fire-breathing technique. It was the perfected sacred fire-breathing technique. Chen Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the tall figure standing above. The sacred fire-breathing technique was a secret technique passed down in the Qin family. Only direct descendants were qualified to learn it. Moreover, as the head of the Qin family, he had only managed to cultivate the sacred fire-breathing technique to great success, still far from perfection. Yet now Shen Ming not only learned it, but had also mastered it to perfection. This was something he found hard to accept. Initially he thought everything was under his control, but now he felt a bit flustered. What's going on? How did Shen Ming learn the sacred fire-breathing technique, and how did he cultivate it to perfection? A series of questions flooded Chun Hao's mind, but no one was there to provide any explanations. Seeing everyone settled down, Shen Ming coldly scanned the crowd. Is there anyone else who wants to debate with this inspector? The family heads exchanged glances. No one dared to say another word, afraid that a single wrong word would provoke the inspector to strike them down. Finally, it was Chun Hao who stepped forward to persuade Shen Ming, saying, Inspector Shen, please do not be angry. We were merely gathering to chat, and may have touched upon some sensitive topics. We ask for your understanding. Now that the two braggarts have been dealt with, how about this? We family heads will each offer some resources to Inspector Shen as an apology for the trouble we caused. Additionally, everyone present will sign a guarantee that such rebellious words will never be spoken again. After all, we are the pillars of Yunchuan, and everything must prioritize the stability of Yunchuan. Shen Ming waved his hand. No need for the guarantee. Even if you write 100 guarantees, it won't silence your mouths. Rather than wasting time writing self-reflections, I might as well give each of you a knife to cut out your tongues. How about this? I will assign you a task, and as long as you complete it, we can consider tonight's matter as if it never happened. He never intended to eradicate these families. If he wiped them all out, Yunchuan's current military strength would likely take a heavy blow, and its overall power would diminish, making it harder to resist the alien beasts. For now, it was sufficient to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and deter them. Initially, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and had thoughts of going down with Shen Ming, but upon hearing his request, they all felt a wave of relief and immediately lowered their attitudes to inquire. Inspector Shen, please continue. Shen Ming pointed in the direction outside the city, saying, according to reports from the border guards, a large number of alien beasts have gathered 10 miles south of the city, and a certain scale of beast tide is about to erupt. You need to lead people out of the city to deal with them for the sake of the people of Yunchuan, and we can move on from today's events. Shen Ming's words caused a stir among them. What? Go out to the isolation zone. There are quite a few high-ranked alien beasts there. Going out is equivalent to sending ourselves to death. The CF family doesn't have many warriors. If we go out to confront the beast tide, the CF family will be completely finished. What you say makes it seem like your family has many warriors. My Yang family doesn't have many either. Shen Ming did not interrupt their discussion. He only cared about the outcome and not the process. The reason for sending them to deal with the beast tide was twofold: to make them bleed a little, and also to help Yunchuan eliminate potential crises they would face in the coming time. It was truly a win-win situation. Of course, this idea wasn't his own, but rather conceived by Xiahou Lai. One had to admit that Xiahou Lai was indeed very clever in these matters. After a moment of waiting, everyone finally reached a conclusion. Inspector Shen, we will gather our forces tomorrow and head outside the city to deal with the beast tide. Shen Ming smiled in satisfaction. That's good. I apologize for interrupting your pleasant conversation today. Remember to invite me next time. That way, I won't disturb your enjoyment midway. Since there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. After saying this, Shen Ming seemed to sense something and flashed away in a certain direction. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had just strolled at the gates of the underworld. Shen Ming arrived in front of the Chen family inside the confinement room. Chun Xingtong, with disheveled hair, sat on the bed with her arms wrapped around her knees, gazing out at the stars and the main residence of the Chen family. The night sky was adorned with twinkling stars. However, seeing such a beautiful sight did not bring her any joy. Although she had secured first place in the beast hunting competition, it did not change her father's attitude towards her. She had initially planned to leave the Chen family to seek her own opportunities and keep pace with Shen Ming. However, her father, disappointed that she had not clung to Shen Ming's side, immediately suspended her from school and rejected all invitations from martial arts universities, imprisoning her in the confinement room and confiscating all her assets, including her Hello Kitty bank card. How did I end up with such a useless child? You clearly have a beautiful face and are so close to Shen Ming, yet you can't even attract a man. What use are you? Recalling her father's words, Chun Xingtong felt a wave of grievance wash over her, lowering her head in silence. Clearly I've worked so hard. Clearly my elder brother and second brother were not as strong as I am at this age. Why do my elder brother and second brother receive the family's support and obtain so many resources for cultivation, while I am merely treated as a tool to consolidate the family's power? Why do my elder brother and second brother receive the family's support and obtain so many resources for cultivation, while I am merely treated as a tool to consolidate the family's power? Partner for her, sending her away like an op. At that moment, two thunderclaps erupted near her ears. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze towards the sound. In the distance, a large hole had been struck in the main residence, and a tall figure in black stood above the opening. Bathed in moonlight, Shen Ming's profile seemed to shimmer with a faint glow. Upon recognizing the figure Chun Xingtong, she was all too familiar with Shen Ming. Over a month ago, it was this man who had ruthlessly pulled her down from her pedestal at school and led her to the championship of the beast hunting competition. In her eyes, this man was an existence that shattered all conventions. It was none other than Shen Ming. Chun Xingtong's gaze flickered. She wanted to seek Shen Ming's help, but quickly dismissed the thought. Bringing Shen Ming into her troubles recklessly would only drag him down with her. Yet she truly wished for someone to talk to. Having no one to converse with for a month had left her feeling somewhat depressed, and she feared bringing Shen Ming into her troubles recklessly would only drag him down with her. Yet she truly wished for someone to talk to. Having no one to converse with for a month had left her feeling somewhat depressed, and she feared she might struggle to articulate her thoughts. But what if it affected Shen Ming? With this thought, she silently withdrew her gaze, sitting back in the corner of the bed lost in thought as she stared in Shen Ming's direction. So much so that she did not notice Shen Ming's figure had already vanished. When she came back to her senses, she saw Shen Ming's silhouette on the balcony outside the window. I wondered who was watching me. Turns out it was you. Shen Ming smiled lightly. It's been a long time since the beast hunting competition. Old classmate. Earlier, while at the main residence of the Chen family, he had sensed someone watching him. So, he came to take a look, not expecting. Shen Xingtong was somewhat dazed. Actually, it hasn't been that long, right? It had only been a little over a month since they last met. How did you come back to Yinchuan? Shen Xingtong quickly approached the window to ask. Shen Ming noticed the slight gauntness in her face and the dark circles under her eyes, which seemed to nearly cover her eyelids. The strong-willed girl from a month ago seemed to be struggling recently. No, wait. Don't you know why I'm back? Shen Xingtong shook her head, indicating she did not know. Shen Ming frowned slightly. Earlier that morning, Chen Hao had come to him with Chun Xingtong's bank card, saying that the card was a gift from Chen Xingtong because she had heard he returned to Yinchuan. It was that Hello Kitty bank card. If Chun Xingtong was unaware of this, then it indicated that Chun Hao merely wanted to use the card to forge a connection with him. What exactly did Chun Hao intend to do? Knock, knock, knock. While Shen Ming pondered, Chun Xingtong glanced at the window between them. Can you come here tomorrow night to chat with me? Chun Xingtong asked in a small voice like a startled kitten. Chat. If you want to talk, you can directly come to the inspection embassy to find me. The inspection embassy. But I can't go out. My father has locked me up. Shen Ming couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. You are at least a second-tier martial artist. Can this room really hold you? This is the Chun family's confinement room, made from special materials. It probably takes a fourth-tier martial artist to open it. I've been here for a month. Chun Xingtong felt a wave of despondency. For a month no one had talked to her. She was almost completely unaware of the outside world, and could only gaze at the sky through this window, which looked nearly identical every day. Hearing Chen Xingtong's words, Shen Ming peered into the room. It was pitch black and the entire space was empty except for a large old iron bed. This place was even worse than a prison. If he had to stay here for a month, he would likely develop depression. Chen Xingtong had been, damn, is Chun Hao really his biological father? Shen Ming's lips twitched. However, he could use Chun Xingtong to explore any strange behaviors from Chun Hao, perhaps uncovering what he truly intended. Shen Ming raised his fist and slammed it down towards the window. Crack. The window shattered into countless pieces, scattering everywhere. The sound of shattering glass shattered the quiet night, as well as the cage within Chen Xingtong's heart. Startled by the sudden loud noise, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Looking up, her vacant eyes sparkled with light under the moonlight's reflection, revealing Shen Ming's figure. That cold, stern profile was deeply engraved in her heart, a memory she would likely never forget. Come with me, I'll forget the unpleasant past, and I will take you to freedom. Shen Ming slightly turned his head to look at Chen Xingtong, extending his right hand. As Shen Ming's words echoed in her ears, the grievances in Chen Xingtong's heart instantly transformed into tears that welled up and flowed down her cheeks. Her family, her parents, had never spoken such caring words to her. The teachers at school only cared about her cultivation level, and Shen Ming was the first to say such things to her. Unable to control herself, she rushed towards Shen Ming and tightly hugged his neck. Shen Ming's outstretched hand remained still. Women truly were emotional beings, easily allowing their feelings to replace their rationality. I know you are very emotional, but please calm down first. If I'm not mistaken, you probably haven't showered in a month, have you? Chen Xingtong. In Yunchuan, within a standalone villa of the Happy Garden, Shen Ming had been staying here for the past few days aside from his duties at the inspection embassy. It was conveniently close to the embassy, and the environment was pleasant. However, the only drawback was the lack of water for bathing. Fortunately, the inspection embassy had water, so Shen Ming had sent Chen Xingtong to sleep on the sofa at the embassy. As for her future choices, whether to stay or leave was up to her. He was merely helping an old classmate. Shen Ming stretched lazily, having finished reviewing the documents left by the previous inspection officer. The beast tied outside the city was being dealt with by a few families, and now he could finally enjoy a good sleep. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually becoming hazy. In a daze, he heard a series of faint noises by his ear. At first, Shen Ming paid no mind, as it was normal to have some commotion with soldiers guarding outside the villa. But soon he sensed something was amiss. The soldiers guarding the villa would change shifts around 11 at night. He had returned to the villa after 10:30, so it should be time for the shift change. Realizing something was off, Shen Ming abruptly sat up, sensing the surroundings. Ever since breaking through to the fourth stage, his hearing and perception had significantly increased, which was also why he had been able to notice Chen Xingtong looking at him. He got dressed and approached a window. Moments later, he punched through the glass and reached out. Crash! A figure dressed in dark clothing was pulled in from the air conditioning unit outside the window. Shen Ming seized the intruder's head, turned around, and struck down with force. Hiding quite well, but I don't enjoy playing hide and seek. Die! Crash! The dark-clothed man didn't react in time, and was pinned to the ground, his skull smashed by Shen Ming, leading to his immediate death. As the black-clothed man was crushed, 4 more figures dressed in dark clothing appeared outside the shattered window, illuminating. At the same time, a vine pattern appeared on Shen Ming's wrist, presumably the mark left by old Lady Lin before her death. So you are with the blood butchers? As Shen Ming spoke, he turned his head. The others clearly had no intention of answering, brandishing various weapons as they... Shen Ming clenched his fists, red lightning crackling with immense power, surged towards the 4. Buzz. The violent current rushed at them, flipping the 4 out of the second-floor window. Shen Ming calmly put on his shoes and donned his clothes before stepping out onto the balcony. Looking down at the four writhing on the ground, he snorted coldly. Is this the best your leader can send, using just a few who have just broken through to the 4th stage to kill me? You must think very little. Now tell me who your leader is and where he is. If your answer satisfies me, I'll leave your corpses intact. The four were still twitching from the lightning strike, struggling to speak. And, no. The next moment, Shen Ming appeared before the stammering black-clothed man. Not going to speak. So you're just a bunch of death warriors, then go die. As he spoke, Shen Ming raised his fist to deliver a fatal blow. The black-clothed man was startled, his mouth suddenly becoming articulate. No, we are not blood butchers. You have misunderstood, Mr. Inspection Officer. Hearing this, Shen Ming halted his fist before the man. What do you mean? The black-clothed man finally took a breath, removing the black cloth from his face to explain. We are from Deputy Commander Qin Hong. The Deputy Commander sent us to inform you that the team from the headquarters in the capital is about to set off to pick you up, and they should arrive in Ning Province in about 10 days. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. Then why are you dressed like this and standing on the air conditioning unit of my villa? Plus why did you? The black-clothed man looked troubled. The Deputy Commander wanted to test whether you would remain vigilant after becoming the inspection officer, so we devised this method. Originally we did not intend to attack you, but you pulled our man in. To be precise, we just wanted to rescue him. The other party's eyes appeared extremely sorrowful and helpless, like a wronged and foolish child. In fact, before coming out they had heard that Shen Ming had just recently broken through to the 4th stage and never expected him to eliminate a 4th stage warrior in a single encounter, which was why they dared to boldly test him. As a result, Shen Ming's speed had left them no time to rescue, leading to one of their deaths. Shen Ming was also speechless. Who would stand on an air conditioning unit at night for no reason? Enough. Shen Ming waved his hand. Let's call it a night for today's sparring. You should quickly find a hotel to stay in, and the costs will be covered by the inspection embassy. We can discuss anything tomorrow morning. Also remember to let go of the villa's guards. After saying this, Shen Ming turned and walked back to the villa, intending to continue resting. The black-clothed men were momentarily stunned. Guards? What guards? We didn't see anyone when we came in, otherwise how could we have entered so easily? Shen Ming paused, a vague sense of unease rising within him. No one. He swiftly flashed to the top of the villa, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a chilling sensation swept over him from behind, as if someone were blowing on his neck. Mr. Inspection Officer, are you looking for me? A low voice accompanied by a raspy tone that made it hard to breathe. Shen Ming quickly dodged from his previous position, but when he looked back he saw no one. What's wrong? Didn't the inspection officer see me? Oh, I almost forgot, the inspection officer indeed cannot see me, haha. Below the villa, the four sent by Qin Hong were also confused. They could only hear that raspy low voice, but could not see anyone. They hadn't seen a trace of a ghost either. Shen Ming glanced at the moonlight ahead, his brow furrowing slightly. The voice clearly came from behind him, yet he couldn't see anyone. Could the other party's ability allow them to speak from behind? Are you with the blood butchers? Is your target me? Why did you attack my guards? Since he couldn't see the other person, Shen Ming simply asked directly. The raspy voice chuckled a couple of times. Just a few guards. If I wanted to kill them, it would be easy. What reason do I need? Mr. Inspection Officer is truly joking. Not just them. Even if I wanted to take out Mr. Inspection Officer, it would merely be a matter of convenience. However, Mr. Inspection Officer cannot die, at least not yet. I came today just to meet Mr. Inspection Officer. Now that my purpose has been achieved, I shall take my leave. Next time we meet, Mr. Inspection Officer should be prepared to go to hell. The eerie raspy laughter faded into the distance, but Shen Ming showed no signs of fear. Instead, a coward hiding in the shadows. How capable can you be? Also, your tail is showing. Shen Ming snapped his fingers lightly. A thunderclap erupted, striking a large tree not far from the villa. A man wearing a red mask appeared in Shen Ming's line. Shen Ming's lips curled up, a chill rising in his eyes. A nice ability, but sorry. I've found you. Shen Ming stood above the villa with one hand behind his back, a red light flickering in his palm. To be able to merge oneself into the shadows is quite interesting. Seeing himself exposed, the masked man vanished in a flash. The thunder in the sky dissipated and darkness enveloped the surroundings once more. Have you seen through it? But wherever there is light, there are shadows. Even after you illuminate this tree, other shadows will still be cast. I can still hide again. You can't catch me, give up. The masked man's voice held a hint of pride. He was particularly confident in his powers. Perhaps he wasn't suited for combat in terms of abilities, but in terms of concealment, even a warrior of a higher realm would struggle to capture him. Sir Inspector, we will go over there to help you find him. The four men sent by Qin Hong immediately volunteered. Qin Hong had specifically instructed them that Yin Xuan had just experienced a beast tide and was in need of manpower. They were to follow Shen Ming's orders and assist him as much as possible, ensuring his safety alongside Xiahou Lai. Given the current situation, they were obligated to act. Yet Shen Ming raised his hand to stop them. No need, you can't turn into light bulbs. What use would it be for you to go over there? It would only give him more shadows to hide in. He scanned the direction where the masked man had just disappeared and pointed a finger towards the sky. In an instant, dark clouds began to gather over Yunchuan, obscuring the stars, and the bright moon plunging the streets into darkness. In the eastern part of Yunchuan City, a man in a floral bathrobe sat at the entrance of a bathhouse, smoking, seemingly regretting. This is troublesome. I invited my sister to the bathhouse only to run into my own wife. What kind of situation is this? When I get back, I will definitely have to listen to that fat woman nagging. This life is unbearable. The man in the bathrobe wore a distressed expression, losing interest in smoking altogether, and simply threw away the cigarette. He had just taken 2 puffs from crushing it underfoot. Heaven is clearly doing this on purpose. A toad jumps in front of me, and it doesn't kill me, but annoys me. The man looked up at the sky and shouted angrily, "Damn heaven, if you like messing with me so much, why not just strike me dead with lightning?" Boom. Just as his words fell, dark clouds surged in the sky, and a multitude of lightning bolts began to swirl above. Seeing this scene, the man staggered and sat down, his legs turning to jelly. Oh no, is heaven really going to strike me? I was just joking. The man's pupils gradually reflected the lightning, but the lightning did not strike him. Instead, it aimed at the distant villa area. Moreover, the lightning was not a single strike, but one after another. What a fool, how many times has it struck before? In the villa area, Shen Ming waved his hand, and the heavenly thunder crashed down, illuminating almost every corner in front of him as it exploded. Furthermore, the lightning in the sky continued to descend without any sign of stopping. If you enjoy hiding so much, let's make a bet. Will the heavenly thunder strike you first, or will my spiritual energy run out first? After reaching S level with his abilities, controlling the heavenly thunder for attacks did not consume much spiritual energy. From his perspective, summoning hundreds of lightning bolts was still quite effortless. Wherever the lightning struck in a radius of several meters, the ground exploded, stones shattered, and houses collapsed. Shen Ming released the lightning in a carpet-like search, leaving no inch of land unchecked. Moments later, lightning struck a wall. The wall shattered with a loud bang, followed by a muffled groan. Ugh. As the dust cleared, the masked man appeared in Shen Ming's line of sight. Are you crazy? Do you want to destroy this place? The masked man clutched his chest in pain. He did not expect Shen Ming to look for him this way. Wasn't this place Shen Ming's territory? Moreover, there were residents nearby. To find him, was he willing to destroy this place, and even harm others? You don't need to worry about this. If this place is damaged, he'll take care of the repairs. What you should think about now is how to stay alive. As soon as his words fell, a chilling light rose in Shen Ming's eyes, and a long spear covered in red lightning appeared in his hand, which he threw on the spot. Swish! The spear pierced through the air with a loud bang, heading straight for the masked man. Hiss! Oh! A sound of piercing flesh echoed as the spear penetrated the masked man's body, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. Strangely, although the masked man screamed in agony, not a drop of blood flowed from the wound. The masked man grasped the spear, panting heavily, a smile appearing on his face. This body is running out of energy, such a pity, I haven't had enough fun. He looked up at Shen Ming, who was striding towards him, and sighed heavily. Well, I underestimated the strength of Inspector Shen. Now that this body has lost its value, I should withdraw my consciousness. Being pierced by a spear feels really unpleasant. Inspector Shen, it won't be long before we meet again. I hope next time you can surprise me, don't die too quickly. Before the masked man could finish his words, Shen Ming had already arrived in front of him, placing a hand on the man's head. So it turns out to be just a clone. But it seems this clone should be able to feel pain, right? The masked man was taken aback. What are you trying to do? Before he could finish his sentence, a current strong enough to penetrate nerves surged from Shen Ming's palm, rapidly spreading throughout the masked man's body. Ugh, 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 ugh. Even after I've beaten you into a pulp, you still act like a mastermind behind the scenes, eh? You're just pretending. They'll give you a free electric therapy session. Let's treat your brain. The masked man twitched violently, and by the time Shen Ming withdrew his hands, this body had completely lost its breath. However, due to the severe electric shock to the nerves, his body continued to twitch uncontrollably, his left hand moving up and down, while his right foot kicked in circles. It was unclear whether this guy was electrocuted to death, or if his consciousness was withdrawn. Shen Ming patted the dust off his hands, and bent down to pick up the mask from the man's face. The face beneath the mask was burnt black, with no discernible features. Moreover, the man's body began to rapidly decay, ultimately merging into the ground, and transforming into a shadow that gradually dissipated. Was this clone merely a shadow? Shen Ming stood up, focusing on the mask. It had a red face with sharp fangs, looking just like a demon mask. What a terrifying mask, but I like it. Shen Ming immediately placed the mask into his spatial ring as a collectible. Thousands of meters away in the crevice between 2 tall buildings, a man draped in a blood-red robe suddenly opened his eyes wide, gasping heavily. His clothes were already soaked through with cold sweat, almost wringable. After calming down for a while, the man regained his composure and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, I ran fast. If I had been even 0.1 seconds late, I would have probably fallen into that guy's hands. He had never anticipated that Shen Ming would go to such lengths to find him willing to destroy most of the villa area, and even consuming so much energy to attack him, knowing that his consciousness could escape at any moment. This guy is simply a madman. The man gritted his teeth. As a blood butcher steward, a 50 or 4th stage warrior, and with ins-level ability, his overall strength surpassed Shen Ming's. If he ended up in Shen Ming's hands due to not withdrawing his body in time, it would be too unworthy. It's just a pity about my only clone Sai. If it weren't for the messenger's plan, I would have killed him long ago. Forget it, the bigger picture is what matters. The next morning at the supervision office, Shen Ming arrived at his office only to find that Chun Xingtong was already gone and the entire office had been cleaned spotless. A sound of footsteps approached from behind. Shen Ming turned his head and saw Chun Xingtong, wearing a white baseball jacket, holding a large bag of breakfast. Shen Ming couldn't help but take another look at Chun Xingtong. Last night it was too dark to see her clearly, and she had indeed looked a bit disheveled. Now she appeared much more spirited. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? This should be enough for you, right? Chen Xingtong cautiously handed over the breakfast. She learned this morning from the soldiers at the door that Shen Ming was now the Yunchuan supervisor. When she first heard the news, she was stunned. Shen Ming's power last night had already shocked her. A month ago, Shen Ming was only slightly stronger than her. How had he become so much more powerful now? Then she was told that Shen Ming was now the Yunchuan supervisor, the leader overseeing all military forces in Yunchuan, a figure of utmost authority in the region. They had only been apart for a short time, and Shen Ming had transformed into the head of all of Yunchuan. Just a month ago however, this was a relief for her. Just yesterday, she had worried about whether Shen Ming would face retaliation from the Chen family for saving her, but now that he was the supervisor, the Chen family would naturally not dare to cause trouble. Shen Ming glanced at the breakfast in Chen Xingtong's hands, which was roughly the size of a feed bag, and fell into contemplation. Such a large bag made one wonder if she was going to feed pigs. All right, this heavenly marshal's set meal looks thoughtful, Shen Ming said as he took the breakfast and placed it beside his desk. As for last night, thank you. Chen Xingtong stood upright and gave a slight bow to Shen Ming. In response, Shen Ming merely smiled. We are old classmates. Let's skip the formalities. My saving you is just a matter of convenience. If you want to repay me, make it something practical. Go earn some money for me. Let me experience what it's like to be supported by a wealthy woman. Faced with Shen Ming's teasing, Chen Xingtong's cheeks flushed. With Shen Ming's current status and strength, he likely wouldn't care about the little money she had. If Shen Ming truly wanted money, there were plenty of people willing to offer gifts. Even millions or tens of millions would be. I know you are the supervisor and are not afraid of the Chen family, but I was detained because I heard my father found a big shot who could help the Chen family rise. He seems quite powerful. If my father targets you with that big shot, you should be careful. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. A big shot? I don't know if it's Uncle Yu. Just then a commotion erupted outside the office. I need to see Supervisor Shen. Why are you stopping me? Old Master Wang, it's not that we won't let you in, but you should at least allow us to notify him first. No need for you to notify. Old Master Wang, really we can't. Creak. The office door was abruptly pushed open and a tall white-haired elder strode in. Two soldiers tried to stop him at the front, but they couldn't hold back the elder. The two could only helplessly report to Shen Ming's supervisor, Old Master Wang. I understand, you two go back to your posts. Shen Ming waved his hand signaling the two to leave, then lifted his gaze to meet Old Master Wang's eyes. He had seen Old Master Wang at the beast hunting competition in Yunchuan before, although they had only met once. The impression Old Master Wang left on him was quite good. At this moment, Old Master Wang furrowed his brows, looking somewhat angry. Old Master Wang, is there something you need to discuss with me? Old Master Wang glanced at Chen Xingtong without speaking. Seeing this, Chen Xingtong understood, saying, you two talk. Chen Xingtong quickly walked out of the office, and only after closing the door did Old Master Wang look at Shen Ming with frustration. Supervisor Shen, I came here to ask you, do you look down on our Wang family? Shen Ming was taken aback. What makes you say that, Old Master Wang? Old Master Wang crossed his arms and sniffed. Why did Supervisor Shen only send the Chun family to handle the beast tied in the quarantine zone, while our Wang family can only sit in Yunchuan and watch? Isn't that looking down on us? Hearing this, Shen Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This old man is indeed peculiar. Other families would prefer to avoid the quarantine zone and the beast tied hiding away to preserve their strength, but he came to complain because the Wang family didn't get a chance to participate in the beast tide. Old Master Wang, you must know that the quarantine zone is fraught with danger. You have spent most of your life revitalizing the Wang family. If you were to lose a large part of your family fortune due to the extermination of the beast tide, wouldn't that hurt? Not allowing the Wang family to handle the beast tide is also to protect the Wang family. Old Master Wang tightened his fists and pounded his chest. Supervisor Shen, our Wang family has no one afraid of death. Besides, I want to revitalize the Wang family to contribute to the future of Yunchuan. To raise an army for 1,000 days, you need to use it for a moment. Since the beast tide has appeared, the Wang family cannot shirk our responsibility. Shen Ming couldn't help but feel a headache. Not long ago, many of the Wang family's warriors had already sacrificed during the beast tide. If they went to exterminate the beast tide this time and faced an accident, it would likely lead to problems for the Wang family. Seemingly sensing Shen Ming's concerns, Old Master Wang spoke loudly. Supervisor Shen, the Wang family is a declining family. It's only because of me that we squeezed into the ranks of top families in Yunchuan. Most of my training resources and good life were given by the Great Xia, and now I have few years left to live. Let me contribute a bit for the Great Xia before I die. That would be a life without regrets. It's just a pity that my unambitious grandson has yet to bring a girlfriend home. I'm afraid I won't get to see my great-grandson. Old Master Wang sighed softly, then straightened his posture and knelt on one knee. Wang Chun, the 7th generation head of the Wang family, requests permission to leave the city to address the beast tide. Please, Supervisor Shen, approve. Shen Ming's eyes showed a hint of movement. He truly didn't want the Wang family to get involved in this troublesome matter, but it seemed that Old Master Wang wouldn't leave without his consent. All right then, Old Master Wang, be careful. Upon receiving Shen Ming's affirmative reply, Wang Chun's expression brightened. Thank you, Supervisor Shen. With that, Wang Chun turned and strode out of the office, letting out a hearty laugh. Old Master Wang's laughter gradually faded as Shen Ming shook his head helplessly. If all families were like the Wang family, the previous supervisor wouldn't have died in the beast tide. It's a pity that Yunchuan only has one Wang family. Forget it, let's not think about that for now. It's time to start preparing for the breakthrough to the 5th stage. The commotion from breaking through the 5th stage is quite significant and takes a long time. I need to find a completely safe. That afternoon, many families dispatched a coalition to eliminate the beast tide led by Old Master Wang. Naturally, the leadership fell to old Master Wang. Before leaving, he sent his grandson Wang Chung to the inspection embassy stating that if anything happened to him, or his son Wang Chung should enlist in the army and not return to the Wang family. Shen Ming speculated that there might be internal family reasons. If both Wang Cheng's father and grandfather encountered misfortune, Wang Chung would surely face a grim fate in the Wang family. Shen Ming agreed to old Master Wang's request. Meanwhile, upon hearing that he could meet the inspection officer, Wang Chung hurried over excitedly. To meet the inspection officer was a tremendous honor, and he might even gain some benefits. However, when he arrived at the inspection embassy and saw Shen Ming seated in the inspection officer's position, the burly Xia Holai standing behind him, and his goddess Qin Xingtong on the right, he was instantly taken aback. Shen Gu, why is it you? Wang Chung stammered. His legs turned to jelly, nearly causing him to kneel on the ground. If you were to ask him who he least wanted to see right now, it would undoubtedly be Shen Ming. Yet he couldn't fathom that Shen Ming had actually become the inspection officer of Yinchuan. What can it be, me? Shen Ming glanced at Wang Chung out of the corner of his eye. The latter shivered all over, nearly losing his mind, then forced a silly smile. It can be, it absolutely can be. If the position of inspection officer isn't held by Shen Gu, that would be a surprise indeed. Only you, Shen Gu, are worthy of bearing the title of inspection officer of Yinchuan, leading Yinchuan towards a bright future. If it were anyone else. Alright, save your flattery for later, Shen Ming interrupted Wang Chung. Your arrival is your grandfather's wish. Starting tomorrow, you'll be cleaning guns at the armory. When your grandfather returns, don't cause any trouble, understood? Wang Chung looked as if he had received a great pardon, nodding repeatedly. Understood, completely understood. Then Shen Gu will take my leave now. After sending off Wang Chung, Shen Ming turned to Xiahou Lai. I need to make a breakthrough soon. Is there a suitable place nearby? I've sold most of the random things I had, and combined with the compensation collected from the families yesterday, it's enough for me to break through again. A look of surprise flashed across Xiahou Lai's face. Breakthrough? Can't you do that anywhere? Shen Ming replied. I need a completely safe place to make a major breakthrough. Are you trying to break through to the 5th level? Shen Ming's words struck Xiahou Lai like a bolt from the blue. Hadn't Shen Ming just broken through to the 4th level not long ago? Now he wanted to break through to the 5th level. What kind of breakthrough speed was this? If it weren't for Shen Ming's particularly serious expression, Xiahou Lai would have thought he was joking. Qin Xingtong beside them also felt a jolt in her heart. The 5th level Shen Ming actually aimed to break through to the 5th level. Having not seen Shen Ming for more than a month, the fact that he could break through to the 4th level was already terrifying. Now he was aiming for the 5th level. Qin Xingtong found it impossible to describe Shen Ming's breakthrough speed. But recalling how he had performed in school, it seemed Shen Ming's breakthrough speed had always been this way. She truly had no idea how he trained. Not to mention catching up, she was afraid she wouldn't even be able to look up to him. Inspector Shen breaking through to the 5th level is different from the previous levels. It requires over 10 hours for the body to adapt to the changes. If disturbed, one might suffer severe injuries and destabilize their foundation, affecting their very essence. Why not break through here at the inspection embassy? They'll have warriors guard the area. No flies will be allowed in. What he was worried about wasn't flies, but that peculiar shadowy figure from last night. After yesterday's battle, he believed that the opponent was entirely capable of approaching him silently. If that person showed up to cause trouble while he was breaking through, it would be hard for the surrounding guards to notice, so this dangerous individual had to be guarded against. Seeing Shen Ming's concern, Xiahou Lai suggested Vice Commander Qin Heng has a military formation that 5 people can use together, which can block the abilities of individuals within its range, or it can certainly be utilized. If I recall correctly, those who came last night were specifically for this military formation guarding Qin Heng during his breakthrough. Shen Ming's eyes lit up, but then a look of hesitation appeared on his face. But I accidentally killed one of them last night. Will 4 people still be effective in executing this formation? No problem, I have some knowledge of this formation and can fill in. Then we shouldn't delay. Let's call them over to set up the formation now and break through immediately. Xiahou Lai scratched his head, feeling it wasn't just a simple matter of breaking through. Didn't one need some time to prepare before a major breakthrough? He felt that Shen Ming's breakthrough was fundamentally different from his own. No, it was completely different. However, since Shen Ming seemed confident, he didn't need to ask further. He just had to follow orders. Yes. Xiahou Lai's figure flickered and vanished from the office. Shortly after, he returned carrying 2 people in each hand and slung another over his shoulder. Inspector Shen, I've brought the people. On the way, I already explained your breakthrough situation. We can start now. Moreover, the defenses outside the inspection embassy have been set up, so even if someone tries to break in, it will take some time. As Xiahou Lai spoke, he set the 4 people down on the ground. They landed back on the ground and momentarily found it hard to adapt. Xiahou Lai's speed was simply too fast for them. After just a brief moment, they felt a bit dizzy. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's... Xiahou Lai nodded seriously and began directing the 4 to spread out to the corners of the office, channeling spiritual energy to gradually form parts of the formation. Once the 5 were seated, a moment later, a blue water-like protective shield appeared from the center of the 5, gradually expanding until it enveloped the entire inspection embassy. Within Shen Ming's perception, his abilities were instantly suppressed. He tried to connect with the lightning in the sky with all his might, yet still could not summon the power of the heavenly thunder. However, his spiritual energy remained. He could still mobilize it for defense or attack. In other words, he was only unable to summon his abilities. This military formation is quite interesting. He secretly resolved that if he had another opportunity to request something from Qin Heng, he would definitely have to acquire this military formation. This thing is immensely useful for protection during a breakthrough. Shen Ming immediately sat down and opened the system panel. Since there were no more worries, he could begin his breakthrough. Remaining currency 20660W realm 4th level 8 stage level up. The moment the system notification appeared, a warm current surged into his body, flowing through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging into the Qi Si in his dantian. The overwhelming spiritual energy instantly poured out like a flood, swirling around Shen Ming. The Qi Si in his dantian emitted a series of tearing sounds as if it were wildly expanding. In just a moment, Shen Ming noticed that the Qi Si had become vast beyond measure, resembling an endless prairie. In addition to the changes within the Qi Si, he also realized that his skin had been inexplicably covered with a layer of silver sand, as if dusted with powdered sugar. The unique ability of warriors above the 5th tier, spiritual energy condensation. This ability gathers spiritual energy into a sand-like form that envelopes the skin's surface, significantly enhancing both attack and defense during combat. With this newfound power combined with his solid foundation, he could easily crush warriors below the 5th tier, and even against 5th tier warriors he could still put up a fight in close combat, even if they were several minor realms stronger. Why not use an S-level ability? That would be a waste of awakening it. At the same time, a tremendous surge of electricity emanated from Shen Ming, spreading to every corner of the office. Although it was merely the aftershock of his breakthrough, the electric currents that fell on the 4 individuals caused them to break out in a cold sweat. In contrast, Xiahou Lai was not threatened by these currents. As for Chen Xingtong, she could no longer bear the stimulus of the electricity and hurriedly ran out of the office. The red light within the office blazed brightly. Crack! The glass of the entire inspection embassy shattered violently under the impact of the electricity, scattering onto the ground around the embassy. The guard stationed downstairs looked up in surprise. What's this commotion? Is there a fight in the office? Xiahou Lai had not mentioned what was to happen inside. When he ordered them to stand guard, he just told them to keep watch and not let anyone. As a result, when the glass upstairs suddenly shattered, they were startled. I don't know, we just need to stand guard, why worry about anything else? The sky gradually darkened, and inside the office Shen Ming's aura began to stabilize. The power of thunder and lightning retracted, and soon the 5 guardians surrounding him breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Ming opened his eyes and looked down at his right hand, clenching it tightly. The silver threads on the surface of his skin gradually peeled away, revealing his skin beneath. He then opened the panel. Remaining currency 16. 6 million psychic power, no level 53,100. Now, there was over 16 million in the system, not enough to enhance his realm, but sufficient to increase his psychic power. If his psychic power could reach the human level, he would be able to fly using it. With this thought, Shen Ming concentrated and directly raised his psychic power to the human level. Currency 4. 7 million psychic power, 47 psychic power upgraded to human level. Remaining currency 11. 9 million. In an instant, Shen Ming felt his mind sharpen significantly, with both perception and insight greatly enhanced. He could even clearly see a mosquito 100 meters away and hear its buzzing. Is this what it means to be a human-level psychic? Shen Ming's lips curved slightly. He was eager to test his flying ability. Seeing that Shen Ming had completed his breakthrough, the 5 who were deploying the military formation all let out a sigh of relief and gradually retracted the formation. Just as Xiahou Lai was about to say something, he saw Shen Ming's figure flash and soar into the air, standing with his hands clasped behind his back in midair outside the inspection embassy. Xiahou Lai was taken aback. He can fly. The other 4 were equally surprised. Wasn't Shen Ming's ability lightning? How could he suddenly be flying? He wasn't using any external object, and his ability wasn't of the flying type. Could it be that Shen Ming was also a psychic? The group exchanged glances, and even Xiahou Lai felt immensely shocked. At such a young age, not only had he broken through to the 5th tier, but he was also a psychic. How could someone like this exist? Not to mention Yinchuan or Ning province, but even looking throughout the history of the Great Xia, those who broke through to the 5th tier at 18 were few and far between. If you added the fact that he was a psychic, Shen Ming would undoubtedly be the first. There may not be a successor, but he had certainly achieved something unprecedented. Shen Ming lingered in the air for a moment before slowly landing back on the roof of the inspection embassy. Having just broken through to the human-level psychic, he was not very skilled at flying and planned to try again. At that moment, a familiar voice rang in his ear. Oh, I didn't expect that Inspector Shen had actually broken through. The deep, hoarse voice reached Shen Ming's ears, and he immediately recognized it as the voice of the shadowy figure from last night. So you're still alive? I thought you were electrocuted to death. I even thought you might pose a threat to me, but it seems you are nothing but a rat scurrying in the dark, only appearing at night. No, it's not right. You don't even dare to show your true face at night. Calling you a rat would be an insult to rats. Hearing Shen Ming's words, the other party not only did not get angry, but instead let out a raspy, sinister laugh. Inspector Shen need not provoke me. I will naturally appear when the time is right. I only came this time to inform you of the operation to slaughter the beast horde outside the city does not seem to be going smoothly. If Inspector Shen is interested, you might want to pay more attention to it. I've delivered the message, so I'll take my leave now. However, Shen Ming sneered. You just come and go as you please. Do you think this inspection embassy is just any place? With that, Shen Ming waved his hand, and red lightning instantly struck towards a damaged wall ahead. Boom. As the lightning struck the wall, the entire wall exploded, and the shadow behind it vanished, revealing a middle. Seeing himself exposed in front of everyone, the middle-aged man turned pale, clearly not expecting Shen Ming to find him so quickly. How is this possible? How did you find me? Last night, when he had come, Shen Ming had relied on a carpet-like search with lightning to find him. Even now that Shen Ming had broken through, it shouldn't have been possible for him to locate him so precisely. Last night, when he had come, Shen Ming had relied on a carpet-like search with lightning to find him. Even now that Shen Ming had broken through, it shouldn't have been impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shen Ming chuckled softly. What does a dying man need to know so much for? Go to hell, and let the king of hell tell you. Shen Ming leaped forward, thunder roaring around him, summoning a spear and hurling it forward. The spear sliced through the air, its cold gleam shimmering, creating a gust of wind as it unerringly struck towards the opponent. In the eyes of the middle-aged man, the spear tip magnified continuously, feeling as if the cold gleam was rushing straight towards his face. The middle-aged man swiftly dodged, unleashing the full force of his 50 or 4th stage speed. Yet even so, he could not completely evade the attack of the spear. In an instant, under the enhancement of the S-level ability, a single thrust pierced through the spiritual energy, sand on the man's skin, a tearing pain surging through his mind. The middle-aged man had no time to scream or express astonishment, immediately diving into a nearby shadow. At the same time, a red lightning bolt crashed down from the sky, striking the position where the middle-aged man had just been. You have just broken through to the 5th tier. How could you possibly shatter my spiritual energy, sand? What means have you employed? A low voice emanated from within the shadows. Logically speaking, a martial artist who had just broken through to the 5th tier could not shatter the spiritual energy, sand of a 50 or 4th stage warrior, even with all their strength. Yet this single shot from Shen Ming merely grazed it, causing the spiritual energy, sand, to shatter instantly. Shen Ming's gaze turned cold. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. You are not worthy of listening. As he spoke, Shen Ming immediately controlled his ability to summon the heavenly thunder, once more striking towards his opponent's position. This time, before the thunder could descend, the opponent emerged from the shadow on his own. Since you can't hide, let us truly engage. The man glared at Shen Ming, and then a black shadow appeared in his hand, transforming into a scythe as he leaped into the sky. He was quite confident in his own strength. At least with Shen Ming's current capabilities, he was no match for him. Seeing this, Shen Ming smiled lightly. Unknown. Why should I fight you alone when I have so many people? Shen Ming waved his hand lightly. Xiahou Lai, break both of his legs, twist his arms, and bring him before me. I have questions to ask. Understood. Xiahou Lai charged out immediately. Having been unable to find this guy earlier, he had refrained from taking action, but now that the opponent had charged right over, why wait any longer to take him out? The middle-aged man felt the pressure of Xiahou Lai's strength, and thought to himself that it was bad. However, in his current state of being suspended in midair, he had nowhere to hide, and could only curse in anger. Shen Ming, you despicable. You shameless. You are nothing but a bastard. Yet no matter how much he cursed, Shen Ming did not respond, and what awaited him was only Xiahou Lai's fist the size of a sandbag. Boom. Xiahou Lai's fist heavily smashed into the man's face, contorting it in agony, a front tooth splattering out with blood, as the man was sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Bang. The man's entire head was embedded into the ground, leaving only his limbs exposed. That punch nearly caught. Before he could pull his head out, Xiahou Lai stepped up in front of him, following Shen Ming's orders to twist his arms and break his legs. The sounds of cracking echoed as Xiahou Lai carried out the task. The surrounding soldiers and guards frowned, finally understanding what it meant to feel pain just from watching. Ugh. The man's head let out a muffled groan from beneath the ground before falling completely silent. Xiahou Lai pulled him out from the ground, as if he were pulling a radish, grabbing the back of his collar and striding toward the inspection bureau. Inspector Shen, I have dealt with the person. Xiahou Lai threw the middle-aged man onto Shen Ming's desk. Looking at the man who was slumped and kneeling on the ground, Shen Ming felt no pity. This man had personally killed a squad of over 20 guards in his villa area last night. Breaking his limbs was already showing him mercy. Shen Ming's fingers twitched slightly, and a current of electricity instantly surged into the man's mind. The man awakened in an instant, only to be assaulted by a wave of excruciating pain that made him grimace. Speak, what is your name? What is your responsibility? Does Yunchuan have your accomplices? Shen Ming leaned back in his chair, popping a piece of chocolate into his mouth as he inquired. Heh. The man let out a low, sinister laugh. Shen Ming's hand flashed with electricity, and he directly slapped him across the face with a bolt of lightning. If you keep laughing, I'll break all your teeth. The man instinctively licked his mouth full of white teeth, including the large front tooth he had just lost, and obediently closed his mouth. To be honest, since he had joined the Blood Butchers, he was no longer afraid of death. However, he hoped to die in a more complete manner. I won't say anything since you've caught me, just kill me directly. Being tough for you. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. Find someone, chop him into minced meat, and throw him into the isolation zone to feed the beasts. Make sure to chop him finely. The man trembled all over. Chop him into minced meat. Was that even a human thought? He had originally thought that the Blood Butcher's rule of requiring suicide for mission failure was already cruel enough, but he didn't expect Shen Ming to be even more ruthless. This was simply a living hell. Blood Butcher Officer Yuying, I greet Inspector Shen. Yuying immediately bowed. Does Inspector Shen have any questions? I will answer truthfully, just hope Inspector Shen can leave me a whole corpse. Since he was going to die anyway, if he could keep a whole corpse by speaking, he would not refuse. Seeing Yuying's sudden change in attitude, Shen Ming was somewhat surprised. He had merely approached with a try-and-see attitude, and did not expect to gain much useful information from this guy, yet Yuying had actually softened. Why? Was it because he was going to be chopped into minced meat? When it came to death, was there really any difference in how one died? Shen Ming immediately cast aside the questions in his mind, straightened his posture. No matter the reason, it was a good thing to obtain information. He also wanted to learn more about the Blood Butchers organization and their purpose for coming to Yinchuan. Officer, what position does an officer hold in your organization? In response to Inspector Shen, a Blood Butcher officer is essentially a higher-level executor, one rank above ordinary members following orders from above. Shen Ming nodded. So he was just a slightly higher-ranking lackey. If a higher lackey possessed such strength, it seemed that the overall strength of the Blood Butchers was quite formidable. Then what is your purpose in coming to Yinchuan this time? How many of you are there, and where are you? Speak clearly. Ying did not hesitate in the slightest, directly divulging everything. Inspector Shen may not know, but all Blood Butcher members learn a secret technique that allows them to absorb blood energy and rapidly grow stronger after killing sentient beings. This time our envoy brought us 2 officers here to set up a spirit destruction great array to eliminate all beings in Yinchuan, thereby collecting blood energy. Upon hearing this, the scene fell silent. To eliminate all beings in Yinchuan. What kind of formation could wipe out all beings in Yinchuan? It should be noted that Yinchuan was not short of 6th-tier martial artists, and there might even be 7th-tier warriors. A formation capable of killing 7th-tier warriors and all living beings in Yinchuan sounded quite frightening. Shen Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was currently the inspector of Yinchuan. If all of Yinchuan were to be wiped out during his tenure, how would that be acceptable? Moreover, if this formation were truly set up soon, he might end up dead in Yinchuan. Where is this envoy you speak of? How well is this formation being set up now? And how can it be broken? Shen Ming fixed. Regarding the formation setup and how to break it, only the envoy knows. I do not have the authority. As for the envoy's whereabouts, I am not clear. Once the envoy has orders, they will send a raven to deliver the message. Shen Ming's eyes showed a hint of disappointment as he leaned back in his chair. There were still 9 days left. As long as he could safely pass these 9 days, someone would naturally come to take over Yinchuan, and at that time, he would only need to relay these matters to the next inspector. He hoped that the day they activated the Great Array would not fall within these 9 days. Forget it, just throw him into a sealed cell. Remember to put a high-power bulb that stays on 24 hours a day in the cell to prevent him from escaping into the shadows. Having finally captured a member of the Blood Butchers, it would be convenient to keep him alive in case anything happened in the future. Ying was taken aback. Weren't you going to kill me? Why are you locking me up instead? His pupils quivered slightly, fear emerging in his eyes. If the Blood Butchers found out he had leaked information, his fate would be 100 times worse than being chopped into minced meat. No, you must kill me. I beg you, just kill me quickly. I beg for death, I beg for death. Amidst Ying's struggle, Xiahou Lai dragged him further away. The next morning at the inspection bureau, due to the battle last night and the fluctuations caused by Shen Ming's breakthrough, the area around the bureau was in disarray. Various talented individuals with earth-based abilities were engaged in repairs. Shen Ming stood outside the bureau observing the staggering figures ahead. The bureau was damaged and he had not intended to come today, but with Wang Chun returning to report as the inspector, he felt compelled to take a look. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the leader was not Wang Chun, but rather Wang Chen's son Wang Qingxian. As for the elder Wang Chun, he was also present, but lying on a stretcher. At this moment, the elder Wang's face was pale, covered in wounds, and stained with blood, both from the beasts and his own. The head of the Wang family, Wang Qingxian, greets Inspector Shen. Wang Qingxian nodded slightly, not daring to look into Shen Ming's eyes. Previously, he had deliberately targeted Shen Ming during the beast hunting competition, but now that Shen Ming had suddenly become the inspector, he felt a bit uncomfortable. This time the number of beasts gathered in the beast tide was vast, including many 5th and 6th tier beasts. My Wang family has truly done our best, but could not eliminate the entire beast tide. Before departing, the Wang family had brought over 100 warriors, but now only about 30 or 40 remain here, including the severely wounded suffering significant losses. Of course, other families also suffered losses, but compared to them, the Wang family's losses were the greatest. The elder Wang, lying on the stretcher, raised his hand, his voice tinged with weariness. I apologize, Inspector Shen, for failing to fulfill your orders. It's alright, leave the rest to our military. Elder Wang, take good. Having said that, Shen Ming turned and gently patted Wang Qingxian's shoulder. You've worked hard, go to finance, and collect 50 million in compensation. Additionally, the Wang family should take some time to recuperate. Unless under special circumstances, do not participate in the battles and first focus on treating Elder Wang's injuries. Thank you, Inspector. Wang Qingxian slightly cupped his fists. His expression hesitated for a moment, but he finally spoke in a deep voice. However, there is one matter I wish to report to Inspector Shen. Speak. Taking a deep breath, Wang Qingxian's gaze turned heavy. Although the number of beasts gathered is large, they could still be annihilated. The reason for such heavy casualties is that the Chun family faltered in battle, causing the established defense line to fall into chaos, allowing a large number of beasts to surge into the interior of the line, leading to a collapse of formation and significant losses. My Wang family does not fear sacrifice. For the safety of Yinchuan, we would die without regret, but I have only one request. I implore Inspector Shen to severely punish the Qin family. At the same time, all the members of the Wang family knelt on the ground, their eyes filled with anger, shouting in unison. Even many of the smaller families knelt in agreement. If it weren't for Elder Wang's desperate protection, we would likely not have even these people left. All this is due to the Chan family's retreat at the critical moment, a sin that cannot be forgiven. We ask Inspector Shen to severely punish the Chen family. Originally, these smaller families had allied with the Chun family, believing that as the first family of Yunchuan they would support and assist them. But now it seemed that any support was just empty talk. In times of crisis, the Qin family only chose to protect themselves, while Elder Wang stepped forward to save them from peril. Given the situation, they no longer felt the need to shield the Qin family. Numerous severely injured warriors also knelt on the ground, some missing eyes, others with severed arms, and even some with both legs broken, yet they still propped themselves up, bowing to Shen Ming in petition. Seeing this, Shen Ming's anger rose. At this critical juncture, the Qin family still dared to act. If their existence only brought more suffering to Yunchuan, then they had no reason to exist. Shen Ming raised his hand, signaling everyone to rise. Rest assured, if the situation is true, I will definitely make the Chun family pay for this matter. With Shen Ming's assurance, everyone finally stood up. Inspector Shen, we will go tend to our injuries now. After the family warriors dispersed, Shen Ming called for Xiahou Lai. It seems I was too friendly in our previous conversation. Assemble the warrior team and follow me to the Chun family. That afternoon, a mighty army gathered surrounding the entire Qin family. Xiahou Lai stood at the forefront, with several powerful warriors closely following. The servants at the gate were nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight. What are you all doing here at the Qin family? One servant stammered. As a servant of the Qin family, he had never seen such a large-scale scene, and his instincts told him that something significant was about to happen today. Xiahou Lai's expression remained unchanged. It has nothing to do with you. Call your family head out. Oh, I have questions. The servant showed a difficult expression. The family head is not within the clan today. How about you come back another day? Feeling the immense pressure radiating from Xiahou Lai, the servant felt as if he was sinking, a sensation gripping his throat, creating a suffocating feeling, making it impossible. Feeling the immense pressure radiating from Xiahou Lai, the servant felt as if he was sinking, a sensation gripping his throat, creating a suffocating feeling, making it impossible for him to catch his breath, no matter how hard he tried. The servant tried to speak, but could not utter a single word for a long time. I will say this one last time, hand over your family head, or you will die. Do you understand? The servant nodded repeatedly, his eyes rolling back as he struggled to breathe on the verge of death. Seeing this, Xiahou Lai finally threw him back. Tell Chun Hao that if he does not come out today, the inspector's army will directly flatten the Chun family. The servant, terrified, felt his legs weaken, nodding repeatedly as he stumbled back into the clan. Before long, Chun Hao's figure appeared at the entrance of the Qin family. Chun Hao approached Xiahou Lai with a smile, respectfully saying, I apologize for not welcoming you properly to the Qin family. But Lord, with so many people at the Qin family, is there something significant about to happen? Please withdraw your troops quickly. Having so many surrounding my Qin family truly makes us a bit scared. Xiahou Lai scoffed. Only now do you know fear. What were you thinking while fleeing from the beasts, eh? At that time, weren't you also afraid? I am a 5th-tier warrior, and there were quite a few 6th-tier beasts in the beast tide. Chun Hao continued to explain with a smile. Xiahou Lai was momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, Chun Hao's words did make a certain sense. If they were not afraid, why did the Qin family run at that time? For a moment, Xiahou Lai was unsure how to refute him. At that moment, a figure flew from the back of the crowd into the sky. Shen Ming stood with his hands behind his back, hovering in the air, slightly bowing his head to look at Chun Hao below. So you are admitting that the Qin family fled in battle? Chun Hao seemed to have already prepared a response, calmly saying, Director Shen, you jest. How can this be called fleeing in the face of danger? The Qin family merely wishes to preserve as much of our combat strength as possible to contribute more to Yunchuan. Contributing to Yunchuan indeed. Then let all members of the Chun family take their own lives right now, and I will remember you for quelling the rebellion and safeguarding Yunchuan. Chun Hao's expression gradually darkened, yet he maintained a twisted smile at the corners of his mouth. Must Director Shen be so ruthless? My Qin family is the foremost clan in Yunchuan. If Yunchuan were to lose the Qin family, its overall strength would certainly diminish greatly. The beast tide has not yet been completely resolved. If the beast tide strikes, the safety of Yunchuan will still rely on my Qin family. Shen Ming chuckled coldly, raising his hand to summon thunder to strike. Chun Hao, you think too highly of your Qin family. Yunchuan without the Qin family is like the great Xia missing a rat. It has no impact whatsoever. Boom. Thunder rumbled through the sky, crashing down. Chun Hao's eyes narrowed, and he summoned his strength to form a protective barrier in front of him. At the same time, his abilities activated instantly. Since Director Shen shows no mercy, then do not blame me. As he spoke, Chun Hao's hands transformed into 2 sharp blades, shedding his usual submissiveness, and he looked up at Shen Ming. Meanwhile, several elders and warriors from the Chun family stepped forward, standing against the military, creating a tense atmosphere. Over the years under Chun Hao's management, the Chun family had preserved its strength as much as possible in the face of any challenges, resulting in nearly 1,000 warriors in the family. Even now, the combined number of warriors from other families in Yunchuan might not match that of the Qin family. However, compared to the military, the Qin family was still far behind. In terms of both momentum and overall strength, the military's power completely overwhelmed the Qin family. Even after experiencing the beast tide, the military had suffered significant losses, but still boasted 2,000 warriors. If it were not for the dire circumstances, Shen Ming truly did not wish to turn completely against the Qin family, as a real conflict would result in considerable losses for the military as well. Nonetheless, Chun Hao, the instigator who caused heavy losses to all the families, had to die. It seems you were already prepared for resistance. There's no point in saying more. Director Shen, do not act rashly. Allow this old man to speak a word. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in white robes flew out from the ancestral grounds of the Chun family, weaving through the air until he stood before Shen Ming equally, suspended in the air. Upon seeing the newcomer, several elders from the Chun family bowed in respect. Greetings, old family head. Seeing their elders paying respects, the surrounding Chun family members followed suit, clasping their fists and nodding. On the contrary, Chun Hao's pupils dilated, a trace of barely perceptible fear flashing in his eyes, as he quickly retracted his abilities and clasped his fists in greeting. Father, when did you leave seclusion? Why didn't you inform your child? The old man Shen Lao shot a glance at Chun Hao and snorted angrily. Unfilial son, I have only been in seclusion for half a year, and the Qin family has been managed to this extent by you. If I do not emerge now, it seems Yun Chuan will no longer have a Qin family. Once this matter is settled, I will come back to teach you a lesson. He then turned his gaze to Shen Ming, sizing him up. Director Shen, you are so young yet possess such cultivation. You are indeed a prodigy of the young. I am the previous head of the Chun family, Chun Dao. I wonder if Director Shen would allow me to speak a word. Shen Ming remained silent, responding to Chun Dao's inquiry with action. Thunderous rage of the 9 heavens. Shen Ming clenched his fist, summoning thunder to his hand, charging straight towards Chen Hao. Chun Dao's expression tightened. Just as he was about to intervene, he saw Xiahou Lai's figure appear between him and Shen Ming. Elder Chen, our Director Shun is merely a young adult. You being of advanced age shouldn't attack him from behind. It would be inappropriate. Xiahou Lai fixed his gaze on Chun Dao, ready to unleash his abilities for battle. This old fellow's aura was formidable. If a fight truly broke out, he might not be able to stop him, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Chen Dao's expression also darkened slightly. He merely wanted to prevent Shen Ming from attacking, but was accused of planning a sneak attack. When did his reputation become so vile? Very well, since this is their issue, let them resolve it themselves. I will not interfere. He turned to all the Qin family members and ordered, no Qin family warrior is allowed to intervene. Whoever dares to meddle, I will deal with them first. Seeing this, Shen Ming had no more concerns and charged fully at Chen Hao. Chen Hao was equally unwilling to show weakness. If I had the military's help, I might fear you, but now with just the two of us facing off unknown, do you truly think you are my opponent? He had broken through to the 5th stage for over half a year, his realm already reaching the 5th stage 2nd tier, and he even showed signs of breaking through to the 3rd tier. Shen Ming did not waste words with him. At this moment, fists were the best form of communication. As Shen Ming dove down, thunder roared in his hands, colliding with Chun Hao's handblade, causing red lightning to explode. Zizzes. Chun Hao felt an unprecedented force that made it somewhat difficult to defend. Especially the thunder fall. Zizzes. Chun Hao felt an unprecedented force that made it somewhat difficult to defend. Especially the thunder falling from the sky, it completely suppressed all of his strength. He couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. Shen Ming was only a warrior who had just broken through to the 5th stage yesterday. How could he possess such strength? Wasn't he a strength ability user? Even if his abilities were stronger by a tier, it shouldn't exert such overwhelming pressure. Damn it, what is going on? Chun Hao gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to defend, yet he still found himself at a disadvantage. The twin blades formed by his hands began to show faint cracks. Above the Qin family, Chen Dao's expression was also slightly shaken. He could sense that Shen Ming's level was at the 1st tier of the 5th stage, but to unleash such powerful strength at this level was something that ordinary warriors could not achieve. Even those so-called geniuses could not manage it. Battling above one's tier, and not just crossing one tier, but winning in a nearly overwhelming manner. This Shen Ming was definitely a genius among geniuses. Chun Hao's disbelief gradually turned into fear. That handblade was part of his palm, and if it shattered, his hand would be severed as well. He hurriedly retreated, attempting to escape. But Shen Ming would not give him the chance to flee, raising his hand to summon several bolts of thunder to strike before Chun Hao, while also condensing spiritual energy into sand, covering the surface of his fist, accompanied by the thunderous strike. I told you, you must die today, but even Jesus cannot save you. Seeing Shen Ming relentlessly pursuing him already just a few meters away, Chun Hao shouted angrily. How audacious! Do you really think I have no hidden means? As he spoke, a dark light flickered in Chun Hao's hand, and 2 spheres of black and white appeared out of thin air. Chun Hao first placed the white sphere in his mouth, then crushed the black sphere. A large amount of black mist surged out from the sphere, quickly spreading through the surrounding space, obscuring the vision of those nearby. What's happening? Why has it suddenly turned dark? It seems the family head activated something. I can't see anything. Could something happen to the inspector? If the inspector dies in the Chun family, then our Chun family will be in deep trouble. However, Xiahou Lai was not too flustered. With Shen Ming's S-level ability combined with his 5th tier strength and human-level psychic powers, he was more than capable of handling this situation. Chun Hao was merely an A-level ability user. Even if he were a bit stronger, he still wouldn't be Shen Ming's opponent. These little tricks were nothing in the face of absolute power. Chun Dao silently sensed the situation within the black mist. He was also a psychic user with perception and insight far exceeding ordinary people, able to roughly gauge the circumstances within the black mist through sound and air currents. However, he was currently worried that Chun Hao, this rebellious son, might seriously injure Shen Ming. If the inspector got injured, then the Chun family's troubles would be immense. Inside the black mist, Shen Ming was also affected. His vision plunged into darkness, unable to see his hand before his eyes. Fighting in this black mist would undoubtedly put him at a disadvantage. Logically, Chun Hao shouldn't be able to see either, but it was clear that the other party was well prepared. If he guessed correctly, that white sphere was the key to helping him see through the black mist. In other words, he was in the light, while Chun Hao was in the dark. If the other party executed a sneak attack, he was very likely to. I already warned you, Inspector Shen. Don't take things too far. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone I, the dignified head of the Chen family. Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. As the words fell, Shen Ming keenly sensed a chill rapidly approach. He remained unperturbed, raising his right hand and gently clenching his fist, summoning the heavenly thunder. Are you insulting a rabbit before dying? Rabbits are much more obedient than you. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted from the sky as lightning struck hard at Chun Hao's position. At this moment, Chun Hao's attention was entirely focused on sneaking up on Shen Ming, completely unaware that another bolt of heavenly thunder was descending upon him. By the time he noticed the lightning above his head, he had no time to evade. The lightning tore through the black mist and crashed down on Chun Hao, who could only condense a layer of spiritual energy to form a protective barrier on the surface of his body. Unfortunately, after Shen Ming broke through to the 5th tier, the power of the heavenly thunder had significantly increased. Just one contact shattered the white barrier around Chun Hao, striking directly at his flesh. Ugh! A muffled groan reached Shen Ming's ears. What hidden means? Just some child's tricks. Shen Ming slightly closed his eyes, exhaling a breath of foul air. He slowly spread out his palm, a red light surging within as the immense power of lightning gathered in his palm. As he raised his palm, he struck down with all his might towards the ground. Was a large amount of lightning scattered out, instantly dispersing the surrounding black mist. The image of the heavily injured Chun Hao sitting on the ground and clutching his chest appeared within. The gazes of the onlookers turned back to Shen Ming and Shen Hao. What's going on? The family had actually lost. And Shen Ming is completely unharmed, not even breaking a sweat. What level of strength does this Inspector Shen possess? The family head isn't even his opponent, it's almost a complete defeat. Should we continue fighting? What fight? The old family head has already said to cease fire. If you want to seek death, go ahead, but don't drag us along. A stir arose within the Chun family's ranks. On the other hand, in the military's ranks, seeing Shen Ming standing there unscathed, their spirits instantly soared. Inspector is mighty. Inspector is mighty. Amidst the shouts, Shen Ming calmly walked towards Chen Hao. As Shen Ming drew closer, holding a spear that flickered with lightning at its tip, Chen Hao's eyes revealed a hint of fear, and he kept backing away. He had no doubt that Shen Ming would really kill him. The Lin family was the best example. No. What are you going to do? You can't kill me, oh, I am the head of the Chen family. As Chen Hao retreated, he said. Seeing that Shen Ming showed no signs of stopping, Chen Hao could only raise his head to look at Chen Dao, placing his hopes on him. Father, save me. I don't want to die, oh, I am your own son. With Chen Dao's strength, if he acted now, he could easily protect. Chen Dao's gaze shifted, finally looking at Shen Ming, and slowly speaking, Inspector, Shen, could you do me a favor and spare my son? I assure you I will not treat you poorly in the future. Shen Ming remained unmoved, raising his fist, while sneering, a favor. What is your favor worth? How many lives can it exchange for? Chen Hao's retreat led to the heavy losses of the team. I have already shown you enough mercy by not punishing your entire Chen family. If you dare to speak again, don't blame me for not respecting my elders. Although Chen Dao felt somewhat uncomfortable with Shen Ming's attitude, he knew that Shen Ming spoke the truth. Though he had been in seclusion, he had still received reports about the events in Yinchuan. He was well aware of the recent occurrences, and if anyone was to blame, it was Chen Hao for his own folly, seeking benefits for the Chen family, while disregarding everything else. Of course, he also had to blame himself for not leaving seclusion sooner. If he had, the Chen family wouldn't have ended up in such dire straits. But watching his son be killed while remaining indifferent was something he could not bear. Inspector Shen, this matter is indeed my son's fault. I will educate him properly. I ask that you spare him. Shen Ming, tired of talking with Chen Dao, instantly thrust his spear down heavily into Chen Hao's chest. Sizzle! A sound of flesh piercing rang out. Chen Hao's eyes widened, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he looked towards Chen Dao, seemingly blaming him for not intervening. In the end, his eyes filled with resentment, his head drooped completely lifeless. Seeing this scene, Chen Dao's right hand trembled. He exhaled heavily, forcing himself to stabilize his emotions. Chen Hao was young and did not understand the terror of the military, but Chen Dao was all too clear. If he truly opposed the military, even 10 Chen families would not be enough to die. He could only swallow his anger, secretly regretting not leaving seclusion sooner. My son is dead, and Inspector Shen has achieved his purpose for coming. Can we withdraw our forces now? Chen Dao's face carried a hint of weariness. Shen Ming withdrew the spear, sweeping it to shake off the blood. But I hope that you, old Master Chen, will not be foolish like your son in the future, acting smart right under my nose. After speaking, he sheathed his spear and waved his hand. Xiahou Lai understood immediately, and the military warriors quickly reorganized and gradually retreated. Seeing this, Chen Dao let out a sigh of relief. Although his son was dead, at least the Chen family was preserved. Elder Chen, have you come to the inspectorate office tonight to seek vengeance upon me? That very night, inside Inspector Shen Ming's office at the inspectorate, Shen Ming leaned back in his chair, gazing steadily at the elderly man before him, none other than Elder Chen Dao, patriarch of the Chen clan. Inspector Shen, you flatter me, said Elder Chen with a faint smile. I am here to speak with you regarding the future disposition of the Chen clan. As he spoke, his eyes, Inspector Shen, you flatter me, said Elder Chen with a faint smile. I am here to speak with you regarding the future disposition of the Chen clan. As he spoke, his eyes drifted toward the chair before Shen Ming's desk. Shen Ming noticed the glance and replied coolly, that chair is faulty. Perhaps Elder Chen should refrain from sitting just yet. At those words, Chen Dao paused mid-motion and abandoned the notion entirely. Indeed, Shen Ming had done so deliberately. Though Chen Dao had not intervened when Shen Ming slew Chen Hao, it was not out of restraint, but to preserve the clan's survival. As the saying goes, like father like son. According to records left by the previous inspector, Chen Dao, much like his son, was fundamentally ruthless, willing to sacrifice all else for the sake of familial power. Yet unlike Chen Hao, elder Chen had lived longer, learned more, mastered self-restraint, and understood precisely how far to push and where to halt. Over the years he had extracted considerable advantage from the former inspector, and now having just slain Chen Dao's own son before his very eyes, the mere absence of open enmity between them was already miraculous, let alone expecting calm, reasoned dialogue. Better not sit then, Chen Dao replied with an easy laugh. Inspector Shen, I must first offer my deepest apologies for my failure as a father, which allowed my unworthy son, upon assuming leadership of the clan, to grow so arrogant and unrestrained. From this day forth I shall resume full authority over the Chen clan, and such incidents shall never recur. You may rest assured, Inspector Shen. Elder Chen, Shen Ming waved a hand dismissively. At your age you surely understand that words alone carry no weight. Only deeds prove intent. Chen Dao nodded fervently. Precisely, Inspector Shen. Words are hollow without action. Thus I brought with me abundant cultivation resources to demonstrate my sincerity and willingness to act. Consider it compensation for the trouble my son caused you. With that, Chen Dao placed a spatial ring upon Shen Ming's death. Shen Ming paused, then lifted his gaze to meet Chen Dao's still smiling face. Father and son truly were cut from the same cloth, both masters of bribery and sycophancy. Since the resources had been offered willingly, refusal would have been unwise. It seems Elder Chen understands protocol quite well, but I hold little interest in these resources. Tell me, does your family possess currency? Currency? Chen Dao's expression froze, strange, unfamiliar. He could not recall hearing that word in over half a year. When Shen Ming uttered it, he hesitated, momentarily stunned. Inspector Shen, you wish to exchange these precious cultivation resources for currency? A flicker of bewilderment crossed Chen Dao's face. In all his long life, he had never encountered anyone who sought to trade spiritual treasures for mere money. If the Chen clan lacks ready cash, it cannot be helped. Hearing this, Chen Dao hastily nodded. Yes, we have it. Please wait a moment, Inspector Shen. Stepping outside the office, Chen Dao withdrew his phone and dialed several senior elders of the Chen clan. Brother Wang, do you have funds on hand? Transfer some immediately. A pause echoed across the line. Currency. Elder Patriarch, are you not meeting with the inspector right now? It's a long story, just send the money. Chen Dao sighed inwardly. Never had he imagined that a 7th-rank martial cultivator, the pinnacle of strength in Yun province, would one day find himself scrambling for cash. How much? After brief reflection he added, too little will not suffice. Gather what you can from the other elders, every last coin, and do it swiftly. He ended the call and waited anxiously outside the office. Moments later his phone chimed. Your account has received 530 million units. These 500 million units are but a token gesture. Please accept them graciously. The Chen clan faces many pressing affairs, so I dare not further intrude. These 500 million units are but a token gesture. Please accept them graciously. The Chen clan faces many pressing affairs, so I dare not further intrude upon your time, Inspector Shen. I shall visit again when opportunity permits. Shen Ming gave a slight nod. Very well. May Elder Chen remember every word spoken today. Once Elder Chen departed, Shen Ming's lips curved upward, uncontrollably. No wonder the Chen clan stood unrivaled as Yunchuan's foremost house. Even in haste, they assembled over 500 million units in liquid assets. Their total wealth must be staggering. Compared to the Lin clan, which could barely scrape together 500 million units, the Chen clan was opulent beyond measure. Shen Ming opened his system interface. Currency 54190 units in level 5th rank, first stage. With a decisive gesture, Shen Ming channeled all funds into his cultivation base. System, enhance my level. Meanwhile, deep within the Chen clan's ancestral burial grounds, beneath the pale spectral moonlight, 3 servants labored to dig a grave for Chen Hao. Ah Fu wiped sweat from his brow. Why does this ancestral ground feel so unnervingly cold? It's as if icy breath brushes my neck. Another servant, adjusting Chen Hao's ceremonial robes, shuddered involuntarily. What else did you expect? This place holds nothing but the tombs of our forebears. Of course it's eerie. Enough talk. Finish digging and bury him quickly. I'm growing uneasy. Ah Fu and the others shoveled more earth, then hoisted Chen Hao's body into the pit and filled it completely with the excavation. Next they smoothed the mound and erected a stone tablet. Just as they exhaled in collective relief, ting! A sharp piercing bell rang out from the distant darkness. Ting! Ah Fu whirled toward the sound, throat tightening. Who's there? This is the Chen ancestral ground. What madness drives you to ring bells at midnight? Have you no decency? Their breathing grew ragged, cold sweat beaded their brows. Then, thud thud thud, a slow, heavy, deliberate tread emerged from the gloom. A figure cloaked in black approached silently, face obscured by a crimson mask, hand gripping a blood-red bell. Ah Fu could not even be certain the figure was human. In such a place, where ancestral spirits dwelled, anything might emerge from the shadows. Halt, right there. Do you hear me? Stop now. Come any closer, and I'll strike. I know countless martial techniques. I'll shatter your bones and scatter your teeth. The 3 raised their hands in warning, but their feet retreated instinctively. The black-robed figure paid them no heed, advancing steadily, the bell ringing rhythmically with each step. Then came a low, chilling chuckle. Ha! Sending shivers down their spines and raising gooseflesh across their... Run now. We must report this to the elders. They spun and fled, but had taken only a few steps when the bell jingled thrice in rapid succession. Ting ting ting. 3 streaks of scarlet mist erupted from the bell and shot straight into the bodies of Ah Fu, and they froze mid-stride, then choked out dry guttural shrieks. Their flesh shriveled, their skin paled to ghostly white, and they collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. The 3 crimson mists re-emerged from their corpses, swollen denser, before vanishing back into the bell. The black-robed figure strode calmly to Chun Hao's tombstone. Ha ha ha. Your ancestral guardians proved troublesome, but they are dealt with. I promised you one rescue. In return you owe me a single task. Now I honor that vow. What follows rests entirely upon you. With a soft mocking laugh, he gently shook the bell. Ting! A blood-red carrion crow materialized from the bell, alighted upon the tombstone, hopped twice, and vanished. Caw, caw. After a long silence the figure gave a slow, satisfied nod, then turned and walked away unhurried into the night. Dawn broke, pale red lights spilling over the horizon. From within the freshly sealed tomb rose a faint, brittle rustling. Then a desiccated hand clawed its way upward through the earth. Currency, 20 million realm breakthrough to the 5th stage, 2nd level. Currency, 30 million realm breakthrough to the 5th stage, 3rd level. In the office Shen Ming looked at the prompts on the panel, clenched his fists, and felt the surge of his own strength. Countless white granules gathered on the surface of his skin, more solid than when he first broke through to the 5th stage. He let out a breath. Refreshing. He exerted a bit of force on the table, and with a loud bang the entire desk shattered. This was a desk specially crafted for martial artists from special materials, several times harder than ordinary steel. He smashed it with just a bit of force. How would he work at the office after this? Sigh, it seems that with the increase in strength there will also be troubles. Oh, I need to be more careful in the future. Someone go fetch a better quality desk. 2 soldiers hurried into the office and carried away the remnants of the desk. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed at the ceiling. Recent events had left him feeling somewhat fatigued, and he unknowingly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Surrounded by tranquility, he was unaware of how long it lasted. Until the sound of the door creaking open broke the silence, and Shen Ming finally opened his eyes. Daylight had arrived. As Shen Ming lifted his head, he saw Chen Xingtong closing the door. What brings you here? He asked, rubbing his temples, still a bit dazed from a night of sleep in the chair. Chen Xingtong approached Shen Ming, glancing at the dust left by the shattered desk on the floor, before turning back to pick up. About my father's incident yesterday, I'm sorry for the trouble it caused you. To be honest, she had no fondness for Chen Hao. Over the years he had only seen her as a tool for the future revival of the family. Now that Chen Hao was dead, while she felt a bit unaccustomed, she did not feel any sorrow. Shen Ming waved his hand. It's fine, your grandfather already. As he spoke halfway, Shen Ming suddenly felt it inappropriate for Chen Xingtong to know that he had taken money. After just killing her father, to take money from her grandfather felt somewhat excessive. What's wrong with my grandfather? Chen Xingtong asked in confusion. It's nothing, your grandfather caught a cold yesterday, or I gave him 2 packs of medicine, and he insisted on giving me money. Chen Xingtong was momentarily puzzled by what Shen Ming was saying. Her grandfather was a peak 6th stage martial artist before going into seclusion, and upon returning, he should have broken through to the 7th stage. A cold? What kind of cold could a 7th stage martial artist catch? Furthermore, what was this about money for a pack of cold medicine? Just as Chen Xingtong was lost in thought, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. Xiao Lai burst through the door and quickly reported, Inspector Shen, something strange happened at the Chen family last night. Chen Hao's body has disappeared. Hearing this, Shen Ming and Chen Xingtong both looked over. What's going on? Explain in detail, Shen Ming said, frowning slightly. The disappearance of a corpse, while he didn't know what exactly would happen, felt like an ill omen. Early this morning an elder from the Chen family came to me saying that Chen Hao's body had vanished into thin air, and they wanted Inspector Shen to take a look at the situation. I heard that 3 servants went to bury Chen Hao last night, but they didn't return all night. This morning their bodies were found in the Chen family's ancestral grounds, and Chen Hao's body was nowhere to be seen. Inspector Shen, what shall we do? Shen Ming couldn't help but feel a headache. It seems that someone in Yunchuan is still causing trouble and wants to stir things up. These past 10 days have felt like years. He stood up and led the way out of the inspection office. Let's go check out the Chen family and see what's going on. At the Chen family ancestral grounds, a servant pointed at the bodies of Ah Fu and the others, reporting to Chen Dao. Old patriarch, I found their 3 bodies right here this morning. Chen Dao frowned as he looked at the bodies of Ah Fu and the others. The corpses were shriveled, lips purple and skin pale, as if all their blood had been drained, clearly not a normal death. The manner of death seems to be the work of a blood butcher. As Chen Dao spoke to himself, Shen Ming and Xiao Lai had already arrived at the ancestral grounds following Chen Xingtong. Shen Ming paid little heed to the formalities. He was eager to know who was still stirring trouble in Yunchuan and where they were. Shen Ming paid little heed to the formalities. He was eager to know who was still stirring trouble in Yunchuan and where they were. Old Shen said, this is the work of blood butchers. Shen Ming carefully examined the 3 corpses on the ground, and from the manner of death it indeed seemed quite sinister. He turned to Xiao Lai. That shadowy figure is a blood butcher, right? Go get him and bring him here to identify if this is the method of the blood butchers. Understood. Xiao Lai's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. However, Chen Dao looked somewhat puzzled. Blood butchers are all desperate rogues. Once captured, they choose to commit suicide. Even if they don't, they won't divulge a word. How did Inspector Shen manage to make him yield? I have my own methods. Old Chen needn't ask further. Shen Ming casually replied to Chen Dao, while continuing to scrutinize the 3 corpses before him. Before long, Xiahou Lai returned with the shadowy figure whose legs and arms were severed. Take a look, is this the method of your blood butchers? Xiahou Lai pointed at the 3 corpses on the ground and questioned. The shadowy figure glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise before he turned his head away. He was currently focused solely on seeking death, otherwise if caught by the organization and brought back, his situation would likely be worse than death. Upon hearing this, everyone from the Chen family, including Chun Dao, exchanged glances. The blood butcher captured by Inspector Shen seemed uncooperative. Just moments ago, Shen Ming had claimed he had his methods, but it appeared that this so-called method was rather ordinary. While they didn't dare to ridicule Shen Ming, openly discussing this matter as a joke among themselves was unavoidable. Seeing the shadowy figure adopt a posture of refusing to speak no matter what, Shen Ming approached him. Fine, say what you want or don't. If you choose not to speak, you'll be of no use to us. I will just hang you on the street corner. I'm sure your fellow blood butchers would be more than happy to take back this traitor who sold information. The shadowy figure's heart sank. For some reason, he felt that Shen Ming might very well use the term traitor to haunt him for this. If he spoke, Shen Ming might be pleased, and he could potentially live, but if he didn't, he would definitely die, and it would be a very miserable death. Who would want to die if they could live? With this thought, the shadowy figure gritted his teeth. I'll talk. Indeed, this is the method of our blood butchers. If I remember correctly, it should be the technique of the envoy.